from the threads. "I will not sit passively and suffer it this time, Shaitan. I will not be captive to your nightmares. I have become something greater than I once was." Rand seized those threads spinning about him, taking them, hundreds upon hundreds of them. There was no fire, air, earth, water, or spirit here. These were somehow more base, somehow more varied. Each one was individual, unique. Instead of 5 powers, there were thousands. Rand took them, gathered them, and in his hand held the fabric of creation itself. Then he channeled it, spinning it into a different possibility. "Now," Rand said, breathing deeply, trying to banish the horror of what he had seen. "Now I will show you what is going to happen."
Bryn bowed. "The men are in position, Mother." Egwene took a deep breath. Mat had sent the White Tower's forces across the dry riverbed below the ford and around the western side of the bogs. It was time for Egwene to join them. She hesitated for a moment, looking through the gateway to Mat's command post. Egwene met the eyes of the Seanchan woman across the table, where she sat imperiously on her throne. "I have not finished with you," Egwene thought. "Let's go," she said, turning, waving for Yukiri to close the gateway to Mat's building. She fingered Vora's sa'angreal, held in one hand as she strode out of her tent. She hesitated when she saw something there, something slight, on the ground, tiny spider-web cracks in the rocks. She bent down. "There are more and more of those around, Mother," Yukiri said, stooping down beside her. "We think that when dreadlords channel, the cracks can spread, particularly if balefire is used." Egwene felt them. Though they seemed like ordinary cracks to the touch, they looked down into pure nothing. Blackness, far too deep for simple cracks to have caused through shadows of the light. She wove all 5 powers together, testing at the cracks. Yes. She wasn't certain exactly what she did, but the fledgling weave covered the cracks like a bandage. The darkness faded, leaving behind only ordinary cracks and a thin film of crystals. "Interesting," Yukiri said. "What was that weave?" "I don't know," Egwene said. "It felt right." "Gawyn, have you—" She trailed off. "Gawyn." Egwene stood up with a start. She vaguely remembered him leaving her command tent for some air. How long ago had it been? She turned around slowly, sensing where he was. The bond let her tell his direction. She stopped when she was pointing toward him. She was looking toward the riverbed, just up from the ford, where Mat had positioned Elaine's forces. "Oh, light!" "What?" Sylviana asked. "Gawyn has gone to fight," Egwene said, keeping her voice calm with effort. That wool-headed idiot of a man. Could he not wait an hour or two until her armies were in position? She knew that he was eager to fight, but he should have at least asked. Bryn groaned softly. "Send someone to fetch him," Egwene said. Now her voice was cold, angry. She could not make it otherwise. "He has apparently joined the Andoran armies." "I will do it," Bryn said, one hand on his sword, his other arm raised toward one of the grooms. "I cannot be trusted to lead armies. At least I can do this." It made sense. "Take Yukiri with you," she said. "Once you've found my fool warder, travel to us west of the bogs." Bryn bowed, then retreated. Siuan watched him, hesitant. "You may go with him," Egwene said. "Is that where you need me?" Siuan asked. "Actually," Egwene lowered her voice, "I want someone to join Mat and the Seanchan Empress, and listen with ears accustomed to hearing what is not spoken." Siuan nodded, approval, even pride in her expression. Egwene was Amyrlin. She had no need of either emotion from Siuan, and yet it lifted a little of her grinding fatigue. "You look amused," Egwene said. "When Moiraine and I set out to find the boy," Siuan said, "I had no idea the pattern would send you to us as well." "Your replacement?" Egwene said. "As a queen ages," Siuan said, "she begins to think about her legacy. Light. Every good wife probably starts to think the same things. Will she have an heir to hold what she has created? As a woman grows in wisdom, she realizes that what she alone can accomplish pales compared to what her legacy can achieve. Well, I suppose I can't claim you entirely as my own, and I wasn't exactly pleased to be succeeded. But it is comforting to know I've had a hand in shaping what is to come. And if a woman were to wish for a legacy, she could not dream of greater than one such as you. Thank you. I'll watch this Seanchan woman for you. Maybe help poor Min crawl out of the fangfish net she's found herself in." Siuan moved away, calling for Yukiri to make her a gateway before going with Bryn. Egwene smiled, watching her give the general a kiss. Siuan, kissing a man in the open. Sylviana channeled, and Egwene climbed into Daishar's saddle as a gateway opened for them. She embraced the source, holding Vora's sa'angreal before her, and trotted through behind a group of tower guards. She was immediately assaulted by the scent of smoke. High Captain Chubane waited for her on the other side. The dark-haired man had always struck her as being too young for his position, but she supposed not every commander had to be silvered like Bryn. After all, they were entrusting this battle to someone only a bit older than she, and she herself was the youngest Amyrlin ever. Egwene turned toward the heights and found that she could barely see them through fires that were burning along the slope and the eastern edge of the bogs. "What happened?" she asked. "Flaming arrows," Chubane said, "fired by our forces at the river. I thought Cawthon was mad at first, but I can see his reasoning now. He fired at the Trollocs to set the fields alight there on the heights, and at their base to give us cover. The undergrowth over there is dry and brittle as tinder. The fires drove the Trollocs and Sharran cavalry back up the slope for the time being, and I think Cawthon is counting on the smoke masking our movement around the bogs." The Shadow would know someone was moving over here, but how many troops and in what configuration? They would have to rely on scouts, rather than their superior vantage atop the heights. "Our orders?" Chubane said. "He didn't tell you?" Egwene asked. He shook his head. "He just put us in position here." "We continue on up the west side of the bog and come at the Sharrans from behind," she said. Chubane grunted. "This is fragmenting our forces a great deal. And now he assaults them on the heights after relinquishing it to them?" She didn't have an answer to that. Well, she had been the one, essentially, to put Mat in charge. She spared a glance across the bogs again, toward where she sensed Gawyn. He would be fighting at the... Egwene hesitated. Her previous position had let her sense Gawyn in the direction of the river. But after moving through the gateway, she had a better sense of his position. He wasn't at the river with Elaine's armies. Gawyn was on the heights themselves, where the shadow held the strongest. "Oh, light," she thought. "Gawyn, what are you doing?"
Gawyn strode through smoke. Black tendrils of it curled around him, and the heat of smoldering grass warmed his boots. But the fire had mostly burned out here atop the heights, leaving the ground dark with ash. Bodies and some broken dragons lay blackened, like heaps of slag or coal. Gawyn knew that sometimes, to renew a field, farmers would burn the previous year's weeds. The world itself was alight now. As he slipped through the twisting black smoke, his kerchief wetted and tied across his face. He prayed for a renewal. There were spiderweb cracks all over the ground. The shadow was destroying this land. Most of the Trollocs were gathering on the heights overlooking Howell Ford, though a handful busied themselves prodding at bodies on the slope. Perhaps they had been drawn by the scent of burning flesh. A Myrddraal emerged from the smoke and began scolding them in a language Gawain did not understand. It lashed a whip at the Trollocs' backs. Gawain froze in place, but the half-man did not notice him. It drove the stragglers toward where the rest of the Trollocs had gathered. Gawain waited, breathing softly through his handkerchief, feeling the shadows of the blood knives wreathe him. The 3 rings had done things to him. He felt heady, and his limbs moved too quickly when he stepped. It had taken time to grow accustomed to the changes, to keep his balance each time he moved. A wolf-featured Trolloc rose up from behind a nearby pile of rubble and sniffed the air, looking after the fade. The Trolloc then crept out of hiding, a corpse thrown over its shoulder. It walked past Gawain, passing not 5 feet away, where it paused and sniffed the air again. Then, hunching low, it continued. The body it carried over its shoulder trailed the cloak of a warder. Poor Simon. He would never play another hand of cards. Gawain growled softly, and before he could stop himself, leaped forward. He moved into kissing the adder, spinning and relieving the Trolloc's shoulders of its head. The carcass crashed down to the ground. Gawain stood with sword out, then cursed himself, crouching and moving back into the smoke. It would mask his scent, and the twisting blackness his blurred form. Fool to risk exposing himself to kill one Trolloc. Simon's corpse would end up in a cookpot anyway. Gawain couldn't kill the entire army. He was here for one man. Gawain crouched, waiting to see if his attack had been noticed. Perhaps they wouldn't have been able to see him. He wasn't certain how much the rings clouded him, but anyone watching would have seen the Trolloc fall. No warning call. Gawain rose and continued. Only then did he notice that his fingers were showing red among the black of the ash. He had burned them. The pain was distant. The rings. He had difficulty thinking straight, but that didn't, fortunately, stop his ability to fight. If anything, his instincts were stronger now. Demandred. Where was Demandred? Gawain sped back and forth across the top of the heights. Cawthon had troops stationed at the river near the ford, but the smoke made it impossible to see who was involved. On the other side, the Borderlanders were engaged with a Sharran cavalry unit. Yet here, on top, it was peaceful, despite the presence of Shadowspawn and Sharrans. Now Gawain crept along the back lines of the Shadowspawn, keeping to the rougher patches of deadwood and weeds. Nobody seemed to notice him. There were shadows here, and shadows were protection. Down below, in the corridor between heights and bog, the fires were going out. That seemed too quick for them to have burned themselves out. Channeling? He had intended to find Demandred by seeking the origin of the man's attacks, but if he was just channeling to put out fires, then... The Shadow's army charged, racing down the slope toward Howell Ford. Though the Sharrans remained behind, the bulk of the Trollocs moved. They obviously intended to push over the now dry riverbed and engage Cawthon's army. If Cawthon had intended to lure all of Demandred's forces off the heights, he had failed. Many Sharrans remained behind, infantry and cavalry units, watching impassively as the Trollocs thundered toward battle. Explosions pounded along the slope, throwing Trollocs into the air like dirt from a beaten rug. Gawain hesitated, crouching low. Dragons. The few working ones. Mat had set them up somewhere across the river. It was difficult to see an exact position because of the smoke. By the sound, there were only half a dozen or so, but the damage they caused was enormous, particularly considering the distance. A burst of red light from nearby atop the heights launched toward the smoke of the dragons. Gawain smiled. "Thank you kindly." He put his hand on his sword. Time to test just how good these rings worked. He dashed, low and quick, out of cover. Most of the Trollocs were piling down the slope, loping toward the dry riverbed. Crossbow bolts and arrows assaulted them, and another round of dragon fire came from a slightly different location. Cawthon had the dragons moving, and Demandred had trouble pinpointing them. Gawain ran between howling shadow spawn. The ground thumped like a beating heart from the impacts along the ground behind him. Smoke whipped around him, thick in his throat. His hands had been blackened, and he assumed his face had been as well. He hoped that would keep him hidden. Trollocs turned about, screeching or grunting, but none of them fixed upon him. They knew something had passed, but to them he was merely a blur. Egwene's anger poured through the bond. Gawain smiled. He had not expected her to be pleased. As he ran, arrows slicing the earth around him, he found peace with his choice. Once, perhaps, he would have done this for the pride of the battle and the chance to pit himself against Demandred. That was not his heart now. His heart was the need. Someone had to fight this creature. Someone had to kill him, or they would lose this battle. They could all see it. Risking Egwene or Loghain would be too great a gamble. Gawain could be risked. No one would send him to do this, no one would dare. But it was necessary. He had a chance to change things, to really matter. He did it for Andor, for Egwene, for the world itself. Ahead, Demandred bellowed his now familiar challenge. "Send me Althor, not these so-called dragons." Another streak of fire flew from him. Gawain passed the charging Trollocs and came up behind a large group of Sharans with strange bows, almost as big as those of the two rivers. They surrounded a mounted man in interlinking armor of coins, bound at holes in the centers, with a gorget and arm guards. The faceplate on his fearsome helmet was open. That proud face was eerily familiar to Gawain, handsome and imperious. This will have to be quick, Gawain thought, and Light, I'd better not give him a chance to channel. The Sharan archers stood at the ready, but only two of them turned as Gawain slipped between them. Gawain pulled his knife from his belt sheath. He'd have to drag Demandred off his horse, then go for the face with his knife. It felt like a coward's attack, but it was the best way. Trip him, and Gawain could... Demandred spun suddenly and looked toward Gawain. A second later, the man thrust his hand forward and a beam of white-hot fire, thin as a twig, shot for Gawain. It missed, striking just beside Gawain as he leaped away. Cracks opened all across the ground nearby. Deep, black cracks that seemed to open into eternity itself. Gawain leaped forward, cutting at Demandred's saddle. So fast. These rings let him react, while Demandred was still staring in confusion. The saddle came off, and Gawain rammed his knife into the horse's side. The beast screamed and reared, throwing Demandred backward, saddle and all. Gawain leaped, bloodied knife out, as the horse bolted, and the Sharan archers cried out. He loomed over Demandred, knife raised in two hands. The Forsaken's body suddenly jolted, and the man was pushed to the side. Air blew about the blackened ground, raising flakes of ash as weaves of air caught Demandred and spun him about, depositing him on his feet with a clink, sword unsheathed. The Forsaken crouched and released another weave. Gawain felt air spinning next to him, as if threads of it had tried to grab him. He was too quick, and Demandred obviously had trouble hitting him because of the rings. Gawain backed away and switched his knife to his offhand, unsheathing his sword in his right. "So," Demandred said, "an assassin. And Lews Therin always spoke of the honor of facing a man face to face." "I wasn't sent by the Dragon Reborn." "With Night's shade surrounding you, a weave that none from this age remember? Do you know that what Lews Therin has done to you will leak your life away? You are dead, little man." "Then you can join me in the grave," Gawain said. Demandred stood up, taking his sword in two hands in an unfamiliar battle stance. He seemed able to track Gawain somewhat despite the rings, but his responses were a hair slower than they should have been. Apple blossoms in the wind with 3 quick strikes forced Demandred back. Several Sharans came forward with swords, but Demandred raised a gauntleted hand to warn them off. He did not smile at Gawain. This man did not seem as if he ever smiled, but he performed something that was similar to lightning of 3 prongs. Gawain replied with the boar rushes down the mountain. Demandred was good. With the edge granted by the rings, Gawain narrowly escaped Demandred's riposte. The two danced through a small circle of open ground guarded by the watching Sharans. Distant booms threw iron spheres at the hillside, making the ground shake. There were only a few dragons still firing, but they seemed to be concentrating on this position. Gawain grunted, throwing himself into Storm Shakes the Branch, trying to push inside Demandred's guard. He would need to be close and ram his sword into the armpit or between the seams of the coin armor. Demandred responded with skill and finesse. Gawain was soon sweating beneath his mail. He felt faster than he'd ever been, his reactions like the darting movements of a hummingbird. Yet try as he did, he could not land a hit. "Who are you, little man?" Demandred growled, walking back with sword raised at his side. "You fight well." "Gawain Trakand." "The little queen's brother," Demandred said. "You realize who I am. A murderer." "And your dragon has not murdered," Demandred said. "Has your sister never killed to keep, dare I say, seize her throne?" "That's different." "So everyone always says." Demandred stepped forward. His sword forms were smooth, his back always straight but relaxed, and he used the broad, sweeping movements of a dancer. He had absolute mastery of his sword. Gawain had not heard that Demandred was known for his swordsmanship, but this man was as good as any man Gawain had ever faced. Better, truly. Gawain performed cat dances on the wall, a beautiful sweeping sword form that matched Demandred's. Then he ducked in with the serpent's tongue dances, hoping his previous form would have lulled Demandred into letting a thrust slip past. Something crashed into Gawain, throwing him to the ground. He rolled, coming up in a crouch. His breathing grew labored. He did not feel pain because of the rings, but he had probably broken a rib. "A rock," Gawain thought. He channeled and brought a rock in to hit me. He had trouble hitting Gawain with weaves because of the shadows, but something large could be tossed at the shadows and still hit him. "You cheat," Gawain said with a sneer. "Cheat?" Demandred asked. "Are there rules, little swordsman? As I recall, you tried to stab me in the back while hiding in a shroud of darkness." Gawain breathed in and out, holding his side. A dragon's iron sphere thumped into the ground just a short distance away, then exploded. The blast ripped apart some Sharans, their bodies shielding Gawain and Demandred from the brunt of the blast. The soil rained down like a spray of surf on the deck of a ship. At least one of the dragons was still working. "You name me a murderer," Demandred said, "and I am. I am also your savior, whether you wish it or not." "You're mad." "Hardly." Demandred walked around him, cutting the air with a few sweeps of his sword. "That man you follow, Lews Therin Telamon, he is mad. He thinks he can defeat the Great Lord. He cannot. That is simple fact." "You'd have us join the Shadow instead?" "Yes." Demandred's eyes were cold. "If I kill Lews Therin, in victory I will be given the right to remake the world as I wish. The Great Lord cares nothing for rule. The only way to protect this world is to destroy it, and then shelter its people. Is that not what your dragon claims he can do?" "Why do you keep calling him my dragon?" Gawain said, then spat blood to the side. The rings, they urged him forward. His limbs pulsed with strength, energy. Fight. Kill. "You follow him," Demandred said. "I do not." "Lies," Demandred said. "Or perhaps you are simply fooled. I know that Lews Therin leads this army. At first I was uncertain, but no longer. That weave about you is proof enough, but I have a greater one. No mortal general has such skill as this day has shown. I face a true master on the battlefield. Perhaps Lews Therin wears the Mask of Mirrors, or perhaps he leads by sending messages to this Cothan through the One Power. It does not matter, I see the truth. I dice with Lews Therin this day. I was always the better general. I will prove it here. I would have you tell that to Lews Therin, but you will not live long enough, little swordsman. Prepare yourself. Demandred raised his sword. Gawain stood, dropping his knife, taking his sword in two hands. Demandred stalked toward him, using forms that were different from those Gawain knew. They were still familiar enough for him to counter, but despite his greater speed, time and time again Demandred caught his sword and deflected it harmlessly to the side. The man did not strike. He barely moved, feet set wide apart, sword in two hands, battering aside each and every attack Gawain hurled at him. The dove takes flight, the falling leaf, leopard's caress. Gawain gritted his teeth, growling through them. The rings should have been enough. Why weren't the rings enough? Gawain stepped back, then ducked backward as another stone came hurtling toward him. It missed him by inches. Thank the light for these rings, he thought. You fight with skill, Demandred said. For one of this age. But you still wield your sword, little man. What else would I do? Become the sword yourself, Demandred said, as if baffled that Gawain did not understand. Gawain growled and came in again, battering at Demandred. Gawain was still faster. Demandred didn't attack. He was on the defensive then, although he didn't retreat. He just stood there, turning aside each blow. Demandred closed his eyes. Gawain smiled, then thrust in Black Lance's last strike. Demandred's sword became a blur. Something struck Gawain. He gasped, pulling to a stop. He wobbled and fell to his knees, looking down at a hole in his gut. Demandred had thrust straight through the mail, then pulled his sword free in a single fluid motion. Why can't I feel anything? If you do survive this and see Lews Therin, Demandred said, tell him I am very much looking forward to a match between the two of us, sword against sword. I have improved since we last met. Demandred whipped his sword around, catching the back of the blade in the crook between his thumb and forefinger. He pulled the sword across, stripping the blood from the steel and splattering it to the ground. He slid the weapon into his sheath. He shook his head, then released a ball of fire toward a still-firing dragon. It fell silent. Demandred strode away along the edge of the steep slope facing the river, his Sharan guard forming around him. Gawain collapsed to the ground, stunned, spurting his life onto the burned grass. He tried to hold in the blood through trembling fingers. Somehow Gawain managed to push himself up to his knees. His heart cried out. He needed to return to Egwene. He began to crawl, blood mixing with the earth beneath him as it seeped from his wound. Through eyes clouded with cold perspiration, he spotted several cavalry mounts 20 paces ahead, poking at blackened tufts of grass at their feet and tethered to a picket line. After minutes of struggle, an impossible interval of time that left him drained, he pulled himself up onto the back of the first horse he could reach and untether. Gawain hunched over, dazed, grasping its mane in one hand. Summoning his remaining strength, he kicked his heel into the animal's ribcage.
"My lady," Mandevwyn said to Faile, "I have known those two men for years. They are not without a few spots in their past. No man comes to the band without a few of those, but light provide, they are not dark friends." Faile ate her midday rations in silence, listening with as much patience as she could muster to Mandevwyn's protests. She wished Perrin were here so she could have a good argument. She felt as if she would burst from pressure. They were close to Thakandar, horribly close. The black sky rumbled with lightning, and they hadn't seen a living creature, dangerous or not, in days. Nor had they seen Vannin or Harnan again, though Faile set a double guard each night. The minions of the Dark One did not give up. She now carried the horn in a large bag, tied to her waist. The others knew it, and moved between pride in their duty and horror at the import of it. At least she shared that with them now. "My lady," Mandevwin said, kneeling down. "Vannin is out there nearby somewhere. He is a very gifted scout, the best in the band. We will not see him unless he wants us to, but I would swear that he is following us. Where else would he go? Perhaps if I call out to him, invite him in to tell his story so we can resolve this." "I will consider it, Mandevwin," Fail said. He nodded. The one-eyed man was a good commander, but had the imagination of a brick. Uncomplicated men assumed others to have uncomplicated motivations, and he could not imagine someone like Vannin or Harnan helping the band for so long, under orders, undoubtedly, to avoid suspicion, only to now do something so terrible. At least now she knew that she hadn't been worried without cause. That look of pure terror in Vannin's eyes when he'd been caught was confirmation enough, if catching him with the horn in his hands hadn't been. She had not expected two dark friends, and they had outsmarted her in their thievery. However, they had also underestimated the dangers of the Blight. She hated to think what would have happened if they hadn't drawn the attention of the bear thing. Fail would have remained in her tent, anticipating the arrival of thieves who had already disappeared with one of the most powerful artifacts in the world. The sky rumbled. Dark Sheol Ghul loomed ahead, rising out of the valley of Thakandar in a range of smaller mountains. The air had grown chill, almost wintry. Reaching that peak would be difficult, but one way or another she was going to bring this horn to the forces of the light for the last battle. She rested her fingers on the sack at her side, feeling the metal within. Nearby, Olver scampered across the lifeless gray rock of the blasted lands, wearing his knife at his belt like a sword. Perhaps she should not have brought him. Then again, boys his age in the borderlands learned to run messages and carry supplies to besieged forts. They wouldn't go out with a warband or be given a post until they were at least 12, but their training started much earlier. "My lady." Fail looked toward Salanda and Arala as they approached. Fail had put Salanda in charge of the scouts, now that Vannin had revealed himself. The pale little woman looked less like an Aiel than many of the others in Shah Fail, but the attitude helped. "Yes." "Movement, my lady," Salanda said softly. "What?" Fail stood. "What kind?" "Some kind of caravan." "In the blasted lands?" Fail asked. "Show me." It wasn't just a caravan. There was a village out there. Fail could make it out through the looking glass, though only as a smudge of darkness to indicate buildings. It was settled into the foothills near Thakandar. A village. Light! Fail moved the looking glass down to where a caravan crept across the bleak landscape, heading toward a supply station set up a good distance outside the village. "They're doing what we did," she whispered. "What's that, my lady?" Arala lay on her stomach beside Fail. Mandevwin was on her other side, peering through his own looking glass. "It's a central supply station," Fail explained, looking over the stacks of boxes and bundles of arrows. "Shadowspawn can't move through gateways, but their supplies can. They needn't have carried arrows and replacement weapons as part of the invasion. Instead, the supplies are being collected here, then sent to the battlefields when needed." Indeed, down below, a ribbon of light announced a gateway opening. A large train of dirty-looking men trudged through it with packs on their backs, followed by dozens of others pulling small carts. "Wherever those supplies are going," Fail said slowly, "there will be fighting nearby. Those carts carry arrows, but no food, as the Trollocs are dragging corpses away to feast on each night." "So, if we could slip through one of those gateways," Mandevwin said. Arala snorted, as if the conversation were a joke. She looked at Fail and the smile slipped from her lips. "You're serious? Both of you?" "We are still a long hike from Thakandar," Fail said. "And that village blocks our way. It might be easier to sneak through one of those gateways than try to work our way into the valley. We'd end up behind enemy lines." "We're already behind their lines," Fail said grimly. "So nothing would change there." Arla fell silent. "That will be a problem," Mandavwin said softly, turning his looking glass. "Look at the fellows approaching the camp from the village." Fail raised her looking glass again. "Aiel?" she whispered. "Light! The Shaido have joined with the forces of the Dark One?" "Even the Shaido dogs would not do that," Arla said, then spat to the side. The newcomers did look different. They wore their veils up, as if for killing, but the veils were red. Either way, sneaking past Aiel would be nearly impossible. Likely only the fact that her group was so distant had saved them from discovery. That, and the fact that no one would expect to find a group like Fail's here. "Back," Fail said, inching back down the hillside. "We need to do some planning."
Perrin awoke feeling as if he had been tossed into a lake during winter. He gasped. "Lie down, you fool," Janina said, putting her hand on his arm. The flaxen-haired wise one looked as exhausted as he felt. He was in some place soft, too soft. A nice bed, clean sheets. Outside the windows, waves broke gently against a shore and gulls called. He also heard moans echoing from some place nearby. "Where am I?" Perrin asked. "At my palace," Berelain said. She stood near the doorway, and he hadn't noticed her before. The first wore her diadem, the hawk in flight, and had on a crimson dress with yellow trim. The room was lavish, with gold and bronze on the mirrors, windows, and bedposts. "I might add," Berelain said, "that this is a somewhat familiar situation for me, Lord Ebara. I took precautions this time, in case you were wondering." "Precautions?" Perrin sniffed the air. "Uno?" He could smell the man. Indeed, Berelain nodded to the side, and Perrin turned to find Uno sitting in a chair nearby, his arm in a sling. "Uno, what happened to you?" Perrin asked. "Bloody Trollocs happened to me," Uno grumbled. "Waiting my turn for healing." "Those with life-threatening wounds are healed first," Janina said. She was the most accomplished of the wise ones at healing. She'd apparently decided to stay with the Aes Sedai and Berelain. "You, Perrin Ebara, were healed to the point of survival. Only just to the point of survival. It wasn't until now that we could take care of the wounds that did not threaten your life." "Wait," Perrin said. He struggled to sit. Light, he was exhausted. "How long have I been here?" 10 hours, Berelain said. 10 hours? I have to go. The fighting... "The fighting will continue without you," Berelain said. "I'm sorry." Perrin growled softly. So tired. Moiraine knew a method of wiping away a man's fatigue. Do you know this, Janina? "I wouldn't do it for you if I did," Janina said. "You need sleep, Perrin Ebara. Your participation in the last battle is over." Perrin gritted his teeth, then moved to stand. "Step out of that bed," Janina said, turning her eyes toward him, "and I'll bundle you in air and leave you hanging there for hours." Perrin's first instinct was to shift away. He began forming the thought in his head, and felt foolish. He'd somehow returned to the real world. He couldn't shift here. He was as helpless as a babe. He leaned back in his bed, frustrated. "Be of good cheer, Perrin," Berelain said softly, walking up to the bed. "You should be dead, How did you reach that battlefield? If Harald Luhan and his men hadn't spotted you lying there..." Perrin shook his head. What he'd done defied explanation for one who did not know the wolf dream. "What is happening, Berylane? The war. Our armies." She pursed her lips. "I can smell the truth on you," Perrin said. "Worry, anxiety." He sighed. "I saw that the battlefronts had moved. If the Two Rivers men are at the field of Marilor as well, all three of our armies have been pushed back to the same place. Everyone but those at Thakandar." "We don't know how the Lord Dragon is doing," she said softly, gliding onto a stool beside his bed. Beside the wall, Janina took Uno by the arm. He shivered as the healing coursed through him. "Rand still fights," Perrin said. "Too much time has passed," she said. There was something she wasn't telling him, something she was dancing around. He could smell it on her. "Rand still fights," Perrin repeated. "If he had lost, we wouldn't be here." He leaned back, exhaustion deep in his bones. Light. He couldn't just lie here while men died, could he? "Time is different at the Boar. I visited it and saw firsthand. It has been many days out here, but I'll bet it has only been a day for Rand, maybe less." "That is well. I will pass what you say to the others." "Berylane," Perrin said, "I need you to do something for me. I sent Elias with a message to our armies, but I don't know if he delivered it. Grendel is interfering with the minds of our great captains. Will you find out for me if his message arrived?" "It arrived," she said. "Almost too late, but it arrived. You did well. Sleep now, Perrin." She rose. "Berylane?" he asked. She turned back to him. "Fail," he said. "What of Fail?" Her anxiety sharpened. "No." "Her supply caravan was destroyed in a bubble of evil, Perrin," Berylane said softly. "I'm sorry." "Was her body recovered?" he forced himself to ask. "No." "Then she still lives." She still lives," Perrin insisted. He would have to assume that was true. If he didn't... "There is, of course, hope," she said, then walked to Uno, who was flexing his healed arm, and nodded for him to join her as she left the room. Janina was puttering around the washstand. Perrin could still hear moaning in the hallways outside, and the place smelled of healing herbs and of pain. Light, he thought. Fail's caravan carried the horn. Did the Shadow now have it? And Gaul. He had to return to Gaul. He'd left the men in the wolf dream guarding Rand's back. If Perrin's exhaustion was any guide, Gaul couldn't hold much longer. Perrin felt as if he could sleep for weeks. Janina returned to his bedside, then shook her head. "There is no good purpose in trying to force yourself to hold your eyes open, Perrin Aybara." "I have too much to do, Janina. Please. I need to return to the battlefield and..." "You will stay here, Perrin Aybara. You are of no use to anyone in your state, and will gain no G by trying to prove otherwise. If the blacksmith who brought you here knew I'd let you stumble off and die on the battlefield, I believe he'd come try to hang me out the window by my heels." She hesitated. "And that one, I almost think he could manage it." "Master Luhan," Perrin said, recalling faintly those moments before he blacked out. "He was there. He found me?" "He saved your life," Janina said. "That man threw you on his back and ran you to an Aes Sedai for a gateway. You were seconds from death when he arrived. Considering your size, just lifting you was some feat." "I don't really need sleep," Perrin said, feeling his eyes droop. I need to get..." "I'm sure you do," Janina said. Perrin let his eyes shut. That would convince her that he was going to do as she said. Then, when she left, he could stand up. "I'm sure you do," Janina repeated, her voice growing softer for some reason. Sleep, he thought. I'm falling asleep. Again, he saw the 3 paths before himself. This time, one led to ordinary sleep, another to the wolf dream while sleeping, the path he usually took. And between them, a 3rd path, the wolf dream in the flesh. He was sorely tempted, but in the moment he chose not to take that path. He chose ordinary sleep, as, in a moment of understanding, he knew that his body would die without it. Andral lay, gasping for breath, staring up at the sky somewhere far from the battlefield, following their flight from the top of the heights. That attack, it had been so powerful. "What was that?" he sent to Bavara. "It wasn't Taim," she replied, standing up, dusting off her skirts. "I think it was Dimandret." "I purposely brought us to a place far from where he was fighting." "Yes. How dare he move and interfere with the group of channelers attacking his forces?" Andral sat up, groaning. "You know, Bavara, you are unusually smart-lipped for an Aes Sedai." He was surprised by her amusement. "You don't know Aes Sedai nearly as well as you assume." She walked over to check on Imaran's wounds. Andral took a deep breath, filled with the sense of autumn. Fallen leaves, stagnant water, an autumn that had come too early. Their hillside looked down on a valley where, in defiance of the way the world was going, some farmers had tilled the earth in large squares. Nothing had grown. Nearby, Theodrin pulled herself up. "It's madness back there," she said, her face flushed. Andral could feel Bavara's disapproval. The girl should not have been so free with her emotions. She hadn't learned proper Aes Sedai control yet. "She isn't a proper Aes Sedai," Bavara sent him, reading his thoughts. "Regardless of what the Amarlen claims, she hasn't been through the testing yet." Theodrin seemed to know what Bavara thought, and the two kept their distance from one another. Bavara healed Imaran, who took it stoically. Theodrin healed a cut on Joneth's arm. He seemed bemused at the motherly ministration. "She'll have him bonded before long," Bavara sent him. "Notice how she let one of the other women take her one of the 50, then started following him about? We've barely been rid of her since the Black Tower." "What if he bonds her back?" Andral said. "Then we'll see if what you and I have is unique or not." Bavara hesitated. "We are stumbling upon things that have never been known." He met her eyes. She was referring to whatever had happened during their linking this last time. She had opened a gateway, but had done it as he would have. "We're going to need to try that again," he sent her. "Shortly," she said, delving Imaran to be certain her healing had taken. "I'm quite all right, Bavara Sedai," he said, courteous as always. "And if I might note, you seem as if you could use some healing of your own." She looked down at the burned cloth on her arm. She was still timid about letting a man heal her, but also annoyed at her own timidity. "Thank you," she said, her voice level as she let him touch her arm and channel. Andral hooked the small tin cup from his belt and absently lifted his hand, fingers downward. He pressed his fingers as if pinching something between them, and when he spread them, a small gateway opened in the middle. Water poured out, filling the cup. Bavara sat down beside him, accepting the cup as he offered it. She drank, then sighed. "As cool as mountain spring water." "That's what it is," Andral said. "That reminds me. I've been meaning to ask you something. How do you do that?" "Do this?" he said. "It's just a small gateway." "That's not what I mean, Andral. You've just got here. You couldn't possibly have had time to memorize this area well enough to open a gateway to some mountain spring hundreds of miles away." Andral stared blankly at Bavara, as if he had just heard a surprising piece of news. I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with my talent. I see. Pevara was silent a moment. By the way, what happened to your sword? Andral reached by reflex to his side. The sheath hung there, empty. He'd dropped his sword when the lightning had struck near them, and he hadn't had the presence of mind to grab it as they fled. He groaned. Garfin would send me to grind barley at the quartermaster's for weeks straight if he heard of this. It's not that important, Pevara said. You have better weapons. It's the principle, Andral said. Carrying a sword reminds me. It's like, well, seeing a net reminds me of fishing around Mayan, and spring water reminds me of Jane. Small things. But small things matter. I need to be a soldier again. We have to find Taim, Pevara. The seals. Well, we can't find him the way we've been trying. Do you agree? He sighed, but nodded. Excellent, she said. I hate being a target. What do we do instead? We approach this with careful study, not with swinging swords. She probably had a point. And what we did. Pevara, you used my talent. We shall see, she said, sipping from her cup. Now, if only this were tea. Andral raised his eyebrows. He took the cup back, opened a small gateway between two fingers, and dropped a few dried tea leaves into the cup. He boiled it for a moment with a thread of fire, then dropped in some honey through another gateway. Had some back in my workshop in the Black Tower, he said, handing the cup back. It looks like nobody moved it. She sipped the tea, then smiled warmly. Andral, you are wonderful. He smiled. Light. How long had it been since he'd felt this way about a woman? Love was supposed to be something for young fools, wasn't it? Of course, the young fools never could see straight. They'd look for a pretty face and stop there. Andral had been around long enough to know that a pretty face was nothing compared to the type of solidity a woman like Pevara displayed. Control, steadiness, determination. These were things that only proper seasoning could bring. It was the same way with leather. New leather was fine, but really good leather was leather that had been used and worn, like a strap that had been cared for over the years. You never knew for certain if you could rely on a new strap. Once it had been your companion for a few seasons, you knew. I'm trying to read that thought, Pevara said. Did you just compare me to an old strap of leather? He blushed. I assume it's a leather worker's thing. She sipped her tea. Well, you keep comparing me to... what is it? A bunch of little figurines? She smiled. My family. The ones killed by dark friends. I'm sorry. It happened very, very long ago, Andral. He could sense that she was still angry about it, though. Light, he said. I keep forgetting that you're older than most trees, Pevara. She said. First I'm a strap of leather, now I'm older than trees. I assume that despite the several dozen jobs you've had in your life, none of your training involves how to speak with a lady? He shrugged. When younger, he might have been embarrassed to have his tongue tied in such knots, but he'd learned that there was just no way to avoid it. Trying to do so only made it worse. Oddly, the way he reacted pleased her. Women liked to see a man flummoxed, he supposed. Her mirth died down, however, as she happened to glance at the sky. He was reminded suddenly of the empty fields below, the dead trees, the growling thunder. This was not a time for mirth, not a time for love. For some reason, though, he found himself clinging to both precisely because of that. We should be moving soon, he said. What is your plan? Taim will always be surrounded by minions. If we continue attacking as we have, we'll be cut to ribbons before we can get to him. We need to reach him stealthily. And how are we going to manage that? That depends. How crazy can you be, if the situation warrants? The valley of Thakandar had become a place of smoke, mayhem, and death. Ruark stalked through it, Trask and Baelder at his sides. They were brothers of his from the Red Shields. He had never met these two before coming to this place, but they were brothers nonetheless, and their bond had been sealed by the spilled blood of Shadowspawn and traitors. Lightning broke the air, striking nearby. As Ruark walked, his feet crunched on sand that had been turned to shards of glass by the lightning. He reached cover, some Trolloc corpses in a pile, and crouched down, Trask and Baelder joining him. The tempest had finally come, furious winds assaulting the valley, nearly enough to pull the veil from his face. It was difficult to make out anything. The fog had blown away, but the sky had darkened and the storm kicked up dust and smoke. Many people fought in prowling packs. There were no more battle lines. Earlier in the day, a Myrddraal attack and an all-out Trolloc assault afterward had finally broken the defenders' hold on the mouth of the valley. The Tyrans and Dragonsworn had pulled back into the valley toward Shale Ghul, and now most of them fought near the base of the mountain. Fortunately, the Trollocs that had piled through didn't have overwhelming numbers. The killing in the pass and the long siege had reduced the numbers of Trollocs at Thakandar. In all, the Trollocs remaining probably equaled the number of defenders. That still would be a problem, but in his opinion, the honorless who wore red veils were a far greater threat. Those roved across the expanse of the valley, as did the Aiel. In this open killing field, obscured with fog and swirling dust to ruin visibility, Ruark hunted. Occasionally, he would run across Trollocs in groups, but most had been driven by the Fades to fight the regular forces, the Tyrans and Domani. Ruark waved to his brothers, and they moved through the tempest along one side of the valley. The light said that the regular forces and the Channelers could hold the path up to the mountain where the Karakarn fought Sightblinder. Randall Thor would need to complete his battle soon, but Ruark suspected it would not be long before the Shadow won this valley. He and his brothers passed a group of Aiel dancing the spears with the traitors who wore red veils. While many of the red veils could channel, it seemed that none in this group could. Ruark and his two leaped into the dance, spears thrusting. These red veils fought well. Trask woke from the dream during this fight, though he slew one of the red veils as he fell. The skirmish ended when the remaining red veils fled. Ruark killed one of them with the bow, and Baelder downed another, shooting men in the back. It was a thing they would not have done if fighting true Aiel. These creatures were worse than Shadowspawn. The three remaining Aiel they had helped nodded in thanks. They joined with him and Baelder, and together they moved back toward the Pit of Doom to check on the defenses there. Thankfully, the army at this place still held. Many were of Dragonsworn who had come to the battle last, and who were made up primarily of common men and women. Yes, there were some Aes Sedai among them, even some Aiel and a couple of Ashaman. However, most of them held old swords that hadn't seen use in years, or staffs that had probably once been farming tools. They fought like cornered wolves against the Trollocs. Ruark shook his head. If the Tree Killers had fought so savagely, perhaps Layman would still have his throne. A bolt of lightning came from the air, killing a number of the defenders. Ruark blinked the flash from his eyes, turned to the side, and scanned the surroundings through the blowing winds. There. He motioned for his brothers to stay behind, then slipped forward in a crouch. He grabbed a handful of the gray ash-like dust that covered the ground and rubbed it into his clothing and onto his face. The wind whipped some of it from his fingers. He went prone on the ground, a dagger clenched in his jaw. His prey stood atop a small hill, watching the fight. One of the red veils, with his veil down, grinning. The creature's teeth were not filed to points. The ones with teeth filed to points could all channel. Some without teeth like that could as well. Ruark did not know what that meant. This fellow was a channeler, revealed as he summoned fire like a spear and launched it toward fighting Tyrans nearby. Ruark crept forward slowly, inching along the ground in a depression in the rocks. He was forced to watch the Red Veil killing defender after defender, but he did not speed up. He continued his excruciatingly slow crawl, listening to the fire sizzle as the Red Veil stood with hands behind his back, weaves of the One Power striking around him. The Red Veil didn't see him. Though some of these men fought like Aiel, many did not. They were not quiet as they stalked and did not seem to know the bow or the spear as well as they should. Men like the one in front of him, Ruark doubted they had ever had to move quietly, sneak up on a foe, kill a deer in the wilderness. Why would they want to, when they could channel? The man didn't notice as Ruark slid around a Trolloc corpse near the Red Veil's feet, then reached out and sliced the man's hamstrings. He dropped with a cry, and before he could channel further, Ruark cut his throat, then slipped back into hiding between two corpses. Two Trollocs came to see what the fuss was. Ruark killed the first, then dropped the second, even as it turned, before they had a chance to see him. Then, once again, he melted into the landscape. No more Shadowspawn came to investigate, so Ruark retreated back toward his men. As he moved, rising to a crouching run, he passed a small pack of wolves finishing off a pair of Trollocs. The wolves turned to him, muzzles bloodied and ears raised. They let him pass, moving silently out into the storm of wind to find other prey. Wolves. They had come with the Rainless Tempest and now fought alongside men. Ruark did not know much of how the overall battle was going. He could see that some of King Darlin's troops in the distance still held formation. The crossbowmen had set up next to the Dragonsworn. Last Ruark had seen, they'd nearly run out of bolts, and the strange steam-belching wagons that had been delivering supplies now lay in ruins. Aes Sedai and Ashaman continued to channel against the onslaught, but not with the energy he had seen from them earlier. The Aiel did what they did best: kill. So long as those armies held the pathway to Rand al'Thor, perhaps that would be enough. Perhaps something hit him. He gasped, falling to his knees. He looked up, and someone beautiful stepped through the storm to inspect him. She had wonderful eyes, though the two were offset from one another. He'd never before realized how horribly balanced everyone else's eyes were. Thinking of it nauseated him, and all other women had too much hair on their heads. This creature with thinning hair was far more marvelous. She neared, wonderful, amazing, incredible. She touched his chin as he knelt on the ground, and her fingertips were as soft as clouds. "Yes, you'll do," she said. "Come, my pet. Join the others." She gestured toward a group following her. Several wise ones, a pair of Aes Sedai, a man with a spear. Ruark growled. Would this man try to take the affection of his beloved? He would kill the man for that. He would... His mistress chuckled. "And Moradin thinks this face a punishment. Well, you don't care what face I wear, do you, my pet?" Her voice grew softer, and at the same time harsher. "When I'm through, nobody will. Moradin himself will praise my beauty, for he will see through eyes that I grant him. Just like you, pet. Just like you." She patted Ruark. He joined her and the others and moved through the valley, leaving behind the men he had called brothers. Rand stepped forward as a roadway formed itself from threads of light in front of him. His foot fell on a bright, clean paving stone, and he passed from nothingness into majesty. The road was wide enough to let 6 wagons pass one another at a time, but no vehicles clogged the roadway. Only people, vibrant people, in colorful clothing, chatting, calling, eager. Sounds filled the emptiness, the sounds of life. Rand turned, looking at the buildings as they grew around him. Tall houses lined the thoroughfare, ribbed with columns in front. Long and thin, they abutted one another, their faces toward the roadway. Beyond them lay domes and marvels, buildings that stretched toward the sky. It was like no city he had ever seen, though the workmanship was Ogier. Partly Ogier work, that was. Nearby, workers repaired a stone facade that had broken during a storm. Thick-fingered Ogier laughed rumbling laughs as they worked alongside men. When the Ogier had come to the Two Rivers to repay Rand for his sacrifice, intending to build a monument here, the town's leaders had wisely requested help improving their city instead. Over the years, the Ogier and Two Rivers people had worked closely together, to the extent that now Two Rivers craftsmen were sought the world over. Rand walked up the roadway, moving among people from all nationalities. Domani trailing colorful, filmy clothing. Tyrans, the division between commoner and noble vanishing more and more by the day, in baggy clothing and shirts marked by striped sleeves. Seanchan wearing exotic silks. Borderlanders with noble airs. Even some Sharans. All had come to Emond's Field. The city now bore little resemblance to its name, and yet there were hints. More trees and open green spaces dotted the landscape than one would find in other great cities like Caemlyn or Tyr. In the Two Rivers, craftsmen were revered, and their marksmen were the best the world knew. An elite group of Two Rivers men, armed with the new firing sticks men were calling rifles, served with the Aiel in their peacekeeping campaigns in Shara. It was the only place war was known in the world. Oh, there were disputes here and there. The flare-up between Murendi and Tyr 5 years back had nearly given the land its first real war in the century since the last battle. Rand smiled as he moved through the crowd, not jostling, but listening with pride to the joy in people's voices. The flare-up in Murendi had been dynamic by Fourth Age standards, but in truth it had been nothing. A single disgruntled nobleman had fired on an Aiel patrol. 3 wounded, none dead. And this was the worst fighting in years outside of the Sharan campaigns. Above, sunlight broke through the thin cloud cover, bathing the roadway in light. Rand finally reached the city square, which had once been the green in Emond's Field. What to think of the quarry road now that it was wide enough to march an army down? He walked around the massive fountain at the center of the square, a monument to those who had fallen in the last battle, crafted by the Ogier. He saw familiar faces among the statuary in the center of the fountain, and turned away. Not final yet, he thought. This isn't real yet. He'd built this reality out of threads of what could be, of mirrors of the world as it now played out. It wasn't set. For the first time since entering this vision of his own design, his confidence shook. He knew the last battle wasn't a failure, but people were dying. Did he think to stop all death? All pain? This should be my fight, he thought. They shouldn't have to die. Wasn't his sacrifice enough? So he'd asked time and time again. The vision quivered, fine stones beneath his feet buzzing, buildings shaking and wavering. The people stopped in place, motionless, sound dying. Down a small side street, he saw a darkness appear like a pinprick that expanded, engulfing everything near it, sucking them in. It grew to be the size of one of the houses, slowly expanding. "Your dream is weak, adversary." Rand asserted his will, and the quivering stopped. People who had frozen in place resumed walking, and the comfortable chatter sprang up again. Soft wind blew down the walkway, rustling banners on poles proclaiming celebration. "I will see that it happens," Rand said to the darkness. "This is your failing. Happiness, growth, love." "These people are mine now. I will take them." "You are darkness," Rand said loudly. "Darkness cannot push back light. Darkness exists only when light fails, when it flees. I will not fail. I will not flee. You cannot win so long as I bar your paths, Shaitan.
We shall see.
Rand turned from the darkness and continued doggedly around the fountain. On the other side of the square, a large set of majestic white steps led up to a building 4 stories high and of incredible craftsmanship. Carved with reliefs, topped by a gleaming copper roof, the building was decked with banners. 100 years. 100 years of life. 100 years of peace. The woman who stood at the top of the steps had a familiarity to her features. Some Saldean heritage, but also dark curls of hair that felt distinctly 2 rivers. Lady Adora, Perrin's granddaughter and mayor of Emmonsfield. Rand walked up the steps as she gave her speech of commemoration. Nobody noticed him. He made it so that they didn't. He slipped like a gray man behind her as she proclaimed the day of celebration. Then he entered the building. It was not a government office, though it might seem so from the front. It was much more important. A school. To the right, grand hallways were hung with paintings and ornaments to rival those of any palace. But these depicted the great teachers and storytellers of the past, from Anla to Tom Marilyn. Rand strolled that hallway, looking in at rooms where any could come and gain knowledge, from the poorest farmer to the children of the mayor. The building had to be large to accommodate all who wanted to learn.
Your paradise is flawed, adversary.
Darkness hung in a mirror to Rand's right. It reflected not the hallway, but instead his presence.
You think you can eliminate suffering. Even if you win, you will not. On those perfect streets, men are still murdered at night. Children go hungry despite the efforts of your minions. The wealthy exploit and corrupt. They merely do so quietly.
It is better, Rand whispered. It is good.
It is not enough, and will never be enough. Your dream is flawed. Your dream is a lie. I am the only honesty your world has ever known.
The Dark One attacked him. It came like a storm, a burst of wind so terrible it threatened to rip Rand's skin from his bones. He stood tall, eyes toward the nothing, crossing his arms behind his back. The attack ripped away the vision, the beautiful city, the laughing people, the monument to learning and peace. The Dark One consumed it, and once again, it became mere possibility.
Sylviana held the one power, felt it flooding her, lighting the world. When she held Saidar, she felt as if she could see all. It was a glorious feeling, so long as she acknowledged that it was merely a feeling. It was not truth. The lure of Saidar's power had coaxed many a woman into foolhardy gestures. Certainly many blues had made them, at one point or another. Sylviana sculpted fire from horseback, leveling Sharan soldiers. She had trained her gelding Stinger to never be skittish around channeling. "Archers, fall back!" Chubane yelled from just behind her. "Go, go! Heavy infantry companies, advance!" The armored foot soldiers marched past Sylviana with axes and maces to confront the disoriented Sharans on the slopes. Pikes would have been better, but they didn't have nearly enough of those for everyone. She wove one more burst of fire into the enemy, preparing the way, then turned her attention to the Sharan archers higher up on the slope. Once Egwene's forces had rounded the bogs, they had split into 2 assault groups. The Aes Sedai had moved in with the White Tower infantry, attacking Sharans on the heights from the west. By this time, the fires had been extinguished, and most of the Trollocs had moved off the heights to attack below. The other half of Egwene's army, mainly cavalry, were sent into the corridor that skirted the bogs and led toward the ford. They attacked the vulnerable rear flanks of the Trollocs that had come down the slopes to hit Elaine's troops defending the area around the ford. The first group's main job was to make its way up the western slope. Silviana began aiming a careful series of lightning blasts at the Sharans who were advancing to repel them. "Once the infantry has forced its way up the slope a ways," Chubane said from beside Egwene, "we'll have the Aes Sedai start—" "Mother?" Chubane's voice had risen. Silviana spun on horseback, looking with alarm at Egwene. The Amyrlin wasn't channeling. Her face had grown pale and she was trembling. Was she being attacked by a weave? Not one Silviana could see. Figures gathered at the top of the slope, pushing aside the Sharan infantry. They began to channel, and lightning fell on the White Tower army, each with a crack shattering the air and a flash of light bright enough to stun. "Mother!" Silviana kneed her horse up beside Egwene's mount. Demandred must be attacking her. Touching the sa'angreal in Egwene's hands for an extra boost of power, Silviana wove a gateway. The Shanshan woman who rode behind Egwene grabbed the Amyrlin's reins and yanked the horse to safety through the gateway. Silviana followed, yelling, "Stand against those Sharans! Warn the male channelers of Demandred's attack on the Amyrlin's seat!" "No," Egwene said weakly, wavering in her saddle as the horses clopped into a large tent. Silviana would have liked to take her farther away, but she had not known the area well enough for a long jump. "No, it's not." "What's wrong?" Silviana asked, pulling up beside her and letting the gateway vanish. "Mother?" "It's Gawyn," she said, pale, trembling. "He's been hurt. Badly. He's dying, Silviana." Oh, light, Silviana thought. Warders. She had feared something like this from the moment she'd seen that fool boy. "Where?" Silviana asked. "On the heights. I'm going to find him. I'll use gateways. Travel in his direction." "Light, Mother," Silviana said. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that will be? Stay here and lead the White Tower. I will try to find him." "You can't sense him." "Pass his bond to me." Egwene froze. "You know it is the right thing to do," Silviana said. "If he dies, it could destroy you. Let me have his bond. It will let me find him, and it will protect you, should he die." Egwene was aghast. How dare Silviana even suggest this? But then she was a red, and they concerned themselves little with warders. Silviana did not know what she was asking. "No," Egwene said. "No, I won't even consider it. Besides, if he dies, that would only protect me by shifting the pain to you. I am not the Amyrlin. No! If he dies, I will survive it and keep fighting. Jumping to him by gateway would be foolish, as you say, and I will not let you do it either. He's on the heights. We will force our way up there as ordered, and that way we can reach him. It is the best choice." Silviana hesitated, then nodded. That would do. Together they returned to the western side of the heights, but Silviana stewed. Fool man. If he died, Egwene would have a very difficult time continuing to fight. The Shadow didn't need to fell the Amyrlin herself to stop her. It just had to kill one idiot boy. "What are those Sharans doing?" Elaine asked softly. Birgitta steadied her horse, taking the looking-glass from Elaine. She raised it, looking across the dry river toward the slope of the heights, where a large number of Sharan troops had gathered. She grunted. "They're probably waiting for the Trollocs to be filled with arrows." "You don't sound very certain," Elaine said, retrieving the looking-glass. She held the one power but wasn't using it for now. Her army had been fighting here at the river for 2 hours. The Trollocs had surged into the riverbed all up and down the Mora, but her troops were holding them off from stepping onto Shienaran's soil. The bogs prevented the enemy from swinging around her left flank. Her right flank was more vulnerable and would need to be watched. It would be much worse if all the Trollocs were pushing to cross the river, but Egwene's cavalry was hitting them from behind. That took some of the pressure off her army. Men held the Trollocs back with pikes, and the small flow of water still trickling through the bed had turned completely red. Elaine sat resolute, watching and being seen by her troops. The finest of Andor bled and died, holding back the Trollocs with difficulty. The Sharran army appeared to be readying a charge off the heights, but Elaine was unconvinced they would launch an attack just yet. The White Tower assault on the western side had to be a concern to them. Mat sending Egwene's army to attack from behind the heights was a stroke of genius. "I'm not very certain of what I said," Birgitte said softly. "Not at all. Not about much anymore." Elaine frowned. She'd thought the conversation over. What was Birgitte saying? "What about your memories?" "The first thing I remember now is waking up to you and Nynaeve," Birgitte said softly. "I can remember our conversations about being in the world of dreams, but I cannot remember the place itself. It's all slipped away from me, like water between my fingers." "Oh, Birgitte," the woman shrugged. "I can't miss what I don't remember." The pain in her voice belied the words. "Gaidal?" Birgitte shook her head. "Nothing. I feel that I'm supposed to know someone by that name, but I don't." She chuckled. "Like I said, I don't know what I've lost, so it's all right." "Are you lying?" "Bloody ashes, of course I am. It's like a hole inside of me, Elaine. A deep, gaping hole, bleeding out my life and memories." She looked away. "Birgitte, I'm sorry." Birgitte turned her horse and moved off away, obviously not wanting to discuss the matter further. Her pain radiated its spikes in the back of Elaine's mind. What would it be like to lose so much? Birgitte didn't have a childhood, parents. Her entire life, all she remembered, usually spanned less than a year. Elaine started to go after her, but her guards moved aside to let Galad approach, attired in the armor, tabard, and cloak of the Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light. Elaine tightened her lips. "Galad?" "Sister," Galad said. "I assume that it would be completely futile to inform you how inappropriate it is for a woman in your condition to be on the battlefield. If we lose this war, Galad, my children will be born into captivity to the Dark One if they are born at all. I think fighting is worth the risk." "So long as you refrain from holding the sword personally," Galad said, shading his eyes to inspect the battlefield. The words implied that he was giving her permission to lead her troops. Streaks of light shot from the heights, striking at the last dragons firing from the field just behind her troops. Such strength! Demandred had power that eclipsed Rand's. If he turns that power against my troops... "Why would Cawthon bring me down here?" Galad said softly. "He wanted a dozen of my best men." "You're not asking me to guess the mind of Matrim Cawthon, are you?" Elaine asked. "I'm convinced that Mat only acts simple so that people will let him get away with more." Galad shook his head. She could see a group of his men gathered nearby. They were pointing toward the Trollocs that were slowly making their way upriver on the Arafellan bank. Elaine realized her right flank was in jeopardy. "Send for 6 companies of crossbowmen," Elaine said to Birgitte. "Gaibon needs to reinforce our troops upriver." Light. This is starting to look bad. The White Tower was out there on the west slope of the heights where the channeling was most furious. She couldn't see much of it, but she could feel it. Smoke billowed over the top of the heights, lit by splashing explosions of lightning. Like a beast of storm and hunger stirring amid the blackness, its eyes flashing as it woke. Elaine was suddenly aware of the pervasive scent of smoke in the air, the cries of pain from men. Thunder from the sky trembles in the earth, the cold air resting upon a land that would not grow, the breaking weapons, grinding of pikes against shields, the end. It really had come, and she stood upon its precipice. A messenger galloped up bearing an envelope. He gave the proper passcodes to Elaine's guard, dismounted, and was allowed to step up to her and Galad. He addressed Galad, handing the letter to him.
"From Lord Cawthon, sir. He said you'd be here."
Galad took the letter and, frowning, opened it. He slipped a sheet of paper from inside. Elaine waited patiently, to a count of 3, then moved her horse up beside Galad's mount and craned her neck to read. Honestly, one would think he'd take concern for the comfort of a pregnant woman. The letter was written in Mat's hand, and, Elaine noticed with amusement, the handwriting was much neater and the spelling much better in this one than the one he'd sent her weeks ago. Apparently the pressure of battle made Matrim Cawthon into a better clerk. "Galad, not much time to be flowery. You're the only one I trust with this mission. You'll do what is right even when nobody bloody wants you to. The Borderlanders might not have the stomach for this, but I'll bet I can trust a White Cloak. Take this. Get a gateway from Elaine. Do what has to be done. Matt." Galad frowned, then upended the envelope, dumping out something silvery. A medallion on a chain. A single Tar Valon mark slid out beside it. Elaine breathed out, then touched the medallion and channeled. She could not. This was one of the copies she'd made, one of those she'd given Matt. Melar had stolen another one. "It protects the wearer against channeling," Elaine said. "But why send it to you?" Galad turned the sheet of paper over, apparently noticing something. Written on the back in a hastier scrawl was, "P.S. In case you don't know what do what needs to be done means, it means that I want you to go bloody slaughter as many of those Sharan channelers as you can. I'll bet you a full Tar Valon mark, it's only been shaved on the sides a little, that you can't kill 20. MC." "That's bloody devious," Elaine breathed out. "Blood and bloody ashes it is." "Hardly fitting language for a monarch," Galad said, folding the message and placing it in the pocket of his cloak. He hesitated, then put the medallion around his neck. "I wonder if he knows what he's doing by giving one of the children an artifact that makes one immune to the touches of the Aes Sedai. The orders are good ones. I will see them carried out." "You can do it, then?" Elaine asked. "Kill women?" "Perhaps once I would have hesitated," Galad said. "But that would have been the wrong choice. Women are as fully capable of being evil as men. Why should one hesitate to kill one but not the other? The light does not judge one based on gender, but on the merits of the heart." "Interesting." "What is interesting?" Galad asked. "You actually said something that doesn't make me want to strangle you. Perhaps there is hope for you someday, Galad Damodred." He frowned. "This is neither the place nor the time for levity, Elaine. You should see to Gareth Bryn. He appears agitated." She turned, surprised to find the aging general speaking with her guards. "General?" she called to him. Bryn looked up, then bowed formally from horseback. "Did my guards stop you?" Elaine asked as he approached. Had word of Bryn's compulsion spread? "No, Your Majesty," he said. His horse was lathered. He'd been riding hard. I did not wish to bother you personally. Something is troubling you, Elaine said. Out with it. Your brother, has he come this way? Gawain? She asked, looking to Galad. I haven't seen him. Nor I, Galad said. The Amelin was certain he'd be with your forces, Bryn said, shaking his head. He went to fight on the front lines. Perhaps he came in disguise. Why would he? He was Gawain. He would want to fight. Yet sneaking to the front lines in disguise didn't seem like him. He might gather some men loyal to him and lead a few charges, but sneak? Gawain? It was difficult to imagine. I will spread word, Elaine said as Galad bowed to her, then withdrew on his mission. Perhaps one of my commanders has seen him.
Ah, Mat thought, face so close to the maps that it was nearly level with them. Then he waved to the side, having Mika the Damani open a gateway. Mat could have traveled to the top of Dashar Nab to get an overview. However, the last time he had done so, enemy channelers had targeted him, shearing off part of the summit. And despite being so high, Dashar Nab did not allow him to see everything happening below the western side of Polov Heights. He scrambled over, hands on the lip of the gateway in the table, inspecting the landscape below. Elaine's line at the river was being pushed back. They had run archers to their right flank. Good. Blood and bloody ashes, those Trollocs had nearly the weight behind them of a cavalry push. He'd need to send word to Elaine to get her cavalry lined up behind the pikes. Like when I fought Sana Ashroff at the Falls of Pena, he thought. Heavy cavalry, horseback archers, heavy cavalry, horseback archers. One after another. Taranda hai harchin di absene. Mat could not remember being this engaged by a battle. The fight against the Shido had not been nearly so gripping, though Mat had not been leading that battle entirely. The fight against Elbar had not been this satisfying either. Of course, that had been on a much smaller scale. Demandred knew how to gamble. Mat could sense it through the movements of his troops. Mat was playing against one of the best who had ever lived, and the stake this time was not wealth. They diced for the lives of men, and the final prize was the world itself. Blood and bloody ashes, but that excited him. He did feel guilty about that, but it was exciting. Lan is in position, Mat said, straightening up and returning to his maps, making notations. Tell him to strike. The Trolloc army crossing the riverbed by the ruins needed to be crushed. He'd moved the Borderlanders around the heights to attack their vulnerable rear flanks, while Tam and his combined forces continued to pound them from the front. Tam had killed large numbers of them before and after the river had stopped. That Trolloc horde was close to being broken, and a coordinated action on two sides could do it. Tam's men would be tired. Could they hold long enough for Lan to arrive and hit the Trollocs from behind? Light Mat hoped they could. If they didn't... Someone darkened the doorway of the command position. A tall man with dark, curling hair, wearing the coat of an Ashaman. He had the expression of a man who had just drawn a losing hand. Light, a Trolloc would have found that stare unnerving. Min, who had been speaking with Tuon, choked off. Loghain seemed to have a special glare for her. Mat straightened, dusting off his hands. I hope you didn't do anything too nasty to the guards, Loghain. The weaves of air will untie on their own in a minute or two, the man said, voice harsh. I didn't think they were likely to allow me in. Mat glanced at Tuon. She had grown as stiff as a well-starched apron. Seanchan did not trust women who could channel, let alone someone like Loghain. Loghain, Mat said, I need you to fight alongside the White Tower army. Those Sharans are pounding them. Loghain locked eyes with Tuon. Loghain, Mat said, if you haven't noticed, we're fighting a bloody war here. It is not my war. This is our war, Mat snapped. Every one of us. I stood forth to fight, Loghain said. And what was my reward? Ask the Red Ajah. They will tell you the reward of a man abused of the pattern." He barked a laugh. "The pattern demanded a dragon, and so I came. Too soon. Just a little too soon." "Listen here," Mat said, stepping up to Loghain. "You're angry because you didn't get to be the dragon?" "Nothing so petty," Loghain said. "I follow the Lord Dragon. Let him die. I wish no part of that feast. I and mine should be with him, not fighting here. This battle for the little lives of men is nothing compared to the battle happening at Shale Ghul." "And yet you know we need you here," Mat said. "You would already be gone otherwise." Loghain said nothing. "Go to Egwene," Mat said. "Take everyone you have and keep those Sharran channelers busy." "What of Demandred?" Loghain said softly. "He cries out for the dragon. He has the power of 12 men. None of us can face him." "But you want to try, don't you?" Mat replied. "That's why you're really here right now. You want me to send you against Demandred." Loghain hesitated, then nodded. "He cannot have the dragon reborn. He will have to take me instead. The dragon's replacement, if you will." "Blood and bloody ashes. They're all insane." Unfortunately, what else was Mat going to do against one of the Forsaken? Right now, his battle plan revolved around keeping Demandred occupied, forcing the man to respond. If Demandred had to act as general, he couldn't do as much damage channeling. He would have to come up with something to deal with the Forsaken. He was working on that. He'd been working on it the whole bloody battle, and hadn't come up with anything. Mat glanced back through his gateway. Elaine was being pressed too hard. He had to do something. Send in the Seanchan? He had them positioned at the southern end of the field on the banks of the Aranin. They would be a wild card to Demandred, preventing him from committing all his troops in the battles being waged below the heights. In addition, he had plans for them. Important ones. Loghain didn't have much of a shot against Demandred, in Mat's estimation, but he'd have to deal with the man somehow. If Loghain wanted to try, then so be it. "You may fight him," Mat said. "Do it now, or wait until he's weakened a little. Blight, I hope we can weaken him. Anyway, I leave it to you. Pick your time and attack." Loghain smiled, then made a gateway right in the middle of the room, and strode through, hand on his sword. He had enough pride to be the Dragon Reborn, that was for certain. Mat shook his head. What would he give to be done with all of these high heads? Mat might be one of them now, but that could be fixed. All he had to do was convince Tuon to forsake her throne and run off with him. That would not be easy, but bloody ashes, he was fighting the last battle. Compared to the challenge he now faced, Tuon seemed to be an easy knot to untie. "Glory of men," Min whispered. "It's still to come." "Someone go check on those guards," Mat said, returning to his maps. "Tuon, we may want to move you. This place has never been secure, and Loghain has just proven it." "I can protect myself," she said haughtily. Too haughty. He raised an eyebrow at her, and she nodded. "Really?" Mat thought. "This is what you want to fight about?" He was not certain the spy would buy it. Too flimsy a reason. His plan with Tuon was to take a cue from what Rand had once done with Perrin. If Mat could fake a split between himself and the Seanchan, and in so doing make Tuon pull her forces back, perhaps the Shadow would ignore her. Mat needed an edge of some sort. 2 guards came in. No, 3. That one fellow was easy to miss. Mat shook his head at Tuon. They needed to find something more realistic to argue over, and glanced back at his maps. Something itched at him about the little guard. Looks more like a servant than a soldier, Mat thought. He forced himself to look up, though he really should not let himself become distracted by common servants. Yes, there the fellow was, standing beside Mat's table. Not worth paying attention to, even if he was pulling a knife out. A knife. Mat stumbled back as the gray man attacked. Mat yelled, reaching for one of his own knives, just as Mika screamed, "Channeling! Nearby!"
Min threw herself at Fortuona as the wall of the command post went up in flame. Sharans in strange armor made of bands of metal painted gold ripped through the blazing opening. Channelers with tattooed faces accompanied them, the women in long, stiff black dresses, the men shirtless, trousers ragged. Min took this in just before she tipped Fortuna's throne over. Fire burned through the air above Min, singeing her ornate silks and consuming the wall behind them. Fortuna scrambled out of Min's grip, lying low, and Min blinked in surprise. The woman had left her bulky costume behind. It was made to break away, and underneath wore sleek, silken trousers and a tight shirt, both black. Tuon came up with a knife in her hand, growling softly in an almost feral way. Nearby, Mat fell backward to the ground, a knife-wielding man on top of him. Where had that man come from? She didn't remember him entering. Tuon ran for Mat as Sharan channelers began to pound the command post with fire. Min struggled to her feet in the awful clothing. She pulled a dagger out and huddled by the throne, putting her back into it as the ground heaved. She couldn't reach Fortuna, so she forced herself out the back wall, which was made of the paper-like stuff the Seanchan called tenmi. She coughed at the smoke, but now that she was outside, the air was clearer. None of the Sharans were here on this side of the building. They were all attacking from the other directions. She sprinted along the wall. Channelers were dangerous, but if she could put a knife in one, all of the one power in the world wouldn't matter. She peeked around the corner and was surprised by a man crouching there, a feral look in his eyes. He had an angular face. His blood-red neck tattoos looked like claws, cupping his light-skinned head and chin. He growled, and Min threw herself backward to the ground, ducking a ribbon of fire and throwing her knife. The man caught it in the air. He prowled forward in a crouch, bestial, smiling at her. Then he jerked suddenly and fell over, thrashing. A trickle of blood came from his lips. "That," a woman said nearby, a sound of utter distaste in her tone, "is something I'm not supposed to know how to do. But stopping someone's heart with the one power is quiet. It requires very little power, surprisingly, which is pertinent to me." "Swan," Min said, "you're not supposed to be here." "Lucky for you I am," Swan said with a snort, inspecting the body, staying low. "Bah! Nasty business, that. But if you're going to eat a fish, you should be willing to gut it yourself." "What's wrong, girl? You're safe now. No need to look so pale." "You're not supposed to be here," Min said. "I told you. Stay near Gareth Bryn." "I did stay near him, almost near as his own small clothes, I'll have you know. We saved one another's lives because of it, so I guess the viewing was right. Are they ever wrong?" "No, I've told you that," Min whispered. "Never. Swan, I saw an aura around Bryn that meant you had to stay together or the two of you would die. It hangs above you right now. Whatever you think you did, the viewing has not been accomplished yet. It's still there." Swan stood frozen for a moment. "Coffin is in danger." "But I don't care, girl." Nearby, the ground trembled with the force of the one power. The Damani were fighting back. "If Cawthon falls, this battle is lost. I don't care if we both die from this. We must help. Move!" Min nodded, then joined her as she moved around the side of the ragged building. The firefight outside was a raw mix of explosions, smoke, and flames. Members of the Death Watch Guard charged the Sharans, swords out, heedless of their companions being slaughtered around them. That, at least, was keeping the channelers busy. The command post burned with such heat that Min had to shy back, raising an arm. "Hold on," Swan said, then used the one power to draw a small column of water out of a nearby barrel, spraying them both. "I'll try to dampen the flames," she said, redirecting the small column of water to the command post. "All right, let's go." Min nodded, bursting through the flames, Siuan joining her. The Tenmi walls inside had all started aflame, burning away quickly. Fire dripped from the ceiling. "There," Min said, blinking away tears from the heat and the smoke. She pointed toward dark figures struggling near the center of the building and Matt's blazing map table. There seemed to be a group of 3 or 4 people fighting Matt. Light, they were all gray men, not just one of them. Tuon was down. Min ran past the corpse of a Suldam alongside several guards. Siuan used the one power to haul one of the gray men away from Matt. Guards' corpses created shadows of firelight on the floor. One Damani still lived, huddled in a corner, looking terrified, her leash on the floor. Her Suldam lay a distance away, unmoving. Her grip had been knocked free, it appeared, and then she was killed as she tried to get back to her Damani. "Do something!" Min shouted at the girl, grabbing her by the arm. The Damani shook her head, crying. "Burn you!" Min said. The ceiling of the structure groaned. Min ran for Matt. One gray man was dead, but there were 2 others, wearing the uniforms of Seanchan guards. Min had trouble seeing the living ones. They were inhumanly average in every way, utterly nondescript. Matt bellowed, knifing one of the men, but he didn't have his spear. Min didn't know where it was. Matt pushed forward, reckless, taking a gash along his side. Why? "Tuon," Min realized, stumbling to a halt. One of the gray men knelt above her motionless form, raising a dagger, and Min threw. Matt toppled to the ground a few feet from Tuon. The final gray man had him by the legs. Min's knife spun through the air, reflecting flames, and took the gray man over Tuon in the chest. Min breathed out. Never in her life had she been so happy to see a knife fly true. Matt had cursed, turning about, booting his aggressor in the face. He followed that with a knife, then scrambled for Tuon, hauling her up onto his shoulder. Min met him. "Siuan is here too. She..." Matt pointed. Siuan lay on the floor of the building. Her eyes stared sightlessly, and all the images were gone from above her. Dead. Min froze, heart-wrenching. "Siuan!" She moved toward the woman anyway, unable to believe she was dead, though her clothing burned from the explosion of fire that had taken her and about half of the wall nearby. "Out!" Matt said, coughing, cradling Tuon. He threw his shoulder against a wall that was only half burned, breaking out into the air. Min groaned, leaving Siuan's corpse, blinking away tears both from grief and from the smoke. She coughed as she followed Matt out into open air. The outside smelled so sweet, so cold. Behind them, the building groaned, then collapsed. In moments, Min and Matt were surrounded by members of the Death Watch Guard. Not a one tried to take Tuon, who was still breathing, if shallowly, away from Matt. From the look in his eye, Min doubted they'd have been able to do so. "Farewell, Siuan," Min thought, looking back as guards ushered her away from the fighting below Dashar Nob. "May the Creator shelter your soul." She would send word to others to protect Bryn, but she knew, deep down, it would be futile. He would have gone into a vengeful rage the moment Siuan died, and discounting that, there was the viewing. She was never wrong. Sometimes Min hated her accuracy, but she was never wrong. "Strike at their weaves!" Egwene yelled. "I'll attack!" She didn't wait to see if she was obeyed. She struck, holding as much power as she could, drawing it through Vora's Sa'angreal and heaving 3 different bands of fire upslope at the entrenched Sharans. Around her, Bryn's well-trained troops struggled to maintain battle lines as they fought Sharan soldiers, working their way up the western side of the heights. The hillside was pocked with hundreds of furrows and holes, created by weaves from one side or the other. Egwene fought forward desperately. She could feel Gawain above, but she thought he was unconscious. His spark of life was so faint that she could barely sense his direction. Her only hope was to fight through the Sharans and reach him. The ground rumbled as she vaporized a Sharan woman above. Saorin, Doacine, and other sisters concentrated on deflecting the enemy weaves, while Egwene focused on sending attacks. She stepped forward, one step after another. "I'm coming, Gawain," she thought, growing frantic. "I'm coming!"
"We come to report, Wilt." Demandred ignored the messengers for the moment. He flew upon the wings of a falcon, inspecting the battle through the bird's eyes. Ravens were better, but each time he tried using one of those, one borderlander or another shot it down. Of all the customs to remember through the ages, why did it have to be that one? No matter. A falcon would work, even if the bird did resist his control. He guided it about the battlefield, inspecting formations, deployments, advancements of troops. He did not have to rely upon the reports of others. It should have been an almost insurmountable advantage. Lews Therin could not use such an animal. This was a gift only the true power could grant. Demandred could channel only a thin trickle of the true power, not enough for destructive weaves, but there were other ways to be dangerous. Unfortunately, Lews Therin had his own advantage. Gateways that looked down upon a battlefield? It was discomforting, the things people of this time discovered, things that hadn't been known during the Age of Legends. Demandred opened his eyes and broke his bond to the falcon. His forces were advancing, but each step was a grueling ordeal. Tens of thousands of Trollocs had been slain. He had to be careful. Their numbers were not limitless. He was currently on the eastern side of the heights, looking down at the river below and northeast of the place where Lews Therin's assassin had tried to kill him. Here, Demandred was nearly opposite the hill that Mogadin said they called Dashar Nob. The rock formation rose high in the air. Its base was a fine position for a command post, sheltered from attacks by the One Power. It was so tempting to strike there himself, to travel to it and lay waste. But was that what Lews Therin wanted? Demandred would fight the man. He would. However, traveling into the enemy's stronghold and possibly a trap, surrounded as it was by those high rock walls, better to draw Lews Therin to him. Demandred dominated this battlefield. He could choose where this confrontation would occur. The riverbed had been slowed to a muddy trickle below, and Demandred's Trollocs fought to seize the southern bank. The defenders held for now, but he would have them soon. Far upriver, Mihail had done his work well in diverting that water, though he had reported unusual resistance. Townspeople and a small unit of soldiers? An oddity that Demandred had not yet deciphered. He had almost wished for failure from Mihail. Though Demandred himself had been the one to recruit the man, he had not expected Mihail to rise to the rank of Chosen so quickly. Demandred turned to the side. Before him bowed 3 women in black with white ribbons. Next to them, Shendla. Shendla. He had thought himself long past caring for a woman again. How could affection thrive beside the burning passion that was his hatred for Lews Therin? And yet, Shendla. Devious, capable, powerful. Almost it was enough to change his heart. "What is your report?" he asked the 3 bowing women in black.
"The hunt was a failure,"
Galbraith said, her head low.
"He escaped?" "Yes, Wild. I have failed you."
He heard the pain in the woman's voice. She was the leader of the female Ayad. "You were not meant to kill him," Demandred said. "He is a foe beyond your skill. You have disrupted his command post?"
"Yes,"
Galbraith said.
"We killed 6 of his channelers, set the building aflame, and destroyed his maps.
Did he channel? Did he reveal himself? She hesitated, then shook her head. So he could not know for certain yet if this Cawthon was Lews Therin in disguise. Demandred suspected he was, but there were reports from Shale Ghul that Lews Therin had been seen there, on the slopes of the mountain. He had proven devious in the last battle before, jumping between battlefields, showing himself here and there. The more Demandred maneuvered against the enemy general, the more he believed that Lews Therin was here. It would be very like Lews Therin to send a decoy north while coming to fight this battle himself. Lews Therin had difficulty letting others fight for him. He always wanted to be doing everything himself, leading every battle, every charge if he could. Yes, how else could Demandred explain the skill of the enemy general? Only a man with the experience of an ancient was so masterly at the dance of battlefields. At their core, many battle tactics were simple. Avoid being flanked, meet heavy force with pikes, infantry with a well-trained line, channelers with other channelers. And yet the finesse of it, the little details, these took centuries to master. No man from this age had lived long enough to learn the details with such care. During the War of Power, the only thing that Demandred had ever done better than his friend was as a battle general. It stung to admit that, but he would no longer hide from that truth. Lews Therin had been stronger in the One Power. Lews Therin had been better at capturing the hearts of men. Lews Therin had taken Ilyena. But Demandred had been better at war. Lews Therin had never been able to correctly balance caution and boldness. The man would hold back and deliberate, worrying over his decisions until boiling forward in a reckless military action. If this Cawthon was Lews Therin, the man had grown better at that. The enemy general knew when to flip the coin and let fate rule, but did not let too much ride on each result. He would have made an excellent card player. Demandred would still defeat him, of course. The battle would merely be more interesting. He rested his hand on his sword, considering his scan of the battlefield moments before. His Trollocs continued their attack at the riverbed, and Lews Therin had formed his pikemen opposite them into disciplined square formations, a defensive move. Behind Demandred, the shaking booms of channelers marked the greater war, that between his Sharan Ayad and the Aes Sedai. He held the advantage there. His Ayad were far better at war than the Aes Sedai. When would Cawthon commit those Damani? Moghedien had reported some dissension between them and the Aes Sedai. Could Demandred widen the fracture there somehow? He gave orders, and the 3 Ayad nearby retreated. Shendla remained, waiting his permission to leave. He had her scouting the area nearby and watching for more assassins. "Are you worried?" he asked her. "You know now for which side we fight. So far as I know, you have not given yourself to the Shadow."
"I have given myself to you, Hild."
"And for me you fight beside Trollocs, half-men, creatures from Nightmare?"
"You said some would call your actions evil," she said, "but I do not see them as such. Our path is clear. Once you are victorious, you will remake the world, and our people will be preserved."
She took his hand, and something stirred within him. It was quickly smothered by his hatred. "I would cast it all away," he said, looking into her eyes. "Everything for a chance at Lews Therin."
"You have promised to try," she said. "That will be enough. And if you destroy him, you will destroy one world and preserve another. I will follow you. We will follow you."
Her voice seemed to imply that perhaps, once Lews Therin was dead, Demandred would be able to become his own man again. He was not certain. Rule only interested him insofar as he could use it against his ancient enemy. The Sharans, devoted and faithful, were just a tool. But within him there was something that wished it was not so. That was new. Yes, it was. The air nearby warped, bending. No weaves were visible. This was a rippling of the fabric of the pattern, traveling by the true power. Mihail had arrived. Demandred turned, and Chandler released his arm, but did not leave his side. Mihail had been given access to the Great Lord's essence. That did not make Demandred jealous. Mihail was another tool. Still, it made him wonder, was anyone denied the true power these days? "You are going to lose the battle near the ruins, Demandred," Mihail said with an arrogant smile. "Your Trollocs there will be crushed. You had the enemy vastly outnumbered, and yet they still will defeat you. I thought you were supposed to be our greatest general, yet you lose to this rabble? I'm disappointed." Demandred raised his hand casually, 2 fingers up. Mihail jerked as 24 nearby Charon channelers slammed shields between him and the One Power. They wrapped him in the air, jerking him backward. He fought back, the air-warping aura of the true power surrounding him. But Demandred was faster. He wove a true power shield, building it from burning threads of spirit. The threads trembled in the air, each one barbed with twisting strands of energy so small the ends vanished into nothing. The true power was so volatile, so dangerous. A shield crafted from it had a strange effect, drinking in the power of another trying to channel it. Demandred's shield stole Mihail's power and used the man like a conduit. Demandred gathered the true power and wove it into a crackling ball of force above his hand. Only Mihail would be able to see it, and the man's proud eyes opened wide as Demandred drained him. It was not unlike a circle. The pulling of energy made Mihail tremble, sweat, as he was held up by the weaves of Demandred's Iad. This flow could burn Mihail out if unchecked, could flay his soul with the rushing of the true power, like a river surging beyond its banks. The twisting mass of threads in Demandred's hands pulsed and crackled, warping the air, beginning to unravel the pattern. Tiny spiderweb cracks spread out on the ground from him, cracks into nothingness. He walked up to Mihail. The man began to have a seizure, froth dripping from his lips.
"You will listen to me, Mihail,"
Demandred said softly.
"I am not as the other chosen. I do not care one whit for your political games. I don't care which of you the Great Lord favors, which of you Moradin pats on the head. I care only for Lews Therin. This is my fight. You are mine. I brought you to the Shadow and I can destroy you. If you interfere with what I do here, I will snuff you out like a candle. I realize you think yourself strong with your stolen dreadlords and untrained channelers. You are a child, an infant. Take your men, create what chaos you wish, but stay out of my way, and stay away from my prize. The enemy general is mine."
Mihail's eyes, though his body betrayed him with trembles, were full of hatred, not fear. Yes, this one always had shown promise. Demandred turned his hand and launched a stream of balefire with the gathered true power. The white-hot line of liquid destruction burned through the armies at the river below, vaporizing each man or woman it touched. Their forms became points of light, then dust, hundreds of them vanishing. He left a long line of burned ground, like a furrow cut by an enormous cleaver. "Release him," Demandred said, allowing the true power shield to unravel. Mihail stumbled back, keeping his feet, sweat dripping from his face. He gasped, hand raised to his chest. "Stay alive through this battle," Demandred said to him, turning away and beginning a weave to summon his falcon back. "If you do so, perhaps I will show you how to do as I just did. You may think you wish to kill me now, but know that the Great Lord watches. Beyond that, consider this. You may have 100 pet Ashaman. I have over 400 of my Ayad. I am this world's savior." When he looked back, Mihail was gone, having traveled away with the true power. It was amazing that he could summon the strength after what Demandred had just done. He hoped he wouldn't have to kill the man. He should prove useful.
"I will win eventually."
Rand stood before the blowing winds, stood strong, though his eyes watered as he stared into the darkness. How long had he been in this place? 1,000 years? 10,000? For the moment, he concerned himself only with defiance. He would not bend before this wind. He could not give in for a fraction of a heartbeat.
"The time has come. Finally."
"Time is nothing to you," Rand said. It was true, and it was not. Rand could see the threads swirling around him, forming the pattern. As it formed, he saw the battlefields below him. Those he loved fighting for their lives. These were not possibilities. This was the truth, what was actually happening. The Dark One wrapped around the pattern, unable to take it and destroy it, but able to touch it. Tendrils of darkness, spines, touched the world at points all along its length. The Dark One lay like shadow upon the pattern. When the Dark One touched the pattern, time existed for him. And so, while time was nothing to the Dark One, he, or it, as the Dark One had no gender, could only work within its bounds. Like a sculptor who had marvelous visions and dreams but was still bound by the reality of the materials he worked with. Rand stared at the pattern, resisting the Dark One's attack. He did not move or breathe. Breath wasn't needed here. People died below. Rand heard their screams. So many fell.
"I will win eventually, adversary. Watch them scream. Watch them die. The dead are mine."
"Lies," Rand said.
"No. I will show you."
The Dark One spun possibility again, gathering up what could be and thrust Rand into another vision. Julian Sandar was not a commander. He was a thief-catcher, not some nobleman. Certainly not a nobleman. He worked on his own. Except, apparently, when he ended up on a battlefield, put in charge of a squad of men because he had successfully captured dangerous men as a thief-catcher. The Sharans pressed against his men, aiming for the Aes Sedai. They fought on the western side of the heights, and his squad's job was to protect the Aes Sedai from Sharan infantry. Aes Sedai. How had he ever gotten tangled up with Aes Sedai? Him. A good Tyrant.
"Hold!"
Julian yelled to his men.
"Hold!"
He yelled it for his own benefit, too. His squad held to their spears and pikes, forcing the Sharan infantry backward up the slope. He wasn't sure why he was here or why they were fighting in this sector. He just wanted to stay alive. The Sharans shouted and cursed in an unfamiliar tongue. They had a lot of those channelers, but the outfit he faced was made up of regular troops who used a variety of hand weapons, mostly swords and shields. Corpses littered the ground, and that made it difficult for both sides, as Julian and his men followed orders, pushing against the Sharan troops, while the Aes Sedai and enemy channelers traded weaves. Julian wielded a spear, a weapon he was only mildly familiar with. An armored Sharan squad forced its way between Mick and Charn's pikes. The officers wore breastplates, strangely wrapped in cloth of a variety of colors, while the common rank and file wore leather fitted with strips of metal. They all had their backs painted with strange patterns. The leader of the Sharan troop wielded a wicked mace, smashing one pikeman then the other. The man shouted at Julian, curses he didn't understand. Julian fainted, and the Sharan raised his shield, so Julian rammed his spear into the man's armor at the gap between breastplate and arm. Blighty didn't even flinch. He smashed his shield into Juilin, forcing him back. The spear slipped from Juilin's sweaty fingers. He cursed, reaching for his swordbreaker, a weapon he knew well. Mick and the others fought nearby, engaging the rest of this Sharran squad. Charn tried to help Juilin, but the crazed Sharran brought his mace down on Charn's head, splitting it in two like a cracked walnut.
Die, you bloody monster!
Juilin cried, leaping forward and ramming his swordbreaker into the man's neck just above the gorget. Other Sharrans were moving quickly toward his position. Juilin fell back as the man in front of him collapsed and died. Just in time, as a Sharran to his left tried to take his head off with a broad swing of his sword. The tip of the sword went by his ear, and Juilin instinctively raised his own blade. His opponent's weapon broke in two, and he quickly dispatched the man with a backhand slice to the man's throat. Juilin scrambled to pick up his spear. Fireballs fell nearby, attacks from the Aes Sedai behind, and the Sharrans on the heights ahead. Soil coated Juilin's hair and stuck in clumps to the blood on his arms.
Hold!
Juilin shouted to his men.
Burn you, we need to hold!
He attacked another Sharran who came at him. One of the pikemen raised his weapon in time to pin the man on the shoulder, and Juilin speared him through his leather-clad chest. The air trembled. His ears rang faintly from all of the explosions. Juilin pulled back, yelling orders to his men. He wasn't supposed to be here. He was supposed to be someplace warm, with Amathera, thinking about the next criminal he needed to catch. He figured that every man on the field felt they should be someplace else. The only thing to do was keep on fighting.
You look good in black, Andral sent to Pavara as they moved through the enemy army on top of the heights. That, she replied back, is something one should never, never say to an Aes Sedai. Ever. His only response was a sense of nervousness through the bond. Pavara understood. They, wearing inverted weaves of the Mask of Mirrors, walked among dark friends, shadow spawn, and Sharrans, and it was working. Pavara wore a white dress and a black cloak over it. Those weren't part of a weave, but anyone looking into her cloak's hood would see the face of Alviarin, a member of the Black Adra. Theodrin wore the face of Rihanna. Andral and Imaren wore weaves that gave them the faces of Nensen and Cash, two of Taim's cronies. Jonath looked very unlike himself, wearing the face of a nondescript dark friend, and he played the part well, skulking behind and carrying their gear. One would never have seen the good-natured Two Rivers man in that hawk-faced man with the greasy hair and nervous manner. They moved at a brisk pace along the back lines of the Shadow's army on the heights. Trollocs hauled bundles of arrows forward, others left the lines to feast on piles of corpses. Cookpots boiled here. That shocked Pavara. They were stopping to eat? Now? Only some of them, Andral sent. It's common for human armies, too, though these moments don't make it into the ballads. The fighting has lasted all day, and soldiers need energy while fighting. Usually you rotate in 3 batches, your front lines, your reserves, and your off-duty. Troops who will trudge away from the fight and eat as quickly as they can before grabbing a little sleep, then back to the front lines. She'd once seen war differently. She'd imagined every man committed every moment of the day. A true battle, however, was not a sprint. It was an extended, soul-grinding trudge. It was late afternoon already, approaching evening. To the east, below the heights, battle lines extended far in both directions along the dry riverbed. Many thousands of men and Trollocs fought back and forth there. Large numbers of Trollocs fought there, but others were rotated back up the heights to either eat or collapse into unconsciousness for a time. She did not look too closely at the cookpots, though Jonath fell to his knees and sicked up beside the path. He had noticed the body parts floating in the thick stew. As he emptied his stomach onto the ground, a passing group of Trollocs snorted and hooted in mockery. "Why are they pushing off the heights to take the river?" she sent to Andral. It seems to be a better position up here.
Maybe it is, Andral sent, but the Shadow is the aggressor. If they stay in this position, it serves Cawthon's army. Demandred needs to keep pressing him. That means crossing the river.
So Andral understood tactics, too. Interesting.
I've picked up a few things, he sent. I won't be leading a battle anytime soon.
Just curious how many lives you've led, Andral.
An odd statement, coming from a woman who is old enough to be my grandmother's grandmother.
They continued along the eastern side of the heights. Distant, on the far western side, the Aes Sedai were battling their way up to the top, but for now the heights were held by Demandred's forces. This area Pavara walked through was full of Trollocs. Some bowed in a lumbering way as Pavara and the others passed. Others curled up on the stones to sleep, with no cushions or blankets. Each one kept its weapon at hand.
This does not look promising,
Imarin said softly from behind his mask.
I do not see Taim associating with Trollocs any more than he has to. Ahead, Andral said. Look there.
The Trollocs were separated from a group of Sharans who could be seen up ahead, wearing unfamiliar uniforms. They wore armor that was wrapped in cloth, so none of the metal showed except on the very back, though the shape of the breastplates was still obvious. Pavara looked to the others.
I could see Taim being part of that group, Imarin said. It's likely to smell far less putrid than over here among the Trollocs, for one thing.
Pavara had been ignoring the stench. She'd learned to do that years ago, snuffing out powerful scents in the same way she ignored heat and cold. As Imarin said it, however, a hint of what the others were smelling seeped through her defenses. She quickly regained control. It was awful.
Will the Sharans let us pass?
Jonath asked. We shall see, Pavara said, setting off toward the Sharans. Their group fell in around her. The Sharan guards maintained an uneasy line against the Trollocs, watching them as they would enemies. This alliance, or whatever it was, did not sit terribly well with the Sharan soldiers. They didn't try to mask their looks of disgust, and many had tied cloths around their faces to mask the odors. As Pavara passed their line, a nobleman, or such she assumed him to be from his armor of brazen rings, moved to confront her. A well-practiced Aes Sedai look staved him off.
I am far too important for you to bother,
that look said. It worked beautifully, and they were in. The Sharan reserve camp was orderly as men rotated in from the west, where they fought the White Tower forces. The fierce channeling from that direction kept drawing Pavara's attention like a bright light.
What do you think? Andral sent to her.
We're going to need to talk to someone. The battlefield is just too big for us to find Taim on our own. He sent back his agreement. Not for the first time, Pavara found their bond distracting. She not only had to deal with her own nervousness, but Andral's as well. That crept from the back of her mind, and she had to constrain it forcefully, using breathing exercises she'd learned when first in the tower. She stopped in the center of the camp, looking about, trying to decide whom to approach. She could distinguish servants from nobles. Approaching the former would be less dangerous, but also less likely to yield results. Maybe...
You!
Pavara started, spinning around.
You should not be here.
The aged Sharan was completely bald, with a short gray beard. Twin sword hilts in the shape of serpents' heads peeked out over his shoulders. He wore the blades crossed at his back, and he carried a staff that had strange holes along its length. A flute of some sort?
Come,
the man said, his accent so thick Pavara could barely make it out.
The Wild will need to see you.
Who is the Wild? Pavara sent Andral. He shook his head, feeling as baffled as she did. This could turn out very badly. The old man stopped ahead of them with an annoyed expression.
what would he do if they refused? Pavara was tempted to create a gateway for them to flee. "We follow," Andral thought, striding forward. "We're never going to find Taim in this unless we talk to someone." Pavara frowned as he walked after the man, the other Ashaman joining him. She hurriedly caught up. "I thought we had decided I was in charge," she thought to him. "No," he replied. "I thought that we'd decided you would act like you were in charge." She sent back a calculated mix of cold displeasure and an implication that the conversation was not yet finished. Andral sent back amusement. "Did you just glare at me? Mentally? That's impressive." "We're taking a risk," she sent back. "This man could lead us into anything." "Yes," he replied. Something smoldered inside of him, something only hinted at until now. "You want Taim that badly?" "Yes, I do." She nodded. "You understand?" he sent. "I lost friends to him as well, Andral," she replied. "I watched them be taken right in front of me. We have to be careful, though. We can't take too many risks. Not yet." "It's the end of the world, Pavara," Andral sent back. "If we can't take risks now, when will we?" She followed without further argument, wondering at the determined focus she sensed in Andral. Taim had awoken something inside of him by taking his friends and turning them to the shadow. As they followed the old Sharan, Pavara realized that she didn't understand what Andral was feeling. Not completely. Aes Sedai friends of hers had been taken, but it wasn't the same as Andral losing Evan. Evan had trusted Andral, looked to Andral for protection. The Aes Sedai with Pavara had been acquaintances, friends, but it was different. The old Sharan led them to a larger group of people, many of whom wore fine clothing. The highest noblemen and women among the Sharans didn't seem to fight, for not one of them carried a weapon. They made way for the older man, though several looked at his swords and sneered. Jonath and Amaran moved in around Pavara and Theodrin, one to each side, like bodyguards. They eyed the Sharans, hands on weapons, and she suspected that both were holding the One Power. Well, that would probably be expected of dreadlords who were walking among allies they didn't fully trust. They didn't need to protect Pavara in such a way, but it was a nice gesture. She had always thought it would be useful to have a warder. She had gone to the Black Tower with the intention of taking multiple Ashaman as warders. Perhaps Andral immediately felt jealous. "What are you? Some green with a flock of men fawning over her?" She sent back amusement. "Why not?" "They're too young for you," he sent back. "Jonath is, anyway. And Theodrin would fight you for him." "I'm considering bonding them," she sent back. "Not bedding them, Andral, honestly. Besides, Amaran prefers men." Andral paused. "He does?" "Of course he does. Haven't you been paying attention?" Andral seemed baffled. Sometimes men could be surprisingly dense, even observant ones like Andral. Pavara embraced the One Power as they reached the center of the group. Would she have time to make a gateway if something went wrong? She did not know the area, but so long as she traveled somewhere nearby, that wouldn't matter. She felt as if she was walking up to a noose and inspecting it, deciding how well it would fit her neck. A tall man in armor made of silvery discs with holes in the middle stood at the center of the group, dispensing orders. As they watched, a cup moved toward him through the air. Andral stiffened. "He's channeling Pavara." "Dimandred, then? It must be." Pavara let saidar flood her with its warm glow, letting it wash away emotions. The old man who had been leading them stepped forward and whispered something to Dimandred. Despite the enhanced senses of saidar, Pavara could not hear what was said. Demandred turned toward the group of them.
What is this? Has Mihail so quickly forgotten his orders?
Andral dropped to his knees, as did the others. Though it galled her, Pavara went down as well.
Great One,
Andral said.
We were merely... No excuses!
Demandred yelled.
No games. Mihail is to take all of his dreadlords and destroy the White Tower forces. If I see any of you away from that fight, I'll make you wish I'd given you to the Trollocs instead.
Andral nodded eagerly, then began backing away. A whip of air Pavara could not see, although she could feel his pain through the bond, cracked him in the face. The rest of them followed after him, scrambling away with heads low. That was foolish and dangerous, Pavara thought at Andral.
And effective,
he replied, eyes ahead, hand to his cheek, blood seeping between the fingers. We know Taim is on the battlefield for sure, and we know where to find him. Let's move.
Galad scrambled through a nightmare. He had known that the last battle might be the end of the world, but now he felt it. Channelers on both sides scourged one another, shaking Polov Heights. Lightning had struck so often that Galad could barely hear any longer, and his eyes watered from the pain of seeing blasts strike nearby. He threw himself up against the hillside, digging his shoulder into the ground and ducking for cover as a series of explosions ripped up the earth in front of him. His team, 12 men in tattered white cloaks, dove for cover with him. The White Tower's forces were strained under the attacks, but so were the Sharran forces. The power of so many channelers was incredible. The main bulk of White Tower infantry and a large number of Sharran troops fought here on the western heights. Galad stayed on the perimeter of that battle, looking for Sharran channelers alone or in small groups. In many places here, the battle lines on both sides had fractured. Not surprising. It was near impossible to maintain solid battle lines with all of that power being flung back and forth. Bands of soldiers scrambled about, seeking cover in blown-out holes in the rock. Others protected groups of channelers. Nearby, women and men roamed about in small groups, destroying soldiers with fire and lightning. These were what Galad hunted. He raised his sword, pointing at a trio of Sharran women holding at the top of the heights. He and his men were more than halfway up the slope. 3 would be difficult. They turned their attention on a small band of men wearing the Flame of Tarbalan. Lightning struck the unfortunate soldiers. Galad held up 4 fingers. Plan 4. He leaped out of his hollow and dashed toward the 3 women. His men waited a count of 5, then followed behind. The women saw him. If they'd remained turned away, Galad would have gained the advantage. One raised a hand and summoned fire, hurling the weave at him. The flame struck him, and though he could feel its heat, the weave unraveled and dissipated, leaving him singed, but mostly unharmed. The Sharran's eyes opened with shock. That look was becoming familiar to Galad now. It was the look of a soldier whose sword had broken in battle, the look of one who had seen something that should not be. What did you do when the one power failed, the thing you relied upon to raise you above common folk? You died. Galad's sword took the woman's head off as one of her companions tried to seize him with air. He felt the metal grow cold at his chest and sensed the rush of air moving around him. A poor choice, Galad thought, ramming his sword into the chest of a second woman. The third proved smarter, and she slammed him with a large rock. He barely raised his shield before the rock smashed into his arm, throwing him backward. The woman raised another stone right as Galad's team hit her. She fell to their swords. Galad caught his breath, his head back, pain radiating from the impact of the rock. He groaned, sitting up. Nearby, his men hacked at the third Sharran woman's body. They didn't need to be so thorough, but some children had strange ideas about what Aes Sedai could do. He'd caught Laird cutting off one of the Sharran woman's heads to bury it separate from the body. Unless you did that, Laird claimed, they would return to life at the next full moon. As the men butchered the other 2 corpses, Gulliver came over and offered Galad a hand. "Light burned me," Gulliver said, a wide grin splitting his bearded face. "If this isn't the finest work we've ever done, my Lord Captain Commander, I don't know what is." Galad stood up. "It was what must be done, Child Gulliver. I wish it had to be done more often. This is what the children have awaited for centuries. You are the first to deliver it. The light illumine you, Galad Damodred. The light illumine you." "May the light illumine a day when men need not kill at all," Galad said tiredly. "It is not fitting to take joy in death." "Of course, my Lord Captain Commander," Gulliver continued, grinning. Galad looked across the bloody pandemonium of the western slope of the heights. The lights and Cawthon could make some sense of this battle, for Galad certainly could not. "Lord Captain Commander!" a frightened voice cried. Galad spun about, hand on his sword. It was Alhanra, one of his scouts. "What is it, Child Alhanra?" Galad asked as the spindly man ran up. No horses. They were on an incline, and the animals would not have reacted well to the lightning. Better to trust to one's own feet. "You need to see this, my lord," Alhanra said, panting. It's your brother." "Gawain? Impossible." No, he thought. Not impossible. He would be with Egwene, fighting on their front. Galad ran after Alhanra, Gulliver and the others falling in around him. Gawain's body lay ashen-faced in a gap between two rocks on the top of the heights. Nearby, a horse was munching on grass, a trail of blood streaming down its side. By the looks of it, not the horse's blood. Galad knelt down beside the younger man's corpse. Gawain had not died easily. But what of Egwene? "Peace, brother," Galad said, resting a hand on the body. "May the light—" "Galad?" Gawain whispered, his eyes fluttering open. "Gawain?" Galad asked, shocked. Gawain had a nasty gut wound. He wore some strange rings. There was blood everywhere. His hand, chest, his entire body. How could the man still be alive? The water bond, he realized. "We need to carry you to a healer, one of the Aes Sedai." He reached into the hollow, scooping up Gawain. "Galad, I failed." Gawain stared at the sky, eyes blank. "You did well." "No, I failed. I should have stayed with her. I killed Hamar. Did you know that? I killed him. Light. I should have picked a side." Galad cradled his brother and began running along the slope toward the Aes Sedai. He tried to shelter Gawain amid the attacks of channelers. After only a few moments, an explosion of earth ripped up among the children, flinging them aside, tumbling Galad to the ground. He dropped Gawain as he collapsed to the earth beside him. Gawain trembled, eyes staring distantly. Galad crawled over and tried to pick him up again, but Gawain grabbed his arm, meeting his eyes. "I did love her, Galad. Tell her. If you are truly bonded, then she knows." "This will hurt her," Gawain said through pale lips. "And at the end of it, I failed to kill him." "Him?" "Dimandred," Gawain whispered. "I tried to kill him, but I wasn't good enough. I've never been quite good enough." Galad found himself in a very cold place. He had seen men die. He had lost friends. This hurt more. Light, but it did. He had loved his brother, loved him deeply. And Gawain, unlike Elaine, had returned the sentiment. "I will bring you to safety, Gawain," Galad said, picking him up, shocked to find tears in his eyes. "I will not be left without a brother." Gawain coughed. "You won't be. You have another brother, Galad. One you do not know. A son of Tigrin." who went into the waste, son of a maiden, born on Dragon Mount. O light, don't hate him, Galad, Gawain whispered. I always hated him, but I stopped. I stopped. Gawain's eyes stopped moving. Galad felt for a pulse, then sat back, looking down at his dead brother. The bandage Gawain had made for himself at his side seeped blood into the dry ground below, which hungrily soaked it up. Gulliver moved up to him, helping Elhanra, whose blackened face and burned clothing smelled of smoke from the lightning strike. Take the wounded to safety, Gulliver, Galad said, standing. He reached up and felt the medallion at his neck. Take all of the men, and go. And you, Lord Captain Commander? Gulliver asked. I will do what needs to be done, Galad said, cold inside, cold as winter steel. I will bring light to the shadow. I will bring justice to the Forsaken.
Gawain's thread of life vanished. Egwene lurched to a stop on the battlefield. Something severed within her. It was as if a knife suddenly tore into her and scooped out the piece of Gawain inside, leaving only emptiness. She screamed, falling to her knees. No, it couldn't be. She could feel him just ahead. She'd been running for him. She could... He was gone. Egwene howled, opening herself to the one power and drawing in as much as she could hold. She let it out as a wall of flames toward the Sharons who were all around now. They had once held the heights, the Aes Sedai below, but it was madness now. She assailed them with the power, clutching Vora's sangreal. She would destroy them. Light! It hurt! It hurt so badly! Mother! Silviana cried, seizing her arm. You are out of control, Mother. You will kill our own people. Please! Egwene breathed in gasps. Nearby, a group of white cloaks stumbled by, carrying wounded down the hillside. So close! Oh, Light! He was gone. Mother? Silviana said. Egwene barely heard. She touched her face and found tears there. She had been bold before. She had claimed she could keep fighting through the loss. How naive that was. She let the fire of Saidar die within her. With that gone, life went out of her. She slumped to the side and felt hands carrying her away, through a gateway, off the battlefield.
Tam used his last arrow to save a white cloak. It wasn't something he'd have ever imagined himself doing, but there he was. The wolfish Trolloc stumbled back with the arrow through its eye, refusing to go down until the young white cloak pulled himself from the mud and struck at its knees. His men were now positioned on the catwalks of the palisade, shooting volleys of arrows at the Trollocs that had surged across the riverbed here. Their numbers were depleted, but there were still so many of them. Until this point, the battle had been going well. Tam's combined forces spread out mightily along the river on the Shienaran side. Downriver, the Legion of the Dragon, crossbow banners, and heavy cavalry stemmed the Trolloc advance. The same events were being played out here, farther upriver, with archers, foot soldiers, and cavalry stopping the Trolloc incursion at the riverbed, until the supplies began to dwindle, and Tam was forced to withdraw his men to the relative safety of the palisade. Tam looked to the side. Abel held up his bow, shrugging. He was out of arrows as well. All up and down the catwalk, the two rivers men held up their bows. No arrows. No more will be coming, Abel said softly. The lad said that batch was the last. The White Cloak army fought desperately, mixed with members of Perrin's Wolf Guard, but they were being pushed back from the riverbed in droves. They fought on three sides, and another force of Trollocs had just swung around to box them in entirely. The banner of Gildan flew closer to the ruins. Arganda held that position along with Narelle and the remnants of the Winged Guard. If this were any other battle, Tam would have had his men save their arrows to cover a retreat. There would be no retreat this day, and the order to loose had been the right one. The lads had taken their time with each shot. They'd likely killed thousands of Trollocs during the hours of fighting. But what was an archer without his bow? Still a Two Rivers man, Tam thought, and still not willing to let this battle be lost. "Off the catwalks and form up with weapons," Tam called to the lads. "Leave the bows here. We will fetch them when more arrows come our way." More arrows wouldn't come, but the Two Rivers men would be happier pretending that they might go back to their bows. They formed up into ranks, as Tam had taught them, armed with spears, axes, swords, even some scythes. Everything and anything they'd had on hand, along with shields for those with axes or swords, and good leather armor for them all. No pikes, unfortunately. After the heavy infantry had been outfitted, there hadn't been any of those left. "Stay tight," Tam said to them. "Form into 2 wedges. We'll push into the Trollocs around the White Cloaks." Best thing to do, at least the best Tam could come up with, was to hit those Trollocs that had just come around the back of the White Cloaks, fragment them, and help the White Cloaks break free. The men nodded, though they probably had very little understanding of the tactics. It didn't matter, so long as they kept disciplined ranks as Tam had taught them. They started forward, running, and Tam was reminded of another battlefield. Snow cutting into his face, blown by terrible winds. In a way, that battlefield had begun this all. Now it ended here. Tam placed himself at the point of the first wedge, then put Dioen, a man from Devon Ride who had served in the Andoran army, at the point of the other. Tam guided his men forward briskly, not letting them or himself dwell too much on what was about to happen. As they approached the hulking Trollocs with their swords, polearms, and battle-axes, Tam sought the flame in the void. Nervousness vanished. All emotion evaporated. He unsheathed the sword Rand had given him, the one with the dragons painted on the sheath. It was as fine a weapon as Tam had ever seen. Those folds in the metal whispered of ancient origin. It seemed too good a weapon for Tam. He had felt that way about every sword he'd ever used. "Remember, hold formation," Tam yelled back at his men. "Don't let them break us apart. If someone falls, one man steps up and takes his place while another pulls the fallen man into the center of the wedge." They nodded back at him, and then they hit the Trollocs in the back, where they had surrounded the Children of Light at the river. His formations hit, pounding forward. The huge Trollocs turned to fight.
Fortuona waved away the Sojin who tried to replace her regal clothing. She smelled of smoke from the fire, and her arms had been burned and scored in several places. She would not accept Damani healing. Fortuona thought healing to be a useful development, and some of her people were changing their attitudes toward it, but she was not certain the Empress should submit to it. Besides, her wounds were not dire. The Death Watch guards kneeling before her would need some form of punishment. This was the second time they had allowed an assassin to reach her, and while she did not blame them for the failure, to deny them punishment would be to deny them their honor. It twisted her heart about, but she knew what she would have to do. She gave the order herself. Selusha as her voice should have done it, but Selusha's wounds were being tended, and Kharid deserved this small honor of receiving his execution order from Fortuona herself.
"You will go to engage the enemy Marath Damani directly," she ordered Kharid. "Each of you who was on duty, fight valiantly for the Empire there and try to slay the enemy's Marath Damani." She could see Kharid relax. It was a way to continue serving. He would probably have fallen on his own sword if given the choice himself. This was a mercy. She turned away from the man who had cared for her during her youth, the man who had defied what was expected of him. All for her. She would find her own penance for what she must do later.
At this point, she would grant him the honor she could. "Darbinda," she said, turning to the woman who insisted upon calling herself Min, despite the honor of a new name that Fortuona had given her. It meant Girl of Pictures in the old tongue. "You have saved my life and possibly that of the Prince of the Ravens. I name you of the blood, Doomseer. Let your name be venerated for generations to come." Darbinda folded her arms. How like Notai she was. Stubbornly humble, these mainlanders. They were actually proud of their low-born heritage. Baffling. Notai himself sat on a nearby stump, receiving battle reports and snapping out orders. The Aes Sedai battle for the Western Heights was descending into chaos. He met her eyes across the small gap between them, then nodded once. If there was a spy, and Fortuona would be surprised if there was not one, then now was the time to mislead them. Everyone who had survived the attack was gathered around. Fortuona had insisted on having them close, ostensibly for the purpose of rewarding those who had served her well and meting punishment to those who had not. Each and every guard, servant, and noble could hear her as she spoke. "Notai," she said, "we have yet to discuss what I should do about you. The Deathwatch Guard has charge of my safety, but you have charge of the defense of this camp. If you suspected that our command post was not safe, why did you not speak earlier?"
"Are you bloody suggesting that this is my fault?"
Notai stood up and stilled the scout's reports with a gesture. "I gave you command here," Fortuona said. "The ultimate responsibility for failure is yours, then, is it not?" Nearby, General Galgan frowned. He did not see it this way. Others looked toward Notai with accusing eyes. Noble sycophants. They would blame him because he wasn't born of the Shanshan. Impressive that Notai had converted Galgan so quickly. Or was Galgan telegraphing his emotions purposefully? Was he the spy? He could have been manipulating Suroth, or simply have been a redundant plant if Suroth failed.
"I'm not taking responsibility for this, Tuon," Notai said. "You were the one who bloody insisted on watching from the camp when you could have been somewhere safe."
"Perhaps I should have done just that," she replied coldly. "This entire battle has been a disaster. You lose ground each moment. You talk lightly and joke, refusing proper protocol. I do not think you approach this with the solemnity befitting your station." Notai laughed. It was a loud, genuine laugh. He was good at this. Fortuona thought she was the only one who saw the twin lines of smoke rising exactly behind him from the heights. An appropriate omen for Notai. A large gamble would yield large rewards, or a great cost.
"I've had it with you,"
Notai said, waving a hand at her.
"You and your bloody Shanshan rules just keep getting in the way."
"Then I have had it with you as well," she said, raising her head. "We should never have joined this battle. We would be better preparing to defend our own lands to the southwest. I will not let you throw away the lives of my soldiers."
"Go then,"
Notai snarled.
"What do I care?"
She spun about, stalking away. "Come," she said to the others. "Gather our Damani. All but those Deathwatch guards will travel to our army's camp at the Aranin. Then we will all return to Ebu Dar. We will fight the true last battle there once these fools have bloodied the Shadow Spawn for us." Her people followed. Had the ploy been convincing? The spy had seen her consigned to death, men who loved her. Would that show that she was reckless? Reckless and self-important enough to pull her troops away from Notai? It was plausible enough. In a way, she wanted to do as she said, and fight in the south instead. To do that, of course, would be to ignore the breaking sky, the trembling land, and the Dragon Reborn's fight. These were not omens she could let pass her by. The spy did not know that. It could not know her. The spy would see a foolish young woman, foolish enough to want to fight on her own. So she hoped.
The Dark One spun a web of possibility around Rand. Rand knew this struggle between them. The fight for what could be was vital to the last battle. Rand could not weave the future. He was not the wheel, not anything like it. For everything that had happened to him, he was still merely a man. Yet in him was the hope of humankind. Humankind had a destiny, a choice for its future. The path they would take, this battle would decide it. His will clashing with that of the Dark One. As of yet, what could be might become what would be. Breaking now would be to let the Dark One choose that future.
"Behold,"
the Dark One said as the lines of light came together and Rand entered another world. A world that had not yet happened, but a world that very well might soon come to be. Rand frowned, looking up at the sky. It was not red in this vision, the landscape not ruined. He stood in Caemlyn, much as he knew it. Oh, there were differences. Steam wagons rattled down the streets, mingling with the traffic of horse-drawn carriages and crowds walking. The city had expanded beyond the new wall. He could see that from the height of the central hill he stood upon. He could even make out the place where Telmanis had blown a hole in the wall. It had not been repaired. Instead, the city had spilled out through it. Buildings covered what had once been fields outside. Rand frowned, turning and walking down the street. What game was the Dark One playing? Surely this normal, even prosperous city would not be part of his plans for the world. The people were clean and did not look oppressed. He saw no sign of the depravity that had marked the previous world the Dark One had created for him. Curious, he walked up to a stand where a woman sold fruit. The slender woman gave him an inviting smile, gesturing toward her wares. "Welcome, good sir. I am Renelle, and my shop is a second home to all seeking the finest of fruits from around the world. I have fresh peaches from Tyr." "Peaches?" Rand said aghast. Everyone knew those were poisonous. "Ha! Fear not, good sir. These have had the toxin removed. These are as safe as I am honest." The woman smiled, taking a bite of one to prove it. As she did, a grubby hand appeared from under the fruit stand. An urchin hid underneath, a young boy that Rand had not noticed earlier. The little boy snatched a red fruit of a type Rand did not recognize, then dashed off. He was so thin that Rand could see his ribs pressing against the skin of his too small form, and he ran on legs so slender it was a wonder the boy could walk. The woman continued smiling at Rand as she reached to her side, took out a small rod with a lever at the side for her finger. She pulled the lever, and the rod cracked. The urchin died in a spray of blood. He fell sprawling to the ground. People moved around him in the flow of traffic, though somebody, a man with many guards, did scoop up the piece of fruit. He wiped the blood off of it and took a bite, continuing on his way. A few moments later, a steam wagon rolled over the corpse, pressing it into the muddy roadway. Rand was aghast, looked back at the woman. She tucked away her weapon, a smile still on her face. "Were you looking for any type of fruit in particular?" she asked him. "You just killed that child." The woman frowned in confusion. "Yes. Did it belong to you, good sir?" "No, but—" Light. The woman didn't show a hint of remorse or concern. Rand turned, and nobody else seemed to care in the slightest about what had happened. "Sir?" the woman asked. "I feel as if I should know you. That is fine clothing, if a little out of style. To which faction do you belong?" "Faction?" Rand asked, looking back. "And where are your guards?" the woman asked. A man as rich as you has them, of course." Rand met her eyes, then ran to the side as the woman reached for her weapon again. He ducked around a corner. The look in her eyes, utter lack of any kind of human sympathy or concern. She'd have killed him in a moment without a second thought. He knew it. Others on the street saw him. They nudged companions, gesturing toward him. One man he passed called out, "Speak your faction!" Others gave chase. Rand ducked around another corner. The one power. Dared he use it? He didn't know what was going on in this world. As before, he had trouble separating himself from the vision. He knew that it wasn't completely real, but he couldn't help believing himself part of it. He didn't risk the one power and trusted his own feet for now. He did not know Caemlyn terribly well, but he did remember this area. If he reached the end of this street and turned, yes, there. Ahead he saw a familiar building with a sign out front showing a man kneeling before a woman with red gold hair. The Queen's Blessing. Rand reached the front doors as those chasing him piled around the corner behind. They stopped as Rand scrambled up to the door, passing a brutish fellow standing to the side. A new door guard? Rand did not know him. Did Basil Gill still own the inn, or had it changed hands? Rand burst into the large common room, heart thumping. Several men nursing pitchers of afternoon ale looked up at him. Rand was in luck. Basil Gill himself stood behind the counter, rubbing a cup with a cloth. "Master Gill," Rand said. The stout man turned, frowning. "Do I know you?" He looked Rand up and down. "My lord?" "It's me, Rand." Gill cocked his head, then grinned. "Oh, you! I'd forgotten you. Your friend isn't with you, is he? The one with the dark look to his eyes?" So people did recognize Rand as the Dragon Reborn in this place. What had the Dark One done to them? "I need to speak with you, Master Gill," Rand said, striding toward a private dining chamber. "What is it, lad?" Gill asked, following after. "Are you in trouble of some sort? Again?" Rand shut the door after Master Gill. "What age are we in?" "The Fourth Age, of course." "So the last battle happened?" "Yes, and we won," Gill said. He looked at Rand closely, narrowing his eyes. "Are you all right, son? How could you not know?" "I spent my time in the woods these last years," Rand said. "Frightened of what was happening." "Ah, then. You don't know about the factions?" "No." "Light, son. You're in some meaty trouble. Here, I'll get you a faction symbol. You'll need one in a hurry." Gill pulled open the door and bustled out. Rand folded his arms, noticing with displeasure that the fireplace in the room contained a nothingness beyond it. "What have you done to them?" Rand demanded.
"I let them think they won."
"Why?"
"Many who follow me do not understand tyranny."
"What does that have to do with—" Rand cut off as Gill returned. He bore no faction symbol, whatever that was. Instead, he'd gathered 3 thick-necked guards. He pointed in toward Rand. "Gill," Rand said, backing away and seizing the source. "What are you doing?" "Well, I figure that coat will sell for something," Gill said. He didn't sound the least bit apologetic. "And so you'll rob me?" "Well, yes," Gill seemed confused. "Why wouldn't I?" The thugs stepped into the room, looking Rand over with careful eyes. They carried cudgels. "Because of the law," Rand said. "Why would there be laws against theft?" Gill asked, shaking his head. "What manner of person are you to think such things? If a man cannot protect what he has, why should he have it? If a man cannot defend his life, what good is it to him?" Gill waved the 3 men forward. Rand bound them in cords of air. "You took their consciences, didn't you?" he asked softly. Gill's eyes widened at the use of the one power. He tried to run. Rand grabbed him in cords of air as well.
"Men who think they are oppressed will someday fight. I will remove from them not just their will to resist, but the very suspicion that something is wrong."
"So you leave them without compassion?" Rand demanded, looking into Gil's eyes. The man seemed terrified that Rand would kill him, as did the 3 thugs. No remorse, not a bit of it.
"Compassion is not needed."
Rand felt deathly cold. "This is different from the world you showed me before."
"What I showed before is what men expect. It is the evil they think they fight. But I will make a world where there is not good or evil. There is only me."
"Do your servants know?" Rand whispered. "The ones you named chosen. They think they fight to become lords and rulers over a world of their own making. Instead you will give them this. The same world, except one without light."
"There is only me."
No light. No love of man. The horror of it sank deep within Rand, shaking him. This was one of the possibilities that the Dark One could choose, if he won. It didn't mean he would, or that it had to happen, but... oh, light, this was terrible. Far more terrible than a world of captives. Far more terrible than a dark land with a broken landscape. This was true horror. This was a full corruption of the world. It was taking everything beautiful from it, leaving behind only a husk. A pretty husk, but still a husk. Rand would rather live 1,000 years of torture, retaining the piece of himself that gave him the capacity for good, than live a moment in this world without light. He turned, enraged upon the darkness. It consumed the far wall, growing larger. "You make a mistake, Shaitan," Rand yelled at that nothingness. "You think to make me despair? You think to shatter my will? This will not do it. I swear to you. This makes me sure to fight." Something rumbled inside of the Dark One. Rand yelled, pushing outward with his will, shattering the dark world of lies and men who would kill without empathy. It exploded into threads, and Rand was once again in the place outside of time, the pattern rippling around him. "You show me your true heart," Rand demanded of the nothingness as he seized those threads. "I will show you mine, Shaitan. There is an opposite to this lightless world you create. A world without shadow." Mat stalked away, calming his anger. Tuon had seemed really angry at him. Light. She would come back when he needed her to, would she not? "Mat," Min said, hurrying up beside him. "Go with her," Mat said. "Keep an eye on her for me, Min." "But she doesn't need much protecting," Mat said. "She's a strong one. Bloody ashes, but she is. She does need watching, though. She worries me, Min. Anyway, I have this bloody war to win. I can't do that and go with her, so would you go and watch her, please?" Min slowed, then gave him an unexpected hug. "Luck, Matrim Cawthon." "Luck, Min Farshaw," Mat said. He let her go, then shouldered his Ashandarai. The Seanchan had begun leaving Dashar Nob, pulling back to the Aranin before leaving the field of Merilor altogether. Demandred would let them go. He would be a fool not to. Blood and bloody ashes, what was Mat getting himself into? He had just sent away a good quarter of his troops. They'll come back, he thought. If his gamble worked. If the dice fell as he needed them. Only this battle was not a game of dice. There was too much subtlety to it for that. It was cards, if anything. Mat usually wanted cards. Usually. To his right, a group of men in dark Seanchan armor marched toward the battlefield. "Hey, Kharid!" Mat yelled. The large man gave Mat a dark look. Suddenly, Mat knew what an ingot of metal felt like when Perrin eyed it, hefting a hammer. Kharid stalked up, and though he obviously was making an effort to keep his face calm, Mat could feel the thunder coming off him. "Thank you," Kharid said, voice stiff. for helping protect the Empress. May she live forever."
"You think I should have kept her someplace secure," Mat said. "Not at the command post."
"It is not my place to question one of the blood, Great One," Kharid said.
"You're not questioning me," Mat said. "You're thinking of sticking something sharp in me. Entirely different." Kharid breathed out a long, deep breath.
"Excuse me, Great One," he said, turning to leave. "I must take my men and die."
"I don't think so," Mat said. "You're coming with me." Kharid turned back toward him.
"The Empress, may she live forever, ordered—"
"You to the front lines," Mat said, shading his eye as he scanned the riverbed, swarming with Trollocs. "Great. Where do you bloody think I'm going?"
"You ride to battle?"
Kharid asked. "I was thinking more of a saunter," Mat said. He shook his head. "I need a feel for what Demandred is doing. I'm going out there, Kharid, and putting you fellows between me and the Trollocs sounds delightful. Are you coming?" Kharid did not reply, though he did not continue walking away either. "Look, what are your choices?" Mat asked. "Ride out there and die for really no purpose? Or come try to keep me alive for your Empress? I'm almost certain that she's fond of me. Maybe. She's a hard one to read, Tuon is."
"You do not call her by that name," Kharid said.
"I'll call her what I bloody well want."
"Not if we're to come with you," Kharid said. "If I am to ride with you, Prince of the Ravens, I would not have my men hearing such from your lips. It would be a bad omen."
"Well, we wouldn't want any of those," Mat said. "Right then, Kharid. Let's dive back into this mess and see what we can do. In Fort Chuona's name." Tam raised his sword as if to begin a duel, but found no honorable foes here. Only grunting, howling, ferocious Trollocs, drawn away from the beleaguered Whitecloaks at this battle near the ruins. The Trollocs turned on the Two Rivers men and attacked. Tam, holding the point of the wedge, fell into reed and wind. He refused to take a single step backward. He bent this way and that, but held firm as he broke the Trolloc line, slashing with his sword in quick movements. The men of the Two Rivers pushed forward, a thorn to the Dark One's foot and a bramble to his hand. In the chaos that followed, they shouted and cursed and fought to drive the Trollocs apart. But soon their focus turned to holding their ground. The Trollocs surged around the men. The wedge formation, normally an offensive tactic, worked well here too. Trollocs moved down the sides of the wedge, taking hits from the Two Rivers men with their axes, swords, and spears. Tam let the lads' training guide them. He would have preferred to be in the center of the wedge, calling out encouragement, as Daniel now did. But he was one of the few who had real battle training, and the wedge formation depended on having a point who could hold steady. So hold steady he did. Calm within the void, he let the Trollocs break upon him. He moved from shake dew from the branch to apple blossoms in the wind to stones fall in the pond, all forms that stabilized him in one position while fighting multiple opponents. Despite practice over the last few months, Tam wasn't nearly as strong as he had been in his youth. Fortunately, a reed did not need strength. He was not as practiced as he once had been, but no reed practiced how to bend in the wind. It simply did. Years of maturing, years of age had brought Tam an understanding of the void. He understood it now better than he ever had. Years teaching Rand responsibility, years of living without carry, years of listening to the wind blow when the leaves rustle. Tam al'Thor became the void. He brought it to the Trollocs, showed it to them, and sent them into its depths. He danced around a goat-featured Trolloc, sweeping his sword to the side and slicing the beast's leg at the heel. It stumbled, and Tam turned, letting the men behind take it. He flashed his sword up, the weapon trailing blood, and sprayed the dark droplets across the eyes of a charging Trolloc with nightmare features. It howled, blinded, and Tam flowed forward, arms out, and opened its stomach below the breastplate. It stumbled in front of a third Trolloc,
who brought an axe down toward Tam but hit its ally instead. Each step was part of a dance, and Tam invited the Trollocs to join him. He had only fought like this once before, long ago, but memory was something that the void did not allow. He did not think of other times. He did not think of anything. If he knew that he'd done this once before, it was because of the resonance of his motions, an understanding that seemed to permeate his muscles themselves. Tam stabbed the neck of a Trolloc with a face that was nearly human, with only a little too much hair on its cheeks. It fell backward and collapsed, and Tam suddenly found no more foes. He stopped, bringing his sword up, feeling a soft wind blow across him. The dark beasts were thundering away downriver in a rout, chased by horsemen flying Borderlander flags. Shortly they would hit a wall of troops, the Legion of the Dragon, and be crushed between them and the pursuing Borderlanders. Tam cleaned his blade, leaving the void. The gravity of the situation hit him. Light. His men should be dead. If those Borderlanders hadn't arrived... He placed his sword back into its lacquered sheath. The red and gold dragon caught sunlight, sparkling, though Tam wouldn't have thought there was anything to catch with that cloud cover above. He searched for the sun and found it, behind the clouds, nearly at the horizon. It was almost night. Fortunately, it looked like the Trollocs here at the battle by the ruins were finally breaking. Already weakened severely by the drawn-out river crossing, they now crumbled as Lan's men hit them from behind. In a short time, it was done. Tam had held. Nearby, a black horse trotted up. Its rider, Lan Mandragoran, with standard-bearer and guards behind, looked over the Two Rivers men.
"I had long wondered," Lan said to Tam, "about the man who had given Rand that heron-marked blade. I wondered if he had truly earned it. Now I know."
Rand raised his own sword in salute. Tam turned back toward his men, an exhausted, bloodied group clutching weapons. The path of their wedge showed easily on the trampled plain. Dozens of Trollocs lay behind where the wedge had cut into them. To the north, the men of the second wedge raised their weapons. They had been pushed back nearly to the forest, but they'd held there, and some had survived. Tam couldn't help but see that dozens of good folk had died. His exhausted men sat down right there in the battlefield, surrounded by corpses. Some weakly began tying their own bandages or seeing to the wounded they'd pulled into the interior of the wedge. To the south, Tam spotted a dismaying sight. Were those the Seanchan pulling out from their camp at Dashar Nab?
"Have we won, then?"
Tam asked.
"Far from it," Lan said. "We've seized this part of the river, but it is the lesser fight. Demandred pressed his Trollocs hard here to keep us from drawing resources to the larger battle at the ford downriver."
Lan turned his horse.
"Gather your men, Blade Master. This battle will not end with the setting sun. You will be needed again in the coming hours. Tashar, Manetheren."
Lan thundered toward his Borderlanders.
Tashar Malkir!
Tam called after them belatedly. "So, we're not done yet?" Daniel asked.
"No, lad, we're not. But we'll take a break, get the men healed, and find some food."
He saw gateways opening beside the field. Cawthon had been smart enough to send a means for Tam to take his wounded to Mayenne. People poured through the openings. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Tam frowned. Nearby, the White Cloaks were picking themselves up. They'd been hit hard by the Trolloc attacks, but Tam's arrival had kept them from being destroyed. Arganda's force was forming up at the ruins, and the Wolf Guard hoisted their flag high, bloodied, heaps of Trolloc corpses surrounding them. Tam trudged across the field. Now his limbs felt like dead weights. He felt more exhausted than if he'd spent a month pulling stumps. At the first of the gateways, he found Berelain herself standing with a few Aes Sedai. The beautiful woman was terribly out of place here in this mud and death. Her gown of black and silver, the diadem in her hair. Light. She didn't belong here. Tam al'Thor, she said. You command this force? Near enough, Tam said. Pardon, my lady first, but who are all of these people? The refugees from Caemlyn, Berelain said. I sent some people to see if they needed healing. They refused it and insisted that I bring them to the battle. Tam scratched at his head. To the battle? Any man, and many women who could hold a sword, had already been drawn into the army. The people he saw coming through the gateways were mostly children and the elderly, and some matrons who had remained back to care for the young. Pardon, Tam said, but this is a killing field. So I tried to explain, Berelain said, a hint of exasperation in her voice. They claim they can be of use. Better than waiting out the last battle huddled together on the road to Whitebridge, so they say. Tam watched, frowning, as children scattered onto the field. His stomach lurched at them investigating the gruesome dead, and many did shy back at first. Others began picking through the fallen, looking for signs of those people who were still alive and could be healed. A few aged soldiers who had been set to guard the refugees went among them, watching for Trollocs that weren't quite dead. Women and children began to pick arrows out from among the fallen. That would be helpful. Very helpful. With surprise, Tam saw hundreds of tinkers pour out of one gateway. They went searching for the wounded under the direction of several Yellow Sisters. Tam found himself nodding. It still worried him, allowing the children to see such sights. Well, he thought, they'll see a worse sight if we fail here. If they wanted to be of use, they should be allowed. Tell me, Tam al'Thor, Berelain asked, is Galad Damodred well? I see his men here, but not his banner. He was called to other duties, my lady first, Tam said. Downriver. I haven't heard from him in hours, I'm afraid. Ah. Well, let's heal and feed your men. Perhaps word of Lord Damodred will be forthcoming.
Elaine touched Gareth Bryn's cheek softly. She closed his eyes, one, then the other, before nodding to the soldiers who had found his body. They carried Bryn away, legs dangling over the edge of his shield, head hanging down on the other side. He just went riding off screaming, Birgitte said. Right into the enemy lines. There was no stopping him. Swan is dead, Elaine said, feeling an almost overpowering sense of loss. Swan had always been so strong. With effort, Elaine stilled her emotions. She had to keep her attention on the battle. Is there word from the command post? The camp at Dashar Nob has been abandoned, Birgitte said. I don't know where Cawthon is. The Seanchan have forsaken us. Raise my banner high, Elaine said. Until we hear from Mat, I'm taking command of this battlefield. Bring forward my advisors. Birgitte moved to give the orders. Elaine's guardswomen watched, shuffling nervously, as the Trollocs pushed against the Andorans at the river. They'd totally filled the corridor between heights and bogs and threatened to spill out onto Shienaran's soil. Part of Egwene's army had hit the Trollocs from the other side of the corridor, which had taken some pressure off her own troops for a time, but more Trollocs had attacked from above, and it looked as if Egwene's men were getting the worst of it. Elaine had had solid lessons in battlefield tactics, though little experience on the field, and she could see how badly things were going. Yes, she had received news that the Trollocs' position upriver had been destroyed by the arrival of Lan and the Borderlanders, but that brought scant relief with the situation here at the ford. The sun began to slip beneath the horizon. The Trollocs made no sign of pulling back, and her soldiers reluctantly began to light bonfires and torches. Organizing her men into square formations made for better defense, but it meant giving up any hope of pushing forward. The Aiel fought here as well, as did the Kyrianin. But those pike squares were the core of their battle plan. They're slowly surrounding us, she thought. If the Trollocs did so, they could squeeze until the Andorrans popped. Light, this is bad. The sun made a sudden blazing fire behind the horizon clouds. With night, the Trollocs gained another advantage. The air had grown cold in the advent of darkness. Her early assumptions that this battle would last days now seemed silly. The shadow pushed with all of its might. Humankind did not have days remaining, but hours.
Majesty,
Captain Gaibon said, riding up with her commanders. Their dented armor and bloodied tabards proved that nobody, not even the senior officers, could be spared from direct fighting.
Advice,
Elaine said, looking at him, Theodore, commander of the cavalry, and Birgitta, who was captain general.
Retreat?
Gaibon asked.
Do you really think we could disengage?
Birgitta replied. Gaibon hesitated, then shook his head.
Right then,
Elaine said. How do we win?
We hold,
said Theodore.
We hope the White Tower can win their fight against the Sharan channelers and come to our aid.
I don't like just sitting here, Birgitta said.
A blazing beam of white-hot fire sliced through Elaine's guards, vaporizing dozens of them.
Gaibon's horse vanished beneath him, though he narrowly missed being hit himself. Elaine's horse reared. Swearing, she wrestled her mount under control. That had been balefire.
Lews Therin!
A power-enhanced voice rang over the field.
I hunt a woman you love. Come to me, coward. Fight!
The earth exploded near Elaine, heaving her standard-bearer into the air, the flag bursting into flames. This time Elaine was thrown from horseback, and she hit hard, grunting.
My babes!
She groaned, rolling over as hands grabbed her.
Birgitta.
The woman hauled Elaine into the saddle behind her, helped by several guardswomen.
Can you channel?
Birgitta asked.
No, never mind, they'll be watching for that. Celebrane, raise another banner. Ride down river with a squadron of guards. I will take the queen the other way.
The woman standing beside Birgitta's horse saluted.
It was a death sentence.
Birgitta, no, Elaine said.
Demandred has decided you'll draw out the dragon reborn for him, Birgitta said, turning her horse. I'm not about to let that happen. Hiya!
She pushed her horse into a gallop as lightning struck Elaine's guards, blowing bodies into the air. Elaine ground her teeth. Her armies were in danger of being overwhelmed, surrounded, all while Demandred laid down blast after blast of bale fire, lightning, and weaves of earth. That man was as dangerous as an army himself.
I can't leave,
Elaine said from behind Birgitta.
Yes, you can, and you are,
she replied gruffly as their horse galloped on.
If Mat has fallen, light send that isn't the case, then we'll need to set up a new command post. There's a reason Demandred struck at Dashar Nob and then directly at you. He's trying to destroy our command structure. Your duty is to assume command from someplace safe and secret. Once we're far enough away that Demandred's scouts can't sense you channeling, we'll make a gateway and you will be back in control. Right now, though, Elaine, you need to shut your mouth and let me protect you.
She was right. Burn her, she was. Elaine hung on as Birgitta galloped across the battlefield, her horse churning clods of dirt behind them in a flight towards safety.
At least he's making it easy to find him, Gilad thought as he rode, watching the lines of fire streak from the enemy position toward Elaine's army. Gilad's heels dug into the flanks of his stolen horse, tearing across the heights toward its eastern edge. Over and over he saw Gawain's dying body in his arms.
"Face me, Lews Therin!"
The thunder of Demandred's shout shook the ground from up ahead. He had taken Galad's brother. Now the monster hunted Galad's sister. The right thing had always seemed clear to Galad before, but never had it felt as right as this. Those streaks of light were like indicators on a map, arrows pointing his way. The light itself guided him. It had prepared him, placed him here at this moment. He ripped through the back lines of the Sharan force to where Demandred stood, just above the riverbed looking down on Elaine's troops. Arrows sank into the earth around him, archers firing, heedless of the risk of hitting their own men. Sword out, Galad pulled his leg from the stirrup, preparing to leap free. An arrow struck the horse. Galad threw himself from the animal. He hit hard, skidding to a stop, and sliced the hand from a crossbowman nearby. A growling male channeler came for him, and the fox-head medallion grew cold against Galad's chest. Galad rammed his blade through the man's neck. The man raved, blood spurting from his neck with each beat of his heart. He didn't seem surprised as he died, just angry. His howls drew more attention.
"Demandred!"
Galad yelled.
"Demandred, you call for the Dragon Reborn. You demand to fight him. He is not here, but his brother is. Will you stand against me?"
Dozens of crossbows were raised. Behind Galad, his horse collapsed, expelling a bloody froth from its nostrils. Rand al'Thor, his brother. The shock of Gawain's death had numbed Galad to this revelation. He would have to deal with it eventually if he survived. He still did not know if he would be proud or ashamed. A figure in strange, coin-link armor stepped through the Sharan ranks here. Demandred was a proud man. One needed see only his face to know that. He looked like al'Thor, actually. They had a similar sense about them. Demandred inspected Galad, who stood with bloody sword out. The dying channeler scraped the ground with clawed fingers before him.
"His brother,"
Demandred said.
"Son of Tigrain," Galad said, "who became a maiden of the spear, who gave birth to my brother on Dragonmount, the tomb of Lews Therin. I had 2 brothers. You killed the other on this battlefield."
"You have an interesting artifact, I see," Demandred said as the medallion grew cold again.
"Surely you don't think that is going to keep you from meeting the same fate as your pathetic brother? The dead one, I mean. Do we fight, Son of Shadows, or do we talk?"
Demandred unsheathed his sword, herons on the blade and hilt.
"May you give me a better match than your brother, little man. I grow displeased. Lews Therin can hate me or rail against me, but he should not ignore me."
Galad stepped forward into the ring of crossbowmen and channelers. If he won, he would still die. But Light let him take one of the Forsaken with him. It would be a fitting end. Demandred came at him, and the contest began.
Her back pressed against a stalagmite, seeing only by the light of Kalandor reflected against the walls of the cavern, Nynaeve worked to save Alana's life. There were those who, in the White Tower, had mocked her reliance on ordinary healing techniques. What could 2 hands and thread do that the one power could not? If any of those women had been here instead of Nynaeve, the world would have ended. The conditions were horrible. Little light, no tools besides the implements she kept in her pouch. Still, Nynaeve sewed, using the needle and thread she always carried. She had mixed a draught of herbs for Alana and forced it through her lips. It wouldn't do much, but every little bit might help. It would keep Alana's strength up, help her with the pain, keep her heart from giving out as Nynaeve worked. The wound was messy, but she had sewn messy wounds before. Though she trembled inside, Nynaeve's hands were steady as she sewed up the wound and coaxed the woman back from the very precipice of death. Rand and Moradin did not move, but she felt something thrumming from them. Rand was fighting a fight she could not see.
Matram Cawthon, you bloody fool! You're still alive?
Mat glanced over as Davram Bashir rode up beside him in the early evening darkness. Mat had moved with the Death Watch Guard to the back of the Andoran lines fighting at the river. Bashir was accompanied by his wife and a guard of Saldaeans. Judging by the blood on her clothing, she had seen her share of fighting.
Yes, I'm alive, Mat said. I'm usually pretty good at staying alive. I've only failed one time that I remember, and it hardly counts. What are you doing here? Aren't you— They dug into my bloody mind, Bashir said, scowling. That they did, man. Dira and I talked it over. I'm not going to lead, but why should that stop me from killing a few Trollocs?
Mat nodded. At Tenobia's fall, this man had become king of Saldaea, but he had refused the crown, so far. The corruption in his mind had shaken him. All he had said was that Saldaea fights alongside Malkir, and told the troops to look toward Lan. The throne would be sorted out if they all survived the last battle.
What happened to you? Bashir asked. I heard the command post fell.
Mat nodded.
The Seanchan have abandoned us. Blood and ashes, Bashir cried. As if this weren't bad enough. Bloody Seanchan dogs.
The Death Watch guards who stood around Mat made no response to that. Elaine's forces held along the riverbank, just barely, but Trollocs were slowly working around them upriver. Elaine's lines held only because of tenacity and careful training. Each huge square of men held pikes outward, bristling like a hedgehog. Those formations could be separated if Demandred drove wedges between them in the right way. Mat employed cavalry sweeps of his own, including Andoran cavalry and the band, trying to keep the Trollocs from penetrating the pike squares or surrounding Elaine. The rhythm of the battle pulsed beneath Mat's fingertips. He felt what Demandred was doing. To anyone else, the end of the battle probably seemed a simple matter now. Attack in force, break the pike formations, crack Mat's defenses. It was so much more subtle. Lan's borderlanders had finished crushing the Trollocs upriver and needed orders. Good. Mat needed those men for the next step in his plan. 3 of the enormous pike formations were flagging, but if he could place a channeler or 2 in each center, he could shore them up. Light shelter whoever had distracted Demandred. The Forsaken's attacks had destroyed entire pike formations. Demandred didn't need to kill each man individually. He needed only to launch attacks of the one power to shatter the square. That let the Trollocs overwhelm them.
Bashir, Mat said, please tell me that someone has heard from your daughter.
Nobody has, Dira said. I'm sorry.
Bloody ashes, Mat thought. Poor Perrin.
Poor him. How was he going to do this without the horn? Light, he was not certain he could do it with the bloody horn.
Go, Mat called as they rode. Ride to Lan. He's upriver. Tell him to engage those Trollocs trying to move around the Andoran's right flank. And tell him I'll have other orders for him coming soon. But I don't care if you've bloody been touched by the Shadow, Mat said. Every man has had the Dark One's fingers on his heart, and that's the bloody truth. You can fight through it. Now ride to Lan and tell him what needs to be done.
Bashir stiffened at first. Then, strangely, he smiled a broad smile beneath drooping mustaches. Bloody Saldaeans. They liked being yelled at. Mat's words seemed to give him heart, and he galloped off, wife at his side. She threw Mat a fond look, which made him uncomfortable. Now, he needed an army, and a gateway. He needed a bloody gateway. Fool, he thought. He had sent the Damani away. Could he not have at least kept one? Though they did make his skin crawl as if it were covered with spiders. Mat halted Pips, the Death Watch guards stopping with him. A few of them lit torches. They had certainly gotten the drubbing they had wanted, joining Mat in fighting the Sharans. They seemed to itch for more, though. There,
Matt thought, heeling Pips toward a force of troops south of Elaine's pike formations. The Dragonsworn. Before the Seanchan left Dashar Nab, Matt had sent this army to reinforce Elaine's troops. He still did not know what to make of them. He had not been at the field when they had gathered, but he had heard reports. People from all ranks and stations, all nationalities, who had joined together to fight in the last battle, heedless of loyalties or national borders. Rand broke all vows and all other bonds. Matt rode at a quick trot, the Death Watch guards jogging to keep up, around the back of the Andoran lines. Light, the lines were buckling. This was bad. Well, he'd made his bet. Now he could only ride the bloody battle and hope it did not buck too much. As he galloped for the Dragonsworn, he heard something incongruous. Singing? Matt pulled to a halt. The Ogier had been caught up fighting the Trollocs and had pushed across the dry riverbed to help fight at Elaine's left flank, across from the bogs, to keep Trollocs from coming around that way. They stood their ground here, as immovable as oaks before a flood, hacking with axes as they sang. Trollocs lay in piles around them.
"Loyal!"
Matt yelled, standing up in his stirrups.
"Loyal!"
One of the Ogier stepped back from the fighting and turned. Matt was taken aback. His usually calm friend had ears laid low, teeth clenched in anger, and a blood-soaked axe in his fingers. Light but that expression sent terror through Matt's body. He would rather stare down 10 men who thought he had been cheating than fight a single angry Ogier. Loyal called something to the others, and then rejoined them in the fighting. They continued to lay into the Trollocs nearby, cutting them down. Trollocs and Ogier were near the same size, but the Ogier somehow seemed to tower over the Shadow Spawn. They did not fight like soldiers, but like woodsmen felling trees. Chop one way, then the next, breaking Trollocs. But Matt knew that Ogier hated felling trees, while they seemed to relish felling Trollocs. The Ogier broke the Trolloc fist they'd been fighting, making them flee. Elaine's soldiers moved in and blocked off the rest of the Trolloc army, and the several hundred Ogier pulled back to Matt. Among them, Matt noticed, were more than a few of the Seanchan Ogier, the Gardeners. He had not ordered that. The two groups fought together, but barely seemed to look at one another now. Every one of the Ogier, male and female, had numerous cuts on their arms and legs. They did not wear armor, but many of the cuts seemed trivial, as if their skin had the strength of bark. Loyal walked up to Matt and the Death Watch guards, raising his axe to his shoulder. Loyal's trousers were dark up to the thighs, as if he had been wading in wine.
"Matt,"
Loyal said, drawing a deep breath.
"we have done as you asked, fighting here. No Trolloc got by us."
"You did well, Loyal," Matt said. "Thank you." He waited for a reply. Something long-winded and eager, no doubt. Loyal stood breathing in and out with lungs that could hold enough air to fill a room. No words. The others with him, though many were senior to Loyal, offered no words either. Some lifted torches. The glow of the sun had vanished beneath the horizon. Night was fully upon them. Quiet Ogier. Now that was strange. Ogier at war, though. It was not something Matt had ever seen. He did not have any memory of it in the memories that were not his. "I need you," Matt said. "We have to turn this battle around or we're finished. Come on."
"The Horn Sounder commands!"
Loyal bellowed.
"Up axes!"
Matt winced. If he ever needed someone to yell a message from Cainlan to Cairhien for him, he knew who to ask. Only they would probably hear it all the way up in the Blight, too. He heeled Pips into motion, the Ogier falling in around him and the Death Watch guards. The Ogier had no trouble keeping up.
"Honored one,"
Kharid said.
"I and mine are ordered to
go die on the front lines. I'm bloody working on that, Kharid. Keep your sword out of your own gut for the moment, kindly." The man's expression darkened, but he held his tongue. "She doesn't really want you dead, you realize," Matt said. He could not say more without revealing the plot to bring her back.
"If my death serves the Empress, may she live forever.
Then I give it willingly. You're bloody insane, Kharid, Mat said. Unfortunately, so am I. You're in good company. You there! Who leads this force? They had reached the back ranks, where the reserves of the Dragonsworn were located, the wounded, and those who were resting from their time at the front ranks. My lord, one of the scouts said, that would be Lady Tinna. Go fetch her, Mat said. Those dice kept rattling in his head. He also felt a pull from the north, a tugging, as if some threads around his chest were yanking on him. Not now, Rand, he thought. I'm bloody busy. No colors formed, only blackness, dark as a Myrddraal's heart. That tugging grew stronger. Mat dismissed the vision. Not now. He had work to do here. He had a plan. Light let it work. Tinna turned out to be a pretty girl, younger than he had expected, tall and strong of limb. She wore her long brown hair in a tail, though curls of it seemed to want to break out here and there. She wore breeches and had seen some fighting, judging by that sword on her hip and the dark Trolloc blood on her sleeves. She rode up to him, looking him up and down with discerning eyes. "You've finally remembered us, have you, Lord Cawthon?" Yes, she definitely reminded him of Nynaeve. Mat looked up at the heights. The firefight between Aes Sedai and Sharans up there had turned messy. "You'd better win there, Egwene. I'm counting on you." "Your army," Mat said, looking at Tinna. "I'm told some Aes Sedai joined you." "Some did," she said cautiously. "You're one of them?" "I am not." "Not exactly." "Not exactly? What do you mean by that?" "Look, woman, I need a gateway. If we don't have one, this battle could be lost. Please tell me we have some channelers here who can send me where I need to go." Tinna drew her lips in a line. "I'm not trying to irritate you, Lord Cawthon. Old habits make for strong ropes, and I have learned not to speak of certain things. I was turned out of the White Tower myself for complicated reasons. I'm sorry, but I do not know the weave for traveling. I do know for a fact that most who joined us are too weak for that weave. It requires a great deal of the One Power, beyond the capacity of any who... I can make one." A woman in a red dress stood up from the lines of wounded, where she had apparently been healing. She was thin and bony and had a sour expression on her face, but Mat was so happy to see her he could have kissed her. Like kissing broken glass, that would have been. He'd have done it anyway. "Teslin!" he cried. "What are you doing here?" "Fighting in the last battle, I believe," she said, dusting off her hands. "Aren't we all?" "But the Dragonsworn?" Mat asked. "I did not find the White Tower to be a comfortable place once I returned," she said. "It has changed. I availed myself of the opportunity here as this need superseded any others. Now, you wish a gateway? How large?" "Large enough to move as many of these troops as we can. The Dragonsworn, the Ogier, and this cavalry banner from the Band of the Red Hand," Mat said. "I'll need a circle, Tinna," Teslin said. "No complaining that you can't channel. I can sense it in you, and all former allegiances and promises are broken for us here. Gather the other women. Where are we going, Cawthon?" Mat grinned. "To the top of those heights." "The heights," Kharid said. "But you abandoned those at the beginning of the battle. You gave them up to the Shadowspawn." "Yes, I did." And now he had a chance to finish this. Elaine's forces holding along the river, Egwene fighting in the west. Mat had to seize the northern part of the heights. He knew that with the Seanchan gone and most of his own troops occupied around the lower part of the heights, Demandred would send a strong force of Sharans and Trollocs across the top to the northeast, to swing down across the riverbed and behind Elaine's armies. The armies of light would be surrounded and at Demandred's mercy. His only chance was to keep Demandred's troops from coming off the heights despite their superior numbers. Light. It was a long shot, but sometimes you had to take the only shot you had. "You're spreading us dangerously thin," Kharid said. "You risk everything by moving armies that are needed here up to the heights." You did want to go to the front lines, Mat replied. Loyal, are you with us?
A strike at the enemy's core, Mat?
Loyal asked, hefting his axe.
It will not be the worst place I found myself, following one of you three. I do hope Rand is all right. You do think so, don't you?
If Rand were dead, Mat said, we'd know it. He'll have to watch out for himself, without Matrim Cawthon saving him this time. Teslin, let's have that gateway. Tinna, organize your forces. Have them ready to charge through the opening. We need to seize the northern slope of those heights fast, and then hold it no matter what the shadow tosses at us.
Egwene opened her eyes. Though she shouldn't have been in a room at all, she lay in one, and a fine one. The cool air smelled of salt, and she rested on a soft mattress. I'm dreaming, she thought. Or perhaps she had died. Would that explain the pain? Such terrible pain. Nothingness would be better, far better than this agony. Gawain was gone. A piece of herself snipped away. I forget how young she is. Whispers drifted into the room. That voice was familiar. Silviana? Care for her. I must return to the battle. How does it go? Egwene knew that voice, too. Rosil, of the Yellow. She had gone to Mayenne with the novices and accepted, helping heal. The battle, it goes poorly. Silviana was not one to put honey on her words. Watch her, Rosil. She is strong. I do not doubt she will pull through this, but there is always a worry. I've helped women with lost warders before, Silviana, Rosil said. I assure you I'm quite capable. She'll be useless for the next few days, but then she will begin to mend. Silviana sniffed. That boy. I should have known he would ruin her. The day I first saw how she looked at him, I should have taken him by his ears, hauled him to a distant farm, and set him to work for the next decade. You cannot so easily control a heart, Silviana. Warders are a weakness, Silviana said. That is all they have ever been and all they ever will be. That boy, that fool boy. That fool boy, Egwene said, saved my life. From Shan-Shan assassins. I would not be here to mourn if he had not done so. I would suggest that you remember that, Silviana, when you speak of the dead. The others were silent. Egwene tried to overcome the pain of loss. She was in Mayenne, of course. Silviana would have taken her to the Yellows. I will remember it, Mother, Silviana said. She actually managed to sound contrite. Rest well. I will. Rest is for the dead, Silviana, Egwene said, sitting up. Silviana and Rosil stood in the doorway of the beautiful room, which was draped with blue cloth below the ceiling of worked mother-of-pearl inlays. Both women folded their arms and gave her stern looks. You've been through something extremely hurtful, Mother, Rosil said. Near the doorway, Lylewyn stood guard. The loss of a warder is enough to stop any woman. There is no shame in letting yourself deal with the grief. Egwene al'Vere can grieve, Egwene said, standing up. Egwene al'Vere lost a man she loved, and she felt him die through a bond. The Amyrlin has sympathy for Egwene al'Vere as she would have sympathy for any Aes Sedai dealing with such a loss. And then in the face of the last battle, the Amyrlin would expect that woman to pick herself up and return to the fight. She walked across the room, each step firmer. She held out her hand to Silviana, nodding toward Vora's sa'angreal, which she held. I will be needing that. Silviana hesitated. Unless the two of you wish to discover just how capable I am at present, Egwene said softly. I would not suggest disobedience. Silviana looked to Rosil, who sighed and nodded reluctantly. Silviana handed over the rod. I do not condone this, Mother, Rosil said. But if you are insistent I am, then I will give you this suggestion. Emotion will threaten to crush you. This is the danger. In the face of a lost warder, summoning saidar will be difficult. If you do manage it, Aes Sedai Serenity will likely be impossible. This can be dangerous, very dangerous. Egwene opened herself to saidar. As Rosil had suggested, it was difficult to embrace the source. Too many emotions vied for her attention, overwhelming her, driving away her calm. She blushed as she failed a second time. Silviana opened her mouth, undoubtedly to suggest that Egwene sit back down. At that moment, Egwene found saidar, the bud in her mind flowering, the one power rushing into her. She gave Silviana a defiant look, then began weaving a gateway. You didn't hear the rest of my advice, Mother, Rosil said. You will not be able to banish the emotions troubling you, not completely. Your only choice is a bad one, to overwhelm those emotions of grief and pain with stronger emotions. That should not be difficult at all, Egwene said. She drew a deep breath, pulling in more of the one power. She allowed herself anger, fury at the shadow spawn who threatened the world, anger at them for taking Gawyn from her. I will need eyes to watch me, Egwene said, defying Silviana's previous words. Gawyn had not been a weakness to her. I will need another warder. But, Rosil began. Egwene stopped her with a look. Yes, most women waited. Yes, Egwene Alvir was pained from her loss and Gawyn could never be replaced. But she believed in warders. The Amyrlin seat needed someone to watch her back. Beyond that, every person with a warder bond was a better fighter than those without. To go without a warder was to deny the light another soldier. There was a person here who had saved her life. No, a piece of her said, her eyes falling on Lylewyn. Not as Seanchan. Another piece of her, the Amyrlin, laughed at that. Stop being such a child. She would have a warder. Lylewyn shipless, Egwene said loudly. Will you take this duty? The woman knelt, bowing her head. Yes. Egwene formed the weave for the bond. Lylewyn stood, looking less fatigued, taking a deep breath. Egwene opened a gateway to the other side of the chamber, then used her immediate knowledge of this room to open another one where her people fought. Explosions, screams, and the beating of weapons against shields poured through. Egwene strode back onto the killing fields, bringing the fury of the Amyrlin with her.
Demandred was a blade master. Galad had assumed this would be the case, but he preferred to test his assumptions. The two danced back and forth inside the ring of watching Sharans. Galad wore lighter armor, mail under his tabard, and stepped more quickly. The interwoven coins Demandred wore were heavier than simple mail, but good against a sword. You are better than your brother was, Demandred said. He died easily. The man was trying to enrage Galad. He did not succeed. Cold, careful. Galad moved in. The courtier taps his fan. Demandred responded with something very similar to the falcon stoops, slapping away Galad's attack. Demandred stepped back, walking around the perimeter of the ring, sword out to the side. At the beginning he had spoken a great deal. Now he made only the occasional jibe. They circled each other in the darkness, lit by torches held in Sharan hands. One rotation, two. Come now, Demandred said. I'm waiting. Galad remained silent. Each moment he stalled was a moment Demandred was not sending destruction upon Elaine or her armies. The Forsaken seemed to realize it, where he came in swiftly. 3 strikes, down, side, backhand. Galad met each one, their arms a blur. Motion to the side. It came from a rock that Dimandred had thrown at Galad by channeling. Galad dodged it, barely, then raised his sword against the blows that came next. Furious strikes downward. The boar rushes down the mountain, crashing against Galad's blade. He held against that, but was not able to stop the following twist of the blade that cut his forearm. Dimandred stepped back, his sword dripping Galad's blood. They circled around again, watching one another. Galad felt warm blood inside his glove from where it had seeped down his arm. A little blood loss could slow a man, weaken him. Galad breathed in and out, abandoning thought, abandoning worry. When Dimandred next struck, Galad anticipated it, stepping aside and striking down with 2 hands, biting deeply into the leather behind Dimandred's knee guard. The sword glanced off the side of the armor, but cut true otherwise. As Galad whipped back around, Dimandred was limping. The Forsaken grimaced.
"You've blooded me," he said. "It has been a very long time since someone did that."
The ground began to heave and break beneath Galad. Desperate, he leaped forward, getting close to Dimandred, forcing him to stop channeling, lest he topple himself. The Forsaken grunted, swinging, but Galad was inside his enemy's guard. Too close to do a full swing, Galad raised his sword and bashed it, pommel first, at Dimandred's face. Dimandred caught Galad's hand with his, but Galad grabbed Dimandred by the helmet, holding tightly, trying to force the helmet down over the Forsaken's eyes. He grunted, both men locked, neither moving. Then, with a sickening sound Galad heard quite distinctly, his muscle ripped in the arm where he'd been cut. His sword slipped from numb fingers, his arm spasming, and Dimandred threw him backward and struck with a flash of the blade. Galad fell to his knees. His right arm, severed at the elbow by Dimandred's slice, flopped to the ground in front of him. Dimandred stepped back, panting. He had been worried. Good. Galad held to his bleeding stump, then spat at Dimandred's feet. Dimandred snorted, then swung his blade once more. All went black. Androl felt as if he'd forgotten what it was like to breathe fresh air. The land around him smoldered and quaked, smoke churning in the wind, bringing with it the stench of burning bodies. He and the others had moved up across the top of the heights to the western side, searching for Taim. Much of the Sharran army fought there, contending with the White Tower army. Groups of channelers drew fire from one side or the other, so Androl crossed the horrid landscape alone. He stepped over broken patches of smoking earth, crouching low, trying to give off the air of a solitary wounded man trying to creep to safety. He still wore Nenson's face, but with his head down and his posture low, that mattered very little. He sensed a spike of alarm from Pivara, who moved alone nearby.
"What is it?" he sent. "Are you all right?"
After a tense moment, her thoughts came.
"I'm fine. A scare with some Sharrans. I convinced them I was on their side before they attacked."
"It's a wonder anyone can tell friend from foe here," Androl sent back. He hoped Amaran and Jonnath were safe. The two had gone together, but if they... Androl froze. Up ahead, through the shifting smoke, he saw a ring of Trollocs protecting something. They stood on an outcropping of rock that jutted out of the hillside like the seat of a chair. Androl crept forward, hoping to steal a peek.
"Androl!"
Hervor's voice in his mind made him jump nearly out of his skin.
"What?"
"You were alarmed at something," she said. "I was reacting to you." He took a few calming breaths.
"I found something. Just a moment."
He drew close enough, indeed, to sense channeling inside the ring. He didn't know if... The Trollocs parted as someone inside barked a command. Mishrael peered out, then scowled.
"It's only Nenson."
Androl's heart thumped inside his chest. A man wearing black turned from his contemplation of the battle. Taim. In his hands he carried a thin disk of black and white. He rubbed his thumb across it as he overlooked the battlefield, sneering, as if disdainful of the lesser channelers struggling all about him.
"Well?"
he barked at Androl, turning and dropping the disk into a pouch at his waist.
"I saw Androl,"
Androl said, thinking quickly. like the others expected him to approach. He did so, walking past the Trollocs, putting himself right in the belly of the beast. If he could draw close enough...
I followed him for a while.
Nenson always spoke in a rough, gravelly voice, and Androl did his best to imitate it. Pibara could have worked the voice into the weave, but hadn't known it well enough.
I don't care about that one. Fool! What is Dimandred doing? He saw me, Androl said. He didn't like me being over there. He sent me back to you and said that if he saw any of us away from this position, he'd kill us.
Androl? Pibara sent, worried. He couldn't spare the concentration to reply. It took all he had to keep from shaking as he stepped up close to Taim. Taim rubbed his forehead with 2 fingers, closing his eyes.
And I thought you could do this simple thing.
Taim created a complex weave of spirit and fire. It struck like a viper at Androl. Pain suddenly moved up Androl's body, starting in his feet, surging through his limbs. He screamed, collapsing to the ground.
Do you like that?
Taim asked.
I learned it from Moradin. I do think he's trying to turn me against Dimandred.
Androl screamed in his own voice. That horrified him, but the others did not seem to notice. When Taim finally released the weave, the pain faded. Androl found himself groveling on the dirty ground, his limbs still spasming from the memory of the pain.
Get up,
Taim growled. Androl began to lurch to his feet.
I'm coming,
Pibara sent.
Stay back,
he replied. Light, he felt powerless. As he stood up, he stumbled into Taim, his legs refusing to work as they should.
Fool!
Taim said, shoving Androl back. Mishrael caught him.
Stand still!
Taim began another weave. Androl tried to pay attention, but he was too nervous to catch the details of the weave. It hovered in front of him, then wrapped around him.
What are you doing?
Androl asked. He didn't have to fake the tremor in his voice. That pain.
You said you saw Androl?
Taim said.
I'm placing a mask of mirrors on you and inverting the weave, making you look like him. I want you to pretend to be the page boy, find Loghain, then kill him. Use a knife or a weave, I don't care which. You're making me look like Androl?
Androl said.
Androl is one of Loghain's pets, Taim said. He shouldn't suspect you. This is an exceptionally easy thing I'm asking of you, Nenson. Do you think for once you could avoid making a complete mess of it? Yes, Mihail. Good. Because if you fail, I'll kill you.
The weave fell into place and vanished. Mishrael grunted, releasing Androl and stepping back.
I think Androl is uglier than that, Mihail.
Taim snorted, then waved at Androl.
It's good enough. Get out of my sight. Return with Loghain's head, or do not return at all.
Androl scrambled away, breathing heavily, feeling the other's eyes on his back. Once a good distance away, he ducked around some brush that was only mostly burned, and nearly tripped over Pibara, Imaran, and Joneth hiding there.
Androl,
Imaran whispered.
Your disguise. What happened? Was that Taim?
Androl sat down in a heap, trying to still his heart. Then he held up the pouch that he had pulled off Taim's belt while stumbling to his feet.
It was him. You're not going to believe this, but...
Arganda cupped the piece of paper, sitting in Mighty's saddle and pulling his list of ciphers out of his pocket. Those Trollocs kept launching arrows. So far, he'd avoided being hit. As had Queen Aleandra, who still rode with him. At least she was willing to stay back a little way with his reserves, where she was more sheltered. In addition to the Legion of the Dragon and the Borderlanders, his force, along with the Wolf Guard and the White Cloaks, had moved downriver following the battle at the ruins. Arganda had more foot soldiers than the others, and had trailed behind them. They'd found plenty of fighting here, with the Trollocs and Sharans in the dry riverbed trying to surround the armies of Andor. Arganda had been fighting here for a few hours now as the sun set, bringing on the shadows. He'd pulled back once he got the message, however.
Bloody awful handwriting.
Arganda grumbled, flipping through the little list of ciphers and turning it toward a torch. The orders were authentic. Either that or someone had broken the cipher. "Well?" Tern asked. "Cawthon's alive," Arganda said with a grunt. "Where is he?" "Don't know," Arganda said, folding the paper and tucking away the ciphers. "The messenger said Cawthon opened a gateway in front of him, threw the letter in his face, and told him to find me." Arganda turned to the south, peering through the darkness. In preparation for night, his men had brought oil through gateways and set piles of wood alight. By the firelight, he could see the Two Rivers men heading his way, sure as the orders had said. "Ho, Tamothor!" Arganda said, raising a hand. He hadn't seen his commander since parting after the battle at the ruins, hours ago now. The Two Rivers men looked as worn down as Arganda felt. It had been a long, long day, and the fighting was by no means over. "I wish Galen were here," Arganda thought, inspecting Trollocs at the river as Althor's men approached. "I could use someone to argue with." Just downriver, shouts and clangs sounded from where the Andorran's pike formations held off, barely, the Trolloc waves. By now this battle was strung out along the Mora, almost up to Dashar Nob. His men had helped keep the Andorrans from being flanked. "What news, Arganda?" Tam asked as he came over. "Cawthon lives," Arganda said. "And that's bloody amazing considering that someone blew up his command post, set fire to his tent, killed a bunch of his Damani and chased off his wife. Cawthon crawled out of it somehow." "Ha!" Abul Cawthon said. "That's my boy." "He told me you were coming," Arganda said. "He said you'd have arrows. Do you?" Tam nodded. "Our last orders sent us through the gateway to Mayenne for healing and resupply. I don't know how Matt knew arrows would be coming, but a shipment from the women in the Two Rivers came right as we were getting ready to return here. We have longbows for you to use, if you need them." "I will. Cawthon wants all of our troops to move back upriver to the ruins, cut across the riverbed and march up the heights from the northeastern side." "Not sure what that's about, but I suppose he knows what he's doing," Tam said. Together, their forces moved upriver in the night, leaving behind the fighting Andorrans, Cairhienin, and Aiel. "Creator shelter you, friends," Arganda thought. They crossed the dry riverbed and began moving up the northeastern slopes. It was quiet on top, at this end of the heights, but the glow from the lines of torches was evident. "That's going to be a tough nut to crack if those are Sharans up there," Tam said softly, looking up the darkened slope. "Cawthon's note said we'd have help," Arganda replied. "What kind of help?" "I don't know. He didn't." Thunder rumbled nearby, and Arganda winced. Most of the channelers were supposed to be fighting on the other side of the heights, but that didn't mean he wouldn't see any here. He hated that feeling, the sensation that a channeler might be watching him, contemplating whether to kill him with fire, lightning, or earth. Channelers. The world would be just plain better without them. But that sound didn't turn out to be thunder. A group of galloping riders bearing torches appeared from the night, crossing the riverbed to join Arganda and his men. They flew the golden crane at the center of an array of Borderlander banners. "Well, I'll be a bloody Trolloc," Arganda called. "You Borderlanders decided to join us?" Lan Mandragoran saluted by torchlight, silvery sword glistening. He looked up the slope. "So we're to fight here?" Arganda nodded. "Good," Lan said softly from horseback. "I just received reports about a large Sharan army moving northeast across the top of the heights. It's clear to me they want to swing down around behind our people fighting the Trollocs at the river. Then we'd be surrounded and at their mercy. Looks like it's our job to keep that from happening." He turned toward Tam. "Are you ready to soften them up for us, Archer?" "I think we can manage that," Tam replied. Lan nodded, then raised his sword. A Melchieri man at his side raised the golden crane high, and then they charged right up that slope. Coming toward them was a huge enemy army spread out in wide ranks across the landscape, the sky lit up by the thousands of torches they carried. Tam al'Thor shouted for his men to line up and fire.
"Loose!"
Tam yelled, sending flights of arrows at the Sharans. Then arrows began to be returned in their direction, now that the distance between the two armies had narrowed. Arganda figured that the archers wouldn't be nearly as accurate in the darkness as they might have been by day, but that would be true for both sides. The Two Rivers men released a wave of death, arrows as fast as diving falcons.
"Hold!"
Tam yelled to his men. They stopped firing just in time for Lan's cavalry to hit the softened Sharan lines. Where did Tam get his battle experience? Arganda thought, thinking of the times he'd seen Tam fight. Arganda had known seasoned generals with far less sense of a battlefield than this sheep-herder. The Borderlanders pulled back, letting Tam and his men loose more arrows. Tam signaled to Arganda.
"Let's go!"
Arganda called to his foot soldiers.
"All companies, forward!"
The 1-2 attack of archers and heavy cavalry was powerful, but it had limited advantage once the enemy set their defenses. Soon the Sharans would get a solid shield and spear wall up to deflect the horsemen, or the archers would pick them off. That's where the infantry came in. Arganda unhooked his mace. Those Sharans wore chainmail and leather, and raised it high, leading his men across the heights, meeting the Sharans halfway as they'd advance to engage. Tam's troops were White Cloaks, Gil'Dannan, Aaron's Wolf Guard, and the Mayenner Winged Guard, but they viewed themselves as one army. Not 6 months ago, Arganda would have sworn on his father's grave that men such as these would never fight together, let alone come to one another's aid as the Wolf Guard did when the White Cloak forces were being overrun. Some Trollocs could be heard howling and being moved up alongside the Sharans. Light. Trollocs, too? Arganda swung his mace until his arm burned, then switched hands and kept going, breaking bones, smashing hands and arms until Mighty's coat was flecked with blood. Flashes of light suddenly launched from the opposite end of the heights toward the Andorans defending below. Arganda barely noted it, consumed by the fighting as he was, but something inside of him whimpered. Demandred must have resumed his attack.
"I have defeated your brother, Lews Therin,"
the voice boomed across the battlefield, loud as a crack of thunder.
"He dies now, bleeding away his mortality."
Arganda danced Mighty back, turning as a hulking Trolloc with an almost human face shoved away the wounded Sharan beside it and bellowed. Blood streamed from a cut on its shoulder, but it didn't seem to notice. It twisted, heaving a short-chained flail with a head like a log covered in spikes. The flail crashed to the ground right beside Mighty, spooking the horse. As Arganda fought for control, the immense Trolloc stepped forward and punched with its offhand, slamming a ham fist into the side of Mighty's head, knocking the horse to the ground.
"Have you any care for the flesh of this birth?"
Demandred thundered in the distance.
"Share you any love for the one who named you brother, this man in white?"
Mighty's head had cracked like an egg. The horse's legs spasmed and jerked. Arganda hauled himself to his feet. He didn't remember leaping free as the horse fell, but his instincts had preserved him. Unfortunately, his role had taken him away from his guards, who fought for their lives against a group of Sharans. His men were advancing, and the Sharans were getting slowly pushed back. He didn't have time to look, though. That Trolloc was on him. Arganda hefted his mace and looked up at the towering beast before him, whipping its flail over its head as it stepped over the dying horse. Never had Arganda felt so small.
"Coward!"
Demandred roared.
"You name yourself savior of this land? I claim that title. Face me! Do I need to kill this kin of yours to draw you out?"
Arganda took a deep breath, then leaped forward. He figured that was the last thing the Trolloc would anticipate. Indeed, the beast's swing went wide. Arganda scored a solid crack at its side, his mace hitting the Trolloc's pelvis, crushing bone. Then the thing backhanded him. Arganda saw white, and the sounds of battle faded. Screaming, pounding feet, yelling. Screams and yells. Yells and screams. Nothing. Sometime later, he didn't know how long, He felt himself being lifted up. The Trolloc? He blinked, intent on at least spitting in the face of his killer, only to find himself being hauled into the saddle behind Alan Mandragoran.
"I'm alive?"
Arganda said. A wave of pain across his left side informed him that yes, indeed, he was.
"You felled a big one, Gildanin,"
Lan said, spurring his horse to a gallop toward their rear lines. The other Borderlanders were riding with them, Arganda saw.
"The Trolloc hit you in its death throes. I thought you were dead, but I could not come for you until we had pushed them back. We would have been hard-pressed if that other army hadn't surprised the Sharans."
"Other army?" said Arganda, rubbing his arm.
"Cawthon had an army lying in wait on the northern side of the heights. By the looks of it, Dragonsworn and a banner of cavalry, probably part of the band. About the time you were tussling with that Trolloc, they fell on the Sharans' left flank, breaking them all apart. It's going to take them a while to regroup."
"Right," Arganda said, then groaned. He could tell his left arm was broken. Well, he lived. Good enough for now. He looked toward the front lines where his soldiers still held their ranks. Queen Aleandra rode in their midst, back and forth through the ranks, encouraging them. Light. He wished she'd been willing to serve at the hospital in Mayenne. There was peace here at the moment. The Sharans had been hit hard enough that they had pulled back, leaving a section of ground open between the opposing armies. They probably hadn't been expecting such a sudden and strong attack. But wait. Shadows approached from Arganda's right, oversized figures walking from the darkness. More Trollocs? He set his jaw against the pain. He'd dropped his mace, but he still had his boot knife. He'd not go down without... Ogier, he realized, blinking. Those aren't Trollocs. They're Ogier. Trollocs wouldn't carry torches as these beings did.
"Glory to the Builders,"
Lan called up to them.
"So you were part of the army Cawthon sent to attack the Sharans' flank? Where is he? I would have words with him."
One of the Ogier let out a rumbling laugh.
"You are not the only one, Daishan. Cawthon moves about like a squirrel, hunting nuts in the underbrush. One moment here, another moment gone. I am to tell you that we must hold back this Sharan advance at all cost."
More light flashed from the distant side of the heights. The Aes Sedai and Sharans fought there. Cawthon was trying to box the Shadow's forces in. Arganda shoved aside his pain, trying to think. What of Demandred? Arganda could now see another swath of destruction launched from the Forsaken. It burned through defenders across the river. The pike formations had begun to shatter, each burst of light killing hundreds.
"A Sharan channelers in the distance on one side,"
Arganda mumbled,
"and one of the Forsaken on the other. Light. I didn't realize how many Trollocs there were. They're endless."
He could see them now confronting Elaine's troops. Blasts of the One Power showed thousands of them in the distance below.
"We're finished, aren't we?"
Lan's face reflected torchlight. Eyes like slate, a face of granite. He did not correct Arganda.
"What will we do?"
Arganda said.
"To win. Like to win, we'd need to break those Sharans, rescue the pikemen. They will soon be surrounded by the Trollocs, and each man of ours would need to kill at least 5 of those beasts. That's not even counting Demandred."
No reply from Lan.
"We're doomed,"
Arganda said.
"If so,"
Lan said,
"we stand atop the high ground and we fight until we die, Gildanin. You surrender when you're dead. Many a man has been given less."
The threads of possibility resisted Rand as he wove them together into the world he imagined. He did not know what that meant. Perhaps what he demanded was highly unlikely. This thing he did, using threads to show what could be, was more than simple illusion. It involved looking to worlds that had been before, worlds that could be again, mirrors of the reality he lived in. He didn't create these worlds. He merely manifested them. He forced the threads to open the reality he demanded, and finally they obeyed. One last time the darkness became light, and the nothing became something. He stepped into a world that did not know the Dark One. He chose Caemlyn as a point of entry, perhaps because the Dark One had used the place in his last creation, and Rand wanted to prove to himself that the terrible vision was not inevitable. He needed to see the city again, but untainted. He walked on the road before the palace, taking a deep breath. The butterchain trees were in bloom, the bright yellow blossoms spilling out of the gardens and hanging over the courtyard walls. Children played in them, throwing the petals into the air. Not a cloud marred the brilliant sky. Rand looked up, raising his arms, and stepped out from beneath the blossoming branches into the deep, warming sunlight. No guards stood at the way into the palace, only a kindly servant who answered questions for some visitors. Rand strode forward, feet leaving tracks in golden petals as he approached the entrance. A child came toward him, and Rand stopped, smiling at her. She stepped up, reaching to touch the sword at Rand's waist. The child seemed confused.
"What is it?"
she asked, looking up with wide eyes. "A relic," Rand whispered. Laughter from the other children turned the girl's head, and she left him, giggling as one of the children threw an armful of petals into the air. Rand walked on.
"Is this perfection for you?"
The Dark One's voice felt distant. He could pierce this reality to speak to Rand, but he could not appear here as he had in the other visions. This place was his antithesis, for this was the world that would exist if Rand killed him in the last battle. "Come and see," Rand said to him, smiling. No reply. If the Dark One allowed himself to be drawn too fully into this reality, he would cease to exist. In this place, he had died. All things turned and came again. That was the meaning of the Wheel of Time. What was the point of winning a single battle against the Dark One, only to know that he would return? Rand could do more. He could do this. "I would like to see the Queen," Rand asked of the servant at the palace doors. "Is she in?" "You should find her in the gardens, young man," the guide said. He looked at Rand's sword, but out of curiosity, not worry. In this world, men could not conceive that one would want to hurt another. It didn't happen. "Thank you," Rand said, walking into the palace. The hallways were familiar, yet different. Caemlyn had nearly been razed during the last battle. The palace burned. The reconstruction resembled what had been there before, but not completely. Rand strolled the hallways. Something worried him, a discomfort from the back of his mind. What was it? Do not be caught here, he realized. Do not be complacent. This world was not real, not completely, not yet. Could this have been a plan of the Dark One? To trick Rand into creating paradise for himself, only to enter it and be trapped while the last battle raged? People were dying as they fought. He had to remember that. He could not let this fancy consume him. That was difficult to remember as he entered the gallery, a long hallway lined with what appeared to be windows. Only those windows did not look out at Caemlyn. These new glass portals allowed one to see other places, like a gateway always in place. Rand passed one that looked out into a submerged bay, colorful fish darting this way and that. Another gave a view of a peaceful meadow high in the mountains of mist. Red flowers pushed up through the green like specks of paint scattered on the floor following a painter's daily work. On the other wall, the windows looked at the great cities of the world. Rand passed Tyr, where the stone was now a museum to the days of the Third Age, with the Defenders as its curators. None of this generation had ever carried a weapon, and were baffled by the stories of their grandparents having fought. Another showed the 7 towers of Melkir, built strong again, but as a monument, not a fortification. The blight had vanished upon the Dark One's death, and the Shadowspawn had fallen dead immediately, as if the Dark One had been linked to them all, like a fade leading a fist of Trollocs. Doors did not bear locks. Coinage was a nearly forgotten eccentricity. Channelers helped create food for everyone. Ran past a window to Tar Valon, where the Aes Sedai healed any who came and created gateways to bring loved ones together. All had everything they needed. He hesitated beside the next window. It looked out on Rhuidean. Had this city ever been in a desert? The waste bloomed, from Shara to Cairhien. And here, through the window, Rand saw the Chora fields, a forest of them surrounding the fabled city. Though he could not hear their words, he saw the Aiel singing. No more weapons, no more spears to dance. Once again the Aiel were a people of peace. He continued on. Bandar Eben, Ebu Dar, the Seanchan lands, Shara. Each nation was represented, though these days people didn't pay much heed to borders. Another relic. Who cared who lived in what nation, and why would someone try to own land? There was enough for all. The blooming of the waste had opened up room for new cities, new wonders. Many of the windows Rand passed looked at places he did not know, though he was pleased to see the two rivers looking so majestic, almost like Manetheren come again. The last window gave him pause. It looked upon a valley in what had once been the Blasted Lands. A stone slab where a body had been burned long ago rested here alone, overgrown with life, vines, grass, flowers. A furry spider the size of a child's hand scurried across the stones. Rand's grave, the place where his body had been burned following the last battle. He lingered a long while at that window before finally forcing himself to move on, leaving the gallery and making his way to the palace gardens. Servants were helpful whenever he spoke to them. Nobody questioned why he wanted to see the queen. He assumed that when he found her, she would be surrounded by people. If anyone could see the queen, wouldn't that demand all of her time? Yet when he approached her sitting in the palace gardens beneath the boughs of the palace's Chora tree, she was alone. This was a world without problems, a world where people worked out their own grievances easily, a world of giving, not dispute. What would someone need of the queen? Elayne was as beautiful as she'd been when they'd last parted. She was no longer pregnant, of course. 100 years had passed since the last battle. She appeared to have not aged a day. Rand approached her, glancing at the garden wall that he had once fallen over, tumbling down to meet her for the first time. These gardens were far different, but that wall remained. It had weathered the scouring of Caemlyn and the coming of a new age. Elayne looked at him from her bench. Her eyes widened immediately, and her hand went to her mouth. "Rand?" He fixed his gaze on her, hand resting on the pommel of Layman's sword. A formal posture. Why had he taken it? Elayne smiled. "Is this a prank? Daughter, where are you? Have you used the Mask of Mirrors to trick me again?" "It is no trick, Elayne," Rand said, sinking down onto one knee before her so that their heads were level. He looked into her eyes. Something was wrong. "Oh, but how can it be?" she asked. This wasn't Elayne, was it? The tone seemed off, the mannerisms wrong. Could she have changed so much? It had been 100 years. "Elayne?" Rand asked. "What has happened to you?" "Happened? Why, nothing. The day is grand, wonderful, beautiful and peaceful. How I like to sit in my gardens and enjoy the sunlight." Rand frowned. That simpering tone, that vapid reaction. Elayne had never been like that. "We shall have to prepare a feast," Elayne exclaimed, clapping her hands. "I will invite Aviendha. It is her week off from singing. though she is probably doing nursery duty. She usually volunteers there." "Nursery duty?" "In Rhuidean," Elaine said. "Everyone so likes to play with the children, both here and there. There is grand competition to care for the children, but we understand the need to take turns." Aviendha, tending children and singing to chora trees? There was nothing wrong with that, really. Why shouldn't she enjoy such activities? But it was wrong, too. He thought Aviendha would be a wonderful mother, but to imagine her seeking to spend all day playing with other people's children? Rand looked into Elaine's eyes, looked into them deeply. A shadow lurked back there behind them. Oh, it was an innocent shadow, but a shadow nonetheless. It was like that shadow behind the eyes of someone who had been turned to the Dark One. Rand jumped to his feet and stumbled backward. "What have you done here?" he shouted into the sky. "Shaitan, answer me!" Elaine cocked her head. She wasn't afraid. Fear did not exist in this place. "Shaitan? I swear I remember that name. It has been so long. I get forgetful sometimes." "Shaitan!" Rand bellowed.
"I have done nothing, adversary."
The tone was distant.
"This is your creation."
"Nonsense," Rand said. "You've changed her. You've changed them all."
"Did you think that removing me from their lives would leave them unaltered?"
The words thundered through Rand. Aghast, he stepped away as Elaine rose, obviously concerned for him. Yes, he saw it now, the thing behind her eyes. She was not herself, because Rand had taken from her the ability to be herself.
"I turn men to me," Shaitan said. "It is true. They cannot choose good once I have made them mine in that way. How is this any different, adversary? If you do this, we are one."
"No!" Rand screamed, holding his head in his hand, falling to his knees. "No! The world will be perfect without you."
"Perfect, unchanging, ruined. Do this if you wish, adversary. In killing me, I would win. No matter what you do, I will win."
Rand screamed, curling up as the Dark One's next attack washed over him. The nightmare Rand had created exploded outward, ribbons of light spraying away like streaks of smoke. The darkness around him shook and trembled.
"You cannot save them."
The pattern, glowing, vibrant, wrapped around Rand again. The real pattern. The truth of what was happening. In creating his vision of a world without the Dark One, he had created something horrible, something awful, something worse than would have been before. The Dark One attacked again. Matt pulled back from the fighting, resting his Ashendari on his shoulder. Kharid had demanded the chance to fight. The more hopeless the situation, the better. Well, the man should be bloody well pleased with this. He should be dancing and laughing. He had his wish, like Buddy did. Matt sat down on a dead Trolloc, the only seat available, and drank deeply from his water skin. He had the pulse of the battle, its rhythm. The best it played was forlorn. Demandred was clever. He had not gone for Matt's bait at the ford, where he had positioned a smaller army. Demandred had sent Trollocs there, but held back his Sharans. Had Demandred abandoned the heights to attack Elaine's army, Matt would have swept his own armies across the top of the heights from the west and the northwest to smash the shadow from behind. Now Demandred was trying to get his troops behind Elaine's forces, and Matt had stopped him for the time being. But how long could he hold? The Aes Sedai were not doing well. The Sharan Channelers were winning that fight. Luck, Matt thought. We'll need more than a little of you today. Don't abandon me now. That would be a fitting end for Matrim Cauthon. The pattern did like to laugh at him. he suddenly saw its grand prank, offering him luck when it meant nothing, then seizing it all away when it really mattered. Blood and bloody ashes, he thought, putting away the empty water skin, seeing only by a torch that Kareed carried. Matt could not feel his luck at the moment. That happened sometimes. He did not know if it was with him or not. Well, if they could not have a lucky Matrim Cauthon, they would at least have a stubborn Matrim Cauthon. He did not intend to die this day. There was still dancing to be done. There were still songs to be sung, and women to be kissed. One woman, at least. He stood and rejoined the Deathwatch guards, the Ogier, Tam's army, the band, the Borderlanders, everyone he had put up here. The battle had resumed, and they fought hard, even pushing the Sharans back a couple of 100 paces. But Demandred had seen what he was doing, and had started sending Trollocs at the river up the slope to join the fray. It was the steep one, hardest to climb, but Demandred would know he had to pressure Matt. Those Trollocs were a real danger. There were enough of them at the river to potentially surround Elaine and fight their way up to the heights. If any one of Matt's armies broke, he was done for. Well, Matt had thrown his dice and sent out his orders. There was nothing more to do but fight, bleed, and hope. A spray of light, like liquid fire, flared from the western side of the heights. Burning drops of molten stone fell through the dark air. At first, Matt thought that Demandred had decided to attack from that direction, but the Forsaken was still intent on destroying the Andorans. Another flash of light. That was where the Aes Sedai fought. Through the darkness and smoke, Matt was certain he saw Sharans fleeing across the heights from west to east. Matt found himself smiling. "Look," he said, slapping Kareed on the shoulder and drawing the man's attention.
"What is it?"
"I don't know," Matt said, "but it's setting Sharans on fire, so I'm mostly certain that I like it. Keep fighting." He led Kareed and the others in another charge against Sharan soldiers. Olver walked hunched over under the bundle of arrows tied to his back. They had to have real weight. He'd insisted. What would happen if one of the Shadows people inspected the goods and found that his pack had light cloth stuffed in the middle? Satala and Fail didn't need to keep looking at him as if he'd break any moment. The bundle wasn't that heavy. Of course, that wouldn't stop him from squeezing some sympathy from Satala once they were back. He needed to practice doing things like that, or he'd end up as hopeless as Matt. Their line continued forward toward the supply dump here in the Blasted Lands, and as it did, he admitted to himself that he wouldn't have minded a pack that was a little lighter. Not because he was growing tired. How was he going to fight if he needed to? He'd have to drop the pack quickly, and this didn't seem the type of pack that let one do anything quickly. Gray dust coated his feet. No shoes, and his clothing now wouldn't make good rags. Earlier, Fail and the band had attacked one of the pitiful caravans trailing toward the Shadows' supply depot. It hadn't been much of a fight. Only 3 Dark Friends and 1 oily merchant guarding a string of worn-out, half-fed captives. Many of their supplies bore the mark of Kandor, a red horse. In fact, many of those captives had been Kandori. Fail offered them freedom, sending them southward, but only half had gone. The rest had insisted on joining her and marching for the last battle, though Olver had seen beggars on the streets with more meat on them than these fellows. Still, they helped Fail's line look authentic. That was important. Olver glanced up as they approached the supply dump, the path lined with torches in the cold night. Several of those red-veiled Aiel stood to the side, watching the line pass. Olver looked down again, lest they see his hatred. He'd known that Aiel couldn't be trusted. A couple of guards, not Aiel, but more of those Dark Friends, called out for the line to stop. Aravine walked forward, wearing the clothing of the merchant they'd killed. Fail was obviously Saldaean, and it had been decided that she might be too distinctive to play the part of the merchant Dark Friend. "Where are your guards?" the soldier asked. "This is Lifa's run, isn't it? What happened?" "Those fools," Aravine said, then spat to the side. Olver hid a smile. Her entire countenance changed. She knew how to play a part. "They're dead, where I left them. I told them not to wander at night. I don't know what took the three, but we found them at the edge of the camp, bloated, their skin black." She looked sick. "I think something laid eggs in their hollowed-out stomachs. We didn't want to find what hatched." The soldier grunted. "You are?" "Pansai," Aravin said. "Lifa's business partner." "Since when has Lifa had a business partner?" "Since I stabbed her and took over her run." What information they had on Lifa had come from the rescued captives. It was thin. Alvar felt himself sweating. The guard gave Aravin a long look, then began walking down the line of people. Fail's soldiers were mixed among the Kandori captives. They tried their best to hold the right posture. "You, woman," the guard said, pointing at Fail. "A Saldean, eh?" He laughed. "I thought a Saldean woman would kill a man before letting him take her captive." He shoved Fail on the shoulder. Alvar held his breath. Oh, blood and bloody ashes. Lady Fail wasn't going to be able to take that. The guard was looking to see if the captives were really beaten down or not. Fail's posture, her manner, would give her away. She was noble and... Fail slumped down, becoming small, and whimpered a reply that Alvar could not hear. Alvar found himself gaping, then forced his mouth shut and looked down at the ground. How? How had a lady like Fail learned to act like a servant? The guard grunted. "Go on," he said, waving to Aravin. "Wait there until we send for you." The group shuffled to a patch of ground nearby where Aravin ordered everyone to sit down. She stood to the side, arms folded, tapping one toe as she waited. Thunder rumbled, and Alvar felt an odd chill. He looked up and into the eyeless face of a Myrddraal. A shock ran through Alvar, like he'd been dropped into an icy lake. He couldn't breathe. The Myrddraal seemed to glide as it moved, its cloak motionless and dead as it rounded the group. After a horrible moment, it moved on back toward the supply camp. "Searching for channelers," Fail whispered to Mandevwin. "Light help us," the man whispered back. The wait was nearly insufferable. Eventually, a plump woman in white clothing strode up and wove a gateway. Aravin barked for them all to climb to their feet, then waved them through. Alvar joined the line, walking near Fail, and they passed from the land of red soil and cold air to a place that smelled like it was on fire. They entered a ramshackle camp filled with Trollocs. Several large cookpots boiled nearby. Just behind the camp, a slope led up sharply to some kind of large plateau. Streams of smoke rose from the top of it, and from there and somewhere to Alvar's left could be heard the sounds of combat. Turning away from the slope, the boy saw the darkened outline of a tall, narrow mountain far in the distance, rising from the flat plain like a candle in the middle of a table. He looked back up the slope behind the camp, and his heart leaped. A body was plummeting down from the top of the slope, still clutching in its hand a banner that bore a large red hand. The Band of the Red Hand. The man and banner fell among a group of Trollocs eating sizzling pieces of meat around a fire. Sparks flew in all directions, and the enraged beasts yanked the intruder out of the flames, but he was long past caring what they did to him. "Fail," he whispered. "I see it." Her bundle concealed the sack with the horn in it. She added, more to herself, "Light, how are we going to reach Matt?" They moved off to the side as the rest of her group came through the gateway. They had swords, but carried them bundled up like arrows in packs atop the backs of a few of the men, as if they were tied-up supplies for the battlefield. "Blood and ashes," Mandevwin whispered, joining the two of them. Captives whimpered from a pen nearby. "Maybe they'll put us in there. We could sneak out in the night." Fail shook her head. "They'll take our bundles. Leave us unarmed." "Then what do we do?" Mandevwin asked, glancing to the side as a group of Trollocs passed, dragging corpses harvested from the front lines. Start fighting? Hope Lord Matt sees us and sends help? Oliver didn't think much of that plan. He wanted to fight, but those Trollocs were big. One passed nearby, and its wolf-featured head swung his way. Eyes that could have belonged to a man looked him up and down as if hungry. Oliver stepped back, then reached toward his bundle where he'd hidden his knife. "We'll run," Fail whispered once the Trolloc passed. "Scatter in a dozen different directions, and in doing so try to disorient them. Maybe a few of us will escape." She frowned. "What is delaying Aravine?" Almost as she said it, Aravine strode through the gateway. The woman in white who had channeled followed her out, and then Aravine pointed at Fail. Fail jerked into the air. Oliver gasped, and Mandevwin cursed, throwing down his bundle and digging for his sword, while Arella and Salanda shouted. All three were hauled into the air by Weaves moments later, and Aiel in red veils ran through the gateway, weapons out. Pandemonium followed. A few of Fail's soldiers fell as they tried to fight back with their fists. Oliver dove for the ground, hunting for his knife, but by the time he had his hand on its hilt, the skirmish was over. The others were all subdued or tied in air. So fast, Oliver thought with despair. Why hadn't anyone warned him that fighting happened so quickly? They seemed to have forgotten him, but he didn't know what to do. Aravine walked up to Fail, still hanging in the air. What was happening? Aravine. She had betrayed them? "I am sorry, my lady," Aravine said to Fail. Oliver could barely hear. Nobody paid any attention to him. The Aiel kept watch on the soldiers, shoving them into a group to be guarded. More than a few of their number lay bleeding on the ground. Fail struggled in the air, her face growing red as she strained. Her mouth was obviously gagged. Fail would never remain quiet at a time like this. Aravine untied the horns bag from Fail's back, then checked inside it. Her eyes widened. She pulled the sack tight at the top and held it close. "I had hoped," she whispered to Fail, "to leave my old life behind, to start fresh and new. I thought I could hide, or that I would be forgotten, that I could come back to the light. But the Great Lord does not forget, and one cannot hide from him. They found me the very night we reached Andor. This is not what I intended, but it is what I must do." Aravine turned away. "A horse!" she called. "I will deliver this package to Lord Demandred myself, as I've been commanded." The woman in white walked up beside her, and the two started arguing in hushed tones. Oliver glanced about. Nobody was looking at him. His fingers started trembling. He'd known that Trollocs were big, and that they were ugly. But these things were nightmares. Nightmares all around. Oh, light. What would Matt do? "Dovie andi, Zetovia Sagain," Oliver whispered, unsheathing his knife. With a cry, he threw himself at the woman in white and rammed his knife into her lower back. She screamed. Fail dropped free of her bonds of air. And then, suddenly, the captive pens burst open, and a group of yelling men scrambled to freedom.
"Raise it higher!" Doacine cried. "Flaming quickly!" Lyanna obeyed, weaving earth with the other sisters. The ground trembled in front of them, buckling and slumping like a bunched-up rug. They finished, then used the mound for cover as fire dropped from upslope. Doacine led the motley bunch. A dozen or so Aes Sedai, a smattering of warders and soldiers. The men clutched their weapons, but lately those had proven about as effective as loaves of bread. The power crackled and sizzled in the air. The improvised bulwark thumped as Sharans pounded it with fire. Lyanna peeked above the defenses, clutching the one power. She had recovered from her encounter with the Forsaken Demandred. It had been an unsettling experience. She had been totally in his power, and her life could have been snuffed out in an instant. She had also been unnerved by the intensity of his ravings. His hatred of the Dragon Reborn was unlike anything she had ever seen. A group of Sharans moved down the slope, and together they sent weaves at the makeshift fortification. Lyanna sliced one weave from the air, working like a surgeon, cutting away withered flesh. Lyanna was much weaker in the One Power now than she had once been. She had to be more efficient with her channeling. It was remarkable what a woman could achieve with less. The bulwark exploded. Lyanna threw herself aside as clods of soil rained down. She rolled through curling smoke, coughing and clinging to Saidar. It was those Sharan men. She couldn't see their weaves. She picked herself up, her dress tattered from the explosion, her arms scored by scratches. She caught a hint of blue peeking from a furrow nearby. Doacine. She scrambled over. She found the woman's body there. Not her head, though. Lyanna felt an immediate, almost overpowering sense of loss and grief. Doacine and she had not been close, but they had been fighting together here. It was wearing on Lyanna. The loss, the destruction. How much could they take? How many more would she have to watch die? She steeled herself with difficulty. Light. This was a disaster. They had anticipated enemy dreadlords, but there were hundreds upon hundreds of those Sharans, an entire nation's worth of channelers, all trained in war. The battlefield was strewn with bright bits of color, fallen Aes Sedai. Their warders charged up the hillside, screaming in rage at the loss of their Aes Sedai as they were cut down by blasts of the power. Lyanna stumbled toward where a group of reds and greens fought from a hollowed-out piece of ground on the western slope. The terrain protected them for now, but how long could the women hold out? Still, she felt proud. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, the Aes Sedai kept fighting. This was nothing like the night the Shanshan attacked, when a fractured tower had broken from the inside out. These women held firm. Each time a pocket of them was scattered, they grouped back together and continued fighting. Fire fell from above, but nearly as much flew back, and lightning struck on either side. Lyanna carefully made her way over to the group, joining Raychin Conneral, who crouched next to a boulder while launching weaves of fire at the advancing Sharans. Lyanna watched for return weaves, then deflected one with a quick weave of water, making the ball of fire burn away in tiny sparks. Raychin nodded to her. And here I thought you'd stopped being useful for anything other than batting your eyes at men. The Damani art is about achieving what you want, Raychin, Lyanna said coolly, with as little effort as possible. Raychin snorted and launched a few fireballs toward the Sharans. I should ask advice from you on that sometime, she said. If there really is a way to make men do as you like, I should like very much to know it. That idea was so absurd as to nearly make Lyanna laugh, despite the terrible circumstances. A red? Putting on paints and powders? And learning the Damani arts of manipulation? Well, why not? Lyanna thought, striking down another fireball. The world was changing, and the Ajahs, ever so subtly, changing with it. The sisters' resistance was attracting the attention of more Sharan channelers. We'll have to abandon this position soon, Raychin said. Lyanna only nodded. Those Sharans, the red growled. Look at that. Lyanna gasped. Many of the Sharan troops in this quarter had withdrawn earlier in the fight. Something seemed to have drawn them away, but the channelers had replaced them with a large group of frightened-looking people and were herding them at the front of their line to absorb attacks. Many carried sticks or tools of some sort for fighting, but they bunched together, holding the weapons timidly. Blood and bloody ashes, Raychin said, causing Lyanna to raise an eyebrow at her. She continued weaving, trying to send lightning down behind the lines of the frightened people. It still hit many of them. Lyanna felt sick, but joined in the attacks. As they worked, Manda Wan crawled up to them. Soot-stained and blackened, the green looked horrible. Probably much as I do, Lyanna thought, glancing down at her own scratched and sooty arms. "We're pulling back," Manda said. "Maybe we'll have to use gateways." "And go where?" Lyanna said. "Abandon the battle?" The three grew silent. No, there was no retreat from this fight. It was win here or nothing. "We are too fragmented," Manda said. "We must at least fall back to regroup. We need to bring the women together, and this is the only thing I can think of, unless you have a better idea." Manda looked to Rachin. Lyanna was too weak in the power now for her opinion to hold much weight. She started cutting down weaves as the two continued to speak in hushed tones. The Aes Sedai nearby began pulling back out of the hollow and moving back down the slope. They'd regroup, make a gateway toward Dashar Nob, and decide what to do next. Wait, what was that? Lyanna sensed powerful channeling nearby. Had the Sharans created a circle? She squinted. They were well into night now, but enough of the landscape burned to give firelight. It also raised a lot of smoke. Lyanna wove air to blow the smoke out of the way, but it lifted on its own, split as if by a powerful wind. Egwene Alvir strode past them up the slope, glowing with the power of 100 bonfires. That was more than Lyanna had ever seen a woman hold. The Amyrlin walked forward with her hand thrust out, holding a white rod. Egwene's eyes seemed to shine. With a burst of light and force, Egwene released 12 separate flows of fire. 12! They battered the hillside above, throwing the bodies of Sharan channelers into the air. "Manda," Lyanna said, "I think we have found you a better rallying point."
Talmanas lit a twig off the lantern, then used it to light his pipe. He took one puff before hacking and emptying the pipe's bowl on the rock floor. The tobacco had gone bad somehow. Horribly bad. He coughed and ground the offending tobacco into the floor with his heel. "You all right, my lord?" Melton asked, walking past, idly juggling a pair of hammers with his right hand as he walked. "I'm still bloody alive," Talmanas said, "which is far more than I likely have a right to expect." Melton nodded without expression and continued on, joining one of the teams working on the dragons. The deep cavern around them echoed with the sounds of hammers on wood as the band did its best to reconstruct the weapons. Talmanas tapped the lantern, judging the oil. It smelled awful when it burned, though he was growing used to that. They had enough for a few more hours yet. That was good since, so far as he knew, this cavern had no exits to the battleground above. It was accessible only by gateway. Some Ashaman had known of it. Strange fellow. What kind of man knew of caverns that could not be reached except through the one power? Anyway, the band was trapped down here, in a place of safety but isolation. Only rare bits of information came in Mat's messages. Talmanas strained, thinking he could hear the distant sounds of channelers fighting above, but it was mere fancy. The land was silent, and these ancient stones had not seen the light since the breaking, if then. Talmanas shook his head, walking to one of the working teams. "How goes it?" Denel gestured toward a few sheets of paper Aludra had given him, instructions on how to repair this particular dragon. The woman herself gave precise directions to another of the work teams, her lightly accented voice echoing in the chamber. "Most of the tubes are solid," Denel said. "If you think about it, they were built to withstand a little fire and an explosion now and then." He chuckled, then fell silent, looking at Talmanas. "Do not let my expression dampen your good humor," Talmanas said, tucking his pipe away. "Nor let it bother you that we are fighting at the end of the world, that our armies are grossly outnumbered, and that if we lose, our very souls will be destroyed by the Dark Lord of all evil." "Sorry, my lord." "That was a joke." Denel blinked. "That?" "Yes." "That was a joke?" "Yes." You have an interesting sense of humor, my lord, Denel said. So I have been told. Talmanis stooped down and inspected the dragon cart. The scorched wood was held together with screws and extra boards. This does not seem very functional. It will work, my lord. We won't be able to move it fast, though. I was saying, the tubes themselves fared well, but the carts, well, we've done what we can with salvage and the supplies out of Barillon, but we can only do so much with the time we have. Which is none, Talmanis said. Lord Mat could call upon us at any moment. If they're still alive up there, Denel said, looking upward. A discomforting thought. The band could end its days trapped down here. At least there wouldn't be many of those days. Either the world would end or the band would run out of food. They wouldn't last a week. Buried here, in darkness. Bloody ashes, Mat. You'd better not lose up there. You'd better not. The band still had fight in them. They were not going to end this one starving underground. Talmanis held up his lantern, turning to go, but noticed something. The soldiers working on the dragons cast a twisted shadow on the wall, like a man with a wide cloak and hat that obscured his face. Denel followed the glance. Light. It looks like we're being watched over by old Jack himself, doesn't it? That it does, Talmanis said. Then in a louder voice he shouted, It's too quiet in here by far. Let's have some singing, men. Some of the men paused. Eludra stood up, placing her hands on her hips, and gave him a displeased glance. So Talmanis started it himself. We'll drink the wine till the cup is dry, and kiss the girls so they'll not cry, and toss the dice until we fly to dance with Jack of the Shadows. Silence. Then they started up. We'll give a yell with a bloody curse, and hug the maids, it could be worse, as we ride away with the Dark One's purse to dance with Jack of the Shadows. Their loud voices beat against the stones as they worked, furiously preparing for the part they would play. And they would play it. Talmanis would make certain they did, even if they had to blast their way out of this tomb in a storm of dragon fire.
As Ulver stabbed the woman in white, Fail's bonds vanished. She dropped to the ground, stumbling but remaining upright. Mandevwin dropped beside her with a curse. Aravine. Light. Aravine. Docile, careful, and capable. Aravine was a dark friend. She had the horn. Aravine glanced at the fallen Aes Sedai that Ulver had attacked, then panicked, grabbing the horse a servant had brought and jumping into the saddle. Fail dashed for her as captives roared out of the nearby pens, throwing themselves at Trollocs and trying to wrestle weapons free. She had almost reached Aravine before the woman galloped away, carrying the horn with her. She headed toward the gentler slopes that would allow her to ride to the top of the heights. "No!" Fail screamed. "Aravine! Don't do this!" Fail started to run after her, but saw that that was no use. A horse. She needed a horse. Fail looked around frantic and found the few pack animals they had brought through the gateway. Fail scrambled to Bella's side, cutting free the saddle and all of its burdens with a few swipes of the knife. She leaped up onto the mare bareback and took the reins, then kicked her into motion. The shaggy mare galloped after Aravine, and Fail leaned low on her back. "Run, Bella," Fail said. "If you've kept any strength back, now is the time to use it. Please, run, girl, run!" Bella charged across the trampled ground, hoofbeats accompanying thunder from above. The Trolloc camp was a place of darkness, lit by cook fires and the occasional torch. Fail felt as if she were riding through a nightmare. Ahead, a few Trollocs burst onto the path to head her off. Fail leaned lower, praying to the light that they'd miss when they attacked. Bella slowed, and then 2 horsemen charged up alongside Fail, bearing lances. One pierced a Trolloc's neck, and though the other rider missed his mark, his horse shouldered another Trolloc aside, making way. Bella galloped between the disoriented Trollocs, catching up to 2 men riding ahead, one large of girth, the other lean. Harnan and Vannin. "You too!" Fail yelled.
"Ho, my lady!"
Harnan said, laughing. "How?" she yelled at them over the sound of the hooves.
"We let a caravan find us,"
Harnan yelled back.
"and let them take us captive. They brought us through the gateway a few hours back, and we've been preparing the captives to break free. Your arrival gave us the opportunity we needed."
"The horn! You tried to steal the horn!"
"No,"
Harnan yelled back.
"We tried to steal some of Matt's tabak." "I thought you had buried it to leave it behind,"
Vannin yelled from the other side.
"I figured Matt wouldn't care. He owes me a few marks anyway. When I opened that sack and found the bloody horn of Valir, bloody ashes, I'll bet they heard my yell all the way in Tar Valon."
Fail groaned, imagining the scene. The yell that Fail had heard was a yell of surprise, and it was what had drawn the bear thing to attack. Well, there was no going back to that moment. She clung to Bella with her knees, urging the horse forward. Ahead, Aravine galloped between Trollocs, heading toward where the steep slopes tapered off. Aravine yelled frantically for Trollocs to help her. The racing horses traveled faster than any Trollocs could, however. Dimandred. Aravine had said she would take the horn to one of the Forsaken. Fail growled softly, leaning down further, and amazingly Bella pulled ahead of Vannin and Harnan. She didn't ask where they'd found the horses. She directed her entire attention toward Aravine. A cry went up through camp, and Vannin and Harnan split off, intercepting riders who came for Fail. She cut to the side, urging Bella to leap a pile of supplies, and charging through the center of a group of people in strange clothing, eating beside a small fire. They yelled after her with thick accents. Inch by inch, she gained on Aravine. Bella snorted and puffed, sweat darkening her coat. The Saldaean cavalry was among the best in the land, and Fail knew horses. She'd ridden all breeds. In those minutes on the battlefield, she would have put Bella up against the Tyran best. The shaggy mare, of no particular breed of note, moved like a champion runner. Feeling the rhythm of the hoofbeats beneath her, Fail slipped a knife from her sleeve. She urged Bella to jump over a small dip in the land, and they hung in the air for a moment, Fail judging the wind, the fall, the moment. She reached her arm back and flipped the knife through the air right before Bella's hooves touched the ground. The knife flew true, burying itself in Aravine's back. The woman slipped from the saddle, crumpling to the ground, sack sliding from her grip. Fail leaped off Bella, landing while still in motion and sliding to a stop beside the sack. She untied the strings that secured its opening and saw the glittering horn inside. "I'm sorry," Aravine whispered, rolling over. Her legs did not move. "Don't tell Alden what I did. He has such terrible taste in women." Fail stood up, then looked down with pity. "Pray that the Creator shelters your soul, Aravine," Fail said, and climbed back onto Bella's back. "For if not, the Dark One will have you as his. I leave you to him." She nudged Bella back into motion. There were more Trollocs ahead, and they fixed their attention on Fail. They shouted, and several Myrddraal slid forward, pointing toward Fail. They began to shift around her, blocking her path. She set her jaw grim and heeled Bella back in the direction she had come, hoping to meet up with Harnan, Vannin, or anyone else who would help. The camp was abuzz with activity, and Fail picked up riders chasing after her, yelling,
"She has the horn of Valir!"
Somewhere high atop the hill, Mat Cawthon's forces fought the shadow. So close. An arrow hit the ground beside her, followed by others. Fail reached the captive pens, the broken fence lying in pieces and bodies littered about. Bella was huffing, perhaps at the end of her strength. Fail caught sight of another horse nearby, a roan gelding that was saddled, nudging at a fallen soldier at his feet. Fail slowed. What to do? Switch horses? But then what? She glanced over her shoulder and then ducked down as another arrow passed overhead. She'd picked up some dozen Sharran soldiers on horseback, all chasing her, wearing cloth armor sewn with small rings. They were followed by hundreds of Trollocs. Even with a fresh horse, she thought, I can't outrun them. She led Bella behind some supply wagons for cover and leaped off, intending to dash for the fresh mount. "Lady Fail?" a small voice asked. Fail glanced down. Oliver huddled beneath the wagon, holding his knife. The riders were almost upon her. Fail didn't have time to think. She whipped the horn from its sack and pushed it into Oliver's arms. "Keep this," she said. "Hide. Take it to Matt Cawthon later in the night." "You're leaving me?" Oliver asked. "Alone?" "I must," she said, stuffing some bundles of arrows into her sack, her heart thundering in her chest. "Once those riders pass, find another place to hide. They will come back to search where I've been, after they catch me." She would have to take her knife to herself, lest they torture out of her what she'd done with the horn. She gripped Oliver by the arm. "I'm sorry to place this upon you, little one. There is no one else. You did well earlier. You can do this. Take the horn to Matt, or all is lost." She ran into the open, making the sack she carried obvious. Some of those strangely dressed foreigners saw her, pointing. She lifted the sack high and climbed into the saddle of the roan, then kicked it into a gallop. The Trollocs and Dark Friends followed, leaving the young boy and his heavy burden to huddle beneath a wagon in the middle of the Trolloc camp.
Loghain turned the thin disk over in his fingers. Black and white, split by a sinuous line. Cuendillar, supposedly. The flakes that rubbed off beneath his fingers seemed to make mockery of its eternal nature. "Why didn't Taim break them?" Loghain asked. "He could have. These are as brittle as old leather." "I don't know," Andral said, glancing at the others of his team. "Maybe the time wasn't right yet." "Break them at the right time and it will help the dragon," said the man who called himself Imaran. He sounded worried. "Break them at the wrong time, and what?" "Nothing good, I suspect," Pevara said, a red. Would he ever have his vengeance against those who had gentled him? Once, that hatred and it alone had driven him to survive. He now found a new hunger inside of him. He had defeated Aes Sedai, he had beaten them down and claimed them as his own. Vengeance seemed empty. His long-building thirst to kill Mihail filled a little of that emptiness, but not enough. What more? Once he had named himself the Dragon Reborn. Once he had prepared himself to dominate the world, to make it heal. He fingered the seal to the Dark One's prison while standing at the periphery of the battle. He was far to the southwest, below the bogs, where his Ashaman held a small base camp. Distant rumbles sounded from the heights, explosions of weaves firing back and forth between Aes Sedai and Sharrans. A large number of his Ashaman fought there, but the Sharran channelers outnumbered the Aes Sedai and Ashaman combined. Others prowled the battlefields, hunting down dreadlords, killing them. He had been losing men faster than the Shadow. There were too many enemies. He held up the seal. There was a power to it. Power to protect the Black Tower somehow? "If they do not fear us, fear me. What will happen to us once the dragon is dead?" Dissatisfaction radiated through the bond. He met Gabrella's eyes. She had been inspecting the battle, but now her eyes were upon him. Questioning. Threatening? Earlier, had he really been thinking that he'd tamed Aes Sedai? The idea should have made him laugh. No Aes Sedai could be tamed, not ever. Loghain pointedly placed the seal and its fellows in the pouch at his belt. He drew its strings closed, meeting Gabrella's eyes. Her concern spiked. For a moment, he'd felt that concern of hers to be for him, not because of him. Perhaps she was learning how to manipulate the bond, to send him feelings she thought would lull him. No, Aes Sedai could not be tamed. Bonding them hadn't contained them. It had made more complications. He reached to his high collar, undoing the dragon pin he wore there, and offered it to Andral.
Andral Genhald, you have walked into the pit of death itself and returned. Twice now I am in your debt. I name you full Ashaman. Wear the pin with pride.
He had already given the man back his sword pin, restoring him to dedicated. Andral hesitated, then reached out and took the pin in reverent hands.
"And the seals?"
Vivara asked, arms folded.
"They belong to the White Tower. The Amyrlin is their watcher." "The Amyrlin," Loghain said, "is as good as dead from what I have heard. In her absence, I am a fitting steward."
Loghain seized the source, subjecting it, dominating it. He opened a gateway back to the top of the heights. The war returned to him in full force, the confusion, the smoke and screams. He stepped through, the others following. The powerful channeling from Demandred shone like a beacon, the man's booming voice continuing to taunt the Dragon Reborn. Rand al'Thor was not here, while the closest thing to him was Loghain himself, another substitute.
"I'm going to fight him,"
he told the others.
"Gabrella, you will remain behind and wait for my return, as I may need healing. The rest of you deal with Taim's men and those Sharan channelers. Let no man live who has gone to the Shadow, whether by choice or force. Bring justice to the one and mercy to the other."
They nodded. Gabrella seemed impressed with him, perhaps for his decision to strike at the enemy's heart. She did not realize, not even one of the Forsaken could be as powerful as Demandred seemed to be. Demandred had a sa'angreal, and a powerful one. Similar in power to Kalandor, maybe stronger. With that in Loghain's hands, many things in this world would change. The world would know of him and the Black Tower, and they would tremble before him as they never had for the Amyrlin seat.
Egwene led an assault, the likes of which had not been seen in millennia. The Aes Sedai pulled themselves out of their defensive fortifications and joined with her, pushing up the western slope in a steady stride. Weaves flew in the air like an explosion of ribbons caught in the wind. The sky broke with the light of 1,000 bolts, the ground groaning and trembling with the hits. Demandred continued to fire upon the Andorans from the other side of the plateau, and each shot of balefire sent ripples through the air. The ground cracked with spiderwebs of black, but now tendrils of something sickly began to sprout from those cracks. It spread like a disease across the broken stones of the hillside. The air felt alive with the power, the energy so thick that Egwene almost thought the one power had become visible to all. Through this, she drew as much strength as she could hold through Vora's sa'angreal. She felt as she had when fighting the Seanchan, only somehow more in control. Then her rage had been fringed by desperation and terror. This time it was a white-hot thing, like a metal heated beyond the point of being worked by a smith. She, Egwene al'Vir, had been given stewardship of this land. She, the Amyrlin seat, would not be bullied by the Shadow any longer. She would not retreat. She would not bow as her resources failed. She would fight. She channeled air, building a swirling storm of dust, smoke, and dead plants. She held it before herself, obscuring the view of those above as they tried to pinpoint her. Lightning crashed down around her, but she wove earth, digging deeply in the rock and bringing up a spurt of iron that cooled in a spire next to her. The lightning struck at the spire, sparing her as she sent the windstorm howling up the incline. A movement at her side. Egwene felt Lylewyn nearing. That one had proven faithful. Such a surprise. Having a new warder did not take the edge off her despair at Gawyn's death, but it did help in other ways. That knot in the back of Egwene's mind had replaced itself with a new one, very different, yet shockingly loyal. Egwene raised Vora's sa'angreal and continued her attacks, moving up the hillside, Lylewyn at her side. Ahead, Sharans huddled down, weathering the winds. Egwene struck them with ribbons of fire. Channelers tried to attack her through the windstorm, but their weaves went astray, their eyes clogged with dust. 3 regular soldiers attacked from the side, but Lylewyn dispatched them efficiently. Egwene brought the wind around and used it like hands, scooping the channelers up and flinging them into the air. The lightning bolts from above took the men in a fiery embrace, and smoking corpses plummeted to the hillside. Egwene pressed forward, her army of Aes Sedai advancing, flinging weaves like arrows of light. Ashaman joined them. Those had fought alongside the White Tower on and off, but now they seemed committed in force. Dozens of men gathered as she led the way. The air became thick with the one power. The wind stopped. The dust storm suddenly fell, smothered like a candle beneath a blanket. No natural force had done that. Egwene mounted a rocky outcrop, looking up toward a man in black and red standing at the top, his hand out. She had finally drawn out the one who led this force. His dreadlords fought alongside the Sharans, but she sought their leader, Taim, Mihail.
"He's weaving lightning!"
a man yelled behind her. Egwene immediately brought up a spire of molten iron and cooled it to draw the lightning that fell a moment later. She glanced at the side. The one who had spoken was Jahar Narishma, Maurice's Ashaman warder. Egwene smiled, looking toward Taim. "Keep the others off me," she commanded loudly. "All but you, Narishma and Maurice. Narishma's warnings will prove useful." She gathered her strength and began to release a storm at the traitor Mihail. Isla picked through the dead on the battlefield near the ruins. Though the fighting had moved downriver, she could hear distant shouts and explosions in the night. She hunted for the wounded among the fallen and ignored arrows and swords when she found them. Others would gather those, though she wished they would not. Swords and arrows had caused much of this death. Rain, her husband, worked nearby, prodding at each body, then listening for a heartbeat. His gloves were stained red, and blood smeared his colorful clothing because he had been pressing his ear against the chests of corpses. Once they confirmed someone was dead, they left an X drawn on a cheek, often in the person's own blood, that would keep others from repeating the work. Rain seemed to have aged a decade in the last year, and Isla felt as if she had too. The Way of the Leaf was an easy master at times, providing a life of joy and peace. But a leaf fell in calm winds and in the tempest. Dedication demanded that one accept the latter as well as the former, being driven from country after country, suffering starvation as the land died, then finally coming to rest in the lands of the Shan-Chan. Such had been their life. None of it matched losing Aram. That had hurt far more deeply than had losing his mother to the Trollocs. They passed Morghese, the former queen, who organized these workers and gave them orders. Isla kept moving. She cared little for queens. They had done nothing for her or hers. Nearby, Rain stopped, raising his lantern to examine a full quiver of arrows that a soldier had been carrying as he died. Isla hissed, lifting her skirts up to step around corpses and reach her husband. "Rain!"
"Peace, Isla," he said. "I'm not going to pick it up. Yet. I wonder."
He looked up, toward the distant flashes of light downriver and atop the heights, where the armies continued their terrible acts of murder. So many flashes in the night, like hundreds of lightning bolts. It was well past midnight now. They'd been on this field looking for the living for hours.
"You wonder?"
Isla asked.
"Rain. What would we have them do, Isla? Trollocs will not follow the way of the leaf."
"There is plenty of room to run," Isla said. "Look at them. They came to meet the Trollocs when the Shadow Spawn were barely out of the Blight. If that energy had been spent gathering the people and leading them away to the south,
the Trollocs would have followed," Rain said. "What then, Isla?"
"We have accepted many masters," Isla said. "The Shadow might treat us poorly, but would it really be worse than we have been treated at the hands of others?"
"Yes,"
Rain said softly.
"Yes, Isla. It would be worse. Far, far worse."
Isla looked at him. He shook his head, sighing.
"I'm not going to abandon the way, Isla. It is my path, and it is right for me. Perhaps I will not think quite so poorly of those who follow another path. If we live through these times, we will do so at the bequest of those who died on this battlefield, whether we wish to accept their sacrifice or not."
He trailed away. "It's just the darkness of the night," she thought. "He will overcome it once the sun shines again. That's the right of it, isn't it?" She looked up at the night sky. That sun. Would they be able to tell when it rose? The clouds lit from the fires below seemed to be growing thicker and thicker. She pulled her bright yellow shawl closer, feeling suddenly cold.
"Perhaps I will not think quite so poorly of those who follow another path."
She blinked a few tears from her eyes. "Light," she whispered, something twisting inside. "I shouldn't have turned my back on him. I should have tried to help him return to us, not cast him out. Light, oh light, shelter him." Nearby, a group of mercenaries found the arrows and picked them up.
"Hey, Hanlon," one called. "Look at this."
When the brutish men had originally started helping with the Tuatha An work, she had been proud of them. Avoiding battle to help care for the wounded, the men had seen beyond their violent past. Now she blinked and saw something else about them. Cowards, who would rather pick through corpses and fish in their pockets than fight. Which was worse? The men who, misguided though they were, stood up to the Trollocs and tried to turn them back? Or these mercenaries who refused to fight because they found this path easier? Isla shook her head. She had always felt as if she knew the answers in life. Today, most of those had slipped from her. Saving a person's life, though, that she could cling to. She headed back among the bodies, searching for the living among the dead.
Olver scuttled back under the wagon, clutching the horn, as Lady Faile rode off. Dozens of riders followed her, and hundreds of Trollocs. It had grown so dark. Alone. He'd been left alone again. He squeezed his eyes shut, but that didn't do much. He could still hear men screaming and shouting in the distance. He could still smell blood, the captives who had been killed by the Trollocs as they tried to escape. Beyond the blood he smelled smoke, thick and itchy. It seemed that the whole world was burning. The ground trembled as if something very heavy had hit it somewhere close by. Thunder rumbled in the sky, accompanied by sharp cracks as the lightning struck time and time again at the heights. Ulver whimpered. How brave he had thought himself. Now here he was, finally at the battle. He could barely keep his hands from trembling. He wanted to hide, dig deep into the earth. Fail had told him to find another place to hide because they might come back, looking for the horn. Dared he go out there? Dared he stay here? Ulver cracked his eyes open, then nearly screamed. A pair of legs ending in hooves stood beside the wagon. A moment later, a snouted face leaned down and looked at him, beady eyes narrowing, nostrils sniffing. Ulver yelled, scrambling back, clutching the horn. The Trolloc yelled something, heaving the wagon over and nearly smashing it down on Ulver. The wagon's contents of arrows went scattering across the ground as Ulver dashed away, looking for safety. There was none. Dozens of the Trollocs turned toward him, and they called to one another in a language Ulver did not recognize. He looked about, horn in one hand, knife in the other, frantic. No safety. A horse snorted nearby. It was Bella, chewing on some grain leaked from a supply cart. The horse raised her head, looking at Ulver. She didn't have a saddle on, only a halter and bridle. Blood and ashes, Ulver thought, running for her. I wish I had wind. This plump mare would end him in a cookpot for certain. Ulver sheathed his knife and jumped up onto Bella's back, seizing the reins in one hand, clutching the horn in the other. The pig-snouted Trolloc from the wagon swung, nearly taking off Ulver's arm. He cried out, kicking Bella into motion, and the mare galloped out from among the Trollocs. The beasts ran behind with howls and yells. Other calls sounded throughout the camp, which was nearly emptying out as they converged on the boy. Ulver rode as he'd been taught, down low, guiding with his knees. And Bella ran. Light, but she ran. Matt had said that many horses were frightened of Trollocs and would throw their rider if forced near them, but this animal did none of that. She thundered right past howling Trollocs, right through the center of the camp. Ulver looked over his shoulder. There were hundreds of them back there, chasing him. Oh, light! He'd seen Matt's banner atop those heights, he was sure of it, but there were so many Trollocs in the way. Ulver turned Bella to ride the way Aravine had gone. Perhaps he could round the Trolloc camp and get out that way, then come up the back of the heights. Take the horn to Matt, or all is lost. Ulver rode for all he was worth, urging Bella on. There is nobody else. Ahead, a large force of Trollocs cut him off. Ulver turned back the other way, but others approached from that direction too. Ulver cried out, turning Bella again, but a thick black Trolloc arrow hit her in the flank. She screamed and stumbled, then dropped. Ulver tumbled free. Hitting the ground knocked the air from his lungs and made him see a flash of light. He forced himself to crawl to his hands and knees. The horn must reach Matrim Cawthon. Ulver grabbed the horn and found that he was weeping. I'm sorry, he said to Bella. You were a good horse. You ran like wind couldn't have. I'm sorry. She whinnied softly and drew a final breath, then died. He left her and ran beneath the legs of the first Trolloc that arrived. Ulver couldn't fight them. He knew he couldn't. He didn't unsheathe the knife. He just ran up the steep slope, trying to reach the top from where he had seen Matt's flag fall. It might as well have been a continent away. A Trolloc grabbed at his clothing, pulling him down, but Ulver ripped free, leaving cloth in its thick nails. He scrambled over broken ground and with desperation spotted a little cleft in a rocky outcrop at the base of the slope. The shallow crack looked up at the black sky. He threw himself toward it, then wiggled in, clinging to the horn. He barely fit. Trollocs milled around above him, then began to reach in for him, tearing at his clothing. Ulver whimpered and closed his eyes. Loghain hurled himself through the gateway, weaves already forming before him as he struck at Demandred. The man stood on the smoldering slope that looked over the dried river and toward the failing Ander and Pike formations. The Aiel Cairhienin and Legion of the Dragon fought there as well, and all were in danger of being surrounded. The pikes were all but shattered now. It would soon be a rout. Loghain launched twin columns of fire toward Demandred, but Sharans threw themselves in the way, interfering with his attack. Flesh burned away, bones charring to dust. Their deaths gave Demandred time to spin about and lash out with a weave of water and air. Logain's burst of fire hit that and turned to steam, then boiled away. Logain had hoped that after so much channeling, Demandred would be weakened. Not so. A complex weave formed in front of the man, a weave such as Logain had never seen. It made a field that rippled in the air, and when Logain next attacked, his weave bounced free like a stick thrown against a brick wall. Logain leaped to the side, rolling as lightning struck from the sky. Shards of rock pelted him as he wove spirit, fire, and earth, slicing at the strange wall. He ripped it down, then lobbed broken bits of stone from the ground to intercept fire from Demandred. A diversion, Logain thought, realizing that Demandred had woven something else, more complex, behind the fire. A gateway opened and shot across the ground, opening to a maw of redness. Logain threw himself to the side as the death gate passed, but it left a trail of burning lava. Demandred's next attack was a jet of air that hurled Logain backward toward that lava. Logain desperately wove water to cool the lava. He hit shoulder first, passing a burst of steam that scalded his skin, but he had cooled the lava enough that it formed a crust atop the still molten flow beneath. Holding his breath against the steam, he hurled himself to the side as another series of lightning bolts pulverized the ground where he had been. Those bolts shattered the crust he'd made, reaching into the molten rock. Drops of lava splashed across Logain, searing his skin, burning pocks in his arm and face. He screamed and wove through his rage to send lightning down on his foe. A slice of spirit, earth, and fire cut his weaves from the air. Demandred was just so strong. That sa'angreal was incredible. The next flash of lightning blinded Logain, throwing him backward. He hit a patch of broken shale, the points of the rock biting into his skin.
"You are powerful," Demandred said.
Logain could barely hear the words. His ears, the thunder.
"But you are not Lews Therin."
Logain growled, weaving through his tears, hurling lightning at Demandred. He wove twice, and though Demandred cut one bolt from the air, the other struck true. But what was that weave? It was another that Logain did not recognize. The lightning hit Demandred but vanished, somehow sent down into the ground and dissipated. Such a simple weave of earth and air, but it rendered the lightning useless. A shield rammed between Logain and the source. Through his wounded eyes, he watched the weave for balefire begin in Demandred's hands. Snarling, Logain grabbed a piece of shale from the ground beside him, the size of his fist, and hurled it at Demandred. Surprisingly, the stone hit, ripping skin, causing Demandred to stumble back. The Forsaken was powerful, but he could still make the mistakes of common men. Never focus all of your attention on the one power, despite what Tam had always said. In that moment of distraction, the shield between Logain and the source vanished. Logain rolled to the side, beginning two weaves. One, a shield of his own that he did not intend to use. The other, a desperate final gateway. The coward's choice. Demandred growled, raising a hand to his face and lashing out with the power. He chose to destroy the shield, immediately recognizing it as the greater risk. The gateway opened and Logain rolled through, letting it snap closed. He collapsed on the other side, his flesh scalded, his arms flayed, his ears ringing, his sight almost gone. He forced himself to sit up, back in the Ashaman camp below the bogs, where Gabrella and the others awaited his return. He howled in anger. Gabrella's concern radiated through the bond. Real concern. He hadn't imagined it. Light. "Quiet," she said, kneeling beside him. "You fool. What have you done to yourself?"
"I have failed,"
he said. Distantly he felt the strikes of Demandred's power begin again as he continued bellowing for Lews Therin.
"Heal me."
"You're not going to try that again, are you?" she said. "I don't want to heal you, only to let you—"
"I won't try again,"
Logain said, voice ragged. The pain was horrible, but it paled compared to the humiliation of defeat. "I won't, Gabrella. Stop doubting my word. He's too strong." "Some of these burns are bad, Loghain. These holes in your skin, I don't know if I can heal them completely. You will be scarred." "That is fine," he growled. That would be where the lava had splashed on his arm and the side of his face. Light, he thought. How are we going to deal with that monster? Gabrella put her hands on him, and healing weaves poured into his body.
The thunder of Egwene's battle with Mihail rivaled that of the crashing clouds above. Mihail, a new Forsaken, his name proclaimed by his dreadlords across the battlefield. Egwene wove without thought, hurling weave after weave toward the renegade Ashaman. She had not called upon the wind, but still it rushed and roared about her, whipping her hair and her dress, catching her stole and flipping it about. Narishma and Maurice huddled with Lylewyn on the ground beside her, Narishma's voice, barely audible above the battle, calling out weaves as Mihail crafted them. Following her advance, Egwene stood upon the top of the heights, on even ground with Mihail. She knew somewhere deep that her body would need rest soon. For now, that was an unaffordable luxury. For now, only the fight mattered. Fire flared toward her, and she slapped it aside with air. The sparks caught in the wind, swirling about her in a spray of light as she wove earth. She sent a ripple through the already broken ground, trying to knock Mihail down, but he split the wave with a weave of his own. He's slowing, she thought. Egwene stepped forward, swollen with power. She began 2 weaves, one above each hand, and spouted fire at him. He responded with a bar of pure whiteness, wire-thin, which missed her by less than a handspan. The bale fire left an afterimage in Egwene's eyes, and the ground groaned beneath them as the air warped. Those spider webs sprang out across the ground, fractures into nothingness. "Fool!" she yelled at him. "You will destroy the pattern itself!" Already their clash threatened that. This wind was not natural, this sizzling air. Those cracks in the ground spread from Mihail, widening. "He's weaving it again!" Narishma cried, voice caught in the tempest. Mihail released this second weave of balefire, fracturing the ground, but Egwene was ready. She sidestepped, her anger building. Balefire. She needed to counter it. They don't care what they ruin. They are here to destroy. That is their master's call. Break, burn down, kill. Gawain! She screamed in fury, weaving column after column of fire, one after another. Narishma shouted what Mihail was doing, but Egwene couldn't hear for the rush of sound in her ears. She saw soon, anyway, that he had constructed a barrier of air and fire to deflect her attacks. Egwene strode forward, sending repeated strikes at him. That gave him no time to recover, no time to attack. She stopped the rhythm only to form a shield that she held at the ready. A spray of fire off his barrier made him stumble back, his weave cracking, and he raised his hand, perhaps to attempt balefire again. Egwene slammed the shield between him and the source. It didn't quite cut him off, for he held it back by force of will. They were near enough now that she could see his incredulity, his anger. He fought back, but was weaker than she. Egwene pushed, bringing that shield closer and closer to the invisible thread that connected him to the one power. She forced it with all her strength. Mihail, straining, released a small stream of balefire upward through the gap where the shield had not yet fallen into place. The balefire destroyed the weave, as it did the air, and indeed the pattern itself. Egwene stumbled back as Mihail directed the weave toward her, but the white-hot bar was too small, too weak to reach her. It faded away before hitting. Mihail snarled, then vanished, warping the air in a form of traveling Egwene did not know. Egwene breathed deeply, holding her hand to her chest. Light. She'd almost been obliterated from the pattern. He disappeared without forming a gateway. The true power, she thought. The only explanation. She knew next to nothing about it. It was the Dark One's very essence, the lure that had coaxed channelers in the Age of Legends to drill the bore in the first place. Balefire. Light. I was almost dead. Worse than dead. She had no way to counter balefire. It's only a weave. Only a weave. Perrin's words. The moment was past now, and Mihail had fled. She would have to keep Narishma close to warn her if someone started channeling nearby. Unless Mihail uses the true power again. Would another man be able to sense that being channeled? Mother! Egwene turned as Maurice gestured toward where most of the Aes Sedai and Ashaman were still engaged in a resounding battle with the Sharran forces. Many sisters in colorful dresses lay dead across the hillside. Gawain's death haunted her thoughts like an assassin in black. Egwene set her jaw and stoked her anger, drawing in the one power as she launched herself at the Sharrans.
Hurin, his nostrils stuffed with cloth, fought on Polof Heights with the other Borderlanders. Even through the cloth he smelled the war. So much violence. The sense of blood, of rotting flesh all around him. They coated the ground, his sword, his own clothing. He had already been ill, violently, several times during the battle. Still, he fought. He threw himself aside as a bare-snouted Trolloc crawled over the bodies and swung down at him. The beast's sword made the ground shake, and Hurin cried out. The beast laughed an inhuman laugh, taking Hurin's cry to indicate fear. It lunged, so Hurin scuttled forward and under its reach, then opened up its stomach as he ran past. The creature stumbled to a stop, watching at its own reeking innards pour out. Have to buy time for Lord Rand, Hurin thought, backing away and waiting for the next Trolloc to come over the bodies. They were coming up the eastern side of the heights, the riverside. This steep slope was hard for them to climb. But light, there were so many of them. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Lord Rand had come to him, making apologies to him. Well, Hurin would do him proud. The Dragon Reborn did not need the forgiveness of a little thief-taker, but Hurin still felt as if the world had righted itself. Lord Rand was Lord Rand again. Lord Rand would preserve them, if they could give him enough time. There was a lull in the action. He frowned. The beasts had seemed endless. Surely they hadn't all fallen. He stepped cautiously forward, looking over the corpses and down the slope. No, they weren't defeated. The sea of beasts seemed near endless still. He could see them by the light of fires below. The Trollocs had paused their climb because they needed to move corpses out of their way on the slope, many of whom had been cut down by Tam's archers. Below them, at the riverbed, the greater army of Trollocs fought Elaine's army. We should have a few minutes, Lan Mandragoran said to the soldiers from where he sat on horseback. Queen Aleandra rode nearby as well, talking calmly with her men. 2 monarchs within sight. Surely they knew how to exercise command. That made Hurin feel better. They're preparing for a final charge, Lan said. A push to force us away from the slope so they can fight us up here on even ground. Rest while they clear bodies. Peace favor your swords, friends. The next assault will be the worst one. The next assault would be the worst one? Light. Behind them on the middle of the plateau, the rest of Mat's army continued pressing the Sharran army, trying to push them back to the southwest. If he could do that, and force them down the slope into the Trollocs fighting Elaine's forces, it could create a right mess that Mat could take advantage of. But for the moment, the Sharrans were not giving an inch of ground. In fact, they were pushing back Mat's army, which was beginning to founder. Hurin lay back, listening to the moans all around, the distant shouts and ringing of weapons hitting metal, sniffing the stink of violence hanging around him in an ocean of stenches. The worst still to come. Light help them.
Berelain used a rag to wipe the blood from her hands as she strode into the feast hall of her palace. The tables had been chopped apart for firewood to stoke the enormous hearths at either end of the long room. In place of the furniture lay rows upon rows of wounded. The doors from the kitchens burst open, and a group of tinkers entered, some carrying litters, and others helping wounded men limp into the room. Light, Berelain thought. More? The palace was stuffed to bursting with the wounded. No, no, she said, stalking forward. Not in here. The back hallway. We're going to have to start putting them there. Rosil, we have new wounded. The tinkers turned toward the hallway, speaking in comforting tones to the wounded men. Only those who could be saved were brought back. She'd been forced to instruct the leaders among the Tuatha'an women as to which types of wounds took too much effort to heal. Better to save 10 men with bad wounds than to expend the same energy trying to rescue one man who clung to life by a single blade of hope. That moment of explanation had been one of the grimmest things she'd ever done. The tinkers continued moving in a line, and Berelain watched the wounded for glimpses of white clothing. There were white cloaks among them, but not the one she sought. So many, she thought again. The tinkers had no help moving the wounded. Every able-bodied man in the palace, and most women, had gone to the battlefield to fight or help the Caemlyn refugees gather arrows. Rosil bustled up, her clothing stained with blood that she ignored. She immediately took charge of the wounded, eyeing them for any who needed immediate attention. Unfortunately, the doors to the kitchen burst open at that moment, and a group of bloodied Andorans and Aiel stumbled through, sent by the kinswomen from another area of the battlefield. What followed was near madness, as Berelain chivied out everyone she had, grooms the elderly, some children as young as 5, to help settle the newcomers. Only the worst of the Aiel came through. They had a tendency to remain on the battlefield as long as they could hold a weapon. That meant many who came to her were beyond help. She had to settle them in space she couldn't afford and watch them heave bloody gasps as they died. "This is foolish," she said, standing up. Her hands were wet with blood again and she hadn't a clean rag left. "Light. We need to send more help. You." She pointed to an Aiel who had been blinded. He sat with his back to the wall, a bandage around his eyes. "You, the blind Aiel." "I am called Ronja." "Well, Ronja, I have some Gaishain here helping me. By my count, there should be a lot more of them. Where are they?" "They wait until the battle is through, so that they may minister to the victors." "We're going to fetch them," she said. "We need every person we can get to help fight." "They may come to you here, Berelain Pendrag, and help with tending the sick," the man said. "But they will not fight. It is not their place." "They will see reason," she said firmly. "It's the last battle." "You may be clan chief here," the Aiel said, smiling. "But you are not Kara-Karn. Even he could not command the Gaishain to disobey Ji'ito." "Then who could?" That seemed to surprise the man. "No one. It is not possible." "And the wise ones?" "They would not," he said. "Never." "We shall see," Berelain said. The man smiled deeper. "I should think that no man or woman would wish to suffer your wrath, Berelain Pendrag. But if I had my eyes restored, I would put them out again before I watched Gaishain fight." "They don't need to fight then," Berelain said. "Perhaps they can help carry the wounded. Rosil, you have this group?" The tired woman nodded. There wasn't an Aes Sedai in the palace who didn't look like she'd sooner fall over than take another step. Berelain kept her feet by using some herbs
she did not think Rosil would approve. Well, she could do no more here. She might as well check on the wounded in the storage rooms. They had... "My lady first?" a voice asked. It was Kitan, one of the palace maids who had remained behind to help with the wounded. The slight woman took her arm. "There is something you need to see." Berelain sighed but nodded. What disaster awaited her now? Another bubble of evil, locking away groups of wounded behind walls that hadn't been there before? Had they run out of bandages again? She doubted there was a sheet, drapery, or piece of small clothes in the city that hadn't already been made into a bandage. The girl led her up the steps to Berelain's own quarters, where a few of the casualties were being nursed. She stepped into one of the rooms and was surprised to find a familiar face waiting for her. Anura sat at a bedside, wearing red slashed with gray, her customary braids pulled back and tied in an unflattering way. Berelain almost didn't recognize her. Anura rose at Berelain's entrance, bowing, though she looked about ready to fall over with fatigue. In the bed lay Galad Damodred. Berelain gasped, rushing to his side. It was him, though he bore a vicious wound to his face. He still breathed, but he was unconscious. Berelain lifted his arm to take his hand in hers, but found that the arm ended in a stump. One of the surgeons had already cauterized it to keep him from bleeding to death. "How?" Berelain asked, clutching his other hand, closing her eyes. His hand felt warm. When she had heard what Demandred bellowed, defeating the man in white. "I felt that I owed it to you," Anura said. "I located him on the battlefield after Demandred announced what he had done. I pulled him away while Demandred fought against one of the Black Tower's men." She sat back down on the stool beside the bed, then leaned forward, drooping. "I could not heal him, Berelain. It was all I could do to make the gateway to bring him here. I'm sorry." "It is all right," Berelain said. "Kitan, fetch one of the other sisters. Anura, you will feel better once you have rested." "Thank you." Anura nodded. She closed her eyes, and Berelain was shocked to see tears at the edges of her eyes. "What is it?" Berelain asked. "Anura, what is wrong?" "It should not concern you, Berelain," she said, rising. "All are taught it, you see. Do not channel if you are too tired. There can be complications. I needed a gateway back to the palace, though, to bring him to safety, to restore—" Anura collapsed from her stool. Berelain dropped to her side, propping up her head. Only then did she realize that it wasn't the braids that had made Anura look so different. The face was wrong, too. Changed. No longer ageless, but instead youthful. "Oh, light, Anura," Berelain said. "You've burned yourself out, haven't you?" The woman had lapsed into unconsciousness. Berelain's heart lurched. The woman and she had had differences recently, but Anura had been her confidant and friend for years before that. The poor woman. The way Aes Sedai spoke, this was considered to be worse than death. Berelain lifted the woman onto the room's couch, and then covered her with a blanket. Berelain felt so powerless. Maybe she can be healed somehow. She went back to Galad's side to hold his hand for a time longer, righting the stool and sitting upon it. Just a little rest. She closed her eyes. He lived. It came at a terrible cost, but he lived. She was shocked when he spoke. "How?" She opened her eyes to find him looking at her. "How am I here?" he asked softly. "Anura," she said. "She found you on the battlefield." "My wounds?"
Other healers will come when they can be spared, she said. Your hand... She steeled herself. Your hand is lost, but we can wash away that cut to your face. No, he whispered. It is only a little cut. Save the healing for those who would die without it. He seemed so tired, barely awake. She bit her lip, but nodded. Of course. She hesitated. The battle fares poorly, doesn't it? Yes. So now, we simply hope? He slipped his hand from hers and reached under his shirt. When an Aes Sedai arrived, they would have to undress him and care for his wounds. Only the stump had been tended to so far, as it was the worst. Galad sighed, then trembled, his hand slipping away from his shirt. Had he been intending to remove it? Hope, he whispered, then fell unconscious.
Rand wept. He huddled in the darkness, the pattern spinning before him, woven from the threads of the lives of men. So many of those threads ended. So many. He should have been able to protect them. Why couldn't he? Against his will, the names began to replay in his mind. The names of those who had died for him, starting with only women, but now expanded to each and every person he should have been able to save, but hadn't. As humankind fought at Merilor and Shale Ghul, Rand was forced to watch the deaths. He could not turn away. The Dark One chose then to attack him in force. The pressure came again, striving to crush Rand into nothing. He couldn't move. Every bit of his essence, his determination and his strength, focused on keeping the Dark One from ripping him apart. He could only watch as they died. Rand watched Davram Bashir die in a charge, followed quickly by his wife. Rand cried out at the fall of his friend. He wept for Davram Bashir. Dear faithful Hurin fell to a Trolloc attack as it struck for the top of the heights where Mat made his stand. Rand wept for Hurin, the man with so much faith in him, the man who would have followed him anywhere. Jory Conger lay buried beneath a Trolloc body, whimpering for help until he bled to death. Rand wept for Jory as his thread finally vanished. Inyla, who had decided to forsake Vardarai Zmai and had laid a bridal wreath at the foot of the Siswayam on Lyran, speared through the gut by 4 Trollocs. Rand wept for her. Carlden Manfor, who had followed him for so long and had been at Dumai's Wells, died when his strength for channeling gave out, and he dropped to the ground in exhaustion. Sharans fell upon him and stabbed him with their black daggers. His Aes Sedai, Beldine, stumbled and fell moments later. Rand wept for them both. He wept for Gareth Bryn and Swan. He wept for Gawain. So many. So very many.
You are losing.
Rand huddled down further. What could he do? His dream of stopping the Dark One? He would create a nightmare if he did that. His own intentions betrayed him.
Give in, adversary. Why keep fighting? Stop fighting and rest.
He was tempted. Oh, how he was tempted. Light. What would Nynaeve think? He could see her, fighting to save Alanna. How ashamed would she and Moiraine be if they knew that in that moment, Rand just wanted to let go. Pain washed across him, and he screamed again.
Please, let it end. It can.
Rand huddled down, writhing, trembling. But still their screams assaulted him. Death upon death. He held on, barely. No, he whispered.
Very well,
the Dark One said.
I have one more thing to show you. One more promise of what can be.
The Dark One spun threads of possibility one last time. All became darkness. Taim lashed out with the one power, thrashing Mishrael with waves of air.
Go back then, you fool! Fight!
We will not lose that position! The Dreadlord ducked back, gathering his two companions and slinking away to do as ordered. Taim smoldered, then shattered a nearby stone with a surge of power. That Aes Sedai ridge cat! How dare she best him?
Mihail,
a calm voice said. Taim. Mihail. He had to think of himself as Mihail. He crossed the hillside toward the voice that had called to him. He had taken a gateway to safety, panicked, across the heights, and he was now at the edge of the southeastern slope of the heights. Demandred used this location to monitor the battle below and to send destruction down into the formations of Andorans, Cairhienin, and Aiel. Demandred's Trollocs controlled the entire corridor between the heights and bogs, and were wearing down the defenders at the dry river. It was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, the Sharran army fought northeast of here on the heights. It concerned him that Cawthon had arrived so quickly to stop the advance of the Sharrans. No matter. That was a move of desperation for the man. He wouldn't be able to stand up against the Sharran army. But the most important thing right now was destroying those Aes Sedai on the other side of the heights. That was key to winning this battle. Mihail passed between suspicious Sharrans with their strange dress and tattoos. Demandred sat cross-legged at their center. His eyes closed, he breathed in and out slowly. That saw-hungrial he used. It took something out of him, something more than just the normal strength required for channeling. Would that provide Mihail with an opening? How it galled to continue to put himself beneath another. Yes, he had learned much from this man, but now Demandred was obviously unfit to lead. He coddled these Sharrans and he wasted energy on his vendetta with Althor. The weakness of another was Mihail's potential opening.
I hear that you are failing, Mihail, Demandred said.
Before them, across the dry riverbed, the Andoran defenses were finally starting to buckle. Trollocs were always testing to find weak points in their lines, and they were breaking through pike formations in various areas, all up and down the river. The Legion's heavy cavalry and the Cairhienin light were in constant motion now, making sweeps of desperation against Trollocs as they broke through the Andoran defenses. The Aiel were still holding them back down near the bogs, and the Legion's crossbowmen combined with Andoran pike were still keeping the Trollocs from sweeping around their right flank. But the pressure of the Trolloc onslaught was relentless, and Elaine's lines were gradually bowing out, moving deeper into Shienaran territory.
Mihail,
Demandred said, opening his eyes. Ancient eyes. Mihail refused to feel intimidated, looking into them. He would not be intimidated.
Tell me how you failed.
The Aes Sedai witch, Mihail spat. She has a saw-hungrial of great power. I almost had her, but the true power failed me.
You are given only a trickle for a reason, Demandred said, closing his eyes again. It is unpredictable for one unaccustomed to its ways.
Mihail said nothing. He would practice with the true power. He would learn its secrets. The other Forsaken were old and slow. New blood would soon rule. With a relaxed sense of inevitability, Demandred stood. He gave off the impression of a massive boulder shifting its position.
You will return and kill her, Mihail. I have slain her warder. She should be easy meat.
The saw-hungrial, Demandred held out his scepter, with the golden goblet affixed atop it. Was this a test? Such power. Mihail had felt the strength radiating from Demandred as he used it.
You say she has a saw-hungrial, Demandred said. With this, you will have one as well. I grant you Sekarnan to take from you any excuse for failure. Succeed or die in this, Mihail. Prove yourself worthy to stand among the chosen.
Mihail licked his lips. And if the Dragon Reborn finally comes to you? Demandred laughed.
You think I would use this to fight him?
What would that prove? Our strengths must be matched if I am to show myself the better. By all accounts, he cannot use Kalandor safely, and he foolishly destroyed the Cho'Adan Kal. He will come, and when he does, I will face him unaided and prove myself the true master of this realm. Darkness within, Taim thought. He's gone completely mad, hasn't he? Strange to look into those eyes, which seemed so lucid, and hear complete insanity from his lips. When Demandred had first come to Mihail, offering him the chance to serve the Great Lord, the man had not been like this. Arrogant, yes. All of the Chosen were arrogant. Demandred's determination to kill Althor personally had burned like a fire within him. But this was something different. Living in Shara had changed him, weakened him, certainly. Now this. What man would willingly give such a powerful artifact to a rival? Only a fool, Mihail thought, reaching for the sa'angreal. Killing you will be like putting down a horse with 3 broken legs, Demandred. Pity. I had hoped to vanquish you as a rival. Demandred turned away, and Mihail pulled the one power through Sakarnan, drinking gluttonously of its bounty. The sweetness of Sayadin saturated him, a raging torrent of succulent power. He was immense while holding this. He could do anything. Level mountains, destroy armies, all on his own. Mihail itched to pull out flows, to weave them together and destroy this man. Take care, Demandred said. His voice sounded pathetic, weak, the squeaking of a mouse. Do not channel through that toward me. I have bonded Sakarnan to me. If you try to use it against me, it will burn you from the pattern. Did Demandred lie? Could a sa'angreal be attuned to a specific person? He did not know. He considered, then lowered Sakarnan, bitter despite the power surging through him. I am not a fool, Mihail, Demandred said dryly. I will not hand you the noose in which to hang me. Go and do as you are told. You are my servant in this thing, the hand that holds my axe to chop down the tree. Destroy the Amarlin. Use balefire. We have been commanded, and in this we will obey. The world must be unraveled before we reweave it to our vision. Mihail snarled at the man, but did as he was told, weaving a gateway. He would destroy that Aes Sedai witch. Then he would decide how to deal with Demandred.
Elayne watched in frustration as her pike formations were pushed back. That Birgitte had managed to convince her to remove herself from the immediate area of combat, a Trolloc breakthrough could come at any moment, did not sit well with her. Elayne had retreated almost to the ruins, out of direct danger for the moment. A double ring of guards surrounded her, most of them sitting and eating, gaining what little strength they could during the moments between fights. Elayne did not fly her banner, but she sent messengers to let her commanders know that she still lived. Though she had tried to guide her troops against the Trollocs, her efforts had not been enough. Her forces were clearly weakening. "We have to go back," she said to Birgitte. "They need to see me, Birgitte." "I don't know if it will change anything," Birgitte said. "Those formations just can't hold in the face of both Trollocs and that bloody channeling. What is it?" Elayne asked. Birgitte turned away. "I swear I once remembered a situation like this." Elayne set her jaw. She found Birgitte's loss of memory heart-wrenching, but it was only one woman's problem. Thousands of her people were dying. Nearby, the refugees from Caemlyn still searched the area for arrows and wounded. Several groups approached Elayne's guards, speaking with them softly, asking after the battle or the Queen. Elaine felt a spike of pride at the refugees and their tenacity. The city had broken, but a city could be rebuilt. The people, the true heart of Caemlyn, would not fall so easily. Another lance of light plunged into the battlefield, killing men, disrupting the pikemen. Beyond that, on the far side of the heights, women channeled in a furious battle. She could see the lights flashing in the night, though that was all. Should Elaine join them? Her command here had not been good enough to save the soldiers, but it had provided guidance and leadership. "I fear for our army, Elaine," Birgitte said. "I fear that the day is lost." "The day cannot be lost," Elaine said. "Because if it is, we all are lost. I refuse to accept defeat. You and I will return. Let Demandred try to strike us down. Perhaps seeing me will revitalize the soldiers, make them—" A group of Caemlyn refugees nearby attacked her guardsmen and guardswomen. Elaine cursed, turning Moonshadow and embracing the One Power. The group she had at first taken for refugees, in dirty, soot-stained clothing, were male beneath. They fought her guards, killing with sword and axe. Not refugees at all. Mercenaries. "Betrayal!" Birgitte called, lifting her bow and shooting a mercenary through the throat. "To arms!" "It's not a betrayal," Elaine said. She wove fire and struck down a group of 3. "Those aren't ours. Watch for thieves in the clothing of beggars." She turned as another group of refugees lunged at the weakened lines of guards. They were all around. They had crept up while attention had been focused on the distant battlefield. As a group of mercenaries broke through, she wove Saidar to show them the folly of attacking an Aes Sedai. She released a powerful weave of air. As it hit one of the men charging her, the weave fell apart, unraveling. Elaine cursed, turning her horse to flee, but one of the attackers lunged forward and drove his sword into Moonshadow's neck. The horse reared, squealing in agony, and Elaine caught a brief glimpse of guards fighting all around as she fell to the ground, panicked for the safety of her babes. Rough hands grabbed her by the shoulders and held her against the ground. She saw something silver glisten in the night. A foxhead medallion. Another pair of hands pressed it to her skin just above her breasts. The metal was sharply cold. "Hello, my queen," Mellar said, squatting beside her. The former guardsman, the one many people still assumed had fathered her children, leered down at her. "You've been very hard to track down." Elaine spat at him, but he anticipated her, raising his hand to catch the spittle. He smiled, then stood up, leaving her held by 2 mercenaries. Though some of her guards still fought, most had been pushed back or killed. Mellar turned as 2 men dragged Birgitte over. She thrashed in their grip, and a 3rd man came over to help hold her. Mellar took out his sword, regarded its blade for a moment as if inspecting himself in its reflective gleam. Then he rammed it into Birgitte's stomach. Birgitte gasped, falling to her knees. Mellar beheaded her with a vicious backhand blow. Elaine found herself sitting very still, unable to think or react, as Birgitte's corpse flopped forward, spilling lifeblood from the neck. The bond winked away, and with it came pain. Terrible pain. "I've been waiting to do that for a long time," Mellar said. "Blood and bloody ashes, but it felt good." Birgitte. Her warder was dead. Her warder had been killed. That tough yet generous heart, that tremendous loyalty destroyed. The loss made it hard to think. Mellar kicked at Birgitte's corpse as a man rode up with a body draped across the back of his saddle. The man wore an Andoran uniform, and the face-down corpse dangled golden hair. Whoever the poor woman was, she wore a dress exactly like Elaine's. "Oh, no." "Go," Mellar said.
The man rode off, a few others forming around him, fake guardsmen. They carried Elaine's banner, and one started shouting,
"The Queen is dead! The Queen has fallen!"
Mellar turned to Elaine.
"Your people still fight. Well, that ought to disrupt their ranks. As for you, well, apparently the Great Lord has a use for those children of yours. I've been ordered to bring them to Shaol Ghul. It occurs to me that you needn't be with them at the time."
He looked at one of his companions.
"Can you make it work?"
The other man knelt beside Elaine, then pressed his hands against her belly. A jolt of sudden fright pushed through her numbness and her shock. "Her babes!"
"She's far enough along," the man said. "I can probably keep the children alive with a weave if you cut them out. It will be difficult to do right. They're young yet, 6 months along. But with the weaves I was shown by the Chosen, yes, I think I can keep them living for an hour. But you will have to take them to Mihail to get them to Shaol Ghul. Traveling with a regular gateway won't work there any longer."
Mellar sheathed his sword and pulled a hunting knife from his belt.
"Good enough for me. We'll send the children on as the Great Lord asks. But you, my queen, you are mine."
Elaine flailed, but the men's grip was tight. She clawed at Saidar again and again, but the medallion worked like fork root. She might as well have been trying to embrace Saidin as reach Saidar.
"No!"
she screamed as Mellar knelt beside her.
"No!" "Good," he said. "I was hoping you'd get around to screaming."
Nothing. Rand turned. He tried to turn. He had no form or shape. Nothing. He tried to speak, but he had no mouth. Finally, he managed to think the words and make them manifest. "Shaitan," Rand projected. "What is this?"
"Our covenant," the Dark One replied. "Our accommodation."
"Our accommodation is nothing?" Rand demanded.
"Yes."
He understood. The Dark One was offering a deal. Rand could accept this. He could accept nothingness. The two of them dueled for the fate of the world. Rand pushed for peace, glory, love. The Dark One sought the opposite: pain, suffering. This was, in a way, a balance between the two. The Dark One would agree not to reforge the wheel to suit his grim desires. There would be no enslaving of mankind, no world without love. There would be no world at all. "It is what you promised Elon," Rand said. "You promised him an end to existence."
"I offer it to you, too," the Dark One replied, "and to all men. You wanted peace. I give it to you, the peace of the void that you so often seek. I give you nothing and everything."
Rand did not reject the offer immediately. He grasped the offer and cradled it in his mind. No more pain, no more suffering, no more burdens. An ending. Was that not what he had desired? A way to end the cycles finally? "No," Rand said. "An end to existence is not peace. I made this choice before. We will continue." The Dark One's pressure began to surround him again, threatening to rip him apart.
"I will not offer again," the Dark One said.
"I would not expect you to," Rand said, as his body returned and the threads of possibility faded. Then the true pain began.
Min waited with the gathered Shan-Chan forces, officers walking down the lines with lanterns to prepare the men. They had not returned to Ebu Dar, but instead had fled through gateways to a large open plain that she did not recognize. Trees with a strange bark,
and large open fronds grew here. She could not tell if they were truly trees or just very large ferns. It was particularly hard to tell because of the wilting. The trees had grown leaves, but now they drooped down at the sides, as if they had not seen water in far too many weeks. Min tried to imagine what they would have looked like when healthy. The air smelled different to her. Of plants she did not recognize, and of seawater. The Shanshan forces waited in strict formations of troops, ready to march, each fourth man with a lantern, though only 1 in 10 of those were currently lit. Moving an army could not be done fast, despite gateways, but Fortuona had access to hundreds of Damani. The retreat had been carried out efficiently, and Min suspected that a return to the battlefield could be accomplished swiftly. If Fortuona decided to return, that was. The Empress sat atop a pillar in the night, lifted up to it on her palanquin, lit by blue lanterns. It was not a throne, but a pure white pillar, about 6 feet high, erected on the top of a small hill. Min had a seat next to the pillar, and could hear reports as they arrived.
"This battle is not going well for the Prince of the Ravens,"
General Galgan said. He addressed his generals before Fortuona, speaking to them directly, so that they could respond to him without formally addressing the Empress.
"His request for us to return came only just now. He has waited far too long to seek our aid. I hesitate to say this,"
Yulon said,
"but though the Empress's wisdom knows no bounds, I do not have confidence in the Prince. He might be the chosen consort of the Empress, and he was obviously a wise choice for that role. He has proven himself reckless in battle, however. Perhaps he is overly strained by what is happening."
"I'm sure he has a plan," Beslan said, earnest. "You have to trust Matt. He knows what he is doing."
"He impressed me earlier," Galgan said. "The omens seem to favor him." "He's losing, Captain General," Elon said. "Losing badly. The omens for a man can change quickly, as can the fortune of a nation."
Min narrowed her eyes at the short captain of the air. He now wore the last 2 fingernails of each hand lacquered. He had been the one to lead the strike on Tarvalon, and the success of that attack had gained him great favor in Fortuona's eyes. Symbols and omens spun around his head, like those above Galgan's, and indeed Beslan's. Light, Min thought. Am I really starting to think of omens, like Fortuona? I need to leave these people. They're mad.
"I feel that the Prince views this battle too much as a game," Yulon said again. "Though his initial gambles were keen ones, he has overextended himself. How many a man has stood around the table of Daktok and looked like a genius because of his bets, when really just random chance made him seem capable. The Prince won at first, but now we see how dangerous it is to gamble as he has."
Yulon inclined his head toward the Empress. His assertions grew increasingly bold, as she gave him no reason to quiet himself. From the Empress, in this situation, that was an indication he should continue.
"I have heard rumors about him," Galgan said.
"Matt's a gambler, yes," Beslan said, "but he's uncannily good at it. He wins, General. Please, you need to go back and help."
Yulon shook his head emphatically. "The Empress, may she live forever, pulled us away from the battlefield for good reason. If the Prince could not protect his own command post, he is not in control of the battle."
Bolder and bolder. Galgan rubbed his chin, then looked at another person there. Min didn't know much of Tylee. She remained quiet at these meetings. With graying hair and broad shoulders, the dark-skinned woman had an indefinable strength to her. This was a general who had led her people directly in battle many times. Those scars proved it.
"These mainlanders fight better than I ever assumed they would," Tylee said. I fought alongside some of Cawthon's soldiers. I think they will surprise you, General. I too humbly suggest that we return to help. But is it in the best interests of the Empire to do so? Yulin asked. Cawthon's forces will weaken the Shadow, as will the Shadow's march to Abu Dar from Mirilor. We can crush the Trollocs with air attacks along the way. The long victory should be our goal. Perhaps we can send Damani to fetch the prince and bring him to safety. He has fought well, but he is obviously overmatched in this battle. We cannot save his armies, of course. They are doomed.
Min frowned, leaning forward. One of the images above Yulin's head. It was so odd. A chain. Why would he have a chain above his head? He's a captive, she thought suddenly. Light. Someone is playing him like an instrument. Mat feared a spy. Min felt cold.
The Empress, may she live forever, has made her decision, Galgan said. We return, unless her mind in its wisdom has been changed.
He turned toward her, a questioning look on his face. Our spy can channel, Min realized, inspecting Yulin. That man is under compulsion. A channeler. Black Aja? Dark Friend Damani? A male dreadlord? It could be anyone. And the spy would be wearing a weave for disguise, too, in all likelihood. So, then, how would Min ever spot this spy? Viewings. Aes Sedai and other channelers always had viewings attached to them. Always. Could she find a clue in one of those? She knew by instinct that Yulin's chain meant he was a captive of another. He wasn't the true spy, then, but a puppet. She started with the other nobility and generals. Of course, many of them had omens above their heads, and those types commonly did. How would she spot something out of the ordinary? Min scanned the watching crowd, and her breath caught as she noticed for the first time that one of the Sojin, a youthful woman with freckles, carried an array of images above her head. Min didn't recognize the woman. Had she been serving here the whole time? Min was certain she'd have noticed earlier if the woman had come close to her. People who were not channelers, warders, or ta'veren rarely had so many images attached to them. Oversight or happenstance, though, she hadn't thought to look specifically at the servants. Now the cover-up was obvious to her. Min looked away so as to not raise the servants' suspicions, and considered her next move. Her instincts whispered that she should just attack, take out a knife and throw it. If that servant were a dreadlord, or light, one of the Forsaken, striking first might be the only way to defeat her. There was also a chance, however, that the woman was innocent. Min debated, then stood up on her chair. Several of the blood muttered at the breach of decorum, but Min ignored them. She stepped up onto the armrest of her chair, balancing there to put herself even with Tuon. Min leaned in. Mat has asked for us to return, Min said softly. How long will you debate doing what he asked? Tuon eyed her. Until I am convinced this is best for my empire. He is your husband. One man's life is not worth that of thousands, Tuon said, but she sounded genuinely troubled. If the battle really does go as badly as Yulin's scouts say. You named me Truth Speaker, Min said. What exactly does that mean? It is your duty to censor me in public if I do something wrong. However, you are untrained in the station. It would be best for you to hold yourself back until I can provide proper... Min turned to face the generals and the watching crowd, her heart beating frantically. As Truth Speaker to the Empress Fortuona, I speak now the truth. She has abandoned the armies of humankind, and she withholds her strength in a time of need. Her pride will cause the destruction of all people everywhere. The blood looked stunned.
"It is not so simple, young woman,"
General Galgan said. From the looks others gave him, it seemed he wasn't supposed to debate a truth speaker. He barreled forward anyway.
"This is a complex situation."
"I would be more sympathetic," Min said, "if I didn't know there was a spy for the Shadow among us." The freckled Sojin looked up sharply. "I have you," Min thought, then pointed at General Yulan. "Abaldar Yulan, I denounce you. I have seen omens that prove to me you are not acting in the interests of the Empire." The real spy relaxed, and Min caught a hint of a smile on her lips. That was good enough. As Yulan protested loudly the accusation, Min dropped a knife into her hand and whipped it toward the woman. It flipped end over end, but just before hitting the woman it stopped and hung in the air. Nearby Damani and Suldam gasped. The spy shot Min a hateful glare, then opened a gateway, throwing herself through. Weaves shot after her, but she was gone before most of the people at the meeting realized what was happening. "I'm sorry, General Yulan," Min announced, "but you are suffering from compulsion. For Tuona, it is obvious that the Shadow is doing whatever it can to keep us from this battle. With that in mind, will you still pursue this course of indecision?" Min met Tuon's eyes. "You play these games quite well," Tuon whispered, voice cold. "And to think that I worried for your safety by bringing you into my court. I should have worried for myself, it appears." Tuon sighed, ever so softly. "I suppose you give me the opportunity, perhaps the mandate, to follow what my heart would choose, whether or not it is wise." She stood. "General Galgan, gather your troops. We will return to the field of Mirrorlore." Egwene wove earth and destroyed the boulders behind which the Sharans had hidden. The other Aes Sedai struck immediately, hurling weaves through the crackling air. The Sharans died in fire, lightning, and explosions. This side of the heights was so piled with rubble and scarred with trenches, it looked like the remains of a city following a terrible earthquake. It was still night, and they had been fighting. Light. How long had it been since Gawain died? Hours upon hours. Egwene redoubled her efforts, refusing to let the thought of him pull her down. Over the hours, her Aes Sedai and the Sharans had fought back and forth across the western side of the heights. Slowly, Egwene was pushing them eastward. At times, Egwene's side had seemed to be winning, but lately, more and more Aes Sedai fell from the effects of fatigue or the One Power. Another group of channelers approached through the smoke, drawing on the One Power. Egwene could sense them more than see them. "Deflect their weaves!" Egwene yelled, standing at the forefront. "I will attack! You defend!" Other women took up the call, yelling it along their battle line. No longer did they fight in pockets alone. Women of all Ajas lined up to either side of Egwene, concentration on their ageless faces. Warders stood in front of them. Using their bodies to stop weaves was the only protection they could offer. Egwene felt Lylwyn approaching from behind. The new warder took her duties seriously. A Seanchan, fighting as her warder in the last battle. Why not? The world itself was unraveling. The cracks all around Egwene's feet proved that. Those had not faded, as earlier ones had. The darkness remained. Balefire had been used too much in this area. Egwene launched a wave of fire like a moving wall. Corpses went up in flames as the wall passed, leaving behind smoking piles of bones. Her attack scored the ground, blackening it, and the Sharans banded together to fight back against the weave. She killed a few of them before they shattered the attack. The other Aes Sedai deflected or destroyed their return weaves, and Egwene gathered her strength to try again. "So tired," a piece of her whispered. "Egwene, you're so tired." This is becoming dangerous. Lylewyn stepped up, stumbling on broken rock, but joining her at the front.
I bring word, Mother, she said in that Seanchan drawl. The Asha'man have recovered the seals. Their leader carries them.
Egwene let out a relieved breath. She wove fire and sent it forth in pillars this time, the flames illuminating the broken ground around them. Those cracks that Mihail had caused worried her deeply. She began another weave, then stopped. Something was wrong. She spun around as balefire, a column as wide as a man's arm, ripped through the Aes Sedai line, vaporizing half a dozen women. Explosions all around appeared as if from nowhere, and other women went from battle to death in a heartbeat. The balefire burned away women who had stopped weaves from killing us, but those women had been removed from the pattern before they could weave those, and could no longer have stopped the Sharran attacks. Balefire burned a thread backward in the pattern. The chain of events was catastrophic. Sharran channelers who had been dead were now alive again, and they surged forward, men clawing across the broken ground like hounds, women walking in linked groups of 4 or 5. Egwene sought out the source of the balefire. She had never seen such an immense bar of it, so powerful it must have burned threads a few hours back. She found Mihail standing atop the heights, the air warped in a bubble around him. Black tendrils like moss or lichen crept out of gaps in the rock around him. A spreading sickness. Darkness. Nothing. It would consume them all. Another bar of balefire burned a hole through the ground and touched women, making their forms glow, then vanish. The air itself broke, like a bubble of force that exploded from Mihail. The storm from before returned stronger.
I thought that I'd taught you to run,
Egwene snarled, climbing to her feet and gathering her power. At her feet the ground cracked and opened into nothing. Light! She could feel the emptiness in that hole. She began a weave, but another strike of balefire coursed across the battlefield, killing women she loved. The trembling underfoot threw Egwene to the ground. Screams grew loud as Sharran attacks slaughtered Egwene's followers. Aes Sedai scattered, seeking safety. The cracks on the ground spread, as if the top of the heights here had been hit by a hammer. Balefire! She needed her own. It was the only way to fight him. She rose to her knees and began crafting the forbidden weave, though her heart lurched as she did it. No! Using balefire would only push the world toward destruction. Then what?
It's only a weave, Egwene.
Perrin's words, when he had seen her in the world of dreams and stopped balefire from hitting him. But it wasn't just another weave. There wasn't anything like it. So exhausted. Now that she'd stopped for a moment, she could feel her numbing fatigue. In its depths, she felt the loss, the bitter loss of Gawain's death.
Mother,
Lylewyn said, pulling her shoulder. The woman had stayed with her.
Mother, we must go. The Aes Sedai have broken. The Sharrans overrun us.
Ahead, Mihail saw her. He smiled, striding forward, a scepter in one hand, the other pointed toward her, palm up. What would happen if he burned her away with balefire? The last 2 hours would vanish. Her rally of the Aes Sedai, the dozens upon dozens of Sharrans she had killed, just a weave. No other like it. That isn't the way it works, she thought. 2 sides to every coin. 2 halves to the power. Hot and cold, light and dark, woman and man. If a weave exists, so must its opposite. Mihail released balefire, and Egwene did something. The weave she'd tried before on the cracks, but of a much greater power and scope. A majestic, marvelous weave, a combination of all 5 powers. It slid into place before her. She yelled, releasing it as if from her very soul, a column of pure white that struck Mihail's weave at its center. The two canceled one another, like scalding water and freezing water poured together. A powerful flash of light overwhelmed all else, blinding Egwene, but she could feel something from what she did. A shoring up of the pattern. The cracks stopped spreading, and something welled up inside of them, a stabilizing force. A growth, like scab on a wound. Not a perfect fix, but at least a patch. She yelled, forcing herself to her feet. She would not face him on her knees. She drew every scrap of the power she could hold, throwing it at the Forsaken with the fury of the Amyrlin. The two streams of power sprayed light against one another, the ground around Mihail cracking as the ground near Egwene rebuilt itself. She still did not know what it was she wove. The opposite of balefire, a fire of her own, a weave of light and rebuilding. The flame of Tar Valon. They matched one another in stasis for an eternal moment. In that moment, Egwene felt a peace come upon her. The pain of Gawain's death faded. He would be reborn. The pattern would continue. The very weave she wielded calmed her anger and replaced it with peace. She reached more deeply into saidar, that glowing comfort that had guided her so long, and she drew on more of the power. Her stream of energy pushed its way through Mihail's balefire like a sword thrust, spraying the power aside and traveling right up the stream into Mihail's outstretched hand. It pierced the hand and shot through his chest. The balefire vanished. Mihail gaped, stumbling, eyes wide, and then he crystallized from the inside out, as if freezing in ice. A multi-hued, beautiful crystal grew from him, uncut and rough, as if from the core of the earth itself. Somehow Egwene knew that the flame would have had much less effect on a person who had not given himself to the shadow. She clung to the power she'd held. She had pulled in too much. She knew that if she released her grip, she would leave herself burned out, unable to channel another drop. The power surged through her in this last moment. Something trembled far to the north. Rand's fight continued. The gaps in the land expanded. Mihail and Demandred's balefire had done its work. The world here was crumbling. Black lines radiated across the heights, and her mind's eye saw them opening, the land shattering, and a void appearing here that sucked into it all life. "Watch for the light," Egwene whispered. "Mother?" Lylwyn still knelt beside her. Around them, hundreds of Sharans picked themselves up off the ground. "Watch for the light, Lylwyn," Egwene said. "As the Amyrlin seat, I command you. Find the seals of the Dark One's prison and break them. Do it the moment the light shines. Only then can it save us." "But—" Egwene wove a gateway and wrapped Lylwyn in air, shoving her through to safety. As she went, Egwene released the woman's bond, severing their brief tie. "No!" Lylwyn cried. The gateway closed. Black cracks into nothingness expanded all around Egwene as she faced the hundreds of Sharans. Her Aes Sedai had fought with strength and valor, but those Sharan channelers still remained. They surrounded her, some timid, others smiling in triumph. She closed her eyes and drew in the power. More than a woman should be able to. More than was right. Far beyond safety, far beyond wisdom. This Sangreal had no buffer to prevent this. Her body was spent. She offered it up and became a column of light, releasing the flame of Tar Valon into the ground beneath her and high into the sky. The power left her in a quiet, beautiful explosion, washing across the Sharans and sealing the cracks created by her fight with Mihail. Egwene's soul separated from her collapsing body and rested upon that wave, riding it into the light.
Egwene died. Rand screamed in denial, in rage, in sorrow.
Not her. Not her!
The dead are mine.
Shaitan!
Rand yelled.
Not her!
I will kill them all, adversary.
Rand bent over, squeezing his eyes shut. I will protect you, he thought. Whatever else happens, I will see you safe. I swear it. I swear it. O light. Egwene's name joined the list of the dead. That list continued to grow, thundering in his mind. His failures. So many failures. He should have been able to save them. The Dark One's attacks persisted, trying to rip Rand apart and crush him all at once. O light. Not Egwene. Rand closed his eyes and collapsed, barely holding back the next attack. Darkness enclosed him.
Lyanna raised her arm, shading her eyes against the magnificent burst of light. It washed the hillside of its darkness, and for a moment left only brilliance. Sharans froze in place, casting shadows behind them as they crystallized. The column of power rose high in the air, a beacon, then faded. Lyanna dropped to her knees, one hand resting on the ground to steady herself. A blanket of crystals coated the ground, growing over broken rock, coating the scarred landscape. Where cracks had opened, they were now filled with crystal, looking like tiny rivers. Lyanna climbed to her feet and crept forward, passing the Sharans frozen in crystal, dead in time. At the very center of the explosion, Lyanna found a column of crystal as wide as an ancient leatherleaf tree, rising some 50 feet in the air. Frozen at its center was a fluted rod, Vora's sa'angreal. There was no sign of the Amyrlin herself, but Lyanna knew. "The Amyrlin seat has fallen!" a nearby Aes Sedai cried, amid the crystallized Sharans. "The Amyrlin seat has fallen!" Thunder rumbled. Verelaine looked up from the side of the bed, then stood, Galad's hand slipping from hers as she walked to the window set in the stone wall. The sea churned and broke against the rocks outside, roaring as if in anger, perhaps pain. White foam sprayed violent toward clouds where lightning cast a fractured light. While she watched, those clouds grew thicker in the night, if that was possible, darker. Dawn was still an hour off. The clouds were so black, though, she knew she would not see the sun when it rose. She went back to Galad's side, sat down and took his hand. When would an Aes Sedai come to heal him? He was still unconscious, save for nightmare whispers. He twisted, and something sparkled at his neck. Verelaine reached under his shirt, taking out a medallion. It was in the shape of a fox's head. She rubbed her finger across it. "Back to Cawthon," Galad whispered, eyes closed. "Hope." Verelaine thought for a moment, feeling that darkness outside as if it were the Dark One's own, smothering the land and crawling in through windows, under doors. She rose, left Galad, and walked quickly away, carrying the medallion.
"The Amyrlin seat is dead," Arganda reported. Blood and bloody ashes, Mat thought. Egwene. Not Egwene, too. It hit him like a punch to the face. "What's more," Arganda continued, "the Aes Sedai report that they have lost over half their numbers. The remaining ones claim, and this is a quote, that they couldn't channel enough of the one power to lift a feather. They're out of the battle." Matt grunted. "How many of the Sharan channelers did they take?" he asked, bracing himself. "All of them." Matt looked at Arganda and frowned. "What?" "All of the channelers," Arganda said. "All the ones that were fighting the Aes Sedai." "That's something," Matt said. But Egwene... No thinking of that right now. She and her people had stopped the Sharan channelers. The Sharans and Trollocs fell back from the front lines to regroup. Matt took the opportunity to do the same. His forces, what remained of them, was strung out across the heights. He had joined together everyone he had left. The Borderlanders, the Dragonsworn, Loyal and the Ogier, Tam's troops, the White Cloaks, soldiers of the Band of the Red Hand. They fought hard, but their foe greatly outnumbered them. It was bad enough when they just had the Sharans to contend with. But once the Trollocs had broken through the eastern edge of the heights, they were forced to defend themselves on two fronts. Over the past hour they had been pushed back more than 1,000 paces in a northerly direction, and their back ranks had almost reached the end of the plateau. This would be the last push, the end of the battle. With the Sharan channelers gone, Matt would not be wiped out immediately, but light. There were still so many bloody Trollocs left. Matt had danced this dance well. He knew he had. But there was only so much a man could do. Even Tuon's return might not be enough, if it came. Arganda handled reports from the other areas of the battlefield. The man was wounded badly enough he could not fight, and there was no one with enough of the power left to spare for healing. He did his job well. Good man. Matt could have used him in the band. The Trollocs gathered for their push, again moving bodies out of the way, forming into fists with Myrddraal leading them. That would give Matt 5 or 10 minutes to get ready. Then it would come. Lan walked over, expression grim. "What would you have my men do, Cawthon?" "Get ready to fight those Trollocs," Matt said. "Has anyone checked with Mayenne lately? Now would be a wonderful time to get back a few of the ranks of men who have been healed." "I will check on it for you," Lan said. "And then I will prepare my men." Matt dug in his saddlebags as Lan withdrew. He pulled out Rand's banner, the one of the ancient Aes Sedai. He'd gathered it earlier, thinking perhaps it might have some use. "Somebody hoist this thing up. We're fighting in Rand's bloody name. Let's show the Shadow we're proud of it." Daniel took the banner, finding a spear to use as a pole. Matt took a deep breath. The way the Borderlanders spoke, they thought this would end in a glorious, heroic, suicidal charge. That was how Tom's songs always ended, the kinds of songs Matt had hoped to never find himself in. Faint hope that was now. Think. In the distance, the Trolloc horns started blowing. Tuon had delayed. Was she going to come? He hoped secretly she would not. With the battle going so poorly, even the Seanchan might not be enough. He needed an opening. Come on, luck. Another gateway opened, and Arganda went to collect the messenger's report. Matt did not need to hear to realize the kind of news it was, as when Arganda returned, he was frowning. "All right," Matt said, sighing. "Give me your news."
"The Queen of Andor is dead,"
Arganda said.
Bloody ashes. Not Elaine.
Matt felt a lurch inside.
Rand. I'm sorry.
"Who leads there? Bashir?" "Dead," Arganda said, "and his wife. They fell during attack against the Andoran pikemen. We've lost 6 Aiel clan chiefs as well. Nobody leads the Andorans or the Aiel at the riverbed. They're crumbling fast."
"This is the end!"
Demandred's augmented voice washed across Matt from the other end of the plateau.
"Lews Therin has abandoned you. Cry out to him as you die. Let him feel your pain."
They had arrived at the last few moves in their game, and Demandred had played well. Matt looked over his army of exhausted troops, many of them wounded. There was no denying it. They were in a desperate situation. "Send for the Aes Sedai," Matt said. "I don't care if they say they can't lift a feather. Maybe when it comes down to their lives, they'll find a little strength for a fireball here and there. Besides, their warders can still fight." Arganda nodded. Nearby, a gateway opened, and two beleaguered-looking Ashaman stumbled out. Naif and Niald bore scorch marks on their skins, and Naif's Aes Sedai was not with them. "Well?" Matt asked the three. "It is done," Niald said with a growl. "What of Tuon?" "They found the spy, apparently," Naif said. "The Empress is waiting to return on your mark." Matt breathed in, tasting the battlefield air, feeling the rhythm of the fighting he had set up. He didn't know if he could win, even with Tuon. Not with Elaine's army in disarray, not with the Aes Sedai weakened to the point of being unable to channel, not without Egwene, her Two Rivers' stubbornness, her iron backbone. Not without a miracle. "Send for Naif," Matt said. He called for paper and a pen and scribbled a note, which he handed off to the Ashaman. He shoved aside the selfish desire to let Tuon fly to safety. Bloody ashes. There was no safety, not anywhere. "Give this to the Empress, Naif. Tell her these instructions must be followed exactly." Then Matt turned to Niald. "I want you to go to Telmanis," he said. "Have him move forward with the plan." The two channelers left, off to deliver their messages. "Will it be enough?" Arganda asked. "No," Matt said. "Then why?" "Because I'll be a dark friend before I let this battle go without trying everything, Arganda."
"Lews Therin!" Demandred boomed. "Come face me. I know you watched this battle. Join it. Fight!"
"I sure am growing tired of that man," Matt said. "Cawthon, look. Those Trollocs have regrouped," Arganda said. "I think they are about to attack." "Then this is it. Let's form up," Matt said. "Where is Lan? Has he come back yet? I'd hate to do this without him." Matt turned, scanning the lines for him, as Arganda shouted orders. His attention was drawn back suddenly as Arganda grabbed his arm, pointing toward the Trollocs. Matt felt a chill as he saw in the light of bonfires a lone horseman on a black stallion charge into the right flank of the Trolloc horde, making for the eastern slope of the heights, toward Demandred. Lan had gone to fight a war on his own. The Trollocs ripped at Ulver's arm in the night, reaching into the crack, trying to pry him free. Others dug at the sides and soil streamed in onto him, sticking to the tears on his cheeks and the blood flowing from his scratches. He couldn't stop shaking. He also couldn't make himself move. He trembled, terrified, as the beasts pried at him with filthy fingers, digging closer and closer. Loyal sat on a stump, resting before the battle picked up again. A charge. Yes, that would be a good way for this to end. Loyal felt sore all over. He had read a great deal about battle, and had been in fights before, so he had known what to expect. But knowing a thing and experiencing it were completely different. That was why he'd left the steading in the first place. After more than a day of non-stop fighting, his limbs burned with a deep inner fatigue. When he raised his axe, the head felt so heavy he wondered why it didn't break the shaft. War. He could have lived his life without experiencing this. It was so much more than the frantic battle at the Two Rivers had been. There, at least, they'd had time to remove the dead and care for their wounded. There, it had been a matter of standing firm and holding against waves of attacks. Here, there was no time to wait, no time to think. Aerith sat down on the ground beside his stump, and he put a hand on her shoulder. She closed her eyes and leaned against him. She was beautiful, with perfect ears and wonderful eyebrows. Loyal did not look at the bloodstains on her clothing. He feared some of it was hers. He rubbed her shoulder with fingers so tired he could barely feel them. Loial had taken some notes on the battlefield, for himself and for others, to keep track of how the battle had gone so far. Yes, a final attack. That would make for a good ending to the story once he wrote it. He pretended that he would still write the story. There was no harm to such a little lie. One rider burst from the ranks of their soldiers, galloping toward the Trolloc right flank. Mat would not be happy about that. One man alone would die. Loial was surprised that he could feel sorrow for that man's life lost, after all of the death he had seen.
That man looks familiar,
Loial thought. Yes, it was the horse. He'd seen that horse before many times.
Lan.
He thought, numb.
Lan is the one riding out alone.
Loial stood. Aerith looked up at him as he shouldered his axe.
Wait,
Loial said to her.
Fight alongside the others. I must go. Go? I need to witness this,
Loial said. The fall of the last king of the Melchieri. He would need to include it in his book.
Prepare to charge, Arganda yelled. Men, form up! Archers at the front, cavalry next. Foot soldiers, prepare to come up behind.
A charge, Tam thought. Yes, that is our only hope. They had to continue their push, but their line was so thin. He could see what Mat had been trying, but it wasn't going to work. They needed to fight it through anyway. Well, he is dead, a mercenary said from near Tam, nodding toward Lan Mandragoran as he rode toward the Trolloc flank. Bloody borderlanders. Tam, Abel said from beside him. Above them, the sky grew darker. Was that possible at night? Those terrible boiling clouds seemed to come lower and lower. Tam almost lost Lan's figure atop the midnight stallion, despite the bonfires burning on the heights. Their light seemed feeble. He's riding for Dimandred, Tam thought. But there's a wall of Trollocs in the way. Tam took out an arrow with a resin-soaked rag tied behind the head and knocked it into his bow.
2 rivers, men! Prepare to fire!
The mercenary nearby laughed.
That's 100 paces at least. You'll fill him with arrows, if anything.
Tam eyed the man, then took his arrow and thrust the end into a torch. The bundled rag behind the head came alight with fire.
First rank! On my signal!
Tam yelled, ignoring the other orders that came down the line.
Let's give Lord Mandragoran a little something to guide his way.
Tam drew in a fluid motion, the burning rag warming his fingers, and loosed. Lan charged toward the Trollocs. His lance and his 3 replacements had all shattered hours ago. At his neck he wore the cold medallion that Berelain had sent through the gateway with a simple note. I do not know how Galad ended up with this, but I believe he wished me to send it to Cawthon. Lan did not consider what he was doing. The Void did not allow such things. Some men would call it brash, foolhardy, suicidal. The world was rarely changed by men who were unwilling to try being at least one of the 3. He sent what comfort he could to distant Nynaeve through the bond, then prepared to fight. As Lan neared the Trollocs, the beasts set up a spear line to stop him. A horse would impale itself trying to push through that. Lan drew in breath, calm within the void, planning to slice the head off the first spear, then ram his way through the line. It was an impossible maneuver. All the Trollocs would need to do was squeeze together and slow him. After that, they would overwhelm Mandarb and pull Lan from the saddle. But someone had to destroy Dimandred. With the medallion at his neck, Lan raised his sword. A flaming arrow streaked down from the sky and hit the throat of the Trolloc right in front of Lan. Without hesitation, Lan used the fallen Trolloc as an opening in the line of spears. He crashed through the shadow spawn, trampling the fallen one. He would need to... Another arrow fell, dropping a Trolloc. Then another and another in quick succession. Mandarb crashed through the confused, burning and dying Trollocs as an entire rain of burning arrows dropped in front of him.
"Melkir!"
Lan yelled, heeling Mandarb forward, trampling corpses but maintaining speed as the way opened. A hail of light dropped before him, each arrow precise, killing a Trolloc that tried to stand before him. He thundered through the ranks, shoving aside dying Trollocs, flaming arrows guiding his way in the darkness like a roadway. The Trollocs stood thick on either side, but those in front of him dropped and dropped until there were no more.
"Thank you, Tam."
Lan cantered his steed along the eastern slope of the heights, alone now, past the soldiers, past the shadow spawn. He was one with the breeze that streamed through his hair, one with the sinewy animal beneath him that carried him forward, one with the target that was his destination, his fate. Demandred stood at the sound of the hoofbeats, his Sharran companions rising in front of him. With a roar, Lan heeled Mandarb into the Sharrans that blocked his path. The stallion leaped, front legs driving the guards before him into the ground. Mandarb wheeled around, his haunches knocking down more Sharrans, his forelegs coming down on yet others. Lan threw himself from the saddle. Mandarb had no protection against channeling, and so to fight from horseback would be to invite Demandred to kill his mount, and hit the ground at a run, sword out.
"Another one?"
Demandred roared.
"Lose Theron, you are beginning to—"
He cut off as Lan reached him and flung himself into thistledown floats on the whirlwind, a tempestuous offensive sword form. Demandred whipped his sword up, catching the blow on his weapon and skidding backward a step at the force of it. They exchanged 3 blows, quick as cracks of lightning, Lan still in motion until the last blow caught Demandred on the cheek. Lan felt a slight tug, and blood sprayed into the air. Demandred felt at the wound in his cheek, and his eyes opened wider.
"Who are you?"
Demandred asked.
"I am the man who will kill you."
Min looked up from the back of her Torm as it loped toward the gateway back to the battlefield at Merilor. She hoped it would withstand the battle frenzy when they got there. Bonfires and torches shone in the distance, fireflies illuminating scenes of valor and determination. She watched the lights flicker, the last embers of a fire that would soon be extinguished. Rand trembled, distant, far to the north.
The pattern spun around Rand, forcing him to watch. He looked through eyes streaming with tears. He saw the people struggle. He saw them fall. He saw Elaine, captive and alone, a dreadlord preparing to rip their children from her womb. He saw Rhuarc, his mind forfeit, now a pawn of one of the Forsaken. He saw Mat, desperate, facing down horrible odds. He saw Lan riding to his death. Demandred's words dug at him. The Dark One's pressure continued to tear at him. Rand had failed. But in the back of his mind, a voice. Frail, almost forgotten. Let go. Lan held nothing back. He did not fight as he had trained Rand to fight. No careful testing, no judging the terrain, no careful evaluation. Demandred could channel, and despite the medallion, Lan couldn't give his enemy time to think, time to weave and hurl rocks at him or open the ground beneath him. Lan burrowed deeply into the void, allowing instincts to guide him. He went beyond lack of emotions, burning away everything. He did not need to judge the terrain, for he felt the land as if it were part of him. He did not need to test Demandred's strength. One of the Forsaken, with many decades of experience, would be the most skilled swordsman Lan had ever faced. Lan was vaguely aware of the Sharrans spreading out to make a broad circle around the two combatants as they fought. Apparently, Demandred was confident enough of his skills that he did not allow interference from others. Lan spun into a sequence of attacks. Water flows downhill became whirlwind on the mountain, which became hawk dives into the brush. His forms were like streams blending into a larger and larger river. Demandred fought as well as Lan had feared. Though the man's forms were slightly different from those Lan knew, the years had not changed the nature of a sword fight.
"You are good,"
Demandred said with a grunt, falling back before wind and rain, a line of blood dripping from his chin. Lan's sword flashed in the air, reflecting the red light of a bonfire nearby. Demandred came back with striking the spark, which Lan anticipated, countering. He took a scratch along the side, but ignored it. The exchange set Lan back a step, and gave Demandred the chance to pick up a rock with the one power and hurl it at Lan. Deep within the void, Lan felt the stone coming. It was an understanding of the fight, one that ran deeply into him, to the very core of his soul. The way Demandred stepped, the direction his eyes flickered told Lan exactly what was coming. As he flowed into his next sword form, Lan brought his weapon up across his chest and stepped backward. A stone the size of a man's head passed directly in front of him. Lan flowed forward, arm moving into his next form as another stone flew under his arm, tugging wind with it. Lan raised his sword and flowed around the path of a third stone, which missed him by a thumb's width, rippling his clothing. Demandred blocked Lan's attack, but he breathed hoarsely.
"Who are you?"
Demandred whispered again.
"No one of this age has such skill. Asmodean? No, he couldn't have fought me like this. Lews Therin? It is you behind that mask, isn't it?" "I am just a man," Lan whispered. "That is all I have ever been." Demandred growled, then launched an attack. Lan responded with stones falling down the mountain, but Demandred's fury forced him back a few steps. Despite Lan's initial offensive, Demandred was the better swordsman. Lan knew this by the same sense that told him when to strike, when to parry, when to step, and when to withdraw. Perhaps if they had come to the fight evenly, it would be different. They had not. Lan had been fighting for an entire day, and though he'd been healed from his worst wounds, the smaller ones still ached. Beyond that, a healing in and of itself was draining. Demandred was still fresh. The Forsaken stopped talking and engrossed himself in the duel. He also stopped using the one power, focused only on his swordplay. He did not grin as he took the advantage. He did not seem like a man who grinned very often. Lan slipped away from Demandred, but the Forsaken pressed forward with boar rushes down the mountain, again pushing Lan back to the perimeter of the circle, battering at his defenses, cutting him on the arm, then the shoulder, then finally the thigh. "I've only time for one last lesson." "I have you,"
Demandred finally growled, breathing heavily.
"Whoever you are, I have you. You cannot win."
"You didn't listen to me," Lan whispered. "One last lesson. The hardest." Demandred struck, and Lan saw his opening. Lan lunged forward, placing Demandred's sword point against his own side and ramming himself forward onto it. "I did not come here to win," Lan whispered, smiling. "I came here to kill you. Death is lighter than a feather." Demandred's eyes opened wide, and he tried to pull back. Too late. Lan's sword took him straight through the throat. The world grew dark as Lan slipped backward off the sword. He felt Nynaeve's fear and pain as he did, and he sent his love to her. Chapter 38. The Place That Was Not. Rand saw Lan fall, and it sent a spasm of anguish through him. The Dark One pressed in around Rand, swallowing him, shredding him. Fighting that attack was too hard. Rand was spent. "Let go." His father's voice. "I have to save them," Rand whispered. "Let them sacrifice. You can't do this yourself." "I have to. That's what it means." The Dark One's destruction crawled on him like 1,000 crows, picking at his flesh, pulling it from his bones. He could barely think through the pressure and the sense of loss, the death of Egwene and so many others. "Let go. It is their choice to make." He wanted so badly to protect them, the people who believed in him. Their deaths and the danger they faced were an enormous weight upon him. How could a man just let go? Wasn't that letting go of responsibility? Or was it giving the responsibility to them? Rand squeezed his eyes shut, thinking of all those who had died for him, of Egwene, whom he had sworn to himself to protect. "You fool!" Her voice in his head, fond but sharp. "Egwene? Am I not allowed to be a hero too? It's not that. You march to your death, yet you forbid anyone else from doing so? Let go, Rand. Let us die for what we believe, and do not try to steal that from us. You have embraced your death. Embrace mine." Tears leaked from the corners of his eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "Why?" "I failed." "No. Not yet, you haven't." The Dark One flayed him. He huddled before that vast nothingness, unable to move. He screamed in agony. And then he let go. He let go of the guilt. He let go of the shame for not having saved Egwene and all the others. He let go of the need to protect her, to protect all of them. He let them be heroes. Names streamed from his head. Egwene, Hurin, Bashir, Isan of the Charin Aiel, Samara, and thousands more. One by one, first slowly, but with increasing speed, he counted backward through the list he had once maintained in his head. The list had once been only women, but had grown to include everyone he knew had died for him. He hadn't realized how large it had become, how much he had let himself carry. The names ripped from him like physical things, like doves aflight, and each one carried away a burden. Weight vanished from his shoulders. His breathing grew steadier. It was as if Perrin had come with his hammer and shattered 1,000 chains that had been dragging behind Rand. Ilyena was last. "We are reborn," Rand thought, "so we can do better the next time. So do better." He opened his eyes and placed his hand before him, palm against blackness that felt solid. His self that had fuzzed, becoming indistinct as the Dark One ripped at it, pulled together. He placed his other arm down, then heaved himself to his knees. And then Rand al'Thor, the Dragon Reborn, stood up once again to face the shadow.
"No, no," the beautiful Shendla whispered, looking down at Demandred's body. Her heart sank down inside of her, and she tore at her hair with both hands, her body swaying. As she gazed on her beloved, Shendla slowly drew breath deep into her chest, and when it released, it was a fearful shriek. "Bow, the Wild is dead!" The entire battlefield seemed to grow still.
Rand faced the Dark One in that place that was not, surrounded by all time and nothing at the same time. His body still stood in the cave of Shale Ghul, locked into that moment of battle against Moradin, but his soul was here. He existed in this place that was not, this place outside of the pattern, this place where evil was born. He looked into it, and he knew it. The Dark One was not a being, but a force, an essence as wide as the universe itself, which Rand could now see in complete detail. Planets, stars in their multitudes, like the motes above a bonfire. The Dark One still strove to destroy him. Rand felt strong despite the attacks, relaxed, complete. With his burdens gone, he could fight again. He held himself together. It was difficult, but he was victorious. Rand stepped forward. The darkness shuddered. It quivered, vibrated as if disbelieving. "I destroy them." The Dark One was not a being. It was the darkness between lights, between moments, between eye blinks. "All is mine this time. It was ever meant to be. It will ever be." Rand saluted those who died. The blood running across rocks, the weeping of those who witnessed others fall. The shadow threw all of it at Rand, intent on Rand's destruction. But it did not destroy him. "We will never give in," Rand whispered. "I will never give in." The vast shadow thundered and shook. It sent jolts through and across the world. The ground rent, the laws of nature fractured. Swords turned against their owners, food spoiled, rock turned to mud. It came upon Rand again, the force of nothingness itself trying to pull him apart. The strength of the attack did not lessen, and yet suddenly it felt like an idle buzzing. They would not give up. It wasn't just about Rand. All of them would keep fighting. The Dark One's attacks lost meaning. If they could not make him yield, if they could not make him relent, then what were they? Within the tempest, Rand sought the void as Tam had taught him. All emotion, all worry, all pain. He took it and fed it into the flame of a single candle. He felt peace. The peace of a single drop of water hitting a pond. The peace of moments. The peace between eye blinks. The peace of the void. "I will not give up," he repeated, and the words seemed a wonder to him. "I control them all. I break them before me. You have lost, child of humankind." "If you think that," Rand whispered into the darkness, "then it is because you cannot see." Loyal was panting hard when he returned to the northern end of the heights. He gave the news to Mat about how Lan had fought so bravely before he went down, taking Demandred with him. Loyal's report affected Mat deeply, as it did all members of his army, particularly the Borderlanders who had lost a king, a brother. There was a disturbance among the Sharans as well. Somehow news of Demandred's death was already percolating through their ranks. Mat forced down his grief. That wasn't what Lan would have wanted. Instead, Mat raised his Ashandarai. "Taishar Malkir!" he screamed with all the force he could. "Lan Mandragoran, you bloody wonderful man! You did it!" His shouts rang in the silence as he charged toward the Shadow armies. Shouts rang behind him. "Taishar Malkir!" Shouts from all nationalities, all peoples, Borderlanders and not. They surged across the heights alongside Mat. Together they attacked the stunned foe. Chapter 39. Those Who Fight. "You cannot fathom it, can you?" Rand demanded of the darkness. "It is beyond you. You break us and still we fight. Why? Haven't you killed us? Haven't you ruined us?" "You," the Dark One replied. "I have you." Rand stepped forward. In this place of nothing, the patterns seemed to swirl around him like a tapestry. "Here is your flaw, Shaitan, Lord of the Dark, Lord of Envy, Lord of Nothing. Here is why you fail. It was not about me. It's never been about me." It was about a woman, torn and beaten down, cast from her throne and made a puppet. A woman who had crawled when she had to. That woman still fought. It was about a man that love repeatedly forsook. A man who found relevance in a world that others would have let pass them by. A man who remembered stories and who took fool boys under his wing when the smarter move would have been to keep on walking. That man still fought. It was about a woman with a secret, a hope for the future. A woman who had hunted the truth before others could. A woman who had given her life, then had it returned. That woman still fought. It was about a man whose family was taken from him, but who stood tall in his sorrow and protected those he could. It was about a woman who refused to believe that she could not help, could not heal those who had been harmed. It was about a hero who insisted with every breath that he was anything but a hero. It was about a woman who would not bend her back while she was beaten, and who shone with the light for all who watched, including Rand. It was about them all. He saw this over and over in the pattern arrayed about him. Rand walked through eons and ages, his hand passing through ribbons of the pattern's light. "Here is the truth, Shaitan," Rand said, taking another step forward, arms out, woven patterns spreading around them. "You cannot win unless we give up. That's it, isn't it? This fight isn't about a victory in battle. Taking me, it was never about beating me. It was about breaking me. That's what you've tried to do with all of us. It's why at times you tried to have us killed, while other times you didn't seem to care. You win when you break us, but you haven't. You can't." The darkness trembled. The nothingness shook, as if the arches of the heavens themselves were cracking. The Dark One's shout was defiant. Within the void, Rand continued forward, and the darkness trembled.
"I can still kill," the Dark One bellowed. "I can still take them all. I am Lord of the Grave, the Battle Lord. He is mine. All are mine eventually."
Rand stepped forward, hand stretched out. In his palm sat the world, and upon that world a continent, and upon that continent a battlefield, and upon that battlefield 2 bodies on the ground. Mat fought, Tam at his side with sword out. Karid and the Deathwatch Guard joined them, then Loyal and the Ogier. The armies of 12 nations and people fought, many joining him as he rushed across the plateau. They were outnumbered 3-1. Mat fought, bellowing in the old tongue. "For the light! For honor! For glory! For life itself!" He slew one Trolloc, then another. 6 in moments, but he felt he was fighting with the surf itself. Wherever he struck down blackness, more took its place. Trollocs moving in the shadows, lit only by the occasional lantern or burning arrow stuck in the ground. The Trollocs didn't fight as one. "We can break them," Mat thought. "We have to break them." This was his chance. Push now, while the Sharans were dazed at Demandred's fall.
"The son of battles. I will take him. I will take them all, adversary, as I took the king of nothing."
Blood and bloody ashes. What was that nothingness in his head? Mat beheaded a Trolloc, then wiped his brow, Karid and the Deathwatch Guards covering him for a moment. Mat could feel the battlefield in the night. There were a lot of Trollocs and Sharans, so many of them.
"There are too many,"
Arganda called from nearby.
"Light, they'll overwhelm us. We need to fall back. Cawthon, can you hear me?"
I can do this, Mat thought. I can win this battle. An army could defeat superior numbers, but Mat needed momentum, an opening, a favorable toss of the dice. Rand stood above the pattern and looked down at the fallen men in a land where hope seemed to have died. "You have not been watching closely enough. About one thing you are wrong. So very wrong." Cornered and alone, a boy huddled in a cleft in the rock. Horrors with knives and fangs, the shadow itself made flesh, dug at his hiding place, reaching with nails like knives and ripping his skin. Terrified, crying, bloodied, the boy raised a golden horn to his lips. Mat squinted, the battle seeming to dim around him. "So very wrong, Shaitan," Rand's voice whispered in Mat's mind. Then the voice was no longer in Mat's mind. It could be heard distinctly by everyone on the battlefield. "That one you have tried to kill many times," Rand said. "That one who lost his kingdom. That one from whom you took everything." Lurching, bloodied from the sword strike to his side, the last king of the Malkieri stumbled to his feet. Lan thrust his hand into the air, holding by its hair the head of Demandred, general of the Shadow's armies. "That man," Rand shouted. "That man still fights!" Mat felt the battlefield grow still. All were frozen in place. At that moment, there rang out a soft but powerful sound, a clear note, golden. One long tone that encompassed everything. The sound of a horn, pure and beautiful. Mat had heard that sound once before.
Mellar knelt beside Elaine, pressing the medallion against her head to stop her from channeling.
"This could have gone in a very different way, my queen," he said. "You should have been more accommodating."
Light. That leer was an awful thing. He had gagged her, of course, but she did not give him the satisfaction of crying. She would find a way to escape this. She had to shake free of the medallion. Of course, if she did, there was still the channeler. But if she could evade the medallion, then strike quickly.
"Pity that your little Captain General isn't alive to watch," Mellar said. "Fool that she was. I really do think she believed that she was Birgitte from the legends."
Elaine heard a soft sound in the distance. The ground vibrated. An earthquake. She tried to concentrate, but she could only think that Birgitte had been right all along. It was fully possible for the babes to be safe, as Min had foretold, while Elaine herself was left dead. White mist climbed up from the ground around them, like the souls of the dead, curling. Mellar stiffened suddenly. Elaine blinked, looking up at him. Something silvery jutted from the front of Mellar's chest. It looked like an arrowhead. Mellar turned, knife dropping from his fingers. Behind him, Birgitte Silverbow stood over her corpse, 1 foot to either side of the headless body. She raised a bow, bright as newly polished silver, and released another arrow, which seemed to trail light as it struck Mellar in the head and pitched him to the ground. Her next shot took Mellar's channeler, killing the Dreadlord with a silver arrow before the man could respond. All around them, Mellar's men stood as if paralyzed, gaping at Birgitte. The clothing she now wore seemed to glow. A short white coat, a voluminous pair of pale yellow trousers, and a dark cloak. Her long golden hair hung in an intricate braid down to her waist.
"I am Birgitte Silverbow,"
Birgitte announced, as if to dispel doubt.
"The horn of Valir has sounded, calling all to the last battle. The heroes have returned."
Lan Mandragoran held aloft the head of one of the Forsaken, their battle commander, supposedly invincible. The Shadow's army could not ignore what had happened. None of them, wherever they were on the battlefield. The voice that had come out of nowhere had proclaimed it. That the attacker should stand while the Chosen lay dead. It stunned them, frightened them. And then the horn sounded in the distance. "Press forward!" Mat yelled. "Press forward!" His army threw themselves ferociously onto the Trollocs and Sharans. "Cawthon, what was that sound?" Arganta demanded, stumbling up beside Pips. The man still had one arm in a sling and carried a bloodied mace in the other hand. Around Mat, the Deathwatch guard fought and grunted, cutting down Trollocs. Mat yelled, throwing himself into the fight. "That was the bloody horn of Valir! We can still win this night!" The horn. How had the bloody horn been sounded? Well, it looked like Mat wasn't tied to the thing any longer. His death at Rhuidean must have broken him from it. Some other unlucky fool could bear that burden now. Mat howled a battle cry, shearing the arm off a Trolloc, then stabbing it through the chest. The Shadow's entire army became disoriented at the sound of the horn. Those Trollocs nearest Lan scrambled back, clawing over one another in desperate urgency to escape him. That left the Trollocs fighting along the slope spread thin, without reserves, and nobody seemed to be in charge. Myrddraal nearby raised swords against their own Trollocs, trying to get those that were fleeing to turn back and fight. But flaming arrows, shot by the Two Rivers archers, fell from the sky and riddled the Fade's bodies. Tam al'Thor, Mat thought, I am going to bloody send you the best pair of boots. Light burn me, but I will. To me! Mat shouted. All riders that can hold a flaming weapon, to me! Mat kicked Pips into a gallop, shoving his way through Trollocs that were still fighting. Mat's attack opened the way for Furik Karede and his few remaining men to punch the hole in the horde of Trollocs wider. Following that, the full force of the remaining Borderlanders poured through after Mat toward Lan. The Sharran army showed signs of weakening, but they continued their offensive, their discipline forcing them to do what their hearts were calling them to end. Lan's victory wouldn't win the battle outright. There were far too many enemies. But without Demandred, the Shadow had lost direction. Even the Fades were showing the lack of a leader. The Trollocs began to fall back and regroup. Mat and the Borderlanders galloped southwest across the heights and came to where Lan was standing. Mat jumped from his horse and grabbed Lan by the shoulder as the Melchiari king faltered. Lan looked at Mat with grim thanks, and then his eyes rolled back in his head and he started to fall, dropping Demandred's head to the ground. A man in a black coat rode over. Mat hadn't realized that Narishma was still there, fighting alongside the Borderlanders. The Kandori Ashaman threw himself off his horse and took Lan by the other arm, then concentrated. The brief healing was enough to bring Lan back to consciousness. Get him on a horse, Narishma, Mat said. You can work on him more when we get back to our army. I don't want to be stuck behind enemy lines if those Trollocs below decide to come back up the heights. They rode back northeast, laying into the back of the Trollocs' right flank with swords and lances as they swept past, which unsettled the beasts even more. Once past, the Borderlanders swung their mounts around and charged directly into the Trolloc hordes again, who were looking around in all directions, not sure where the next attack would be coming from. Mat and Narishma continued to ride toward their own back lines, with Lan in tow. Narishma eased the Melchiari off his horse and had him lie on the ground to continue the healing, while Mat paused to consider their situation. Behind them, mist gathered. Mat was struck with a terrible thought. He had ignored a terrible possibility. The Horn of Valere still called, a distant yet unmistakable sound. Oh, light, Mat thought. Oh, bloody stumps on a battlefield. Who blew it? Which side? The fog formed, like worms crawling out of the ground after a rainstorm. It gathered into a billowing cloud, a thunderhead on the ground, and shapes on horses charged out of it. Figures of legend. Buad of Albhain, as regal as any queen. Amoresu, holding aloft her glowing sword. Hend, the striker, dark-skinned, a hammer in one hand and a spike in the other. A figure rode through the mists at the front of the heroes. Tall and imperious, with a nose like a beak, Artur Hawkwing carried Justice, his sword on his shoulder as he rode. Though the rest of the 100-odd heroes followed Hawkwing, one broke off in a streak of mist, galloping away. Mat didn't get a good look at the rider. Who had it been, and where was he going so quickly? Mat pulled his hat on tighter, nudging Pips forward to meet the ancient king. I suppose I'll know which side summoned him, Mat thought, if he tries to kill me. Mat lifted the Ashendari across his saddle. Could he fight Artur Hawkwing? Light, could anyone beat one of the heroes of the Horn? Hello, Hawkwing, Mat called. Gambler, Hawkwing replied. Do take better care of what has been allotted you. Almost I worried we would not be summoned for this fight. Mat let out a relaxing breath. Bloody ashes, Hawkwing. You needn't have drawn it out like that, you bloody goat kisser. So you fight for us? Of course we fight for the light, Hawkwing said. We would never fight for the shadow. But I was told, Matt began. You were told wrong, Hawkwing said. Besides, Hend said, laughing, if the other side had been able to summon us, you'd be dead by now. I did die, Matt said, rubbing at the scar on his neck. Apparently that tree claimed me. Not the tree, Gambler, Hawkwing said. Another moment, one that you cannot remember. It is fitting, as Lews Therin did save your life both times. Remember him, Amoresu snapped. I have seen you murmur that you fear his madness, but all the while you forget that every breath you breathe, every step you take, comes at his forbearance. Your life is a gift from the Dragon Reborn, Gambler. Twice over. Blood and bloody ashes. Even dead women treated him the way Nynaeve did. Where did they learn it? Were there secret lessons? Hawkwing nodded toward something nearby. Rand's banner. Daniel still held it aloft. We arrive here together at the banner. We can fight for you because of it, Gambler, and because the dragon leads you, though he does it from afar. It is enough. Well, Matt said, looking at the banner, I guess since you're here, you can fight the battle now. I'll pull my men back. Hawkwing laughed. You think we 100 can fight this entire battle? You're the bloody heroes of the Horn, Matt said. That's what you do, isn't it? We can be defeated, said pretty Blaze of Matuchin, dancing her horse to the side of Hawkwing's. Tuon couldn't be mad if he looked a little at a hero, right? People were supposed to stare at them. If we are wounded in dire ways, we will have to withdraw and recover in the world of dreams. The Shadow knows how to incapacitate us, Hend added. Bind us hand and foot and we can do nothing to aid the battle. It doesn't matter if one is immortal when one cannot move. We can fight well, Hawkwing said to Matt, and we will lend you our strength. This is not our war alone. We are just one part of it. Bloody wonderful, Matt said. That horn was still sounding. Then tell me this. If I didn't blow that thing, and the Shadow didn't do it, who did? Thick Trolloc nails scored Alvar's arm. He kept blowing the horn through his tears, eyes squeezed shut in the small cleft in the rocky outcrop. I'm sorry, Matt, he thought as a dark-haired hand scrabbled for a hold on the horn. Another grabbed him by the shoulder, nails digging deeply, making blood pulse down his arm. The horn was ripped from his hands. I'm sorry. The Trolloc yanked Alvar upward, then dropped him. Alvar tumbled to the ground, dazed, and then jumped as the horn fell into his lap. He grabbed it, shaking and blinking away his tears. Shadows churned above, grunting. What was happening? Cautiously, Alvar raised his head and found someone standing above, one foot planted on either side of him. The figure fought in a blur, facing down a dozen Trollocs at once, his staff whirling this way and that as he defended the boy. Alvar caught sight of the man's face and his breath caught. Noel? Noel clubbed a Trolloc arm, forcing the creature back, then glanced at Alvar and smiled. Though Noel still appeared aged, the weariness was gone from his eyes, as if a great burden had been lifted from him. A white horse stood nearby with a golden saddle and reins, the most magnificent animal that Alvar had ever seen. Noel! They said you died! Alvar cried. I did, Noel said, then laughed. The pattern was not finished with me, son. Sound that horn! Sound it proudly, horn sounder! Alvar did so, blowing the horn as Noel fought the Trollocs back in a small circle around Alvar. Noel. Noel was one of the heroes of the Horn. The hooves of galloping horses announced others, come to rescue Alvar from the shadow spawn. Suddenly, Alvar felt a deep warmth. He had lost so many people, but one of them, one, had come back for him.
Chapter 40. Wolf Brother. Elaine's captors looked at Birgitte, stunned, and Elaine took the moment to jerk her body sideways. She rolled to her knees. Her pregnancy made her awkward, but she was hardly incapable. The medallion that Melar had been holding against her slipped to the ground, and she found the glow of Saidar awaiting her grasp. She filled herself with the power and held her belly. Her children stirred within. Elaine wove flows of air, knocking her captors backward. Nearby, Elaine's guards, having rallied, burst through Melar's soldiers. A few stopped when they saw Birgitte.
"Keep fighting, you daughters and sons of goats!"
Birgitte yelled, loosing arrows at the mercenaries.
"I might be dead, but I'm still your bloody commander, and you will obey orders!"
That spurred them into motion. The rising mist curled upward, fogging the battlefield. It seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. In moments, Elaine's channeling, Birgitte's bow, and her guard's work sent the remnants of Melar's dark friend mercenaries running. Birgitte dropped 6 of them with arrows as they fled.
"Birgitte,"
Elaine said through tears.
"I'm sorry."
"Sorry?" Birgitte turned to her. "Sorry? Why do you mourn, Elaine? I have it all back. My memory has returned." She laughed.
"It is wonderful! I don't know how you stood me these last few weeks. I moped worse than a child who'd just broken her favorite bow. Oh, light."
Elaine's insides told her she'd still lost her warder, and the pain of the bond breaking was not a rational thing. It didn't matter that Birgitte stood before her.
"Perhaps I should bond you again?"
"It would not work," Birgitte said, waving her hand with a dismissive gesture. "Are you hurt?"
"Nothing but my pride."
"Lucky for you, but luckier that the horn was blown when it was." Elaine nodded.
"I'm going to join the other heroes," Birgitte said. "You stay here and recover."
"Light burn that," Elaine said, forcing herself to her feet. "I'm not bloody staying behind now. The babes are all right. I'm riding."
"Elaine."
"My soldiers think I'm dead," Elaine said. "Our lines are breaking, our men dying. They have to see me to know that there is still hope. They won't know what this mist means. If they have ever needed their queen, this is the moment. Nothing short of the Dark One could stop me from returning now." Birgitte frowned. "You're not my warder any longer," Elaine said. "But you're still my friend. Will you ride with me?" "Stubborn fool. I'm not the one who just refused to stay dead." "Together?" "Together," Birgitte said, nodding. Aviendha pulled up short, listening to new howls. Those didn't sound quite like wolves. The tempest at Shale Ghul continued. She didn't know which side was winning. Everywhere lay bodies, some ripped apart by wolves, others still smoldering from attacks of the One Power. The storm winds whipped and raged, though no rain fell, and waves of dust and gravel washed across her. She could feel channeling from the pit of doom, but it was like a quiet pulse, as opposed to the storm that had been the cleansing. Rand. Was he all right? What was happening? The white clouds brought in by the windfinders churned among the jet-black storm clouds above, swirling together in a massive, writhing pattern above the mountain peak. From what she'd heard of the windfinders, they had withdrawn up Shale Ghul to a ledge, far above the cave entrance, still working the bowl of winds. They were at a breaking point. More than 2/3 of their numbers had collapsed from exhaustion. Soon the storm would consume everything. Aviendha prowled through the maelstrom, seeking the source of those howls. She didn't have any other channelers with whom to link, now that Raphella had left to join the Dragonsworn's last stand at the cavern. Out here in the valley, different groups killed one another, shifting back and forth. Maidens, wise ones, Siswayaman, Trollocs, Fades, and wolves. Hundreds of them had joined the battle so far. There were also some Damani, Tyrans, and Dragons sworn, though most of those fought near the path up to Rand. Something hit the ground beside her, crooning, and she lashed out before thinking. The Drakkar burst into flames like a stick dried by 100 days of sunlight. She took a deep breath, looking around her. Howls! Hundreds upon hundreds of them. She broke into a run toward those howls, crossing the valley floor. As she did so, someone emerged from the dusty shadows. A wiry man with a gray beard and golden eyes. He was accompanied by a small pack of wolves. They glanced at her, then turned back in the direction they'd been going. Aviendha stopped. Golden eyes. "Ho! He who runs with wolves," she called at the man. "Have you brought Perenebara with you?" The man froze. He acted like a wolf, careful yet dangerous.
"I know of Perenebara," he called back, "but he is not with me. He hunts in another place."
Aviendha walked closer to the man. He watched her, wary, and several of his wolves growled. It did not seem they trusted her or her kind much more than they trusted Trollocs. "These new howls," she called over the wind. "They are from your... friends?" "No," the man said, eyes growing distant. "No, not any longer. If you know of women who can channel Aiel, you should bring them now." He moved off toward the sounds, his pack running with them. Aviendha followed him, keeping her distance from those wolves, but trusting their senses above her own. They reached a small rise in the floor of the valley, one that she'd seen Aitoralde use on occasion for overseeing the defense of the pass. Pouring out of the pass were scores of dark shapes. Black wolves, the size of small horses. They loped across the rock, and though they were out of her sight, Aviendha knew they were leaving footprints melted into the stone. Hundreds of wolves attacked the darker shapes, leaping on their backs but were thrown free. They didn't seem to be doing much good. The man with the wolves growled. "Dark hounds?" Aviendha shouted.
"Yes," he called back, bellowing to be heard over the tempest. "This is the Wild Hunt, the worst of their kind. These cannot fall to mortal weapons. The bites of common wolves will not harm them. Not permanently."
"Then why do they fight?" The wolf brother laughed.
"Why do any of us fight? Because we must try to win somehow. Go! Bring Aes Sedai some of those Ashaman if you can find them. These creatures will roll over your armies as easily as a wave over pebbles."
The man took off down the slope, his wolves joining him. She understood why they fought. They might not be able to kill the Darkhounds, but they could slow the creatures, and that was their victory here, buying Rand enough time to do what he needed to. She turned, alarmed, running to gather the others. The sensation of a powerful channeler wielding Saidar nearby stopped her dead. She spun, looking toward the source of the sensation. Grendal was there, up ahead, just barely visible. She calmly sent deadly weaves at a line of defenders of the stone. She had collected a small group of women, Aes Sedai, wise ones, and a few guards. The women knelt around her and had to be feeding her their power, considering the strength of the weaves she unleashed. Her guards were 4 Aiel men with black veils, not red, under compulsion for certain. Aviendha hesitated, wavering. What of the Darkhounds? I have to take this chance, she thought. She wove, releasing a ray of blue light into the sky, the sign she, Amis, and Cadsuane had agreed upon. That, of course, alerted Grendal. The Forsaken spun on Aviendha and lashed out with fire. Aviendha dodged, rolling. A shield came next, trying to cut Aviendha off from the source.
She desperately pulled in as much of the one power as she could hold, drawing it through the turtle brooch. Cutting a woman off with a shield was like trying to snip a rope with shears. The thicker the rope, the more difficult it was to cut. In this case, Aviendha had taken in enough saidar to rebuff the shield. She gritted her teeth, spinning weaves of her own. Light, she hadn't realized how tired she was. She almost slipped, the threads of the one power threatening to drift from her control. She drove them into place by force of will and released a weave of air and fire, although she knew that those captives included friends and allies. They would rather die than be used by the shadow, she told herself, as she dodged another attack. The ground exploded around her and she dove to the ground. No, keep moving! Aviendha leaped to her feet and ran. That saved her life as lightning began to rain down behind her, its might sprawling her to the ground again. She came up bleeding from several cuts on her arm and started making weaves. She had to drop them as a complex weave came near her. Compulsion. If that seized her, Aviendha would become another of the woman's thralls, forced to lend her strength to overthrowing the light. Aviendha wove earth into the ground in front of her, throwing up chips of rock, dust, smoke. Then she rolled away, seeking a hollow in the ground, peeking out carefully. She held her breath and did not channel. The whipping winds cleared the diversion she'd created. Grendal hesitated in the middle of the field. She could not sense Aviendha, who had earlier placed upon herself the weave that masked her ability. If she channeled, Grendal would know, but if she did not, she would be safe. Grendal's Aiel thralls stalked outward, their veils up, searching for Aviendha. Aviendha was tempted to channel right then and there, to end their lives. Any Aiel she knew would thank her for that. She stayed her hand. She didn't want to give herself away. Grendal was too strong. She could not face the woman alone. But if she waited... A weave of air and spirit attacked Grendal, trying to cut her off from the source. The woman cursed, spinning. Cadsuane and Amis had arrived. "Stand! Stand for Andor and the Queen!" Elaine galloped through groups of pikemen now in disarray, her hair streaming behind her, shouting with a power-aided voice. She held aloft a sword, though the light only knew what she would do with it if she had to swing it. Men turned as she passed. Some were cut down by Trollocs as they did so. The beasts were pushing through the defenses, reveling in the broken lines and the slaughter. "My men are too far gone," Elaine thought. "Oh, Light, my poor soldiers." The tale she saw was one of death and despair. The Andoran and Kyrian in pike formations had folded after taking horrible casualties. Now men held in little bunches, many scattering, scrambling for their lives. "Stand!" Elaine cried. "Stand with your queen!" More men stopped running, but they didn't go back to the fighting. What to do? Fight. Elaine attacked a Trolloc. She used the sword, despite just moments ago thinking that she'd be hopeless with it. She was. The boar-headed Trolloc actually looked surprised as she flailed at it. Fortunately, Birgitta was there and shot the beast in the forearm as it swung for Elaine. That saved her life, but still didn't let her kill the blasted thing. Her mount, borrowed from one of her guardsmen, danced around, keeping the Trolloc from cutting her down as she tried to stab it. Her sword didn't move in the direction she willed. The One Power was far more refined a weapon. She would use that if she had to, but she would rather fight for the moment. She didn't have to struggle long. Soldiers surrounded her, dispatching the beast and defending her from 4 others that had begun advancing on her. Elaine wiped her brow and pulled back. "What was that?" Birgitta asked, riding up beside her, then loosing an arrow at a Trolloc before it could kill one of the soldiers. "Ratcliffe's nails, Elaine. I thought I'd seen the extent of your foolishness." Elaine held up her sword.
Nearby, men began to cry out.
"The Queen lives!"
they yelled.
"For Light and Andor! Stand with the Queen!"
"How would you feel," Elaine said softly, "if you saw your queen trying to kill a Trolloc with a sword as you ran away?"
"I'd feel like I needed to bloody move to another country," Birgitte snapped, loosing another arrow. "One where the monarchs don't have pudding for brains."
Elaine sniffed. Birgitte could say what she wished, but the maneuver worked. Like a bit of yeast, the force of men she'd gathered grew, expanding to either side of her and building a battle line. She kept the sword raised high, shouting, and after a moment of indecision, created a weave that made a majestic banner of Andor float in the air above her, the Red Lion to light the night. That would draw direct fire from Demandred and his channelers, but the men needed the beacon. She would fight off attacks as they came. They did not, as she rode down the battle lines, shouting words that gave hope to her men.
"For Light and Andor! Your Queen lives! Stand and fight!"
Mat thundered forward across the top of the heights with the remains of a once great army pushing southwest. The Trollocs were massed ahead on his left side, the Sharn army ahead on the right. Facing the enemy were the heroes, Borderlanders, Caridin and his men, Ogier, Two Rivers archers, White Cloaks, Gil'Dannan and Mayenners, mercenaries, Tinna and her Dragonsworn refugees, and the band of the Red Hand, his own men. He remembered, within those memories that were not his, leading forces far grander, armies that were not fragmented, half-trained, wounded, and exhausted. But light help him, he had never been so proud. Despite all that had happened, his men took up the shouts of attack and threw themselves into the battle with renewed vigor. Demandred's death gave Mat a chance. He felt the armies surging, and through them flowed that instinctive rhythm of the battle. This was the moment he had been seeking. It was the card upon which to bet everything he had. 10-to-1 odds still, but the Sharn army, the Trollocs and Fades, had no head, no general to guide them. Different contingents took conflicting actions as various Fades or Dreadlords tried to give orders. I'll have to watch those Sharans, Mat thought. They'll have generals who can reinstitute command. For now, he needed to hit hard, hit powerfully, push the Trollocs and Sharans off the heights. Down below, the Trollocs filled the corridor between the bogs and the heights, pressing hard the defenders at the riverbed. Elaine's death had been a lie. Her troops had been in disarray. They had lost more than a third of their soldiers. But just as they were about to be routed by the Trollocs, she rode into their midst and rallied them. Now they were miraculously holding their lines despite being pushed back well into Shienaran territory. They could not resist much longer, though, with or without Elaine. More and more pikes on the front lines were being mobbed. Soldiers were falling all across the field, and her cavalries and the Aiel were working furiously with increasing difficulty to contain the enemy. Light, if I can push the shadow off these bloody heights into those beasts below, they'll fall all over each other. "Lord Cawthon!" Tinna shouted nearby. She leveled a bloody spear from horseback, pointing to the south. Light shone distantly toward the river Aranin. Mat wiped his brow. Was that? Gateways in the sky. Dozens of them, and through them poured Towrakan in flight, carrying lanterns. A fiery flight of arrows launched at the Trollocs in the corridor. The Towrakan, carrying archers, flew in formation over the ford and the corridor beyond. Over the battle, Mat heard sounds that must have made the enemy's blood run cold. Hundreds, maybe thousands of animal horns blared out in the night their call to war. A thunderstorm of drums began to beat out a unified cadence that became louder and louder, and a rumble of footfalls made by an advancing army, man and animal alike, slowly approaching Poloth Heights in the dark. No one could see them in the pre-dawn blackness, but everyone on the battlefield knew who they were. Matt let out a whoop of joy. He could see the Seanchan movements playing out in his mind's eye now. Half their army would march directly north from the Aranin, joining with Elaine's harried army at the Mora to crush the Trollocs trying to force their way into Shinar. The other half would swing to the west around the bogs to the western side of the heights, crushing the Trollocs in the corridor from behind. Now the falling hail of arrows was accompanied by glowing lights popping into existence in the air. Damani, making more light for their army to see by, a display that would have done the Illuminators proud. Indeed, the ground shook as the massive Seanchan army marched across the field of Meralor. Thunder shattered the air off Matt's right flank on the heights. A deeper thunder. Talmanas and Aludra had mended the dragons and were firing directly from the cavern through gateways into the Sharran army. The pieces were almost all in place. There was one more bit of business that needed tending to before the final toss of the dice. Matt's armies pressed forward. Jer Grady fingered the letter from his wife, sent with Androl from the Black Tower. He couldn't read it in this darkness, but that didn't matter, so long as he could hold it. He'd memorized the words anyway. He watched this canyon 10 or so miles to the northeast along the River Mora, where Cawthon had positioned him. He was well out of sight of the battlefield at Meralor. He didn't fight. Lighted was hard, but he didn't fight. He watched, trying not to think of the poor people who had died trying to hold the river here. It was the perfect place for it. The Mora passed through a canyon here, where the shadow could stop the river, and so it had. Oh, the men Matt had sent had tried to fight the Dreadlords and the Sharrans. What a fool's task that had been. Grady's anger smoldered at Cawthon. Everyone claimed that he was a good general. Then he went and did this. Well, if he was a genius, why had he sent 500 simple folk from a mountain village in Murindi to hold this river? Yes, Cawthon had also sent about 100 soldiers from the band, but that wasn't nearly enough. They'd died after holding the river for a few hours. There were hundreds upon hundreds of Trollocs and several Dreadlords at the river canyon. Well, those folk had been slaughtered to a man. Light. There had been children in that group. The townsfolk and the few soldiers had fought well, defending the canyon for far longer than Grady would have thought possible. But then they'd fallen, and he'd been ordered not to help them. Well, now Grady waited in the darkness atop the canyon walls, hiding among a cluster of rocks. Distant from him, perhaps 100 paces, Trollocs moved by torchlight. The Dreadlords needed that to see. They, too, were atop the canyon walls, which gave them the height and position to look down on the river below, which had become a lake. The 3 Dreadlords had broken up large chunks of the canyon walls and created the barrier of rock that dammed the river. That had dried out the Mora at Meralor and let the Trollocs cross the river with ease. Grady could open that dam in a moment. A strike with the one power would open it up and release the water from the canyon. So far, he hadn't dared. Cawthon had ordered him not to attack, but beyond that, he'd never be able to defeat 3 strong Dreadlords on his own. They'd kill him and dam the river again. He caressed his wife's letter, then prepared himself. Cawthon had ordered him to make a gateway at dawn to that same village. Doing so would reveal Grady. He didn't know the purpose of the order. The basin below was filled with water, covering the bodies of the fallen. I guess now we'll do as well as any time, Grady thought, taking a deep breath. Dawn should be almost here, though the cloud cover kept the land dark. He'd follow his orders. Light burn him, but he would. But if Cawthon survived the battle downriver, he and Grady would have words. Stern ones. A man like Cawthon, born of ordinary folk, should have known better than to throw away lives. He took another deep breath, then began to weave a gateway. He opened it at that village the people had come from yesterday. He didn't know why he was to do this. The village had been depopulated to make up the group that had fought earlier. He doubted anybody remained. What had Matt called it? Hinder's Tap? People roared through the gateway, yelling, holding aloft cleavers, pitchforks, rusty swords. With them came more soldiers of the band, like the 100 who had fought here before. Except by the light of the Dreadlord's fires, the faces of those soldiers were the same as the ones who had fought here before. Fought here and died. Grady gaped as he stood up in the darkness watching those people attack. They were all the same. The same matrons, the same farriers and blacksmiths, the very same people. He'd watched them die, and now they were back again. The Trollocs probably couldn't tell one human from another, but the Dreadlords saw it, and understood that these people were the same people. Those 3 Dreadlords seemed stunned. One of the Dreadlords yelled out about the Dark Lord abandoning them. He started flinging weaves at the people. Those people just charged on, heedless of the danger, as many of their number were blown apart. They fell on the Dreadlords, hacking at them with farming implements and kitchen knives. By the time the Trollocs attacked, the Dreadlords were down. Now he could... Shaking off his stupor, Grady gathered his power and destroyed the dam blocking the canyon. And in doing so, he released the river.
Chapter 41. A Smile.
Cawthon has the dragons back and fighting again, Jonath said, trying to peer through the smoke. Listen to them.
Pounding echoed across the top of the heights. Pavara smiled. She, Andral, Jonath, Amaran, and Candler had joined Loghain and the other Ashaman, along with some of the Aes Sedai who were bonded to them. They stood at the edge of the steep slopes opposite Dashar Knob, a half-mile up from where Demon Dread's headless corpse lay. Another round of dragon fire sounded across the heights, though in the darkness they couldn't see the smoke.
Those dragons won't last long. Not if Taim's men have mixed in with the Sharans, Pavara said. The Dragoners can't defend themselves against Channelers, and they're too easy to locate because of the noise.
I doubt Cawthon has a choice but to use them, Andral said. He can't hold anything back now.
Ashaman!
Loghain appeared through the smoke, striding among them, Gabrella at his side.
It is time to move.
We're going to go defend those dragons? Andral asked.
Around them, dozens of other exhausted Ashaman hauled themselves to their feet, turning to Loghain.
No, Loghain said. We're going to move west.
To the west? Pavara folded her arms. That's away from the battle.
It is where your Amerlin fought Taim,
Loghain said, turning away from her.
The ground there, as well as many of the Sharans, was entombed in crystal. I want every Ashaman, soldier, and dedicated to whom I have not given other specific orders to begin searching. There is...
The ground shook, rumbling ominously, and Pavara stumbled. Andral caught her by the arm, though she sensed exhaustion through the bond to match her own. They didn't have much left in them. As the trembling subsided, Loghain continued.
Somewhere, inside that mass of crystals, is a golden scepter. Taim was said to have been holding it when Egwene Alvir defeated him. We're going to find it. If any of you see it, do not touch it. Send for me.
Loghain shouted the same orders to the next group of Ashaman. Andral watched him go, and Pavara sensed his frustration.
If that scepter is an Angreal or Sa'angreal, Amaran said, it could be of great use to us.
Maybe, Pavara said. I think those dragons need protecting more than we need that rod. I swear there's something about that horn sounding. We should be attacking now, not searching for battle spoils.
The other Ashaman can do that, Andral said. We don't have to. What? Candler said, scowling. You're going to disobey?
No, Andral said. He said this is for men who didn't have any other orders. We do. Back at the start of the battle, he told us to watch for Taim's lackeys and to do something about them.
I'm not sure he remembers that order, Andral, Amaran said, rubbing his chin.
and I don't know that if he did remember he'd want us to follow it now. He seems pretty intent on that scepter. He gave us the order nonetheless, Andral said.
Andral,
Candler said, sitting on his heels.
I feel so tired I could hardly gather the strength to curse you if I wanted. None of these lads look any better, and you struggle to open a small gateway. How are we to stand up to Mishraila and the others?
Andral frowned, but had no argument in return. However, something occurred to Pavara, a way, perhaps, to accomplish something while exhausted. Andral perked up, and his eyes widened, and then he grinned.
You're a genius, Pavara.
Thank you, she said primly. Candler, haul yourself to your feet. I'll bet you gentlemen anything that we'll find Taim's men trying to destroy those dragons. We're going to give them something of a surprise. What a mess this had become. Mogadin kicked Demandred's corpse. It had been abandoned, the Sharans having gone to fight Cawthon's army and avenge their leader. Demandred. The fool had let himself become distracted. If you focused too much on personal grudges, or if you let yourself be entangled with the worms you worked with, well, Demandred had earned his reward, death and likely eternal punishment at the Great Lord's hands. Now that Demandred was indeed dead, she reached for the one power and found something else. A glowing river, 10 times as powerful, 10 times as sweet. With so many of the Chosen having fallen, the Great Lord had opened himself to her. Survival was truly the best way to prove oneself to him. This changed her plans dramatically. First, she burned Demandred's corpse to powder. Then she quickly wove the mask of mirrors. Oh, how sweet the true power was! And replaced her form with an image of Demandred's. She always made certain she could imitate the other Chosen. Demandred would be difficult, as he had changed so much recently, but she had paid close attention. No one touching her would be fooled. She would be careful. Disguise in place, she traveled to the back lines of the Sharan army fighting Cawthon's troops. Here were the reserve units, waiting to move forward, as well as supply carts and some of the wounded. The Sharans stopped sorting supplies to look at her, gaping. They had been preparing to flee the battlefield itself. They were aware, as was everyone, that the huge Shanshan army had joined in the fight. She noticed that there were a handful of Ayad in this group, only 3 she could see. 2 women with tattoos, and a grimy male channeler who squatted at their feet. Most of the others had been killed in the conflict with the Aes Sedai. The Shanshan. Thinking of them and that imperious leader of theirs made Mogadin writhe. When the Great Lord discovered the mess she'd made, no. He had given her the true power. Mogadin had outlasted the others, and only that mattered for now. He could not see everywhere, and probably did not yet know that she'd been uncovered. How had that girl seen through her disguise? It shouldn't have been possible. Someone must have betrayed her. Still, she had been working closely with Demandred during this battle, and though she had never been as good a tactician as he, none of the Chosen had been, except maybe Samael. She understood the battle well enough to take charge. She hated to do it, as it left her exposed in a way she disliked. But desperate times made for desperate actions. And actually, as she considered, she thought that events were going fairly well for her. Demandred down, defeated by his own pride. Mihail, that upstart, was also dead, and had conveniently removed the leader of the Aes Sedai from the battlefield. She still had the bulk of Demandred's shadow spawn and some dreadlords, some of the Black Adra, and a dozen of the turned men Mihail had brought.
"This is not him,"
said an older man, wearing the robes of a Sharan monk. He pointed at Mogadin.
"This is not our Wild. It is..."
Moghedien burned the man to nothingness. As his bones fell in a heap, she remembered offhandedly from her eyes and ears that Dimandred had shown that old man fondness.
"Better you should die, old one,"
she said to the corpse, speaking as Dimandred,
"than live to denounce the one you should have loved. Does anyone else wish to deny me?"
The Sharans remained silent.
"Ayad,"
Moghedien said to the three,
"did you see me craft weaves?"
Both women and the grimy man shook their heads.
"I kill without weaves,"
Moghedien said.
"Only I, your willed, could have done this."
She had to remember not to smile, even in victory, as the people bowed their heads. Dimandred was always solemn. As the people fell to their knees, Moghedien had to hold in her joy by force. Yes, Dimandred had done good work here, and had handed her the army of an entire nation to play with. This would go quite well indeed.
"Dragon Slayer,"
said a kneeling Ayad woman. She was weeping. How weak these Sharans were.
"We saw that you had fallen." "How could I fall? You have prophecies, do you not?"
The women looked at one another.
"They say you will fight, Dragon Slayer," the woman said. "But gather 5 fists of the Trollocs from the back lines,"
Moghedien said, turning to the commander of the reserve unit,
"and send them upriver to the ruins." "The ruins?" the man asked. "Only the Caemlyn refugees are in that direction." "Exactly, you fool. Refugees, children, the elderly, women who search for the dead. They can't fight back. Tell the Trollocs to start slaughtering. Our enemies are weak. An attack like this will force them to break off and protect the ones that true warriors would just let die."
The general nodded, and she saw approval in his face. He accepted her as Dimandred. Good. He ran off to give the order.
"Now,"
Moghedien said as the dragons fired in the distance,
"why haven't any of our Ayad gone to remove those weapons from the battle?"
The Ayad kneeling before Moghedien bowed her head.
"We have fewer than a dozen Ayad left, Wild." "Your excuses are weak,"
Moghedien said, listening as the explosions stopped. Perhaps some of Mihail's remaining dreadlords had just resolved the problem of the dragons. She felt her skin itch as the Sharan commander strode toward a Myrddraal across the field. She hated being in the open like this. She was meant to remain in shadows, letting others lead battles. However, she would never have it said that when the situation demanded it, she was too frightened to go, and a gateway split open behind her, and several of the Sharans yelled out. Moghedien spun, opening her eyes wide as she looked into what appeared to be a dark cavern. Dragons pointed out of it.
"Fire!"
a voice yelled.
"Close the gateway!" Talmanas shouted, and the portal winked shut. "This was one of Lord Mat's ideas, wasn't it?" Darad yelled, standing beside Talmanas as the dragons were reloaded. They both had wax in their ears. "What do you think?" Talmanas yelled back. "If the dragons were vulnerable when firing, what did you do? You fired them from a hidden location." Talmanas smiled as Niald opened the next gateway in front of 10 dragons. The fact that many of the dragon carts were too broken to roll well meant nothing when you could open a gateway in front of them, pointing them wherever you wanted. This gateway opened up on several fists of Trollocs engaged in fierce combat against White Cloaks. Some of the shadow spawn turned horrified eyes toward the dragons. "Fire!" Talmanas shouted, waving his hand down to give a visual cue in case any of the men couldn't hear him. Smoke filled the cavern, explosions echoing against Talmanas's earplugs as the dragons recoiled, releasing a storm of death into the Trollocs. They broadsided the fists, sweeping them out of the way, leaving them broken and dying. The nearby White Cloaks cheered and raised swords. Niald shut the gateway, and the Dragoners reloaded their weapons. Niald then made a gateway above them, facing downward, to vent the dragon smoke out of the cavern complex and away into empty air somewhere distant.
"Are you smiling?" Derred asked.
"Yes," Talmanas said, satisfied.
"Blood and bloody ashes, Lord Talmanas. That expression is horrifying on you."
Derred hesitated.
"You should probably do that more often."
Talmanas grinned as Niald opened the next gateway to a point on Dashar Nob, where Aludra stood with spyglass and scouts deciding on the next place to target. She yelled through a position, Niald nodded, and they set up the next shot.
Chapter 42. Impossibilities. Aviendha felt as if the world itself were cracking, breaking apart, being consumed. The lightning that fell on the valley of Shael Ghul was no longer under control, not by the Windfinders, not by anyone. It slew Shadow Spawn and Defender alike, unpredictable. The air smelled of fire, burned flesh, and something else, a distinctive clean odor she had come to recognize as the scent of a lightning strike. Aviendha moved like the twisting wind itself, trying to stay ahead of Grendal, who hurled bar after bar of white-hot balefire at her. With each shot, the ground trembled. Black lines spread all across the rocks. The defenders of the valley had nearly fallen. Those people who had not retreated to the very back, near the path up the mountain, were being destroyed by Darkhounds. The ground shook, and Aviendha stumbled. Nearby, a group of Trollocs broke from the windy shadows, snarling. The creatures did not see her, but turned and attacked something else. Other Trollocs? They were fighting each other. She wasn't surprised. It was not unusual for Trollocs to fight one another if not closely controlled by the Eyeless. But what was that odd mist? Aviendha heaved herself to her feet and ran away from the Trollocs, moving up a nearby incline. Maybe from that vantage she could pinpoint Grendal's location. At the top, she found that she was standing on an impossibility, an enormous chunk of rock that was floating precariously with very little underneath it. It had ripped from the ground and risen here. All around the valley were similar impossibilities. A group of fleeing Damani horsemen galloped over a section of rock that rippled like water, and all 4 men and mounts sank into it, vanishing. That deep mist had started to enter the valley on one side. Men and Trollocs alike ran from it, screaming. A liquid bar of balefire broke through the floating chunk of rock, passing just inches from her head. Aviendha gasped, falling flat against the ground. She heard a scrambling nearby and she rolled over, preparing a weave. Amis, her Wise One's clothing blackened and burned, the side of her face reddened, hurried up to Aviendha and huddled down beside her. "Have you seen Cadsuane or the others?" "No." Amis cursed softly. "We all need to attack the Shadow Soul at once. You go round the right. I will go left. When you sense me weaving, join in. Together perhaps we can fell her." Aviendha nodded. They rose and parted. Somewhere, fighting here, was Cadsuane's hand-picked team. Talan, a Windfinder who had somehow made her way to the Dragonsworn. Olivia, the former Damani. They, with Amis and Aviendha, were some of the most powerful channelers the light had. The origin of the balefire was at least some indication of where Grendal was. Aviendha rounded the floating rock. The balefire had punctured it, rather than destroying it completely, growing disturbed as she saw other chunks of stone rising randomly across the valley. It was a bubble of evil, only on a much grander scale. As she crept, she heard a low thrumming sound coming from the mountain. The ground began to tremble, chips of stone bouncing about. Aviendha stayed low, only to see that the valley had begun to sprout, incredibly, new plants. The once barren ground turned vibrantly green, the plants seeming to writhe as they grew tall. Patches of those plants sprouted all across the valley, violent bursts of greenery. Above, the white and black clouds swirled together, white on black, black on white. Lightning crashed, then froze to the ground. The lightning, impossibly, seemed to have become a towering glass column, jagged, in the shape of the bolt that had struck, though it was no longer glowing. Those clouds above formed a pattern that looked familiar. Black on white, white on black. It's the symbol, she realized with a start. The ancient symbol of the Aes Sedai. Under this sign shall he conquer. Aviendha held tightly to the one power. That thrumming sound was him, somehow. The life growing was him. As the Dark One ripped the land apart, Rand stitched it back together. She had to keep moving. She crouched as she ran, using the newly grown plants as cover. They had come right where she needed them to hide her approach. Happenstance? She chose to believe otherwise. She could feel him in the back of her mind. He fought, a true warrior. His battle lent her strength, and she tried to return the same. Determination, honor, glory. Fight on, shade of my heart. Fight on. She came upon Grendal, still surrounded by minions under compulsion, exchanging lethal flows of the one power with Cadsuane and Olivia. Aviendha slowed, watching the three of them lob bursts of fire at one another, slicing at one another's weaves with spirit, warping the air with heat, and tossing weaves so quickly that it was difficult to make out what was happening. She itched to help, but Amis was right. If she and Aviendha attacked together, particularly while Grendal was occupied, they had a better chance of killing the Forsaken. Assuming Cadsuane and Olivia could hold out, waiting was the better choice. Could they hold out, though? Cadsuane was powerful, more powerful than Aviendha had thought. Those hair ornaments of hers included Angreal and ter'angreal for certain, though Aviendha hadn't been able to handle them and tell for certain using her talent. Grendal's women captives lay against the ground, obviously flagging. Two had collapsed. Serene had fallen to her knees and stared ahead with vacant eyes. Cadsuane and Olivia didn't seem to mind if they hit the captives. That was the right choice. Still, could Aviendha somehow? The tall brush beside her moved. Aviendha spun without thought and wove fire. She burned down a black-veiled attacker mere moments before his spear would have stabbed her in the neck. The weapon sliced the side of her shoulder as the man stumbled, then toppled forward, her strike having burned a hole in his chest as large as a fist. Another channeler joined the melee, frantically sending out weaves. Amis had arrived. Fortunately, Grendal focused on her, rather than attacking Aviendha's just-revealed location. That was good, for Aviendha was staring at the man she'd felled, a man Grendal had made to do her bidding through compulsion, a man who looked familiar to Aviendha. Horrified, trembling, she reached down and pulled aside the veil. It was Ruark.
"I'm leaving," Mishrael said with a scowl, looking at the backs of the charging Sharran cavalry. They were standing on the western side of the heights, far off the left flank of the Sharran army. "Nobody told us we'd be fighting the bloody heroes of the Horn." "It is the last battle, child." Alviarin sounded snide. She had taken to calling all of them child lately. Mishrael was about ready to strangle her. Why had Mihail allowed her to bond Nensen? Why would a woman be put in command of them? They stood in a small group, Alviarin, Mishrael, Nensen, Cash, Rihanna, and Dinalo and Ayako, who had been turned as he had. Mishrael didn't know a lot about battlefield fighting. When he killed people, he liked to wait for them to stumble someplace dark, where nobody was watching, All of this open-air battle, all of this chaos made him feel as if a knife tip were pressed against his back. "There," Alviarin said to Nenson, pointing toward a flash of light as another explosion from those dragons sounded through gateways across the battlefield. "I think that came from the middle of the plateau. Make a gateway and go there." "We're never going to—" Mishrael began. "Go!" Alviarin said, face red with anger. Nenson scrambled and did as she said. He liked following orders, feeling that someone was in charge. I might have to kill her, Mishrael thought. And Nenson as well. Even without much experience of battle, Mishrael could see that this was not going to be an easy fight. The return of the Seanchan, the fall of Demandred, and the Trollocs rampaging without any direction. Yes, the Shadow still had the numbers, but the fight wasn't nearly as one-sided as he'd have liked. One of the first rules he'd learned in life was to never fight a man when you had an equal chance of losing. The 6 of them piled through the gateway, coming out in the middle of the plateau. The ground burnt by dragons and channelers emitted smoke to mix with the strange fog that had arisen. It was hard to tell what was going on where. Holes in the ground, splayed open by the dragons. Corpses, well, pieces of them, scattered about. An unusual scent in the air. It was after sunrise now, but barely any light came through the clouds. Cries came from above, made by those strange flying creatures the Seanchan had brought. Mishrael shivered. Light. It was like standing in a house without a roof, knowing your enemy had archers positioned above you. He shot one of them down with a weave of fire, satisfied with the way the wings crumpled and the beast spun about, swirling as it dropped. Attacking like that exposed him, though. He really would have to kill the other Dreadlords, then escape. He was supposed to be on the winning side. "To work," Alviarin said. "Do as I said. These are men making the gateways the devices fire through, so we will have to locate where the gateway was and have Dinalo read the residue." The men moved out, inspecting the ground, trying to find the place where the gateway had opened. People fought nearby, uncomfortably close. Sharans and men flying a banner with a wolf on it. If they came back this way... Dinalo fell in beside Mishrael as they searched, quickly, both holding to the power. Dinalo was a square-faced Tyran, with his graying beard in a point. "When Demandred went down," Dinalo whispered, "I figured this was a trap all along. We've been had." Mishrael nodded. Perhaps Dinalo would be an ally. They could escape together. Of course, then he'd have to kill Dinalo. Mishrael wouldn't want any witnesses who could report back to the Great Lord what he had done. He couldn't trust Dinalo anyway. The man had joined them only because of that forced trick with the Myrddraal. If a man could change sides that quickly, what was to keep him from changing again? Besides, Mishrael didn't like the feeling he got when looking at Dinalo or the others who had been turned. It was as if there was something unnatural deep within them, looking out at the world, seeking prey. "We need to get out of here," Mishrael whispered. "Fighting here now is a fool's—" He cut off as they encountered someone moving through the smoke. A tall man with red-gold hair. A familiar man, scored with cuts, his clothing burned and blackened. Mishrael gaped and Dinalo cursed as the Dragon Reborn himself saw them, started, then fled back across the plateau. By the time Mishrael thought to attack, Althor had crafted a gateway for himself and escaped through it. The earth rumbled violently, and some chunks of earth actually broke apart, and a piece of the eastern slope went crashing down onto Trollocs below. This place was growing more and more unstable. Another reason to leave. "That was the bloody Dragon Reborn," Dinalo said. "Alviarin, the bloody Dragon Reborn is on the battlefield." "What nonsense is this?" Alviarin asked, approaching with the others. "Rand al'Thor was here," Mishrael said, still stunned. "Blood and bloody ashes, Dinalo. You were right. That's the only way Demandred could have fallen." "He did keep saying that the dragon was on this battlefield somewhere," Cash noted. Dinalo stepped forward, cocking his head as if studying something in the air. I saw exactly where he made the gateway to escape. It was right here. Right here, yes! I can feel the resonance. I know where he went.
He defeated Demandred, Alviarin said, folding her arms skeptically. Can we hope to fight him?
He looked exhausted, Mishrael said. More than exhausted. He panicked when he saw us. I think if he did fight Demandred, it took a lot out of him.
Alviarin regarded the space in the air where Althor had vanished. Mishrael could practically see her thoughts. If they killed the Dragon Reborn, Mihail might not be the only Dreadlord raised to the Chosen. The Great Lord would be grateful to the one who struck down Althor. Very grateful.
I have it!
Dinalo cried, opening a gateway. I need a circle to fight him, Alviarin said, then hesitated. But I will use Rihanna and Nensen only. I don't want to risk us being too inflexible, all in the same circle. Mishrael snorted, gathering his power and leaping through the opening. What she meant was that she didn't want one of the men leading the circle potentially stealing the kill from her. Well, Mishrael would see about that. He stepped from the battlefield to a clearing he did not recognize. The trees here didn't look as deeply under the Great Lord's touch as they did other places. Why was that? Well, the same dark sky thundered above, and the area was so dark that he had to weave a globe of light to make anything out. Althor rested on a stump nearby. He looked up, saw Mishrael, and cried out, scrambling away. Mishrael wove a fireball that sprouted in the air and flew after him, but Althor managed to cut it down with a weave of his own. Ha! He is weak, Mishrael thought, dashing forward. The others followed him through the gateway, the women linked with Nensen, who trailed after Alviarin like a puppy. Dinalo came through last, calling for them to wait for him. A moment later, they stopped running. It hit Mishrael like a wave of cold water, like running face-first into a waterfall. The one power vanished. It left him, just like that. He stumbled, panicked, trying to figure out what had happened. He'd been shielded. No. He sensed no shield. He sensed nothing. The trees moved nearby, figures stepping from the shadows. Lumbering creatures with drooping eyebrows and thick fingers. They seemed as ancient as the trees themselves, with wrinkled skin and white hair. He was in a steading. Mishrael tried to run, but firm arms grabbed him. Ogier ancients surrounded him and the others. Ahead in the forest, Althor stepped forward. But it wasn't him. Not any longer. It had been a trick. Androl had been wearing the Dragon Reborn's face. The others screamed and battered at the Ogier with their fists, but Mishrael fell to his knees, looking into that emptiness where the one power had been. Pivara moved next to Androl as the Ogier, those too ancient to join the battle, took the Dreadlords in strong hands and dragged them further into the steading Sholun. Lindsar, eldest among them, leaning on a cane as large as a man's thigh, approached Androl.
We will care for the captives, Master Androl,
Lindsar said. Execution? Pivara asked.
By the eldest trees, no.
The Ogier looked offended.
Not in this place, no. No killing here. We will hold them and not let them escape.
These are very dangerous people, good Ogier, Androl said. Do not underestimate how devious they can be.
The Ogier chuckled, limping toward the steading's still beautiful trees.
Men assume that because we are calm, we cannot be devious ourselves, she said. Let them see how crafty a mind can become with centuries' worth of aging upon it. Do not worry, Master Androl. We will be careful. It will be well for these poor souls to live in the peace of the steading. Perhaps a few decades of peace will change their outlook on the world."
She vanished into the trees. Andral looked at Pavara, feeling her satisfaction pulse through the bond, though her face was calm.
"You did well," he said. "The plan was excellent."
She nodded in satisfaction, and the two of them left the steading, passing the invisible barrier back to the One Power. Though Andral was so tired he could barely think, he didn't have any trouble seizing Sayadine. He snatched it like a starving man taking a hunk of bread, though he'd only been without for a few minutes. Almost he felt sorry for what he had done to Dinalo and the others.
"Rest well here, my friend,"
he thought, looking over his shoulder.
"Perhaps we can find a way to free you someday from the prison they put upon your mind."
"Well?" Jonath asked, running up.
"Done,"
Andral said. Pavara nodded as they stepped out of the trees to overlook the Mora and the ruins outside the steading. She stopped as they saw the area around the ruins before them, where the refugees from Caemlyn had been gathering the wounded and weapons. It was now filled with Trollocs. Slaughtering.
Aviendha knelt over Ruark's body. Dead. She'd killed Ruark. It was no longer him, she told herself. Grendel killed him. Her weave might as well have burned him away. This is just a shell. It was just... Strength, Aviendha. Rand's determination filled her, radiating from the bond at the back of her mind. She looked up and felt all fatigue leave her, all distractions vanish. Grendel was dueling with Amis, Talan, Olivia, and Cadsuane, and Grendel was winning. Weaves zipped back and forth, lighting the dusty air, but those coming from Cadsuane and the others were less and less vibrant, more defensive. As Aviendha watched, a storm of lightning fell around Amis, throwing her to the ground. Beside Grendel, Sashal Anderley shook, then fell to the side. The glow of the One Power no longer surrounded her. Grendel had worn her out, pulling too much power. Aviendha stood up. Grendel was powerful and wily. She was exceptionally good at slicing weaves from the air as they were formed. Aviendha held a hand out to her side and wove fire, air, spirit. A glowing, burning spear of light and fire appeared in her hand. She prepared 5 other weaves of spirit, then dashed forward. The thrumming of the trembling ground accompanied her footsteps. Crystalline lightning fell from the heavens, then froze in place. Men and beasts howled as the dark hounds reached the final lines of humans, defending the pathway up to Rand. Grendel saw Aviendha and began to weave balefire. Aviendha slashed the weave from the air with a flow of spirit. Grendel cursed, weaving again. Aviendha struck, cutting the weave apart. Cadsuane and Talan sent bursts of fire. One of the captive Aiel threw himself in front of Grendel, dying with a long cry as the flames engulfed him. Aviendha ran swiftly, the ground a blur beneath her, clutching a spear of light. She remembered her first race, one of the tests to join the maidens. On that day she had felt the wind behind her, urging her on. This time she felt no wind. Instead she heard the cries of the warriors. The Aiel who fought seemed to drive her onward. The sound itself carried her toward Grendel. The Forsaken made a weave before Aviendha could stop it. A powerful weave of earth directed beneath Aviendha. So she leaped. The ground exploded, rocks flying upward as the blast threw her forward into the air. Stones flayed her legs, carrying ribbons of blood up through the air around her. Her feet were ripped apart, bones cracking, legs burning. She gripped the spear of fire and light in 2 hands amid the storm of rock, skirt rippling as it shredded. Grendal looked up, eyes widening, lips parting. She was going to travel with the true power. Aviendha knew it. The woman had only avoided it so far because this method of traveling seemed to require her to touch her companions, to take them with her, and she didn't want to leave any. Aviendha met the Shadow Soul's eyes during that brief moment when she hung in the air, and she saw true terror therein. The air began to warp. Aviendha's spear, point first, sank into Grendal's side. In a moment, both of them vanished.
Chapter 43. A Field of Glass. Loghain stood in the middle of a field of glass, hands clasped behind his back. The battle raged across the heights. The Sharans appeared to be falling back from the onslaught of Cawthon's armies, and his scouts had just reported that the Shadow was being hit hard all across the field of Marilor. "I guess they probably won't need you," Gabrella said to him as his scouts retreated. "So you were right." The bond sent dissatisfaction and even disappointment. "I need to look to the future of the Black Tower," Loghain said. "You aren't looking to its future," she said, soft, almost threatening. "You're looking to make certain you are a power in these lands, Loghain. You cannot hide your emotions from me." Loghain shoved down his anger. He would not be subject to their power again. He would not. First the White Tower, then Mihail and his men. Days of torture. Weeks. "I will be stronger than any other," he thought. That was the only way out, wasn't it? "I will be feared." Light. He'd resisted their attempts to corrupt him, turn him to the Shadow. But he couldn't help wondering if they had broken something else inside of him. Something profound. He leveled his gaze, looking across the field of crystal. Another rumble came beneath, and some of the crystals shattered. This entire area was going to collapse soon. And with it, the scepter. Power. "I'm warning you, Mainlander," a calm voice said nearby. "I have a message to deliver. If I need see your arm broken to deliver it, I will see it done." That's a Seanchan accent, Loghain thought, turning with a frown. A Seanchan woman, accompanied by a large Illianer, was arguing with one of his guards. The woman knew how to make her voice carry without shouting. There was a self-possession to her that Loghain found curious. He walked over and the Seanchan woman looked up at him. "You have the look of authority about you," she called to him. "You are the one called Loghain?" He nodded. "The Amyrlin sends you her last words," the Seanchan woman called. "You must deliver the seals up to the White Tower to be broken. The sign is coming of light. She says it will be known when it arrives." Loghain raised an eyebrow. He nodded to the woman, mostly to put her off, then walked back the other way. "You don't intend to do it," Gabrella said. "You fool! Those seals belong to—" "To me," Loghain said. "Loghain," Gabrella said softly, "I know you have been hurt, but this is not a time for games." "Why not? Has the White Tower's treatment of me been anything other than a great long game?" "Loghain." She touched him on the arm. Light burned that bond. He wished he'd never forced her to it. Tied to her as he was, he could sense her sincerity. How much easier his life would be if he could continue to regard all Aes Sedai with suspicion. Sincerity. Would that be his downfall? "Lord Loghain," de Saltel called from nearby. The Ashaman dedicated was as big as a blacksmith. "Lord Loghain! I think I've found it!" Loghain broke eye contact with Gabrella, looking toward de Saltel. The Ashaman stood beside a large crystal. "It's here," de Saltel said, wiping the crystal as Loghain approached. "See?" Loghain knelt, weaving a globe of light. Yes, there, within the crystal. It looked like a hand made from a slightly different type of crystal, sparkling in his light. That hand held a golden scepter, the top vaguely cup-shaped. Loghain gathered the one power, smiling broadly. He let saidin flow from him into the crystal, using a weave to shatter it as he would a stone. The ground trembled. The crystal, whatever it was, resisted. The harder he pushed, the more violent the shaking became.
"Loghain?"
Gabrella said.
"Stand back," Loghain said. "I think I'll need to try balefire."
Panic surged through the bond. Fortunately, Gabrella did not try to tell him what was forbidden and what was not. Asha'man need not obey White Tower law.
"Loghain!"
Another voice. Would they not leave him alone? He prepared his weave.
"Loghain!"
Andral was breathing deeply as he arrived. He fell to his knees, face scorched and burned. He looked worse than death itself.
"Loghain, the refugees of Caemlyn. The Shadow has sent Trollocs to kill them at the ruins. Light, they're being murdered."
Loghain wove balefire, but held the weave in place, nearly complete as he looked at the crystal and its golden prize.
"Loghain,"
Andral said, pained.
"The others with me stayed to fight, but they are too tired. I can't find Cawthon, and the soldiers I went to are too busy fighting to help. I don't think any of the commanders know that the Trollocs are up there. Light!"
Loghain held his weave, feeling the one power pulse within him. Power. Fear.
"Please,"
Andral whispered, so soft.
"Children, Loghain. They're slaughtering the children."
Loghain closed his eyes. Mat rode with the heroes of the Horn. Apparently, having once been the Horn Sounder gave him a special place among them. They joined him, called to him, spoke to him as if they knew him. They looked so, well, heroic, tall in their saddles and surrounded by a mist that glowed against the breaking dawn's light. Amid the fighting, he finally asked the question that had been haunting him for a long while now. "I'm not bloody one of you, am I?" he asked Hen the Striker. "You know, since heroes are born sometimes, then die and do whatever you do." The big man laughed, riding a bay horse that could have almost gone shoulder to shoulder with a Seanchan boar horse.
"I knew that you would ask this thing, gambler."
"Well, then you should bloody well have an answer prepared." Mat felt his face flush as he anticipated the reply.
"No, you are not one of us," Hend said. "Be at ease. Though you have done more than enough to earn a place, you have not been chosen. I do not know why."
"Maybe because I don't like the idea of having to hop whenever anyone blows on that bloody instrument."
"Maybe."
Hen grinned and galloped toward a line of Sharran spears. Mat no longer directed troop movements on the battlefield. The light willing, he had set things up well enough that direct control would not be needed. He rode across the plateau, fighting, yelling, joining the heroes. Elayne was back, and she had rallied her troops. Mat saw Elaine's banner glowing above them in the sky, crafted of the one power, and caught a glimpse of someone who looked like her riding among the soldiers, hair glowing as if lit from behind. She seemed a bloody hero of the Horn herself. Mat let out a whoop of joy as he saw the Seanchan army marching north, about to merge with Elaine's army, and he continued riding along the eastern slope of the heights. Soon after, he slowed, Pips just having trampled a Trolloc. That rushing sound. Mat looked down below as the river returned in a swift crash of muddy water. It broke the Trolloc army into two parts, washing away many of them as it surged back into its bed. Snow-haired Rogash watched the water flow, then nodded to Mat in respect.
"Well done, gambler," he said.
The river's return had divided the Shadow's forces. Mat rejoined the battle. He noticed as he galloped across the plateau that the Sharrans, what remained of them, were fleeing through gateways. He let them go. When the Trollocs atop the heights saw the Sharans fleeing, their resistance cracked, and they panicked. Boxed in and being swept across the plateau by Mat's combined armies, they had no choice but to flee toward the long slope to the southwest. It had become total mayhem off the heights. The Seanchan army had joined with the Lanes, and both groups lit into the Trollocs with an intense fury. They formed a cordon around the beasts and advanced quickly, not allowing one to escape. The ground quickly turned to a deep red mud as Trollocs fell by the thousands. But the engagement on the Shienaran side of the Mora was nothing compared to the struggle taking place on the other side of the river. The corridor between the bogs and Polof Heights was choked with Trollocs trying to escape the Seanchan attacking them from the far side of the corridor on the west. The vanguard sent in first against the Trollocs in the corridor was not composed of Seanchan soldiers, but squads of Lopar and Morat Lopar. On their hind legs, the Lopar were no taller than Trollocs, but they outweighed them considerably. The Lopar came at the Trollocs, raising up and slashing with their razor-sharp claws. Once a Lopar softened up its prey, it grasped the Trolloc behind the neck with its paws and bit the beast's head off at the neck. This gave the Lopar great pleasure. The Lopar were withdrawn as the corpses of Trollocs began to stack up at the far end of the corridor. Next into this pit of carnage came flocks of Khorm, large, wingless, feathered creatures with long, curved beaks designed to shred flesh. These carnivores easily ran over the stacks of corpses toward Trollocs still fighting to separate the beast's meat from bone. The Seanchan soldiers took little part in these proceedings, only setting their pikes to ensure that no Trollocs escaped through the corridor or off the western side of the heights. The creatures assaulting them so unnerved the Trollocs that few had any notion of running toward the Seanchan troops. On the slope, terror-stricken Trollocs, fleeing from Mat's army, charging down after them, threw themselves onto the Trollocs that filled the corridor. The monsters tumbled on top of one another, and they fought among themselves, trying to be the ones to reach the top of the pile and continue breathing a while longer. Talmanis and Aludra had set up their dragons across from the corridor and commenced firing dragon's eggs into the roiling masses of terrorized Trollocs. It was all over quickly. The numbers of living Trollocs diminished from the many thousands to the hundreds. Those that remained, seeing death snatching at them from three sides, fled into the bogs where many of them were sucked down into the shallow waters. Their deaths were less violent, but equally horrifying. The remainder received a more merciful end, shot with arrows, spears, and crossbow bolts, as they slogged through the mire toward the sweet scent of freedom. Mat lowered his bloody Ashandarai. He checked the sky. The sun was hidden up there somewhere. He was not certain how long he had been riding with the heroes. He would have to thank Tuon for returning. He did not go looking for her, though. He had a feeling that she would expect him to perform his princely duties, whatever they might be. Only, he did feel that strange tugging inside, getting stronger and stronger. Blood and bloody ashes, Rand, Mat thought. I've done my part. You do yours. Amoresu's words returned to him. Each breath you take is at his forbearance, gambler. Mat had been a good friend when Rand needed, had he not? Most of the time. Blood and ashes, you could not expect a fellow to not worry. Maybe stay a little distant when a madman was involved, right? Hawkwing, Mat called, riding up to the man. The battle, Mat said, drawing a deep breath. It's done, right?
You have sewn this one up tight, gambler,
Hawkwing said, sitting his mount regally.
Ah, what I would give to go at you across the battlefield. What a grand fight it would be.
Great. Wonderful. I didn't mean this battlefield. I mean the last battle. It's done, right?
You ask that under a sky of shadow, atop an earth that trembles in fear? What does your soul say, gambler?
Those dice still tumbled inside of Matt's head. "My soul says I'm a fool," Matt growled. "That, and a bloody sparring dummy set up and waiting to be attacked." He turned northward. "I need to go to Rand. Hawkwing, would you do me a favor?" "Ask it, Hornblower." "Do you know the Seanchan?" "I am familiar with them." "I think their Empress would like very much to make your acquaintance," Matt said, galloping away. "If you could go speak with her, I'd appreciate it. And if you do, kindly tell her I sent you."
"You think I will retreat?" the Dark One asked.
The thing that spoke those words was something that Rand could never truly comprehend. Even seeing the universe in its entirety did not allow him to understand evil itself. "I never expect you to retreat," Rand said. "I believe you incapable of it. I wish you could see, could know, why it is you continue to lose." Beneath them, on the battlefield, the Trollocs had fallen, beaten by a young gambler from the Two Rivers. The Shadow shouldn't have lost. It made no sense. The Trollocs had the greater force. However, Trollocs fought only because the Myrddraal forced them on. On its own, a Trolloc would no more fight something stronger than a fox would attempt to kill a lion. It was one of the most basic rules among predators. Eat that which was weaker than you, flee from that stronger than you. The Dark One seethed with a boiling anger that Rand felt in this place as a physical force. "You should not be surprised," Rand said. "When have you ever inspired the best in men? You cannot. It is outside your power, Shaitan. Your minions will never fight on when hope is lost. They will never stand because doing so is right. It is not strength that beats you. It is nobility."
"I will destroy. I will rend and burn. I will bring darkness to all, and death will be the trumpet I sound before my arrival. And you, adversary, others may escape, but you will die. You must know this."
"Oh, I do, Shaitan," Rand said softly. "I embrace it, for death is, and always has been, lighter than a feather. Death arrives in a heartbeat, no more tangible than a flicker of light. It has no weight, no substance." Rand strode forward, speaking louder. "Death cannot keep me at bay, and it cannot rule me. It comes down to this, father of lies. When have you inspired a person to give their life for you? Not for the promises you give, not for the riches they seek, or the positions they would hold, but for you. Has it ever happened?" The darkness grew still. "Bring my death, Shaitan," Rand growled, throwing himself into the blackness. "For I bring yours."
Aviendha dropped to a rocky ledge, far above the floor of Thakandar. She tried to stand, but her ruined feet and legs couldn't support her weight. She collapsed on the ledge, the spear of light vanishing from her fingers. Pain climbed up her legs as if they'd been thrust into a fire. Grendal stumbled back from her, gasping huge breaths, holding her side. Aviendha immediately wove an attack, flames of fire, but Grendal cut them down with her own weaves.
"You!"
Grendal spat.
"You vermin! You detestable child!"
The woman was still strong, though wounded. Aviendha needed help. Amis, Cadsuane, the others. Desperate, clinging to the one power despite her agony, she began weaving a gateway back to where she had been. It was near enough that she did not need to know the area well. Grendal let this weave pass. Blood gushed between the woman's fingers. While Aviendha worked, Grendal wove a thin trickle of air and stanched the wound with it. Then she pointed bloody fingers at Aviendha.
Trying to escape?
The woman began weaving a shield. Frantic, her strength waning, Aviendha tied off her weave, leaving the gateway open and in place. Please, Amis, see it, she thought as she countered Grendal's shield. She barely managed to block it. She was very weak. Grendal had been using borrowed power for their entire fight, while Aviendha had been using her own. Even with her Angreal, in her state she was really no match for Grendal. Grendal pulled herself upright, pain showing in her face. Aviendha spat at the woman's feet, then pulled herself away, leaving a trail of blood behind her. Nobody came through the gateway. Had she made it to the wrong place? She reached the rim of the ledge overlooking the battlefield of Thakandar below. If she went farther, she'd fall. Better that than becoming another of her pets. Threads of air wrapped around Aviendha's legs and jerked her back. She screamed through her clenched teeth, then twisted about. Her feet seemed little more than stumps of raw flesh. The pain washed over her, and her vision darkened. She struggled to reach the one power. Grendal held her off, but the woman flagged and growled, then slumped down, gasping. The weave stanching her wound was still in place, but the woman's face grew pale. She seemed almost ready to faint. The open gateway beside her invited Aviendha, a means of escape, but it might as well have been a mile away. Mind clouding, legs afire with pain, Aviendha slipped her knife from its sheath. It fell from her trembling fingers. She was too weak to hold it.
Chapter 44. Two Craftsmen. Perrin awoke to something rustling. He cracked his eyes open, wary, and found himself in a dark room.
Berlin's palace,
he remembered. The sound of the waves had grown softer outside, the calls of gulls silent. Thunder rumbled, distant. What time was it? It smelled like morning, but it was dark outside still. He had trouble picking out the dark silhouette moving through the room toward him. He tensed until he picked out the scent.
Chiad?
He asked, sitting up. The Aiel did not jump, though he was certain from the way she stopped that he'd surprised her.
I should not be here, she whispered. I push my honor to the very edge of what should be allowed.
It's the last battle, Chiad, Perrin said. You are allowed to push some boundaries. Assuming we haven't won yet.
The battle at Merrilor is won, but the greater battle, that at Thakandar, still rages.
I need to return to work,
Perrin said. He was in his small clothes only. He didn't let that bother him. An Aiel like Chiad wouldn't blush. He pushed off his blanket. Unfortunately, the bone-eating weariness inside him had subsided only a little.
Not going to tell me to stay in bed?
He asked, tiredly searching out his shirt and trousers. They were folded with his hammer at the foot of the bed. He had to lean against the mattress as he walked there.
You're not going to tell me I have no business fighting while tired? Every woman I know seems to think that is one of her primary jobs.
I have found, Chiad said dryly, that pointing out stupidity serves only to make men stupider. Besides, I'm Gaishain. It's not my place. He looked at her, and though he couldn't see her blush in the darkness, he could smell her embarrassment. She wasn't acting much like Gaishain.
Rand should have just released you all from your vows.
He does not have that power, she said hotly.
What good is honor if the Dark One wins the last battle?
Perrin snapped, pulling up his trousers.
It is everything, Chiad said softly. It is worth death. It is worth risking the world itself. If we have no honor, better that we lose.
Well, he supposed there were things he'd say the same thing about. Not wearing silly white robes, of course, but he wouldn't do some of the things the White Cloaks had done, even if the world was at stake. He didn't press her further.
"Why are you here?"
he asked, putting on his shirt. "Ghaul," Chiad said. "Is he—"
"Oh, light,"
Perrin said.
"I should have told you earlier. I've scrap iron for a brain lately, Chiad. He was fine when I left him. He's still in the dream, and time passes more slowly where he is. It has probably only been an hour or so in his time, but I need to return to him."
"In your condition?" she asked, ignoring the fact that she'd said she wouldn't chivvy him for that.
"No,"
Perrin said, sitting on the bed.
"Last time I nearly broke my neck. I need one of the Aes Sedai to cure me of my fatigue."
"This thing is dangerous,"
Chiad said.
"More dangerous than letting Rand die?"
Perrin said.
"More dangerous than leaving Ghaul without an ally in the world of dreams? Protecting the Kara-Karn alone?"
"That one is likely to stab himself with his own spear if left to fight alone," Chiad said.
"I didn't mean—"
"Hush, Perrin Aybara. I will try." She left in a rustle of cloth. Perrin lay back on the bed, rubbing his eyes with the heels of his palms. He'd been far more certain of himself when he'd fought Slayer this last time, yet still he'd failed. He gritted his teeth, hoping Chiad would return soon. Something moved outside his room. He revived, hauling himself up to a sitting position. A large shape darkened the doorway, then removed the shield from a lamp. Master Luhan was built like an anvil, with a compact yet powerful torso and arms that bulged. In Perrin's mind's eye, the man didn't have so much gray in his hair. Master Luhan had grown older, but he was not frail. Perrin doubted he ever would be.
"Lord Golden Eyes?"
he asked.
"Light, please,"
Perrin said.
"Master Luhan, of all people, you should feel free to call me Perrin. If not, that worthless apprentice of mine."
"Here now," Master Luhan said, walking into the room.
"I don't believe I called you that except once. When I broke the new blade for Master Almur's scythe,"
Perrin said, smiling.
"I was sure I could get it right."
Master Luhan chuckled. He paused beside Perrin's hammer, which still lay on the table at the foot of the bed, and rested his fingers on it.
"You have become a master of the craft."
Master Luhan seated himself on a stool beside the bed.
"One craftsman to another. I'm impressed. I don't think I could have ever made something so fine as that hammer." "You made the axe." "I guess I did that," he said. "It was not a thing of beauty. It was a thing of killing. Killing sometimes needs to be done." "Yes, but it's never beautiful. Never."
Perrin nodded.
"Thank you for finding me, bringing me here, for saving me." "It was self-interest, son," Master Luhan said. "If we escape this, it will be because of you boys. Mark my words on it as true." He shook his head as if he couldn't believe it. One man at least remembered the three of them as youths. Youths who, in Matt's case at least, had been in trouble more often than not. Actually, Perrin thought, I'm pretty sure Matt's still in trouble more often than not. At least at the moment he wasn't fighting, but instead talking with some Seanchan, according to the spinning colors that resolved into an image. "Chiad said that the fighting at Maralor was finished?" Perrin asked. "It is," Master Luhan said. "I came through, carrying some of our wounded. I should be getting back to Tam and Abel soon, but I wanted to check on you." Perrin nodded. That tugging inside of him, if anything, it was stronger now than it ever would be. Rand needed him. The war wasn't finished yet, not by far. Master Luhan,
Perrin said with a sigh.
I've made a mistake. Mistake? I ran myself ragged, Perrin said. I pushed myself too hard.
He made a fist, slamming it into the corner post of the bed.
I should know better, Master Luhan. I always do this. I work myself so hard, I make myself useless the next day. Perrin, lad,
Master Luhan said, leaning forward.
Today, I'm more worried that there's not going to be a next day.
Perrin looked up at him, frowning.
If there was ever a time to push yourself, this is it, Master Luhan said. We've won one fight, but if the Dragon Reborn doesn't win his, Light, I don't think you've made a mistake at all. This is our last chance at the Forge. This is the morning that the big piece is due. Today, you just keep working until it's done. But if I collapse, then you gave it your all. I could fail because I've run myself out of strength. Then at least you didn't fail because you held back. I know it sounds bad, and maybe I'm wrong, but, well, everything you're talking about is good advice for an average day. This isn't an average day. No, by the light, it's not.
Master Luhan took Perrin by the arm.
You may see in yourself someone who lets himself go too far, but that's not the man I see. If anything, Perrin, I've seen in you someone who has learned to hold himself back. I've watched you hold a teacup with extreme delicacy, as if you feared breaking it with your strength. I've seen you clasp hands with a man holding his hand in yours with such care, never squeezing too hard. I've watched you move with deliberate reserve, so that you don't shove anyone or knock anyone over. Those are good lessons for you to learn, son. You needed control. But in you, I've seen a boy grow into a man who doesn't know how to let those barriers go. I see a man who's frightened of what happens when he gets a little out of control. I realize you do what you do because you're afraid of hurting people. But Perrin, it's time to stop holding back. I'm not holding back, Master Luhan,
Perrin protested.
Really, I promise. Is that the case? Well, maybe you're right.
Master Luhan suddenly smelled embarrassed.
Look at me, here acting like it's my business. I'm not your father, Perrin. I'm sorry. No,
Perrin said as Master Luhan stood to leave.
I no longer have a father.
Master Luhan gave him a pained look.
What those Trollocs did. My family wasn't killed by Trollocs,
Perrin said softly.
It was Padan Fain. What? Are you certain? One of the White Cloaks told me,
Perrin said.
He wasn't lying. Well then,
Luhan said.
Fain. He's still out there, isn't he? Yes,
Perrin said.
He hates Rand. And there's another man, Lord Luke. You remember him? He's been ordered to kill Rand. I think they're both going to try for him before this is over. Then you'll have to make sure they don't succeed, won't you?
Perrin smiled, then turned toward the footsteps outside. Chiad entered a moment later, and he could smell her annoyance that he'd sensed her coming. Bane followed, another figure in complete white. And after them, Masuri. Not the Aes Sedai he would have chosen. Perrin felt his lips tighten.
You do not like me,
Masuri said.
I know this.
I have never said that, Perrin replied. You were a great help to me during our travels.
And yet you do not trust me. But that is beside the point. You wish to have your strength restored, and I am probably the only one willing to do it for you. The Wise Ones and the Yellows would paddle you like a babe for wanting to leave."
"I know,"
Perrin said, sitting down on the bed. He hesitated.
"I need to know why you were meeting with Masema behind my back."
"I come here to fulfill a request," Masuri said, smelling amused. "And you tell me you won't let me do you that favor until I respond to interrogation?"
"Why'd you do it, Masuri?"
Perrin said.
"Out with it."
"I planned to use him," the slender Aes Sedai said.
"Use him?"
"Having influence with one who called himself the Prophet of the Dragon could have been useful." She smelled embarrassed. "It was a different time, Lord Ebara. Before I knew you. Before any of us knew you." Perrin grunted. "I was foolish," Masuri said. "Is that what you wanted to hear?" "I was foolish, and I have since learned." Perrin eyed her, then sighed, proffering his arm. It was still an Aes Sedai answer, but one of the straighter ones he had heard.
"Do it," he said. "And thank you."
She took his arm. He felt his fatigue evaporate, felt it get shoved back like an old quilt being stuffed into a small box. Perrin felt invigorated, strengthened, powerful again. He practically leaped as he came to his feet. Masuri sagged, sitting down on his bed. Perrin flexed his hand, looking down at his fist. He felt as if he could challenge anyone, even the Dark One himself.
"That feels wonderful."
"I've been told I excel at this particular weave," Masuri said. "But be careful, it—"
"Yes," Perrin said, "I know. The body is still tired. I just can't feel it."
And as he considered, that last part wasn't exactly true. He could sense his fatigue, like a serpent deep within its hole, lurking and waiting. It would consume him again. That meant he had to finish his job first. He inhaled deeply, then summoned his hammer to him. It didn't move.
"Right," he thought. "This is the real world, not the wolf dream."
He walked over and slipped the hammer into its straps on his belt, the new ones that he had fashioned to hold the larger hammer. He turned toward Chiad, who stood by the doorway. He could smell Bane out there, too, where she'd retreated.
"I will find him," Perrin said. "If he is wounded, I will bring him here."
"Do that," Chiad said. "But you will not find us here."
"You're going to Merrilor?"
Perrin asked, surprised. Chiad said, "Some of us are needed to bring the wounded in to be healed. It is not a thing Gaishain have done in the past, but perhaps it is a thing we can do this time." Perrin nodded, then closed his eyes. He imagined himself close to sleep, drifting. His time in the wolf dream had trained his mind well. He could fool himself with concentration. That didn't change the world here, but it did change his perceptions. Yes, drifting close to sleep. And there was the pathway. He took the branch toward the wolf dream in the flesh and caught just a hint of a gasp from Masuri as he felt himself shift between worlds. He opened his eyes and dropped into buffeting winds. He created a pocket of calm air, then hit the ground beneath with strengthened legs. Only a few teetering walls remained of Berelain's palace on this side. One of those broke apart, the stones shattering and pulled into the sky by the winds. The city beyond was mostly gone, heaps of rock here and there indicating where buildings had once stood. The sky groaned like bending metal. Perrin summoned his hammer into his hand, then began the hunt, one last time. Tom Merrilin sat on a large, soot-blackened boulder smoking his pipe, watching the world end. He knew a thing or two about finding the best vantage to watch a performance. He judged this to be the finest seat in the world. His boulder was just next to the entrance into the Pit of Doom, close enough that if he leaned back and squinted, he could peer in and catch some of the lights and shadows playing inside. He glanced in. Nothing had changed.
"Stay safe in there, Moiraine," he thought. "Please."
He was also close enough to the edge of the path to overlook the valley below. He puffed on his pipe, knuckling his mustache. Someone had to record this. He couldn't spend the entire time worrying about her. So he searched his mind for the right words to describe what he was seeing. He set aside words like epic and momentous. They were nearly worn out with overuse. A wave of wind blew through the valley, ruffling the Kadinsor of Aiel fighting red-veiled enemies. Lightning surged, pounding at the dragon-sworn line holding the path up to the cave entrance. Those flashes sent men flying into the air. Then that lightning started striking at the Trollocs instead. The clouds went back and forth like that, the Windfinders seizing control of the weather, the shadow taking it back. Neither side yet had managed a clear advantage for long. Hulking dark beasts ravaged the valley, killing with ease. The Darkhounds did not fall despite the work of dozens in concert. The right side of the valley was covered in a thick mist that, for some reason, the storm winds couldn't budge. Climactic? Tom thought, chewing on the stem of his pipe. No, too expected. If you use the words people expected, they grew bored. A great ballad needed to be unexpected. Never be expected. When people start to expect you, when they started to anticipate your flourishes, to look for the ball you had hidden through sleight of hand, or to smile before you reached the twist line of your tail, it was time to pack up your cloak, bow once more for good measure, and stroll away. After all, that was what they'd least expect you to do when all was going well. He leaned back again, peering into the tunnel. He couldn't see her, of course. She was too far in. But he could feel her, in his mind, because of the bond. She stared at the end of the world with grit and determination. Despite himself, he smiled. Below, the battle churned like a meat grinder, ripping men and Trollocs into chunks of dead flesh. The Aiel fought at the periphery of the battlefield, engaging their shadow-taken cousins. They seemed to be evenly matched, or they had been before those Darkhounds arrived. They were relentless, though, these Aiel. They didn't seem tired at all, though it had been... Tom couldn't put his thumb on how much time had passed. He'd slept maybe 5 or 6 times since they'd come to Shale Ghul, but he didn't know if that marked the days. He checked the sky. No sign of the sun, though the channeling of the Windfinders and the Bowl of the Winds had summoned a great line of white clouds to crash into the black ones. The clouds seemed to be having a battle of their own, a reverse image of the fighting below, black against white. Perilous, he thought. No, that wasn't the right word. He'd make a ballad of this for certain. Rand deserved it. Moiraine, too. This would be her victory as much as it was his. He needed words. The right words. He searched for them while he heard the Aiel beating spears against shields as they ran to battle, while he heard the howling wind inside the tunnel, and while he could feel her standing at the end. Below, the demonic crossbowmen cranked frantically. Once, thousands of them had been shooting. Now, only a fraction remained. Perhaps terrifying? That was a right word, but not the right word. It might not be unexpected, but it was very, very true. He felt it to his bone. His wife fighting for her life, the forces of light pushed almost to the brink of death. Light, but he was frightened. For her, for them all. But the word was pedestrian. He needed something better, something perfect. Below, the Tyrants thrust their polearms desperately at attacking Trollocs. The Dragonsworn fought with numerous types of weapons. One last steam wagon lay broken nearby, carrying arrows and bolts, brought through the last gateway from Berlhan. They hadn't seen supplies in hours now. The distortion of time here, the Tempest, was doing things to the One Power. Tom took special note of the wagon. He would need to use it in a way that preserved its wonder, showing how its cold iron sides had deflected arrows before its fall. There was heroism in every line, in every pull of the bowstring and every hand that held a weapon. How to convey that? But how also to convey the fear, the destruction, the sheer strangeness of it all? The day before, in an odd sort of bloody truce, both sides had paused to clear away bodies. He needed a word that gave the feel for the chaos, death, the cacophony, the sheer bravery. Below, a tired group of Aes Sedai began moving up the pathway to where Tom waited. They passed archers keenly scanning the battlefield for fades. Exquisite, Tom thought. That is the word. Unexpected but true. Majestically exquisite. No, not majestically. Let the word stand on its own. If it is the right word, it will work without help. If it's the wrong word, adding other words to it will just make it seem desperate. This was what the end should be like. The sky ripping apart as factions fought for control of the elements themselves. People from varied nations standing with their last strength. If the light won, it would do so by the narrowest of margins. That, of course, horrified him. A good emotion. It would have to go in the ballad. He drew on his pipe and knew that he did so to keep himself from trembling. Nearby, an entire side of the valley wall exploded, showering rock down upon the people fighting below. He didn't know which of the channelers had done that. They were forsaken on this battlefield. Tom tried to stay out of their way.
"This is what you get, old man," he reminded himself, "for not knowing when to let go."
He was glad that he'd not been able to escape, that his attempts to leave Rand, Mat, and the others behind had failed. Would he really have wanted to sit in some quiet inn somewhere while the last battle played out? While she went in there alone? He shook his head. He was as much a fool as any man or woman. He just had enough experience to recognize it. It took a few seasons before a man could put that together. The approaching group of Aes Sedai broke apart, some remaining below, one limping tiredly up toward the cavern. Cadsuane. There were fewer Aes Sedai here than there had been before. Casualties were mounting. Of course, most who had come here had known that death waited for them. This battle was the most desperate, and fighters here were the least likely to survive. Of every 10 who had come to Shale Ghul to fight, only one still stood. Tom knew for a fact that old Rodolite Heralda had sent a farewell letter to his wife before accepting this command. Just as well that he had. Cadsuane nodded toward Tom, then continued on toward the cavern where Rand was fighting for the fate of the world. As soon as her back was to Tom, he flipped a single knife, his other hand still holding the pipe in his mouth, through the air. It hit the Aes Sedai in the back, right in the middle, severing the spine. She dropped like a sack of potatoes. That's an overused term, it is, Tom thought, puffing on his pipe. A sack of potatoes? I'll need a different simile there. Besides, how often do sacks of potatoes drop? Not often. She dropped like what? Barley spilling from the ripped end of a sack, slumping to the ground in a heap? Yes, that worked better. As the Aes Sedai hit the ground, her weave faded, revealing another face behind the Cadsuane mask she'd been using. He recognized this woman vaguely, a Damani. What was her name? Jayne Kaida. That was it. She was a pretty one. Tom shook his head. The walk had been all wrong. Didn't any of them realize that a person's walk was as distinctive as the nose on their face? Each woman who tried to slip past him assumed that changing her face and dress, maybe her voice, would be enough to fool him. He climbed off his perch and grabbed the corpse under the arms, then stuffed it in a hollow nearby. There were 5 bodies in there now, so it was getting crowded. He drew on his pipe and took his cloak off, placing it here so that it covered up the dead hand of the Black Sister, which was peeking out. He checked one more time down the tunnel. Though he could not see Moiraine, it comforted him to look. Then he returned to his perch and took out a sheet of paper and his pen. And, to the thunder, the yells, the explosions, and the howl of the wind, he began to compose. Chapter 45. Tendrils of Mist. Dice tumbling in his head, Mat found Grady with Oliver and Noel on the heights. He carried Rand's bloody banner wrapped up in a small bundle under his arm. Bodies lay scattered around, fallen weapons and pieces of armor, and blood stained the rocks. But the fighting was done here, the place empty of foes. Noel smiled at Rand from horseback. Oliver rode in front of him, clutching the horn. Oliver looked exhausted from Grady's healing. The Ashaman stood beside the horse, but also seemed proud as could be at the same time. Noel, one of the heroes of the Horn. It bloody made sense. Jane Farstrider himself. Well, you wouldn't find Mat trading places with him. Noel might enjoy it, but Mat wouldn't dance at another man's command. Not for immortality itself, no, he wouldn't. "Grady," Mat said, "you did a nice job upriver. That water came just when we needed it." Grady's face was ashen, as if he'd seen something he had not wanted to. He nodded.
What were...
"I'll explain another time," Mat said. "Right now, I need a bloody gateway."
Where to?
Grady asked. Mat took a deep breath, pulling up. "Shale Ghul. And curse me for a fool." Grady shook his head.
It can't happen, Cawthon.
"You're too tired?"
I am tired, Grady said. It isn't that. Something's happening at Shale Ghul. Gateways opened there are deflected. The pattern is warped, if that makes any sense. The valley isn't one location any longer but many, and a gateway can't pinpoint it.
"Grady," Mat said. "That made about as much sense to me as playing a harp with no fingers."
Traveling to Shale Ghul don't work, Cawthon, Grady said with annoyance. Pick somewhere else.
"How close can you send me?" Grady shrugged.
One of the scouting camps, a day's hike out, probably.
A day's hike out. The tugging pulled at Mat.
"Mat," Oliver said, "I think I need to go with you, don't I? To the Blight? Won't the heroes be needed to fight there?"
That was a piece of it. The tugging was insufferable.
"Bloody ashes, Rand. Leave me alone, you—"
Mat stopped himself, a thought occurring to him. Scout camps. One of those Seanchan patrol camps, you mean?
Yes, Grady said. They've been sending us status reports on the battle up there, now that the gateways are unreliable.
"Well, don't just sit there looking stupid," Mat said. "Get a gateway open. Come on, Oliver. We have some work to do." Shaisam rolled onto the battlefield at Thakandar. So perfect, so pleasurable. His enemies were killing one another, and he had grown vast. His mind was in every tendril of mist that rolled down the side of the valley. The souls of Trollocs were, well, unsatisfying. Still, simple grain could be filling in plentitude, and Shaisam had consumed quite a number of them. His drones stumbled down the hillside, cloaked in mists. Trollocs with their skin pocked, as if it had boiled, dead white eyes. He hardly needed them any longer, as their souls had given him fuel to rebuild himself. His madness had retreated. Mostly. Well, not mostly. Enough. He walked at the center of the bank of mist. He was not reborn yet, not completely. He would need to find a place to infest, a place where the barriers between worlds was thin. There he could seep his self into the very stones and embed his awareness into that location. The process would take years, but once it happened, he would become more difficult to kill. Right now, Shaisam was frail, this mortal form that walked at the center of his mind. He was bound to it. Fain it had been. Padan Fain. Still, he was vast. Those souls had given rise to much mist, and it, in turn, found others to feed upon. Men fought Shadow Spawn before him. All would give him strength. His drones stumbled onto the battlefield, and immediately both sides took to fighting them. Shaisam quivered in joy. They did not see. They did not understand. The drones weren't there to fight. They were there to distract. As the battle proceeded, he trailed his essence down in misty tendrils, then began stabbing it through the bodies of fighting men and Trollocs. He took Myrddraal, converted them, used them. Soon this entire army would be his. He needed that strength in case his ancient enemy, his dear friend, decided to attack him. Those two friends, those two enemies, were occupied with one another. Excellent. Shaisam continued his attack, striking down enemies on both sides and consuming them. Some tried to attack him by running into his mists, his embrace. Of course, that killed them. This was his true self. He had tried to create this mist before as Fain, but he had not been mature enough. They could not reach him. No living thing could withstand his mist. Once it had been a mindless thing. It had not been him, but it had been trapped with him, inside of a seed carried away. And that death, that wonderful death, had been given fertile ground in the flesh of a man. The three entwined within him. Mist, man, master. That wonderful dagger, his physical form carried it now, had grown something delightful and new and ancient all at once. So the mist was him, but the mist was also not him. Mindless, but it was his body, and it carried his mind. Wonderfully, with those clouds in the sky, he did not have to worry about the sun burning him away. So nice of his old enemy to welcome him so. His physical form laughed at the heart of the creeping mists, while his mind, the mists themselves, gloried in how perfect everything was. This place would become his, but only after he had feasted upon Rand al'Thor, the strongest soul of them all. What a wonderful celebration. Gaul clung to the rocks outside the Pit of Doom. The winds ripped at him, driving sand and chips of rock against his body, slicing gashes in his skin. He laughed at the vortex of blackness above. "Do your worst," he shouted upward. "I have lived in the Threefold Land. I had heard the last battle would be grand, not a stroll to my mother's roof picking sim blossoms." The winds blew harder, as if in retribution, but Gaul flattened himself against the stone, giving the winds no purchase on him. He'd lost his shufa. It had blown free, so he had tied part of his shirt over his lower face. He held one spear. The others were gone, broken or pulled away. He crawled toward the opening to the cavern, which lay exposed, a thin veil of purple barring the way forward. A figure in dark leather appeared in front of the opening. Near this man, the winds stilled. Eyes squinting against the storm, Gaul crawled silently up behind the man and thrust his spear forward. Slayer spun with a curse, turning aside the spear with an arm suddenly as strong as steel.
"Burn you!"
he shouted at Gaul.
"Stay still for once!"
Gaul jumped back, and Slayer came for him. But the wolves arrived. Gaul withdrew and faded into the rocks. Slayer was very powerful here, but what he could not see, he could not kill. The wolves harried Slayer until he vanished. There were hundreds of them here in this valley, roving through the winds. Slayer had killed dozens. Gaul whispered a farewell to another who had fallen in this attack. He could not speak to them as Perrin Ibarra did, but they were spear brothers. Gaul crawled slowly, carefully. His clothing and skin matched the color of the rocks. It felt right for them to be that way, so they were. The wolves and he could probably not defeat this Slayer, but they could try. Try hard. How long had it been since Perrin Ibarra had left? 2 hours, perhaps? "If the shadow has claimed you, my friend," he thought, "I pray you spat in the sight-blinder's eye before you awoke." Slayer appeared on the rocks again, but Gaul did not crawl forward. The man had sent decoys before, made only of rock. This figure did not move. Gaul looked about, carefully, slowly, as several wolves appeared near the decoy. They sniffed it. It started killing them. Gaul cursed, breaking out of his hiding place. This, apparently, was what Slayer had been wanting. Slayer launched a spear, one of Gaul's own. It hit Gaul in the side. Gaul grunted, falling to his knees. Slayer laughed, then raised his hands. A jet of air blew out from him, flinging wolves away. Gaul could barely hear the whimpers over the rushing wind.
"Here!"
Slayer screamed into the tempest.
"I am a king. Here I am more than the Forsaken. This place is mine, and I will—"
Perhaps the pain of Gaul's wound was addling him. He thought that the winds were starting to die down.
"Here I will—"
The winds stopped. The entire valley grew silent. Slayer stiffened, then turned worried eyes toward the cavern beyond. Nothing there seemed to have changed.
"You are not a king," a soft voice said.
Gaul twisted about. A figure stood on a rocky protrusion behind him, wearing the greens and browns of a Two Rivers woodsman. His deep green cloak rippled faintly from the stilling winds. Perrin stood with his eyes closed, chin raised at a slight angle, as if toward the sun above, though if there was one, it was blocked by clouds.
"This place belongs to the wolves," Perrin said. "Not to you, not to me, not to any man. You cannot be a king here, Slayer. You have no subjects, and you never will."
"Insolent pup!" Slayer snarled. "How many times must I kill you?"
Perrin drew in a deep breath.
"I laughed when I found that Fane had killed your family," Slayer yelled. "I laughed. I was supposed to kill him, you know. The Shadow thinks him wild and rogue. But he's not the first one who has managed to do something meaningful to bring you pain."
Perrin said nothing.
"Luke wanted to be part of something important," Slayer shouted. "In that we're the same, though I sought the ability to channel. The Dark One cannot grant that, but he found something different for us, something better, something that requires a soul to be melded with something else. Like what happened with you, Ibarra. Like you."
"We are nothing alike, Slayer,"
Perrin said softly.
"But we are. That's why I laughed. And you know, there's a prophecy about Luke? That he'll be important to the last battle.
That's why we're here. We'll kill you, then we'll kill Althor, just like we killed that wolf of yours."
Standing on the rocky protrusion, Perrin opened his eyes. Gaul pulled back. Those golden eyes glowed like beacons. The storm started again, and yet that tempest seemed mild compared to the one Gaul saw in Perrin's eyes. Gaul felt a pressure from his friend, like the pressure of the sun at noon after 4 days without having any water to drink. Gaul stared up at Perrin for a few moments, then held a hand against his wound and ran. The wind whipped at Mat as he clung to the saddle of a winged beast, hundreds of feet in the air.
"Oh, blood and bloody ashes!"
Mat yelled, one hand on his hat, the other clutching the saddle. He was tied in with some straps. 2 little leather straps. Far too thin. Could they not have used more? Maybe 10 or 20? He would have been fine with 100. Morat Towrakan were bloody insane. Every one of them. They did this every day. What was wrong with them? Tied into the saddle in front of Mat, Olver laughed with glee. Poor lad, Mat thought. He's so frightened he's going mad. The lack of air up here is getting to him.
"There it is, my prince,"
the Morat Towrakan Sulan called to him from her place at the front of the flying beast. She was a pretty thing. Completely insane, too.
"We've reached the valley. Are you sure you want to sit down in there?"
"No," Mat shouted.
"Good answer."
The woman made her beast swoop.
"Blood and bloody—"
Olver laughed. The Towrakan brought them down over a long valley clogged with a frenzied battle. Mat tried to let his attention settle on the fighting, rather than on the fact that he was in the air flying on a lizard with 2 bloody lunatics. Heaps of Trolloc bodies told the story as well as any map could have. The Trollocs had burst through defenses at the valley mouth behind Mat. He flew over that, toward the mountain of Shale Ghul ahead, valley walls to his right and left. It was mayhem below. Roving bands of Aiel and Trollocs moved through the valley, striking at each other here and there. Some soldiers, not Aiel, defended the way up to the Pit of Doom, but that was the only organized formation Mat could see. Along the side of the valley, a deep mist had begun to flood down onto its floor. At first, Mat was confused, thinking it had come from the heroes of the Horn. But no, the horn was strapped to the saddle, beside Mat's Ashandarai. And this mist was too silvery, if that was the right word. He thought he'd seen that mist before. Then Mat felt something from that mist. A prickling cold sensation followed by what he swore was whispering in his mind. He knew immediately what it was. Oh, light.
"Mat, look!"
Olver called, pointing.
"Wolves!"
A group of jet-black animals, almost as large as horses, were assaulting the soldiers defending the path up to Shale Ghul. The wolves were making quick work of the men. Light, as if things had not been difficult enough.
"Those aren't wolves,"
Mat said grimly. The wild hunt had come to Thakandar. Maybe they and Mashadar would destroy one another? Was that too much to hope for? With the dice tumbling in his head, Mat was not going to bet on it. Rand's forces, what was left of the Aiel, Damane, Dragonsworn, and Tyrant soldiers who had come here, would be crushed by the Darkhounds. If they survived, Mashadar would take them. They could not fight either one. That voice in there. It wasn't just Mashadar, the mindless mist. Fane was here somewhere too. And the dagger. Shale Ghul loomed above. High in the air, clouds churned. Surprisingly, some white thunderheads had rolled in from the south, colliding with the black as they spun together. Actually, those two together looked an awful lot like the Towrakan turned and winged about, then swooped down lower, maybe only 100 feet off the ground.
"Be careful!"
Mat hollered, holding onto his hat.
"Are you bloody trying to kill us?" "Apologies, my prince," the woman yelled back. "I just need to find a safe place to put you down." "A safe place?" Matt said. "Good luck on that." "It's going to be difficult. Dana is strong, but I—" A black-fletched arrow grazed the side of Sulan's head, loosed from somewhere down below, along with a flight of a dozen others that zipped around Matt, one hitting the wing of the tow rocket. Matt cursed, dropping his hat and reaching for Sulan as Olver cried out in shock. Sulan went limp, dropping the reins. Below, a group of red-veiled Aiel prepared another volley. Matt undid his straps. He leaped, more crawled, over Olver and the unconscious woman and grabbed the reins of the panicked tow rocket. This could not be too much harder than riding a horse, could it? He pulled as he had seen Sulan do, turning the tow rocket as arrows cut the air behind them, several taking the beast in the wings. They veered straight toward the rock wall, and Matt found himself on his feet, standing on the saddle and gripping the reins tightly as he tried to keep the wounded beast from bloody killing them all. That turn nearly tossed him free, but he held himself in place with feet wedged and holding the reins even tighter. The rush of air as they turned caught up Olver's next words. The creature's badly wounded wings beat wildly, and it screeched wretchedly. Matt was not certain either of them were in control as the beast twisted toward the ground. They hit the floor of the valley in a heap. Bones cracked. Like Matt hoped, they belonged to the tow rocket, and he found himself tumbling end over end across the broken ground. He finally came to a rest, flopping over. He breathed in and out, stunned by it all. "That," he finally groaned, "is the bloody worst idea I've ever had." He hesitated. Maybe the second worst. He had decided to kidnap Tuon, after all. He stumbled to his feet, and his legs still seemed to work. He did not limp too badly as he ran to the twitching tow rocket. "Olver? Olver!" He found the boy still tied in the saddle, blinking and shaking his head to clear it. "Matt," Olver said, "next time I think you should let me fly it. I don't think you did a very good job." "If there is a next time," Matt said, "I'll eat a whole bag of Tarvalin gold." He yanked free the ties holding his Ashandarai and Olver's horn, then handed the instrument to the boy. He reached for the pack with Rand's banner, which he'd carried tied at his waist, but it was gone. Panicked, Matt looked about. "The banner! I dropped the bloody banner!" Olver smiled, looking up at the sign made by the swirling clouds. "It will be fine. We're beneath his banner already," he said, then lifted the horn and blew a beautiful note. Chapter 46. To Awaken. Rand broke free from the darkness and entered the pattern fully again. From his watching of the pattern, he knew that although only minutes had passed here since he'd entered, in the valley outside this cavern, days had passed, and farther out into the world, it had been much longer. Rand threw Moradin back from the position they'd held during those tense minutes with blades locked. Still full of the one power, so sweet. Rand whipped the blade of Kalandor at his old friend. Moradin got his sword up in time to block, but only barely. He growled, pulling a knife from his belt and stepping back into a knife and sword stance. "You don't matter any longer, Elon," Rand said, the torrent of Sayadin raging within him. "Let us finish this." "I don't," Moradin laughed. Then he spun and threw the knife at Ilana.
Nynaeve watched in horror as the knife spun through the air. The winds didn't touch it for some reason. No! After she had coaxed the woman back to life. I cannot lose her now. Nynaeve tried to catch the knife or block it, but she moved just a hair too slowly. The knife buried itself in Ilana's breast. Nynaeve looked at it, horrified. This was not a wound that sewing and herbs could heal. That blade hit the heart. "Rand! I need the one power!" Nynaeve cried. It's all right, Alanna whispered. Nynaeve looked at the woman's eyes. She was lucid. The Andalay, Nynaeve realized, remembering the herb she'd used to give the woman strength. It brought her out of her stupor. It awakened her. I can, Alanna said. I can release him. The light faded from her eyes. Nynaeve looked at Moradin and Rand. Rand glanced at the dead woman with pity and sorrow, but Nynaeve saw no rage in his eyes. Alanna had released the bond before Rand could feel the effects of her death. Moradin turned back to Rand, another knife in his left hand. Rand raised Callandor to strike Moradin down. Moradin dropped his sword and stabbed his own right hand with the knife. Rand twitched suddenly, and Callandor dropped from his grip as if his hand somehow hurt from Moradin's attack. The glow emanating from the blade winked out, and the crystalline blade rang as it hit the ground.
Perrin did not hold back in the fight with Slayer. He did not try to distinguish between wolf and man. He finally let everything out, every bit of rage at Slayer, every bit of pain at the deaths of his family, pressures which had been growing inside him unnoticed for months. He let it out. Light he let it out. As he had on that terrible night when he'd killed those white cloaks. Ever since then, he'd clamped a firm grip on himself and his emotions, just as Master Luhan had said. He could see it now, in a frozen moment. Gentle Perrin, always afraid of hurting someone, a blacksmith who had learned control. He had rarely let himself strike with all of his strength. This day he took the leash off the wolf. It had never belonged there anyway. The storm conformed to his rage. Perrin didn't try to keep it back. Why would he? It matched his emotions perfectly. The fall of his hammer was like claps of thunder, the flashing of his eyes like lightning bolts. Wolves howled alongside the wind. Slayer tried to fight back. He jumped, he shifted, he stabbed. Each time Perrin was there, jumping at him as a wolf, swinging at him as a man, buffeting him like the tempest itself. Slayer got a wild look in his eyes. He raised a shield, trying to put it between himself and Perrin. Perrin attacked. Without thought now, he became instinct only. Perrin roared, smashing his hammer into that shield time and time again, driving Slayer before him, beating the shield like a stubborn length of iron, pounding away his anger, his fury. His last blow threw Slayer back and flung the shield from the man's hands, sending it spinning 100 feet in the air. Slayer hit the valley floor and rolled, gasping. He came to rest in the middle of the battlefield, shadowy figures rising all around him and dying as they fought in the real world. He looked at Perrin with panic, then vanished. Perrin sent himself into the waking world to follow. He appeared amid the battle, Aiel against Trollocs in a furious fight. The winds were surprisingly strong on this side, and black clouds spun above Shale Ghul, which rose like a crooked finger into the sky. The nearby Aiel barely took time to notice him. The bodies of Trollocs and humans lay in heaps across the battlefield, and the place stank of death. The ground had once been dusty here, but now it churned with mud made from the blood of the fallen. Slayer pushed through a group of Aiel nearby, growling, slashing with his long knife. He didn't look back, and it didn't seem that he knew Perrin had followed him into the real world. A new wave of shadow spawn pushed in off the slope, out of a silvery white mist. Their skin looked strange, pocked with holes, their eyes milky white. Perrin ignored these and barreled after Slayer.
Young Bull,
Wolves.
the Shadow Brothers are here. We fight.
Darkhounds. Wolves hated all shadow spawn. An entire pack would die pulling down a Myrddraal. But Darkhounds they feared. Perrin looked around to spot the creatures. Ordinary men could not fight Darkhounds, whose mere saliva was death. Nearby, the human forces broke before a tide of black wolves the size of horses. the wild hunt. Light. Those Darkhounds were enormous. Scores of the jet-black, corrupted wolves ripped through the defensive lines, throwing Tyrant and Damani soldiers about as if they were rag dolls. Wolves attacked the Darkhounds, but in vain. They screamed and howled and died. Perrin raised his voice alongside their cries of death, a ragged yell of rage. For the moment, he could not help. His instincts and passions drove him. Slayer. He had to defeat Slayer. If Perrin did not stop Slayer, the man would shift to the world of dreams and kill Rand. Perrin turned and ran through the fighting armies, chasing after the distant figure ahead. Slayer had gained a lead by Perrin's distraction, but the man had slowed a little. He had not yet realized that Perrin could leave the world of dreams. Ahead, Slayer stopped and inspected the battlefield. He glanced back and saw Perrin. Then his eyes widened. Perrin couldn't hear his words over the din, but could read Slayer's lips as he whispered, "No. No, it can't be." Yes, Perrin thought. I can follow you now wherever you run. This is a hunt. You, finally, are the prey. Slayer vanished and Perrin shifted into the wolf dream after him. The people fighting around him became patterns in the dust, exploding and reforming. Slayer yelled in fright at seeing him, then shifted back into the waking world. Perrin did likewise. He could smell Slayer's trail. Slick with sweat, panicked. To the dream, then to the waking world again. In the dream, Perrin ran on 4 legs as Young Bull. In the waking world, he was Perrin, hammer held aloft. He shifted back and forth between the two as frequently as he blinked, chasing Slayer. When he hit a patch of fighting bodies, he would jump into the wolf dream and crash through the figures made of sand and blown dust, then shift back into the waking world to keep on the trail. The shifting started to happen so quickly he flickered between the two with each heartbeat. Thump! Perrin raised his hammer, leaping off a small ridge after the scrambling form ahead. Thump! Young Bull howled, summoning the pack. Thump! Perrin was close now, only a few steps behind. Slayer's odor was pungent. Thump! The spirits of wolves appeared around Young Bull, howling their thirst for the hunt. Never had a prey deserved it more. Never had a prey done more damage to the packs. Never had a man been more feared. Thump! Slayer stumbled. He twisted as he fell, sending himself to the wolf dream by reflex. Thump! Perrin swung Mahalanir, emblazoned with the leaping wolf. He who soars. Thump! Young Bull leaped for the throat of the killer of his brothers. Slayer fled. The hammer connected. Something about this place, this moment, sent Perrin and Slayer into a spiraling series of flickers between worlds. Back and forth, flashes of moments and thoughts. Flicker, flicker, flicker. Men died around them, some of dust, some of flesh. Their world alongside shadows of other worlds. Men in strange clothing and armor, fighting beasts of all shapes and sizes. Moments where the Aiel became Shan-Chan, who became something between the two, with spears and light eyes, but helmets shaped like monstrous insects. In all of those moments, in all of those places, Perrin's hammer struck, and Young Bull's fangs grabbed Slayer by the neck. He tasted the salty warmth of Slayer's blood in his mouth. He felt the hammer vibrate as it hit, and he heard bones crack. The worlds flashed like bolts of lightning. Everything crashed, shook, then pulled together. Perrin stood on the rocks in the valley of Thakandar, and Slayer's body crumpled in front of him, head crushed. Perrin panted, the thrill of the hunt clinging to him. It was over. He turned, surprised to find that he was surrounded by Aiel. He frowned at them. "What are you doing?" One of the maidens laughed. "You looked like you were running to a great dance, Perrin Aybara. One learns to watch for warriors like you on the battlefield and follow. They often have the most fun." He smiled grimly, surveying the battlefield. It was not going well for his side. The Darkhounds ripped apart the defenders in a ruthless frenzy. The way up to Rand was completely exposed. "Who commands this battle?" Perrin asked. "Nobody now," the maiden said. He did not know her name.
Rodolaitoralda did first. Then Darlin Cisnera led, but his command post fell to Drakkar. I have not seen any Aes Sedai or clan chiefs in hours.
Her voice was grim. Even the stalwart Aiel were flagging. A quick scan of the battlefield showed Perrin that the remaining Aiel fought wherever they were, often in small groups, doing as much harm as they could before being cut down. The wolves who had fought here in packs were broken, their sendings those of pain and fear, and Perrin didn't know what those shadow spawn with the pocked faces meant. The battle was finished, and the sight of light had lost. The Darkhounds broke through the line of dragons sworn nearby, the last group who held falling before them. A few tried to flee, but one of the Darkhounds leapt on them, pushing several to the ground and gnawing one. Frothing saliva sprayed across the others, and they dropped, twitching. Perrin lowered his hammer, then knelt, pulling off Slayer's cloak and wrapping the cloth around his hands as he picked up his hammer again.
"Don't let their spittle touch your skin. It is deadly."
The Aiel nodded, those with bare hands wrapping them. They smelled of determination, but also resignation. Aiel would run toward death if it was the only option, and would laugh while doing so. Wetlanders thought them mad, but Perrin could smell the truth on them. They were not mad. They did not fear death, but they did not welcome it.
"Touch me, all of you,"
Perrin said. The Aiel did so. He shifted them to the wolf dream. Taking so many was a strain, like bending a bar of steel, but he managed it. He immediately shifted them to the path up to the Pit of Doom. The spirits of wolves gathered here, silent. Hundreds of them. Perrin brought the Aiel back to the waking world, his shift placing him and his small force between Rand and the Darkhounds. The Wild Hunt looked up, corrupted eyes shining like silver as they fixed on Perrin.
"We will hold here,"
Perrin said to his Aiel,
"and hope that some others aid us."
"We will stand,"
one of the Aiel said, a tall man wearing one of those headbands marked with Rand's symbol.
"And if we do not," another said, "and we wake instead, then we will at least water the earth with our blood and let our bodies nourish the plants that will now grow here."
Perrin had barely noticed the plants growing, incongruously, green and vibrant in the valley. Small, but strong, a manifestation of the fact that Rand still fought. The Darkhounds slunk toward them, tails down, ears back, fangs exposed, gleaming like blood-stained metal. What was that he heard over the wind? Something very soft, very distant. It seemed so soft that he shouldn't have noticed it, but it pierced through the clamor of war. Faintly familiar.
"I know that sound,"
Perrin said. "Sound?" the Aiel maiden said. "What sound? The calls of the wolves?"
"No,"
Perrin said as the Darkhounds began to lope up the path.
"The Horn of Valir."
The heroes would come, but upon which battlefield would they fight? Perrin could expect no relief here, except...
"Lead us, young bull."
Why must the heroes all be human? A howl rose in the same pitch as that of the sounded horn. He looked upon a field suddenly filled with a multitude of glowing wolves. They were great pale beasts, the size of Darkhounds. The spirits of those wolves who had died, then gathered here, waiting for the sign, waiting for the chance to fight. The horn had called them. Perrin let loose a yell of his own, a howl of pleasure, then charged forward to meet the Darkhounds. The last hunt had finally, truly arrived. Mat left Ulver with the heroes again. The boy looked like a prince, riding in front of Noel as they attacked the Trollocs and prevented anyone from climbing that path to kill Rand. Mat borrowed a horse from one of the defenders who still had one, then galloped over to find Perrin. His friend would be among those wolves, of course. Matt did not know how those hundreds of big glowing wolves had entered the battlefield, but he was not going to complain. They met the wild hunt head-on, snarling and savaging the Darkhounds. Howls from both sides flooded Matt's ears. He passed Samael fighting a Darkhound, but the people did not stand a chance. They tripped the beast, hacking at it, but it pulled back together as if it were made of darkness and not flesh, then ripped into them. Blood and bloody ashes. Those Aiel weapons did not even seem to scratch it. Matt continued galloping, avoiding the tendrils of silvery mist making their way across the whole valley. Light. That mist was approaching the path up to Rand. It was picking up speed, rolling over Aiel, Trollocs, and Darkhounds alike. There, Matt thought, picking out a man fool enough to fight Darkhounds. Perrin slammed his hammer down on a Darkhound's head, cracking it and forcing it into the ground. When he raised his hammer, it trailed smoke behind it. The Darkhound, amazingly, remained dead. Perrin turned, then stared.
"Matt," he called. "What are you doing here?"
"Coming to help," Matt said. "Against my bloody better judgment."
"You can't fight Darkhounds, Matt,"
Perrin said as Matt rode up beside him.
"I can, and so can the last hunt."
He cocked his head, then looked toward the sound of the horn. "No," Matt said. "I didn't sound it. That bloody burden has passed to someone who actually seems to enjoy it."
"It's not that, Matt."
Perrin stepped up, reaching and taking him by the arm as he sat mounted.
"My wife, Matt. Please. She had the horn."
Matt looked down, feeling grim. "The lad said, like Perrin Fail was at Marilor, and led the Trollocs away from Ulver so he could escape with the horn."
"Then she could still be alive,"
Perrin said. "Yes, of course she could," Matt said. What else could he say? "Perrin, you need to know something else. Fane is here on this battlefield."
"Fane?"
Perrin growled.
"Where?"
"He's in that mist. Perrin, he's brought Mashadar somehow. Don't let it touch you."
"I was in Shadar Logoth too, Matt,"
Perrin said.
"I have a debt to settle with Fane."
"And I don't," Matt said. Perrin's eyes opened wide. He stared at Matt's chest. There, a small white ribbon of silvery mist, Mashadar's mist, had speared Matt from behind through the chest. Matt looked at it, jerked once, then tumbled off his horse.
Chapter 47. Watching the flow writhe. Aviendha struggled on the slopes of the valley of Thakandar, trying to avoid the shield of spirit Grendal was attempting to slip into place. A weave like lace, defying her attempts to reach for the one power. Her feet ruined, she could not stand. She lay in pain, barely able to move. She fought it off, but barely. The Forsaken leaned against the rocks of the ledge, as she had been doing for a short time, muttering to herself. Her side bled bright red blood. Below them in the valley the battle raged. A silvery white mist was rolling across the dead and some of the living. Aviendha tried to crawl toward her gateway. That lay open still, and through it she could see the valley floor. Something must have drawn Cadsuane and the others away. Either that or Aviendha had made the gateway to the wrong place. The glow of Saidar surrounded Grendal again. More weaves. Aviendha broke them, but they delayed her progress toward the gateway. Grendal groaned, then pulled herself upright. She staggered in Aviendha's direction, though the woman looked dazed by her blood loss. Aviendha could do little to defend herself, weak as she was from blood loss. She was helpless. Except the weave for her gateway, the one she had tied off. It still hung there, holding the portal open. Ribbons of lace. Carefully, hesitant but desperate, Aviendha reached out mentally and pulled one of the threads loose in the gateway. She could do it. The flow shivered and vanished. It was something the Aiel did, but something Aes Sedai thought terribly dangerous. The results could be unpredictable. An explosion, a small shower of sparks. Aviendha could end up stilled. Or maybe nothing at all would happen. When Elaine had tried it, it had caused a devastating explosion. That would be fine with her. If she brought down one of the Forsaken alongside her, that would be a wonderful death. She had to try. Grendal stopped near Aviendha and grumbled to herself, eyes closed. Then the woman opened her eyes and began crafting another weave. Compulsion. Aviendha picked faster, pulling 2, 3, half a dozen threads free of the gateway. Almost. What are you doing? Grendal demanded. Aviendha picked faster, and in her haste picked at the wrong thread. She froze, watching the flow writhe, setting off the others near it. Grendal hissed and began to set the compulsion on Aviendha. The gateway exploded in a flash of light and heat.
Shaisam seized the battlefield, his mist shoving through those wolves and men who thought to bar his way to Althor. Yes, Althor. The one he would kill, destroy, feast upon. Yes, Althor. Something trembled at one edge of his senses. Shaisam hesitated, frowning to himself. What was wrong there? A piece of him had stopped sensing. What was this? He ran his physical form across the ground through the mist. Blood trailed from his fingers, flayed by the dagger he carried, the wonderful seed, the last bit of his old self. He came upon a corpse, one that his mists had killed. Shaisam frowned, bending down. That body looked familiar. The corpse's hand reached up and grabbed Shaisam by the throat. He gasped, thrashing, as the corpse opened its eye. "There's an odd thing about diseases I once heard, Fane," Matrim Cawthon whispered. "Once you catch a disease and survive, you can't get it again." Shaisam thrashed, panicked. No, this was not how a meeting with an old friend should go. He clawed at the hand holding him, then realized with horror that he'd dropped the dagger. Cawthon pulled him down, slamming him to the ground. Shaisam called for his drones. Too late, too slow. "I've come to give you your gift back, Mordeth," Cawthon whispered. "I consider our debt paid in full." Cawthon rammed the dagger right between the ribs into Shaisam's heart. Tied to this pitiful mortal form, Mordeth screamed. Padan Fain howled, and felt his flesh melting from his bones. The mists trembled, began to swirl and shake. Together, they died. Perrin shifted to the wolf dream and found Gaul by tracing the scent of blood. He had hated to leave Mat with Mashadar, but was confident, from a look Mat had given him after falling, that his friend could survive the mist and knew what he was doing. Gaul had hidden himself well, pushed up into a split in the rock just outside the Pit of Doom. Gaul still carried one spear and had darkened his clothing to match the rocks around him. He was nodding off when Perrin found him. Gaul was not only wounded, but had been in the wolf dream far too long. If Perrin felt an aching exhaustion, it must be worse for Gaul. "Come, Gaul," Perrin said, helping him out of the rocks. Gaul looked dazed. "Nobody passed me by," he mumbled. "I watched Perrin Ibarra. The Karakarn is safe." "You did well, my friend," Perrin replied. "Better than anyone could have expected. You have much honor." Gaul smiled as he leaned on Perrin's shoulder. "I worried. When the wolves vanished, I worried. They fight on in the waking world." Perrin felt a need to return here. Finding Gaul had been part of that, but there was something else. A drive he couldn't explain. "Hold on," Perrin said, grabbing Gol about the waist. He shifted them to the field of Marilor, then shifted them out of the wolf dream and appeared in the center of the Two Rivers camp. People immediately locked on Perrin, yells rising.
"Light, Perrin,"
a man said nearby. Grady rushed up, deep bags beneath his eyes.
"I nearly burned you to char, Lord Golden Eyes. How did you appear like that?"
Perrin shook his head, setting Gol down. Grady eyed the wound in the man's side, then called for one of the Aes Sedai to handle the healing. They bustled around, some of the Two Rivers men calling out that Lord Golden Eyes had returned. Faile had been here at Marilor with the horn.
"I have to find her."
Rand was alone, unguarded in the wolf dream.
"Burn it. That doesn't matter," Perrin thought. "If I lose Faile..."
If Rand died, he would lose Faile. And everything else. They were still Forsaken out there. Perrin wavered. He had to go look for her, didn't he? Wasn't that his duty as her husband? Couldn't someone else look after Rand? But if not him, then who? Though it ripped him apart, Perrin sought the wolf dream one last time. Moradin scooped Kalendor up off the floor. It burst alight with the one power. Rand stumbled away, holding his aching hand to his chest. Moradin laughed, raising the weapon high.
"You are mine, Lews Therin. You are finally mine.
He trailed off, then looked up at the sword, perhaps in awe.
"It can amplify the true power. A true power sa'angreal? How? Why?"
He laughed louder. A maelstrom churned above them.
"Channeling the true power is death here, Aelon,"
Rand yelled.
"It will burn you to a cinder."
"It is oblivion," Moradin yelled.
"I will know that release, Lews Therin. I will take you with me."
The sword's glow turned a violent crimson. Rand could feel the power emanating from Moradin as he drew in the true power. This was the most dangerous part of the plan. Min had figured it out. Kalendor had such flaws, such incredible flaws. Created so that a man using it needed women to control him. Created so that if Rand used it, others could take control of him. Why was Rand to need a weapon with such flaws? Why did the prophecies mention it so? A sa'angreal for the true power. Why would he ever need such a thing? The answer was so simple.
"Now!"
Rand yelled. Nynaeve and Moiraine channeled together, exploiting the flaw in Kalendor as Moradin tried to bring it to bear against Rand. Wind whipped in the tunnel. The ground quivered, and Moradin yelled, eyes going wide. They took control of him. Kalendor was flawed. Any man using it could be forced to link with women, to be placed in their control. A trap, and one he used on Moradin.
"Link!"
Rand commanded. They fed it to him. Power. Sayadar from the women, the true power from Moradin, Sayadine from Rand. Moradin's channeling the true power here threatened to destroy them all, but they buffered it with Sayadine and Sayadar, then directed all three at the Dark One. Rand punched through the darkness there and created a conduit of light and darkness, turning the Dark One's own essence upon him. Rand felt the Dark One beyond, his immensity. Space, size, time. Rand understood how these things could be irrelevant now. With a bellow, three powers coursing through him, blood streaming down his side, the Dragon Reborn raised a hand of power and seized the Dark One through the bore like a man reaching through water to grab the prize at the river's bottom. The Dark One tried to pull back, but Rand's claw was gloved by the true power. The enemy could not taint Sayadine again. The Dark One tried to withdraw the true power from Moradin, but the conduit flowed too freely, too powerfully to shut off now, even for Shaitan himself. So it was that Rand used the Dark One's own essence, channeled in its full strength. He held the Dark One tightly, like a dove in the grip of a hawk. And light exploded from him.
Chapter 48. A Brilliant Lance. Elaine trotted her horse among heaps of dead Trollocs. The day was won. She had everyone who could stand searching for the living among the dead. So many dead. Hundreds of thousands of men and Trollocs, lying in piles all across Merrilor. The river's banks were slaughterhouses, the bogs mass graves, floating with corpses. Ahead of her, across the river, the heights groaned and rumbled. She'd pulled her people away from there. She could barely sit on her horse. The entire plateau collapsed upon itself, burying the dead. Elaine watched, feeling numb, feeling the ground shake. Light! She sat up straight, feeling the swelling of power in Rand. Her attention flew away from the heights, instead focused on him. The feeling of supreme strength, the beauty of control and domination. A light shot into the sky far to the north, so bright that she gasped. The end had come.
Tom stumbled back from the entrance to the Pit of Doom, shading his eyes with his arm as light, radiant as the sun itself, burst out of the cavern. "Moraine." "Light," Tom whispered. Light it was, breaking out of the top of the mountain of Shale Ghul, a radiant beam that melted the mountain's tip and shot straight into the sky.
Min raised her hand to her breast, stepping away from the rows of wounded for whom she'd been changing linens. Rand, she thought, feeling his agonized determination. Far to the north, a beam of light rose into the air, so bright that it lit the field of Merrilor even such a great distance away. The helpers and the wounded alike blinked, stumbling to their feet, shading their faces. That light, a brilliant lance in the heavens, burned away the clouds and opened up the sky. Aviendha blinked at the light and knew it was Rand. It drew her back from the brink of darkness, flooding her with warmth. He was winning. He was winning! He was so strong. She saw the true warrior in him now. Nearby, Grendal stumbled to her knees, eyes glazed over. The unraveling gateway had exploded, but not with as large a blast as last time. Weaves and the One Power had sprayed out, just as Grendal tried to spin compulsion. The Forsaken turned to Aviendha, and she adopted an adoring gaze. She bowed down, as if worshipping Aviendha. The explosion, Aviendha realized, numb. It had done something to the compulsion weave. Honestly, she had expected that blast to kill her. It had done something else instead. "Please, glorious one," Grendal said. "Tell me what you wish of me. Let me serve you." Aviendha looked back to the light that was Rand and held her breath.
Loghain stepped from the ruins holding a toddler, maybe 2 years of age, in his arms. The child's weeping mother took her son from his hands.
"Thank you. Bless you, Ashaman. Light bless you."
Loghain stumbled to a halt amid the people. The air stank of burned flesh and dead Trollocs.
"The heights are gone?"
he asked.
"Gone,"
Andral said reluctantly from beside him.
"The earthquakes took them."
Loghain sighed. The prize. Was it lost, then? Would he ever be able to dig it out?
"I am a fool,"
he thought. He had abandoned that power for what? To save these refugees? People who would spurn him and hate him for what he was? People who looked at him with awe. Loghain frowned. These were common people, not like folk from the Black Tower who were accustomed to men who could channel. In that moment, he wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Loghain watched with wonder as the people flocked around his Ashaman, weeping for their salvation. Elderly men took Ashaman by the hands, overcome, praising them. Nearby, a youth looked at Loghain with admiration. A dozen youths, light 100, not a hint of fear in their eyes.
"Thank you,"
the young mother said again.
"Thank you."
"The Black Tower protects,"
Loghain heard himself say.
"Always."
"I will send him to you to be tested when he is of age,"
the woman promised, holding her son.
"I would have him join you, if he has the talent."
The talent, not the curse. The talent. Light bathed them. He stopped. That beam of light to the north, channeling like none he'd ever felt before, not even at the cleansing. Such power.
"It's happening,"
Gabrella said, stepping up to him. Loghain reached to his belt, then took 3 items from his pouch. Discs, half white, half black. The nearby Ashaman turned toward him, pausing in healing and comforting the people.
"Do it,"
Gabrella said.
"Do it, seal breaker."
Loghain snapped the once unbreakable seals, one by one, and dropped the pieces to the ground. Chapter 49. Light and Shadow. Everything was dead. In the wolf dream, Perrin stumbled across a rocky wasteland without plants or soil. The sky had gone black, the dark clouds themselves vanishing into that nothingness. As he climbed atop a ridge, an entire section of the ground behind him crumbled, his stone footing shaking violently, and was pulled into the air. Beneath that was only emptiness. In the wolf dream, all was being consumed. Perrin continued forward toward Shale Ghul. He could see it, like a beacon, glowing with light. Strangely, behind, he could make out Dragonmount, though it should have been far too distant to see. As the land between them crumbled, the world seemed to be shrinking, the 2 peaks pulling toward one another, all between shattered and broken. Perrin shifted to the front of the tunnel into the Pit of Doom, then stepped in, passing the violet barrier he'd erected earlier. Lanfear lounged inside. Her hair was jet black as it had been when he'd first met her, and her face was familiar. It looked as it once had.
"I find that dream spike annoying," she said. "Did you have to place it here?"
"It keeps the other Forsaken away,"
Perrin said absently.
"I suppose it does that,"
she said, folding her arms.
"He is still ahead?"
Perrin asked.
"It is the end," she said, nodding. "Something amazing just happened."
She narrowed her eyes.
"This might be the most important moment for humankind since we opened the bore."
"Let's make sure nothing goes wrong then,"
Perrin said, walking forward down the long maw of stone, Lanfear at his side. At the end of the tunnel, they found an unexpected scene. Someone else was holding Kalendor, the man that Rand had been fighting earlier. Maybe that was Demandred? Perrin did not know. He was certainly one of the Forsaken. That man knelt on the floor with Nynaeve's hand on his shoulder. She stood just behind Rand and to the left. Moiraine was on Rand's right, all 3 of them standing tall, eyes forward, staring into the nothingness ahead. The mountain rumbled.
"Perfect," Lanfear whispered. "I couldn't have dreamed that it could come out this well."
She eyed the 2 women.
"We will need to strike quickly."
I will kill the taller woman, you the shorter one. Perrin frowned. Something about that seemed very wrong.
Kill?
Of course, Lanfear said. If we strike quickly, there will still be time to seize control of Moradin while he holds that blade. With that, I can force Lews Therin to bow. She narrowed her eyes. He holds the Dark One between his fingers, needing only one squeeze to pinch the life, if it can be called that, away. Only one hand can save the Great Lord. In this moment, I earn my reward. In this moment, I become highest of the high.
You want to save the Dark One?
Perrin said, raising a hand to his head.
You joined us. I remember.
She glanced at him. Such an inferior tool, she said, smelling dissatisfied. I hate having to use it. This makes me no better than Grendel. She shivered. If they had given me more time, I would have had you fairly. She patted Perrin fondly on the cheek. You are troubled. The taller one is from your village, I remember. You grew up together, I presume? I won't make you kill her, my wolf. You can kill the short one. You hate her, don't you?
Yes, I do. She stole me away from my family. It's because of her they died, really. I would have been there otherwise.
That's right, Lanfear said. We must be quick. Our moment of opportunity will not last long. She turned toward the two women, Nynaeve and Moiraine, his friends. And then Rand. She would kill him, Perrin knew. She would force him to bow, and then she would kill him. All along, her goal had been to put herself into a position where the Dark One himself would be helpless, and she could step in to bring him salvation. Perrin came up beside her. We strike together, Lanfear said softly. The barriers between worlds have been broken here. They will be able to fight back unless we are quick. We must kill them at the same time.
This is wrong, Perrin thought. This is very, very wrong.
He couldn't let it happen, and yet his hands rose.
It is wrong.
He didn't know why. His thoughts wouldn't allow him to think of why.
Ready?
Lanfear said, eyes on Nynaeve. Perrin turned toward Lanfear. I will count to 3, Lanfear said, not looking at him.
My duty, Perrin thought, is to do things Rand cannot.
This was the wolf dream. In the wolf dream, what he felt became reality. 1, Lanfear said. He loved Faile. 2, he loved Faile. 3, he loved Faile. The compulsion vanished like smoke in the wind, thrown off like clothing changed in the blink of an eye. Before Lanfear could strike, Perrin reached out and took her by the neck. He twisted once. Her neck popped in his fingers. Lanfear crumpled, and Perrin caught her body. She was beautiful. As she died, she changed back to the other form she had been wearing before, her new body. Perrin felt a horrible stab of loss. He hadn't completely wiped what she'd done from his mind. He'd overcome it, perhaps overlaid it with something new, something right. Only the wolf dream and his ability to view himself as he should be had allowed him to accomplish that. Unfortunately, deep within, he still felt love for this woman. That sickened him. The love was nowhere near as strong as his love for Faile, but it was there. He found himself crying as he lowered her body, draped in sleek white and silver, to the floor.
I'm sorry,
he whispered. Killing a woman, particularly one who wasn't threatening him personally. It was something he'd never have thought himself capable of. Someone had needed to do it. This was one test, at least, that Rand would not need to face. It was one burden that Perrin could carry for his friend. He looked up toward Rand. "Go," Perrin whispered. "Do what you must do. As always, I will watch your back." The seals crumbled. The Dark One burst free. Rand held the Dark One tightly. Filled with the power, standing in a column of light, Rand pulled the Dark One into the pattern. Only here was their time. Only here could the shadow itself be killed. The force in his hand, which was at once vast and yet tiny, trembled. Its screams were the sounds of planets grinding together. A pitiful object. Suddenly, Rand felt as if he were holding not one of the primal forces of existence, but a squirming thing from the mud of the sheep pens. "You are really nothing," Rand said, knowing the Dark One's secrets completely. "You would never have given me rest as you promised, Father of Lies. You would have enslaved me as you would have enslaved the others. You cannot give oblivion. Rest is not yours. Only torment." The Dark One trembled in his grip. "You horrible, pitiful mite," Rand said. Rand was dying. His lifeblood flowed from him, and beyond that, the amount of the powers he held would soon burn him away. He held the Dark One in his hand. He began to squeeze, then stopped. He knew all secrets. He could see what the Dark One had done, and light Rand understood. Much of what the Dark One had shown him was lies, but the vision Rand himself had created, the one without the Dark One, was truth. If he did as he wished, he would leave men no better than the Dark One himself. "What a fool I have been," Rand yelled, thrusting the Dark One back through the pit from where it had come. Rand pushed his arms to the side, grabbing twin pillars of Sayadar and Sayadin with his mind, coated with the true power drawn through Moradin, who knelt on the floor, eyes open, so much power coursing through him he couldn't even move. Rand hurled powers forward with his mind and braided them together. Sayadin and Sayadar at once, the true power surrounding them and forming a shield on the boar. He wove something majestic, a pattern of interlaced Sayadar and Sayadin in their pure forms. Not fire, not spirit, not water, not earth, not air. Purity. Light itself. This didn't repair. It didn't patch. It forged anew. With this new form of the power, Rand pulled together the rent that had been made here long ago by foolish men. He understood, finally, that the Dark One was not the enemy. It never had been.
Moiraine grabbed Nynaeve beside her, moving only by touch, for that light was blinding. She pulled Nynaeve to her feet. Together they ran, away from the burning light behind, up the corridor, scrambling. Moiraine burst into open air without realizing it, and almost ran off the edge of the path, which would have sent her stumbling down the steep slope. Someone caught her.
"I have you,"
Tom's voice said as she collapsed into his arms, completely drained. Nynaeve fell to the ground nearby, gasping. Tom turned Moiraine away from the corridor, but she refused to look away. She opened her eyes, though she knew that the light was too intense, and she saw something. Rand and Moradin, standing in the light as it expanded outward to consume the entire mountain in its glow. The blackness in front of Rand hung like a hole, sucking in everything. Slowly, bit by bit, that hole shrank away until it was just a pinprick. It vanished.
Epilogue. To see the answer. Rand slipped on his blood. He couldn't see. He carried something heavy, a body. He stumbled up the tunnel. Closing, he thought. It's closing. The ceiling lowered like a shutting jaw, stone grinding against stone. With a gasp, Rand reached open air as the rocks slammed shut behind him, locking together like clenched teeth. Rand tripped. The body in his arms was so heavy. He slipped to the ground. He could see, just faintly, a figure kneeling down beside him. Yes, a woman whispered. He did not recognize the voice. Yes, that's good. That is what you need to do. He blinked, his vision fuzzy. Was that Aiel clothing? An old woman with gray hair? Her form retreated, and Rand reached toward her, not wanting to be alone, wanting to explain himself. I see the answer now, he whispered. I asked the Aelfinn the wrong question. To choose is our fate. If you have no choice, then you aren't a man at all. You're a puppet. Shouting. Rand felt heavy. He plunged into unconsciousness. Mat stood up as the mist of Mashadar burned away from him and vanished. The field was littered with the bodies of those eerie pockmarked Trollocs. He looked upward through the vanishing wisps and found the sun directly overhead. Well, you're a sight, he said to it. You should come out more often. You have a pretty face. He smiled, then looked down at the dead man by his feet. Padan Fain looked like a bundle of sticks and moss, the flesh slipping from his bones. The blackness of the dagger had spread across his rotting skin. It stank. Almost, Mat reached for that dagger. Then he spat. For once, he said, a gamble I don't want to touch. He turned his back on it and walked off. 3 steps away, he found his hat. He grinned, snatched it up and set it on his head, then began whistling as he rested the Ashandarai on his shoulder and strolled away. The dice had stopped rolling in Mat's head. Behind, the dagger, ruby and all, melted away into the mess that had been Padan Fain. Perrin walked wearily into the camp they had set up at the base of Shale Ghul after the fighting had ceased. He dropped his coat. The air felt good on his bare chest. He tucked Mahalainir away in its place at his belt. A good smith never neglected his tools, for all that sometimes carrying them felt as if they would bear him down to the grave itself. He thought that he could sleep 100 days straight. But not yet. Not yet. Faile. No. Deep down he knew he had to face something horrible about her. But not yet. For the moment he shoved that worry, that terror, away. The last spirits of the wolves faded back into the wolf dream. Farewell, young bull. Find what you seek, young bull. The hunt ends, but we will hunt again, young bull. Perrin plodded among rows of wounded men and Aiel celebrating the defeat of the Shadowspawn. Some tents were filled with moans, others with yells of victory. People of all stripes ran through the now blooming valley of Thakandar, some hunting for the wounded, others crying in joy and whooping as they met with friends who had survived the last dark moments. Aiel called to Perrin. "Ho, blacksmith, join us!" But he did not enter their celebrations. He looked for the guards. Someone around here had to be level-headed enough to worry about a rogue Myrddraal or Drakkar taking the opportunity to try for a little revenge. Sure enough, he found a ring of defenders at the center of camp guarding a large tent. What of Rand? No colors swirled in his vision, no image of Rand. Perrin felt no more tugging, pulling him in any direction. Those seemed like very bad signs. He pushed through the guards, numb, and entered the tent. Where had they found a tent this large on this battlefield? Everything had been trampled, blown away, or burned. The inside smelled of herbs and was partitioned with several hanging cloths.
"I've tried everything," a voice whispered. Damer Flynn's voice. "Nothing changes what is happening. Perrin pushed in on Nynaeve and Flynn, standing beside a pallet behind one of the partitions. Rand, cleaned and dressed, lay there, eyes closed. Moiraine knelt beside him, her hand on his face, whispering so softly none but he could hear. "You did well, Rand. You did well."
"He lives?"
Perrin asked, wiping the sweat from his face with his hand.
"Perrin," Nynaeve said. "Oh, Light, you look horrible. Sit down, you lummox. You're going to fall over. I don't want two of you to tend."
Her eyes were red. "He's dying anyway, isn't he?" Perrin asked. "You got him out alive, but he's still going to die."
"Sit," Nynaeve commanded, pointing to a stool.
"Dogs obey that command, Nynaeve," Perrin said. "Not wolves."
He knelt down, resting a hand on Rand's shoulder.
"I couldn't feel your tugging or see the visions," Perrin thought. "You're no longer ta'veren. I suspect neither am I." "Have you sent for the three?" Perrin asked. "Min, Elayne, Aviendha? They need to visit him a last time."
"That's all you can say?"
Nynaeve snapped. He looked up at her. The way she folded her arms made her look as if she were holding herself together, wrapping her arms about herself to stop from crying.
"Who else died?"
Perrin asked, bracing himself. It was obvious from her expression she had lost one already.
"Egwene."
Perrin closed his eyes, breathing out.
"Egwene. Light. No masterwork comes without a price," he thought. "That doesn't mean it's not worth forging." Still, Egwene? "It's not your fault, Nynaeve," he said, opening his eyes.
"Of course it's not. I know it's not, you numb-brained fool."
She turned away. He stood up, embracing her and patting her back with his smith's hands.
"I'm sorry."
"I left to save you," Nynaeve whispered. "I only came along to protect you."
"You did, Nynaeve. You protected Rand so he could do what he had to do."
She shook, and he let her weep. Light. He shed a few tears himself. Nynaeve pulled away sharply after a moment, then barreled out of the tent.
"I tried,"
Flynn said desperately, looking at Rand.
"Nynaeve did too. Together we tried, with Moiraine Sedai's Angreal. Nothing worked. Nobody knows how to save him."
"You did what you could,"
Perrin said, peeking around the next partition. Another man lay on the pallet there.
"What is he doing here?"
"We found them together," Flynn said. "Rand must have carried him out of the pit. We don't know why the Lord Dragon would save one of the Forsaken, but it doesn't matter. We can't heal him either. They're dying, both of them."
"Send for Min, Elayne, and Aviendha,"
Perrin said again. He hesitated.
"Did they all survive?"
"The Aiel girl took a beating," Flynn said. "She came stumbling into camp, half carried by a horrid-looking Aes Sedai who had made a gateway for her. She'll live, though I don't know how well she'll walk in years to come."
"Let them know. All of them."
Flynn nodded, and Perrin stepped out after Nynaeve. He found what he'd hoped to see, the reason why she'd left so quickly. Just outside the tent, Lan held her tightly. The man looked as bloodied and tired as Perrin felt. Their eyes met, and they nodded to one another.
"Several of the Windfinders have opened a gateway between here and Merrilor,"
Lan said to Perrin.
"The Dark One is sealed away again. The blasted lands are blooming, and gateways can open here again." "Thank you," Perrin said, passing him by. "Has anyone..."
heard anything about Fail? No, blacksmith. The horn sounder saw her last, but she left him and entered the battlefield to draw the Trollocs away from him. I'm sorry. Perrin nodded. He'd already spoken with Mat and Olver. It seemed to him that he'd been avoiding thinking about what must have happened. Don't think about it, he told himself. Don't you dare. He steeled himself, then went to seek the gateway Lan had mentioned.
Excuse me,
Loial asked the maidens sitting beside the tent.
Have you seen Matrim Cawthon?
Usquai? One of them asked, laughing, holding up the skin.
No,
Loial said.
I have to find Matrim Cawthon and get his account of the battle, you see, while it's fresh. I need everyone to tell me what they saw and heard so that I can write it down. There will never be a better time.
And, he admitted to himself, he wanted to see Mat and Perrin. See that they were all right. So much had happened. He wanted to talk to his friends and make certain they were well, with what was happening to Rand. The Aiel woman smiled at him drunkenly. Loial sighed, then continued through the camp. The day was coming to an end. The day of the last battle. It was the fourth age now, wasn't it? Could an age start in the middle of a day? That would be inconvenient for the calendars, wouldn't it? But everyone agreed. Rand had sealed the boar at noon. Loial continued through the camp. They hadn't moved from the base of Shale Ghul. Nynaeve said she was too worried to move Rand. Loial kept searching, peeking into tents. In the next, he found the grizzled General Ituralde surrounded by 4 Aes Sedai. Look, Ituralde said. I've served the kings of Aradaman all of my life. I swore oaths. Al-Salam is dead, Seren Sedai said from beside the chair. Someone has to take the throne. There is confusion in Saldaea, Elswell Sedai added. The succession is messy, with the ties it has to Andor now. Aradaman cannot afford to be leaderless. You must take the throne, Rodel Ituralde. You must do it quickly. The Merchant Council. All dead or vanished, another Aes Sedai said. I swore oaths. And what would your king have you do, Yukiri Sedai asked. Let the kingdom disintegrate? You must be strong, Lord Ituralde. This is not a time for Aradaman to be without a leader. Loial slipped away and shook his head, feeling sorry for the man. 4 Aes Sedai? Ituralde would be crowned before the day was out. Loial stopped by the main healing tent again to check if anyone had seen Mat. He had been to this battlefield, and people said he was smiling and healthy, but, well, Loial wanted to see for himself, wanted to talk to him. Inside the tent, Loial had to slouch lest he brush his head on the ceiling. A large tent for humans was small by Ogier standards. He peeked in on Rand. His friend looked worse than before. Lan stood by the wall. He wore a crown. It was just a simple silver band, with a Hadori used to rest. That wasn't odd, but the matching one Nynaeve wore did give Loial a start. It's not fair, Nynaeve whispered. Why should he die when the other one gets better? Nynaeve seemed troubled. She still had red eyes, but before she had chivied anyone who mentioned them, so Loial said nothing. Humans often seemed to want him to say nothing, which was odd for people who lived lives so hastily. She looked at Loial, and he bowed his head to her. Loial, she said, how goes your search?
Not well,
he said with a grimace.
Perrin ignored me and Mat cannot be found.
Your stories can wait a few days, Builder,
Lan said. Loial did not argue. Lan was a king now, after all. But, no, the stories could not wait. They had to be fresh, so his history could be accurate. It's terrible, Flynn said, still looking at Rand. But, Nynaeve Sedai, it's so strange.
None of the three seem to care at all. Shouldn't they be more worried? Loyal left them, though he did check in on Avienda in a nearby tent. She sat while several women attended to her twisted, bleeding feet. She had lost several of her toes. She nodded her head to Loyal. The healings done so far had apparently taken away her pain, for though she seemed tired, she did not seem in agony.
Matt?
He asked hopefully. I have not seen him, Loyal, son of Arent, son of Halen, Avienda replied. At least, not since you asked a short time ago. Loyal blushed, then left her. He passed Elaine and Min outside. He would get their stories. He had already asked a few questions, but the three ta'veren, they were the most important. Why were humans always bustling around so quickly, never sitting still? Never any time to think. This was an important day. It was odd, though. Min and Elaine. Shouldn't they be at Rand's side? Elaine seemed to be taking reports on casualties and refugee supplies, and Min sat looking up at Shale Ghul, a far-off expression in her eyes. Neither went in to hold Rand's hand as he slipped toward death.
Well,
Loyal thought,
maybe Matt sneaked by me and went back to Merrilor.
Never staying put, these men. Always so hasty. Matrim Cawthon sauntered into the Seanchan camp on the south side of Merrilor, away from the piles of the dead. All around, Seanchan men and women gasped, hands to their mouths. He tipped his hat to them. The Prince of the Ravens. Hushed tones moved through camp ahead of him, passing from mouth to mouth like the last bottle of brandy on a cold night. He walked right up to Tuon, who stood at a large map table at the camp center, talking to Selucia. Kharid, Matt noticed, had survived. The man probably felt guilty about it. Tuon looked at Matt and frowned. Where have you been? Matt raised his arm, and Tuon frowned, looking upward at nothing. Matt spun and thrust his hand farther toward the sky. Night flowers began to explode high above the camp. Matt grinned. Aludra had taken a little convincing, but only a little. She did so like to make things explode. It was not truly dusk yet, but the show was still grand. Aludra now had half of the Dragoners trained to build fireworks and handle her powders. She seemed far less secretive than she once had. The sounds of the display washed over them. Fireworks? Tuon said. The best bloody fireworks show in the history of my land or yours, Matt said. Tuon frowned. The explosions reflected in her dark eyes. I am with child, she said. The Doomseer has confirmed it. Matt felt a jolt, as sure as if a firework had gone off inside of his stomach. An heir. A son, no doubt. What odds that it was a boy? Matt forced a grin. Well, I guess I'm off the hook now. You have an heir. I have an heir, Tuon said, but I am the one off that hook. Now I can kill you if I want. Matt felt his grin widen. Well, we'll have to see what we can work out. Tell me, do you ever play dice? Perrin sat down among the dead and finally started weeping. Gai'Shain in white and city women picked through the dead. There was no sign of Fail. None at all. I can't keep going. How long had it been since he'd slept? That one night in Mayenne. His body complained that it hadn't been nearly enough. He'd pushed himself long before that, spending the equivalent of weeks in the Wolf Dream. Lord and Lady Bashir were dead. Fail would have been queen if she'd lived. Perrin shook and trembled, and he could not make himself move any more. There were hundreds of thousands of dead on this battlefield. The other searchers ignored a body if it had no life, marking it and moving on.
He had tried to spread the word for them to seek Vail, but the searchers had to look for the living. Fireworks exploded in the darkening sky. Perrin buried his head in his hands, then felt himself slide sideways and collapse among the corpses.
Moghedien winced at the display in the sky. Each explosion made her see that deadly fire again, tearing through the Sharans, that flare of light, that moment of panic, and then darkness. She'd awakened some time later, left for dead among the bodies of Sharans. When she'd come to, she had found these fools all across the battlefield, claiming to have won the day. Claiming? She thought, wincing again as another round of fireworks sounded. The great lord has fallen. All was lost. No. She continued forward, keeping her step firm, unsuspicious. She had strangled a worker, then taken her form, channeling only a tiny bit and inverting the weave. That should let her escape from this place. She wove around bodies, ignoring the stink to the air. All was not lost. She still lived, and she was of the chosen. That meant that she was an empress among her lessers. Why, the great lord was imprisoned again, so he could not punish her. And certainly most, if not all, of the other chosen were dead or imprisoned. If that were true, no one could rival her in knowledge. This might actually work out. This might be a victory. She stopped beside an overturned supply cart, clutching her corsouvre. It was still whole, thankfully. She smiled with a wide grin, then wove a small light to illuminate her way. Yes, look at the open sky, not the thunderclouds. She could turn this to her advantage. Why, in the matter of a few years, she could be ruling the world herself. Something cold snapped around her neck. Moghedien reached up with horror, then screamed, "No! Not again!" Her disguise melted away, and the one power left her. A smug-looking Suldam stood behind. "They said we could not take any who called themselves Aes Sedai. But you do not wear one of their rings, and you skulk like one who has done something wrong. I do not think you will be missed at all." "Free me," Moghedien said, scratching at the Idam. "Free me, you—" Pain sent her to the ground, writhing. "I am called Shannan," the Suldam said, as another woman approached, a Damani in tow. "But you may call me mistress. I think that we should return to Abu Dar quickly." Her companion nodded, and the Damani made a gateway. They had to drag Moghedien through. Nynaeve emerged from the healing tent at Shayol Ghul. The sun was almost below the horizon. "He's dead," she whispered to the small crowd gathered outside. Saying the words felt like dropping a brick onto her own feet. She did not cry. She had shed those tears already. That did not mean that she didn't hurt. Lan came out of the tent behind her, putting an arm around her shoulders. She raised her hand to his. Nearby, Min and Elaine looked at one another. Gregorin whispered to Darlin. He had been found, half dead, in the wreckage of his tent. Both of them frowned at the women. Nynaeve overheard part of what Gregorin said. "Expected the Aiel savage to be heartless, and maybe the Queen of Andor, but the other one? Not a tear." "They're shocked," Darlin replied. No, Nynaeve thought, studying Min and Elaine. Those three know something I do not. I'll have to beat it out of them. "Excuse me," Nynaeve said, walking away from Lan. He followed. She raised an eyebrow at him.
"You shall not be rid of me in the next few weeks, Nynaeve," he said, love pulsing through his bond, "even if you want it."
"Stubborn ox," she grumbled. "As I recall, you are the one who insisted on leaving me so that you could march alone toward your presumed destiny."
"And you were right about that," Lan said, "as you so often are."
He said it so calmly that it was hard to be mad at him. Besides, it was the women she was mad at. She chose Aviendha first and stalked up to her, Lan by her side. "With Rhuarc dead," Aviendha was saying to Sorilea and Bear, "I think that whatever I saw must be able to change. It has already." "I saw your vision, Aviendha," Bear said. "Or something like it, through different eyes. I think it is a warning of something we must not let happen." The other two nodded, then glanced at Nynaeve and grew as still-faced as Aes Sedai. Aviendha was just as bad as the others, completely calm as she sat in her chair, her feet wrapped in bandages. She might walk again someday, but she would never fight. "Nynaeve Almera," Aviendha said. "Did you hear me say that Rand is dead?" Nynaeve demanded. He went silently. "He that was wounded has woken from the dream," Aviendha said evenly. "It is as all must do. His death was accomplished in greatness, and he will be celebrated in greatness." Nynaeve leaned down. "All right," she said menacingly, embracing the source. "Out with it. I chose you because you can't run away from me." Aviendha displayed a moment of what might have been fear. It was gone in a flash. "Let us prepare his pyre."
Perrin ran in the wolf dream, alone. Other wolves howled their sorrow for his grief. After he passed them, they would return to their celebrations, but that did not make their empathy any less real. He did not howl. He did not cry out. He became young bull, and he ran. He did not want to be here. He wanted slumber, true slumber. There he could not feel the pain. Here he could. I shouldn't have left her. A thought of men. Why did it creep in? But what could I do? I promised not to treat her like glass. Run. Run fast. Run until exhaustion came. I had to go to Rand. I had to. But in doing so, I failed her. To the two rivers in a flash. Back out along the river. The waste, then back. A long run toward Falma. How could I be expected to hold them both, then let one go? To Tyr, then to the two rivers. A blur, growling, moving as quickly as he could. Here he had wed her. Here he howled. Caemlyn, Cairhien, Dumai's wells. Here he saved one of them. Cairhien, Gildan, Malden. Here he saved another. Two forces in his life. Each had pulled at him. Young Bull finally collapsed near some hills somewhere in Andor. A familiar place. The place where I met Elias. He became Perrin again. His thoughts were not wolf thoughts, his troubles not wolf troubles. He stared up at the sky that was now, after Rand's sacrifice, empty of clouds. He had wanted to be with his friend as he died. This time he would be with Faile, where she had died. He wanted to scream, but it would do no good. I have to let go, don't I? He whispered toward that sky. Light, I don't want to. I learned from Malden. I didn't do it again. I did what I was supposed to this time. Somewhere nearby, a bird cried in the sky. Wolves howled, hunting.
I learned.
A bird's cry. It sounded like a falcon. Perrin threw himself to his feet, spinning.
There!
He vanished in an instant, appearing on an open field he did not recognize. No, he knew this field. He knew it. This was Marilor, only without the blood, without the grass churned to mud, without the land blasted and broken. Here he found a tiny falcon, as small as his hand, crying softly with a broken leg pinned beneath a rock. Its heartbeat was faint. Perrin roared as he woke, clawing his way out of the wolf dream. He stood up on the field of bodies, shouting into the night sky. Searchers nearby scattered in fear. Where? In the darkness, could he find the same place? He ran, stumbling over corpses, through pits made by channelers or dragons. He stopped, looking one way, then another. Where? Where? Flowery soap, a hint of perfume in the air. Perrin dashed toward it, throwing his weight against the corpse of an enormous Trolloc lying almost chest-high atop other bodies. Beneath it, he found the carcass of a horse. Unable to truly consider what he was doing, or of the strength it should have required, Perrin pulled the horse aside. Beneath, Faile lay bloodied in a small hollow in the ground, breathing shallowly. Perrin cried out and dropped to his knees, cradling her in his arms, breathing in her scent. It took him only 2 heartbeats to shift into the wolf dream, carry Faile to Nynaeve far to the north, and shift out. Seconds later, he felt her being healed in his arms, unwilling to let go of her even for that. Faile, his falcon, trembled and stirred. Then she opened her eyes and smiled at him.
The other heroes were gone. Birgitte remained as evening approached. Nearby, soldiers prepared Rand al'Thor's pyre. Birgitte could not stay much longer, but for now, yes, she could stay a short time. The pattern would allow it. Elayne, Birgitte said, do you know something about the dragon? Elayne shrugged in the waning light. The two stood at the back of the crowd, gathering to watch the Dragon Reborn's pyre be lit. I know what you're planning, Birgitte said to Elayne. With the horn. And what am I planning? To keep it, Birgitte said. And the boy. To have it as an Andoran treasure. Perhaps a nation's weapon. Perhaps. Birgitte smiled. It's a good thing I sent him away, then. Elayne turned to her, ignoring those preparing Rand's pyre. What? I sent Olver away, Birgitte said. With guards I trust. I told Olver to find some place nobody would look, a place he could forget, and toss the horn into it, preferably the ocean. Elayne exhaled softly, then turned back toward the pyre. Insufferable woman. She hesitated. Thank you for saving me from having to make that decision. I thought you'd feel that way. Actually, Birgitte had assumed it would take a long time before Elayne understood. But Elayne had grown in the last few weeks. Anyway, I must be far from insufferable since you've done an excellent job of suffering me these last months. Elayne turned to her again. That sounds like a farewell. Birgitte smiled. She could feel it sometimes, when it was coming. It is. Elayne looked sorrowful. Must it be? I'm being reborn, Elayne, Birgitte whispered. Now, somewhere, a woman is preparing to give birth, and I will go to that body. It's happening. I don't want to lose you. Birgitte chuckled. Well, perhaps we will meet again. For now, be happy for me, Elayne. This means the cycle continues. I get to be with him again, Gaidal. I'll be only a few years younger than he. Elaine took her arm, eyes watering. Love and peace, Birgitta. Thank you. Birgitta smiled, then closed her eyes and let herself drift away.
As evening settled onto the land, Tam looked up across what had once been the most feared place of all, Shale Ghul. The last flickers of light showed plants growing here, flowers blooming, grass growing up around fallen weapons and over corpses.
Is this your gift to us, son? He wondered. A final one?
Tam lit his torch from the small flickering flame that crackled in the pit nearby. He went forward, passing lines of those who stood in the night. They had not told many of Rand's funeral rites. All would have wanted to come. Perhaps all deserved to come. The Aes Sedai were planning an elaborate memorial for Egwene. Tam preferred a quiet affair for his son. Rand could finally rest. He walked past people standing with heads bowed. None carried light save Tam. The others waited in the dark, a small crowd of perhaps 200 encircling the bier. Tam's torch flickered orange off solemn faces. In the evening, even with his light, it was hard to tell Aiel from Aes Sedai, Two Rivers Man from Tyron King. All were shapes in the night, saluting the body of the dragon reborn. Tam went up to the bier, beside Tom and Moiraine, who were holding hands, faces solemn. Moiraine reached over and gently squeezed Tam's arm. Tam looked at the corpse, gazing down into his son's face by the fire's light. He did not wipe the tears from his eyes.
You did well, my boy. You did so well.
He lit the pyre with a reverent hand.
Min stood at the front of the crowd. She watched Tam, with slumped shoulders, bow his head before the flames. Eventually, the man walked back to join the Two Rivers folk. Abel Cawthon embraced him, whispering softly to his friend. Heads in the night, shadows, turned toward Min, Aviendha, and Elaine. They expected something from the three of them, a show of some sort. Solemnly, Min stepped forward with the other two. Aviendha needed the help of two maidens to walk, though she was able to stand by leaning on Elaine. The maidens withdrew to leave the three of them alone before the pyre. Elaine and Min stood with her, watching the fire burn, consuming Rand's corpse. "I've seen this," Min said. "I knew it would come the day I first met him. We three together. Here." Elaine nodded. "So now what?" "Now," Aviendha said, "now we make sure that everyone well and truly believes he is gone." Min nodded, feeling the pulsing throb of the bond in the back of her mind. It grew stronger each moment.
Rand al'Thor, just Rand al'Thor, woke in a dark tent by himself. Someone had left a candle burning beside his pallet. He breathed deeply, stretching. He felt as if he'd just slept long and deep. Shouldn't he be hurting? Stiff? Aching? He felt none of that. He reached to his side and felt no wounds there. No wounds. For the first time in a long while, there was no pain. He almost didn't know what to make of it. Then he looked down and saw that the hand prodding his side was his own left hand. He laughed, holding it up before him. A mirror, he thought. I need a mirror. He found one beyond the next partition of the tent. Apparently he'd been left completely alone. He held up the candle, looking into the small mirror. Moradin's face looked back at him. Rand touched his face, feeling it. In his right eye hung a single saw, black, shaped like the dragon's fang. It didn't move. Rand slipped back into the portion of the tent where he'd awakened. Layman's sword was there, sitting atop a neat pile of mixed clothing. Olivia apparently hadn't known what he would want to wear. She had been the one to leave these things, of course, along with a bag of coins from a variety of nations. She hadn't ever cared much for either clothing or coin, but she had known he'd need both. She will help you die. Rand shook his head, dressing and gathering the coins and the sword, then slipping out of the tent. Someone had left a good horse, a dappled gelding tied not far away. That would do him well. From dragon reborn to horse thief, he chuckled to himself. Bareback would have to do. He hesitated. Nearby in the darkness, people were singing. This was Shale Ghul, but not as he remembered it. A blooming Shale Ghul, full of life. The song they sang was a Borderlander funeral song. Rand led the horse through the night to get a little closer. He peered between the tents to where 3 women stood around a funeral pyre. Moradin, he thought. He's being cremated with full honors as the Dragon Reborn. Rand backed away, then mounted the dapple. As he did so, he noticed one figure who was not standing by the fire. A solitary figure who looked toward him when all the other eyes were turned away. Cadsuane. She looked him up and down, eyes reflecting firelight from the glow of Rand's pyre. Rand nodded, waited for a moment, then turned the horse and heeled it away.
Cadsuane watched him go. Curious, she thought. Those eyes had confirmed her suspicions. That would be information she could use. No need to keep watching this sham of a funeral, then. She walked away through the camp, and there strolled directly into an ambush. "Saerin," she said as the women fell in around her. "Yukiri, Lyrella, Rubinda, what is this?" "We would like direction," Rubinda said. "Direction?" Cadsuane snorted. "Ask the new Amyrlin once you find some poor woman to put into the position." The other women continued to walk with her. As it hit her, Cadsuane stopped in place. "Oh, blood and ashes, no," Cadsuane said, spinning on them. "No, no, no." The women smiled in an almost predatory way. "You always talked so wisely to the Dragon Reborn, of responsibility," Yukiri said. "You speak of how the women of this age need better training," Saerin added. "It is a new age," Lyrella said. "We have many challenges ahead of us, and we will need a strong Amyrlin to lead us." Cadsuane closed her eyes, groaning.
Rand breathed a sigh of relief as he left Cadsuane behind. She did not raise an alarm, though she had continued to study him as he put distance between them. Glancing over his shoulder, he noticed her walking off with some other Aes Sedai. She worried him. She probably suspected something he wished she did not. It was better than her raising an alarm, though. He sighed, fishing in his pocket where he found a pipe. "Thank you, Olivia, for that," he thought, packing it with tobacco from a pouch he found in the other pocket. By instinct, he reached for the one power to light it. He found nothing. No Sayadine in the void. Nothing. He paused, then smiled and felt an enormous relief. He could not channel. Just to be certain, he tentatively reached for the true power. Nothing there, either. He regarded his pipe, riding up a little incline to the side of Thakandar, now covered in plants. no way to light the tabak. He inspected it for a moment in the darkness, then thought of the pipe being lit, and it was. Rand smiled and turned south. He glanced over his shoulder. All 3 women at the pyre had turned from it to look directly at him. He could make them out, though not much else, by the light of the burning body. I wonder which of them will follow me, he thought, then smiled deeper. Rand al'Thor, you've built up quite a swelled head, haven't you? Assuming one or more would follow. Maybe none of them would. Or maybe all of them would in their own time. He found himself chuckling. Which would he pick? Min? But no, to leave Aviendha? Elaine? No. He laughed. He couldn't pick. He had 3 women in love with him and didn't know which he would like to have follow him. Any of them. All of them. Light man, you're hopeless. Hopelessly in love with all 3, and there's no way out of it. He heeled the horse into a canter, heading farther south. He had a purse full of coin, a good horse, and a strong sword. Layman's sword, which was a better sword than he'd have wanted. It might draw attention. It was a true heron-marked sword with a fine blade. Did Olivia realize how much money she'd given him? She didn't know a thing about coins. She'd probably stolen a lot of it, so he wasn't just a horse thief. Well, he'd told her to go get him some gold, and she'd done it. He could buy an entire farm in the 2 rivers with what he carried. South. East or west would do, but he figured he wanted to go someplace away from it all for good. South first. Then maybe out west, along the coast. Maybe he could find a ship. There was so much of the world he hadn't seen. He'd experienced a few battles, he'd gotten caught up in a huge game of houses. Many things he hadn't wanted anything to do with. He'd seen his father's farm, and palaces. He'd seen a lot of places. He just had not had the leisure to have a real look at much of the world. That will be new, he thought. Traveling without being chased, or having to rule here or there. Traveling where he could just sleep in a barn in exchange for splitting someone's firewood. He thought about that and found himself laughing, riding on south and smoking his impossible pipe. As he did so, a wind rose up around him, around the man who had been called Lord, Dragon Reborn, King, Killer, Lover, and Friend. The wind rose high and free, to soar in an open sky with no clouds. It passed over a broken landscape scattered with corpses not yet buried. A landscape covered at the same time with celebrations. It tickled the branches of trees that had finally begun to put forth buds. The wind blew southward, through knotted forests, over shimmering plains and toward lands unexplored. This wind, it was not the ending. There are no endings, and never will be endings to the turning of the wheel of time. But it was an ending. And it came to pass in those days, as it had come before and would come again, that the dark lay heavy on the land and weighed down the hearts of men, and the green things failed and hope died. And men cried out to the Creator, saying, O light of the heavens, light of the world, let the promised one be born of the mountain, according to the prophecies, as he was in ages past and will be in ages to come. Let the Prince of the Morning sing to the land that green things will grow, and the valleys give forth lambs. Let the arm of the Lord of the Dawn shelter us from the dark, and the great sword of justice defend us. Let the dragon ride again on the winds of time. From Charal Drianan Te Kalamun, The Cycle of the Dragon. Author unknown. The Fourth Age. He came like the wind touched everything, and like the wind was gone. From The Dragon Reborn, by Loial, son of Arendt, son of Halen, the Fourth Age. The end of the last book of the Wheel of Time.